Fengqiu traversed dimensions to become the young master of the illustrious Su family, a lineage that boasts a history of millennia, beginning his journey as an immortal emperor. Why is it that the protagonist, blessed with the halo of fortune, can defy the heavens, while even the most formidable antagonist is ultimately reduced to a stepping stone? The fate-reversing villain system has been activated. By seizing the destiny value of the fated child of fortune, slaying him grants one extraordinary rewards. On the very day the system was initiated, it coincided with Su Fengqiu's grand wedding as an immortal emperor, with the bride being the renowned xianxiaaudiobooks from the celestial rankings. Yet, the fated child of fortune, Yi Feng, dared to intrude to claim his bride? What pitiful realm do you belong to? How dare you covet the fiancée of a distinguished immortal emperor? With a background as the sovereign of the continent, the Phoenix platform, and a master who is the illustrious saint of medicine? Moreover, there is another enchanting female master standing at the pinnacle of the continent, supporting him. Feudal, I shall extract his supreme bone, slay his medical sage master, and seize his fortune. The fated child of fortune, adept in the hidden weapons of the Tang sect and the art of poison, possesses a ring from an ancient elder and is a natural-born conduit of fate, the luckiest child of destiny, who was spurned at the altar, and the reincarnated child of the divine race. These are all targets for Su Fengqiu to vanquish. The empress, the demon god, and the saintess all bestow their favor upon him. Heavenly opportunities and supreme treasures are within easy reach. His mastery of medicine, formations, and talismans surpasses all epics. Holy sons, divine sons, geniuses, and prodigies can be extinguished at will. The so-called top-tier geniuses find themselves standing at the threshold of Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu declares, I am the destined one. Chapter 1. Why can't the villain be invincible? On the 9 provinces continent, at the 8th heaven, lies the ancient Su family, a dynasty spanning 10,000 years. Mist swirls around as various temples are perched atop vibrant celestial clouds. The temples are adorned with festive decorations, buzzing with excitement as spiritual beasts and sacred palanquins soar through the air, landing at the foot of the Su family mountain. Today marks the wedding day of Su Fengqiu, the young master of the Immortal Emperor family, and Xianxiaaudiobooks, the celestial maiden. Ha ha, congratulations! I heard that the young master of the Su family recently ascended to the position of Immortal Emperor, and today he weds the illustrious Xianxiaaudiobooks, a double delight indeed. Achieving the pinnacle of the continent as an immortal emperor by the age of 28 is an unprecedented feat, capable of obliterating the heavens with a mere gesture. The Su family has gained a treasure. Congratulations, the heavenly sacred land has come to celebrate the wedding of the young master of the Su family. The 10,000 sword immortal sect sends its regards. The ice crystal immortal palace extends its congratulations. Representatives from powerful factions clasped their fists in salute. Su Fengqiu's father, Su Tian, beamed with joy and greeted them. Haha, esteemed guests, please come in after your long journey. At this very moment, within a temple of the Su family, Su Fengqiu opened his eyes, momentarily stunned. No way. Is this really how one traverses dimensions? Just moments ago, he had purchased a pack of crispy noodles on Earth, which contained a winning lottery card. He retrieved his mobile phone to scan the QR code in preparation for claiming his prize, only to find himself transported to another realm. By the heavens, the current trend of transmigration is utterly unpredictable. However, he surprisingly was not a mere weakling at the outset. He was the scion of the illustrious Xianxiaaudiobooks imperial clan, achieving the rank of Immortal Emperor at the age of 28. Goodness, how exhilarating! The 9 continent, Su Fengqiu pondered. The 9 continent is divided into 9 celestial heavens, each interconnected. The first heaven possesses the weakest overall strength, while the 9th heaven stands as the mightiest. Each heaven is home to immortal sects, sacred lands, long-lived clans, and various great empires. The Xia clan, spanning 10,000 years, reigns supreme in the 8th heaven. Su Fengqiu remarked, "Where's my golden finger?" The standard system for transmigrators. Ding, congratulations on activating the Destined villain system. Su Fengqiu's eyes brightened. Open the system. Destined villain system. Why must the protagonist be universally adored, while villains inevitably serve as stepping stones and mere embellishments? This system is determined to transform its host into the destined great villain, seizing the fortunes of the fated ones, engaging in villainous deeds, and proving that one can be invincible even as a villain. Host, Fengqiu. Age, 28. Bloodline, human. Realm, first stage Immortal Emperor. Realms are categorized as chi refinement, body refinement, enlightenment, divine powers, profound sky, profound king, laws, domain, divine sea, celestial sovereign, divine emperor, and heavenly Tao. Each realm consists of 10 stages, and upon breaking through the heavenly Tao, one becomes an immortal emperor. Physique, pure yang body. Cultivation techniques, heavenly chaos technique, Phoenix World Chronicle, great destiny arts, Qianyuan vast sky technique, 10,000 thunder, heavenly prison induction, 9 thunder annihilation technique. Rewards, none. System value, 0. Destiny value, 10 extremely low. The system detects the fated one and will trigger different tasks. If the host reduces the target's destiny value, it will be returned as system value at a 10-fold rate. When facing the fated one during triggered tasks, the host can perceive the other's inner thoughts and explore every detail of their life. Fengqiu glanced at his attributes, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wow, this is outrageous. I am the scion of a 10,000-year Immortal Emperor lineage, having achieved Immortal Emperor status at the tender age of 28. Not to claim the top spot, but few can rival me. And yet my destiny value is merely 10. What does that even mean? The destiny value represents an individual's fortune. However, fortune encompasses many aspects, opportunities, the future, and even life and death. Although Fengqiu hails from a noble lineage, his destiny value is alarmingly low. Setting aside other concerns, one thing is certain. He is at great risk of perishing. The possibilities of demise are numerous. Sudden clashes among immortal emperors could lead to his untimely death. Ambushes by other immortal emperors during outings, being struck down during the tribulation of thunder, and so forth. Though immortal emperors stand at the pinnacle, they are not invulnerable. Moreover, this immortal emperor Fengqiu has been forcibly elevated by the Xianxiaf family through countless resources. Ding! Detecting the fated one xianxiaaudiobooks, triggering task, destiny value reduction to 0, task reward. Unlock the first system store, destiny value 10,000. Xianxiaaudiobooks? Is she not my bride-to-be today? Fated 1. Xianxiaaudiobooks, first stage, Fated 1. Fated 1 levels range from 1st to 10th stage. Destiny value, 290010. Age, 26. Bloodline, human. Physique, heavenly ice body. Realm, 8th stage divine sea. Combat strength rating, 68. Description, currently classified as a first stage Fated 1, childhood companion of the great Fated 1 Yi Feng, destined to achieve greatness with the latter's assistance. Fengqiu furrowed his brow. This is not right. I am the scion of a 10,000-year imperial clan. As an immortal emperor, even without Yi Feng's support, surely my connection to the Xianxiaf family would enhance her destiny value rather than diminish it, right? How then am I to reduce her destiny value to 0? Should I simply obliterate her? Ding! The host may directly eliminate her, thereby completing the task and obtaining the reward. However, bypassing the step of reducing the destiny value would forfeit a 10-fold return of system value, unless the host is indifferent to such values. Fengqiu contemplated. It seems the items within the system store must be extraordinary. At that moment, another system notification chimed in. Ding! Detecting the approach of the great Fated 1 Yi Feng. System triggers task. Destiny value reduction to 0. Task rewards. Chaos physique, immortal body, heavenly medical arts, destiny value 1 million. Oh! Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. He then examined the details. Fated 1, Yi Feng. Age, 27. Destiny value, 5887000. 5th stage Fated 1. Bloodline, chaotic divine race. Physique, chaos body. Realm, 3rd stage divine emperor. Combat strength rating, 89. Description, a descendant of the chaotic divine race, possessing supreme bones, master of the revered medicine cauldron, a genius in medicine, alchemy, formations, and talismans, gathering immense fortune, and closely associated with numerous extraordinary women, destined to achieve greatness shortly. Yi Feng, Jiang Qingshue's childhood companion, Su Fengqiu stroked his chin. Today, his family arranged for him to marry Jiang Qingxue. With Yi Feng's arrival, he must be attempting to claim her for himself. What audacity! Does he dare to come and seize the affections of an immortal emperor while in the divine emperor realm? Does he think this is a romance novel? In the realm of female-centric novels, even the invincible protagonist may be overshadowed by lesser characters. Various slanders, provocations, and defamations abound. And what does the already invincible protagonist in a female-centric narrative do in the face of such challenges? They preach compassion and reason. Can they truly expound upon reason when they could easily obliterate their adversaries? Su Fengqiu smirked slightly, daring to seize the affections of the villainous Immortal Emperor. Do you believe this is a romance novel? Meanwhile, beneath a tree at a distance from the Xia residence, Yi Feng's eyes glimmered ominously. Su Fengqiu, you shall pay for this. He clenched his fists tightly. Jiang Qingxue and I have been childhood companions. Today, even if your Xia family is as powerful as the eighth heaven, I shall reclaim Qingxue. Yi Feng, born in the weakest realm of the nine continent, in a certain imperial capital of the first heaven, encountered an ancient ring 8 years prior. Within the ring resided the remnant soul of an elder. It was then he discovered he possessed the world's divine bones, the supreme bones. Since that moment, he has been unstoppable, vanquishing the mighty and obliterating celestial sects, defying the heavens with his audacity. In a mere 2 years, the name Yi Feng has reverberated throughout the first heaven. Subsequently, he has ascended towards the formidable second heaven of the nine continents, and beyond, to the third heaven, and so forth. Today, no matter the sect within the nine heavens, they have all, to varying degrees, heard the name Yi Feng. 2 years prior, Yi Feng made a solemn promise to his childhood companion, Jiang Qingxue, to marry her after 3 years, regardless of his accomplishments. However, to his astonishment, with 3 years still remaining, Jiang Qingxue has been coerced by the Jiang family into a marriage with Su Fengqiu, the young master of the Su family from the eighth heaven. As if marriage were not enough, she, Jiang Qingxue, is to be relegated to the status of a concubine. How could Yi Feng acquiesce to such indignity? Every man has a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Jiang Qingxue represents Yi Feng's reverse scale. Just then, an elderly man with white hair appeared before him. He was a remnant soul from the ring 8 years ago. Moreover, he is the renowned medical sage of the nine continents. Having been aided by Yi Feng, he has now successfully reconstructed his physical form, his cultivation nearing its zenith. Master! Yi Feng greeted him with a respectful fist salute. Li Qianxiu nodded, hands clasped behind his back. Fenger, are you certain you wish to seize this marriage? Yi Feng affirmed with a nod. Qingxue is my beloved. Her family, in pursuit of elevation through the Su family, has pledged her to Su Fengqiu, but I have yet to consent. I shall resolutely refuse to agree. Li Qianxiu remarked. However, you must understand that the Su family is an ancient lineage of celestial emperors, having once been nearly invincible in the eighth heaven. Even though the Su family has now waned, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Countless celestial emperors have emerged from their ranks. The various factions arriving today to extend their congratulations are a testament to the enduring power of the Su family in the eighth heaven, a force far superior to any you have encountered by hundreds or even thousands of times. Yi Feng scoffed. For the past 8 years, I, Yi Feng, have defied the heavens, enduring countless doubts, facing monstrous entities, and achieving what the world deemed impossible. I have proven them all wrong. With that, Yi Feng turned to Li Qianxiu. Master, you have often stated that those powers are 1,000,000 times stronger than your disciple, yet have they not all been trampled underfoot or annihilated by me? The Su family remains just as they were. Excellent. Li Qianxiu nodded in satisfaction. What I admire is your audacity to defy the heavens. 1,000 years ago, the Medicine Emperor owed me a favor, and today they shall send forth strong allies to assist you in your marriage pursuit. Thank you, Master. Li Qianxiu sighed. There is little more I can do at present, but you must also contemplate your escape route. What will you do after this matter unfolds? Master, do not worry. I've already secured the assistance of Luo Lioli. Luo Lioli from Phoenix Terrace? Li Qianxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, from the Phoenix Terrace of the ninth heaven, Luo Lioli, the saintess of Phoenix Terrace, a paragon of beauty, the ice fairy, whom Yi Feng once saved. Since then, she seems to have developed feelings for him. Yi Feng continued, "Today, Phoenix Terrace will send someone to assist me. With their pressure, the Su family will undoubtedly refrain from openly attempting to harm me. If they cannot eliminate me today, I shall ensure they are crushed beneath my feet in the future. So, it appears that Phoenix Terrace is now your formidable ally." Yi Feng nodded. "Yes, I promise that should they assist me, I shall join Phoenix Terrace." It seems you share a profound connection with this Phoenix Saintess." Yi Feng affirmed, "She is my beloved." Li Qianxiao raised an eyebrow. "Did you not claim that Xianxiaaudiobooks is your beloved?" "They are both my loves. It is only fitting that I, Yi Feng, possess both of them." Li Qianxiao queried, "Have you and Luo Lioli forged a bond that transcends lifetimes?" Yi Feng shook his head. "Not yet, but I have saved her and spent time with her. I know she harbors feelings for me. Today, she will personally bring pressure to bear upon the Su family to assist me." At that moment, their gazes were drawn to a group of spiritual beasts gathering in the void. Chapter 2. Brother Yi Feng, I really cannot compare to him. At the peak of the Su family, an enormous and magnificent square lay before them. Powerful figures from various top families across the realms gathered, taking their seats. At the forefront stood an exquisitely ornate high platform. The square was adorned with thousands of banquet tables, with the higher-ranking individuals seated nearer to the front. At this moment, Yi Feng and his master, Li Qianxiao, occupied a position at the rear of a designated area, listening to the conversations of those around them. I never expected that the young master of the Su family would marry Jiang Qingsheng, a girl from the first heaven. One is the youngest immortal emperor in the continent, while the other, compared to the Su family, hails from humble origins. They are simply mismatched. What do you know? Jiang Qingsheng possesses the heavenly ice body, an exceptional dual cultivation furnace. Naturally, the Su family believes this physique will be beneficial for their young master's future. However, Jiang Qingsheng is now the holy maiden of the ice god palace from the seventh heaven. Her status is not insignificant. Being a concubine to the Su family's young master seems acceptable, yet her relationship with Yi Feng appears rather special. Perhaps he will attend. Let us not forget, Yi Feng is indeed a favored child of destiny. His background seems exceedingly impressive, and given his temperament, there is a genuine possibility he might show up. Could it be that this child of fortune intends to stir the winds of the eighth heaven today? There is indeed such a possibility. Upon hearing these remarks, Yi Feng could not help but smile proudly to himself. Of course, I possess the capability to stir the winds of the eighth heaven. I am Yi Feng. At that moment, a beam of light connecting heaven and earth descended upon the high platform. As the light faded, several members of the Su family appeared on the platform, including Su Tianyi, the father of Su Fengqiu and the head of the Su family. Observing this, everyone, regardless of their status, rose to their feet and unifiedly proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Immortal Emperor Yi." Su Tianyi smiled, his voice resonating with a power that compelled submission. "Thank you all for attending my son Fengqiu's wedding banquet." The crowd echoed their agreement. Su Tianyi continued, "Now, without further ado, let us welcome the groom of the day." In the void above, clouds swirled, and a series of dragon roars echoed. 9 dragons soared towards the heavens. On the head of one dragon stood Su Fengqiu, hands clasped behind his back. The crowd gasped in awe upon seeing him. Is this really the young master Su Fengqiu? At just 28 years old, the immortal emperor and future leader of the Su family, he truly appears like a celestial being. Such exceptional bearing. In this world, perhaps only the holy maiden Luo Lioli of the Phoenix platform and a few other divine maidens could be worthy of him. On his wedding day, the summoning of 9 dragons to create such an atmosphere. The Su family, a millennia-old imperial clan, certainly knows how to make a grand gesture. If the concubines are this impressive, one can only imagine the main wife. Yi Feng gazed upward at the figure, his eyes slightly reddening as he clenched his fists. To be honest, he felt a pang of envy, even jealousy, merely born into privilege, with countless resources forcibly elevating him to the realm of Immortal Emperor. His foundation was unstable. He possessed cultivation without true strength. If I were to ascend to the Tao, I could even have the chance to slay him beyond his realm. Yi Feng thought coldly. Su Tianyi then declared, "Now, let us welcome the bride, the daughter of the Jiang family, the holy maiden of the Ice God Palace, Jiang Qingsheng." With a series of phoenix calls, 9 majestic phoenixes flew across the sky. Among them, on the head of one phoenix stood a woman clad in a red gown. The 9 phoenixes intertwined with the divine dragons, spiraling together to form a magnificent spectacle of dragon and phoenix auspiciousness. Jiang Qingxing's parents, seated closer to the front, beamed with pride at the astonishing scene. They could hardly contain their excitement, wanting to stand and proclaim to everyone, "Look, that is our daughter." Yifeng looked at that figure, clenching his fists tightly. "Qingsheng, good, good, good. What an impressive Su Fengqiu. What an impressive Su family. What a remarkable display." He longed to confront Su Fengqiu, this arrogant individual. Jiang Qingsheng stood there, and even in such a grand moment, she couldn't help but raise her head proudly. She gazed at Su Fengqiu, and in that instant, she was momentarily captivated. So handsome, so powerful. Is this the youngest immortal emperor? Perhaps marrying him and becoming his concubine wouldn't be so bad after all. No, no. Jiang Qingxing shook her head inwardly. I have brother Yifeng. She had always harbored deep feelings for Yifeng. Yet, Su Fengqiu was so exceptional, and this was the illustrious Su family. Brother Yifeng, he truly pales in comparison. A sudden thought crossed Jiang Qingxing's mind. Initially, she harbored a glimmer of hope that Yifeng would come to claim her. But after many sleepless nights, she believed that marrying Su Fengqiu might not be so terrible. It was an immense opportunity for her, especially after witnessing the Su family's grandeur today. The noble Phoenix clan was beneath her feet. This sense of vanity brought her immense satisfaction. This was what Jiang Qingsheng deserved, and only Su Fengqiu could provide that. Brother Yifeng truly pales in comparison. It would be best if he did not come. Please don't come. I am merely concerned for your safety, not for any other reason. However, as she lowered her gaze in the void, Jiang Qingsheng's pupils constricted. She saw a familiar figure. Brother Yifeng. In that instant, she felt a rush of excitement, but it quickly dissipated. No, please don't come to claim me. What if something happens, and I cannot marry Su Fengqiu? She had never experienced such grandeur before. After witnessing it today, she truly felt the vast disparity between individuals. Brother Yifeng truly falls short. And Yifeng. He noticed the gaze Jiang Qingsheng cast towards him in the void. He smiled slightly, murmuring, Qingsheng, I have arrived. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Qingsheng quickly averted her gaze. Yifeng frowned at this. Why did Qingsheng avert her eyes? Then, his brows relaxed. He understood. Jiang Qingsheng feared that others might notice her gaze, and, consequently, him. She was protecting herself. Fool. I know you worry for my safety and do not wish for me to claim you. But how could I allow you to suffer? Su Fengqiu gazed upon Jiang Qingsheng. Indeed, finding her beautiful, she was worthy of her ranking as the 99th fairy on the continent's list of celestial maidens. Because the favored child of destiny lay within his line of sight, Su Fengqiu could sense her innermost thoughts clearly. In earthly terms, she resembled a gold-digging woman, a manipulative figure. Such a callous and materialistic woman was certainly not fit to be his concubine. Ding. Jiang Qingsheng, the favored child of destiny, has a favorability of 20 towards you. Yifeng's fate value is 10,000. Your system value is 100,000. Yifeng's fate value was notably high, likely benefiting from various women. Jiang Qingsheng, with her heavenly ice body, would eventually become his furnace. As she prepared to depart from him, Yifeng's fate value would naturally decrease. Su Fengqiu cast a casual glance at Yifeng below, a slight smirk adorning his lips. With a swift motion, Su Fengqiu and Jiang Qingsheng leaped together, soaring towards the high platform. At this very moment, Jiang Qingxue reached out her hand to Su Fengqiu in midair, yearning to grasp his hand and thereby compel Yifeng to retreat in despair. Sensing her gesture, Su Fengqiu enveloped her waist with his arms. Indeed, his sole intention was to humiliate that Yifeng. Such is the demeanor befitting a villain. Ding. As Yifeng's resolve faltered, his destiny value registered at 10,000, while the system value stood at 100,000. Below, the elite members of various factions erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingxue secretly reveled in her triumph. When it comes to beauty, she, Jiang Qingxue, was beyond reproach. It appeared that Su Fengqiu was quite pleased with her. In a fit of rage, Yifeng stood up, trembling with anger. That was his woman. Release your filthy hands. He shouted. Coughing lightly, his master, Li Qianxiu, gestured for him to refrain from rash actions, reminding him that the people from Phoenix platform had yet to arrive. As Su Fengqiu's mind buzzed with the system prompt, the two descended to the ground. Jiang Qingxue nestled herself in Su Fengqiu's embrace, casting a furtive glance at Yifeng. Brother Yifeng, you must understand my heart now, right? Please, do not make an appearance. It would be best if you quietly left. Compared to Su Fengqiu, you truly pale in comparison. Crack. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng clenched his fists. Seeing the woman he cherished in another's arms, under the gaze of so many, filled him with anguish. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Qingxue, I know you are enduring this for my sake, hoping to break my heart and make me leave. But how could I be unaware of your intentions? You are protecting me. Worry not. I shall take you away. I fear no one. Even amidst a million adversaries, I shall advance. Xianxiaaudiobooks noticed that Yifeng had not left and furrowed her delicate brows. Why aren't you going? This is infuriating. Father, Su Fengqiu bowed respectfully to Su Tianyi, while Xianxiaaudiobooks slightly inclined her head as well. Fengqiu pays her respects to Senior Su. The clan leader, Su Tianyi, let out a hearty laugh. Haha, splendid. He then stood with his hands clasped behind his back, turning his gaze to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks, would you consent to become my son Su Fengqiu's concubine? I would. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, without a moment's hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng could no longer contain himself. Even without the Phoenix platform's arrival, he had to intervene. Crash. Yifeng overturned the table. I refuse. Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, what are you doing? This is maddening. Chapter 3. The Affection of the Celestial Emperor. How dare you steal? The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves throughout the venue. All eyes turned to the young man, Yifeng. He relished the astonished gazes directed at him. Beside him, his master, Xianxiu, merely frowned but did not comment. Yifeng. He is Yifeng. As expected, given Yifeng's character, he would certainly attempt to claim his bride. Yet one could not have anticipated his audacity. This was the illustrious Su clan, a lineage of millennia. However, it was known that Yifeng had defied the odds over the years, enveloped in great fortune, and now he had numerous top-tier sects allied with him, including the Heavenly Feather Sacred Land and even the Phoenix platform. No wonder he dared to approach the Su clan. He possessed such formidable backing. It seemed today would present quite the spectacle. The Su clan must indeed regard the Heavenly Feather Sacred Land and the Phoenix platform with caution, especially considering Lu Yunyan, who is his master, correct? Hiss. Yifeng gazed at Xianxiaaudiobooks on the platform and declared, Xianxiaaudiobooks, I have arrived. Su Tianyi, with his hands clasped behind his back, asked coolly, and who might you be? Yifeng replied nonchalantly, I am Yifeng. Oh, Yifeng, what is your intention? Su Tianyi inquired. Yifeng asserted, to claim my bride. He then pointed at Xianxiaaudiobooks on the platform. Xianxiaaudiobooks is my childhood sweetheart, and I made her a promise for 3 years. How can she be coerced by your Su clan? Today, I shall take her back with me. Who dares to obstruct me? Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped. Su Tianyi was about to speak when Su Fengqiu stepped forward. Father, I shall handle my own affairs. Su Tianyi nodded. Su Fengqiu looked down at Yifeng from his elevated position and said coolly, how dare you attempt to seize the affection of the Celestial Emperor? Ha! Yifeng laughed heartily. I, Yifeng, traversed the world for 30,000 miles, defying the heavens. What is there that I fear? Today, even if your Su clan is formidable, and even if the Celestial Emperor is innumerable, I, Yifeng, shall slap. Before he could finish, Su Fengqiu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending Yifeng flying, twirling through the air before crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. A mere clown, Su Fengqiu remarked indifferently. Yifeng scrambled to his feet. Fury etched on his face as he pointed at Su Fengqiu. You. Su Fengqiu strolled leisurely on the high platform, hands clasped behind his back. If you wish to claim your bride, I shall not stop you. However, the question remains, does your childhood sweetheart wish to accompany you? If she desires to leave with you today, I shall permit it. What say you? Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Su Fengqiu was likely to lose face. Xianxiaaudiobooks was indeed Yifeng's childhood sweetheart, and he had promised her 3 years. How could she possibly refuse to leave with Yifeng? No, it was not so simple. Xianxiaaudiobooks had her family present. If she dared to leave, would she not fear for her family's safety? Su Fengqiu had stated they could leave, but he did not mention her family's fate. Surely, Xianxiaaudiobooks would prioritize her family's well-being over all else. Just as the spectators pondered this, Su Fengqiu continued, of course, I also promise that should she choose to leave with you, I shall not lay a finger on her family. Yifeng was taken aback. Is that truly the case? If anything were to happen to her family, regardless of who was responsible, the blame would fall squarely on my shoulders, Su Fengqiu replied. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How dare he say such a thing? With these words, Xianxiaaudiobooks would have no reservations, and how could she refuse to leave with Yifeng? Did he truly fear that Xianxiaaudiobooks would depart with Yifeng? Did he not fear losing face? The young master of the Su clan was indeed an enigma, exuding an air of confidence that was difficult to fathom. Yifeng laughed boisterously. Haha, splendid. Su Fengqiu, you are indeed a man. He then extended his hand toward Xianxiaaudiobooks on the high platform. Xianxiaaudiobooks, did you hear that? I have come to take you away. Come with me. Xianxiaaudiobooks bit her lip slightly. She glanced at Su Fengqiu, who stood with his hands clasped, and then back at Yifeng, who reached out his hand. One was the Celestial Emperor Su Fengqiu, the other was her childhood companion, Yifeng. They were utterly incomparable. Although Yifeng had a promising future ahead, Su Fengqiu had already reached the pinnacle. The millennia-old imperial clan was not merely a title. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head. Brother Yifeng, you should return. What? Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd was equally astonished. Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had a 3-year promise with Yifeng, and Su Fengqiu, who had vowed not to harm her. How could she reject leaving with Yifeng? No one anticipated such a turn of events. What do you mean, return? Xianxiaaudiobooks. I have come to take you away. Yifeng's urgency was palpable. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head, saying, I shall not leave. You must return. Yifeng, filled with agitation, exclaimed, No, you are deceiving me. You must be lying. Xianxiaaudiobooks, do you have some leverage in his hands? Speak to me. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head once more. No. After much contemplation, I simply believe that young Master Su is more suited to me. Impossible. This cannot be. Yifeng bellowed. I refuse to believe this. You must come with me today. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued to shake her head. I will not allow you to suffer indignity here. Yifeng declared vehemently. Xianxiaaudiobooks clenched her teeth and retorted, Am I not being clear enough? How unfortunate. Yifeng shouted, I do not believe you. Give me a reason. Xianxiaaudiobooks, her patience waning, replied, The reason is that what we once had was merely youthful folly, a mere illusion. Now, I have secretly harbored feelings for young Master Su. Why would I follow you? Yifeng's face turned ashen, disbelief washing over him as he muttered, No, impossible, it cannot be. At that moment, he felt like a mere jester. The sound of his heart shattering resonated, registering a divine mandate of 300,000, while your system value stood at 3 million. The onlookers regarded Yifeng as though he were a fool. The murmurs around him pierced his heart like 1,000 needles. No, I do not believe it. I refuse to accept this. Yifeng muttered repeatedly. How can this be? That is my Xianxiaaudiobooks. With a crack, Yifeng tightened his fists. His nails nearly embedded in his flesh. Xianxiaaudiobooks coldly stated, Today, I shall not leave with you. Give up this notion. Su Fengqiu chuckled softly. Did you hear that? Yifeng lifted his gaze, his eyes blazing with fury as he pointed at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu, I do not know what means you have employed, but mark my words. The humiliation I suffer today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Su Fengqiu, grant me a year, and I shall bring your ancient clan to its knees. With that, Yifeng turned to leave. At that moment, Su Fengqiu's ethereal yet commanding voice rang out. Leave? Has this emperor granted you permission? Do you think this is merely a game? A year's agreement? Subsequently, an immense pressure emanated from Su Fengqiu, the terrifying aura of an immortal emperor. In an instant, the atmosphere changed dramatically, and the crowd's expressions shifted accordingly. Yifeng furrowed his brow in confusion. This was not right. In the past, when he had let go of such agreements, no matter the opponent's status, they had allowed him to depart. Why was Su Fengqiu now preventing him from leaving? Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. You dare to covet the beloved of an immortal emperor? Do you think you can simply come and go from the Su family? Yifeng's brow furrowed intensely, and with a sudden cough, he spat a mouthful of blood. In response, Su Fengqiu raised his hand, lifting Yifeng into the air as if he were a mere chick. He could not fathom why such a weakling, regardless of past or present, who had faced countless stronger foes capable of effortlessly vanquishing him, was still alive. Isn't it simple? Su Fengqiu remarked. Yifeng, a mere insect, dares to come to my Su family and steal my beloved? Do you truly think you are anything of significance? As he spoke, Su Fengqiu's grip tightened slightly. Yifeng's bones felt as though they were being crushed, and he let out a cry of agony. No one dared to speak up. Stop. A sudden voice pierced through the tension. Chapter 4. Why does this plot differ from what I recall? The command to stop rekindled suspense. All eyes turned toward the figure who had spoken. Su Fengqiu also looked over, his eyes narrowing. Master. Yifeng, suspended in the air, kicked his legs in desperation. Xianxiaaudiobooks, hands clasped behind his back, regarded Su Fengqiu with a fist salute, saying, Young master of the Su family, Yifeng is my disciple. His actions today were impulsive. I implore you, for my sake, to let him go. At this declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. What? The medical sage? Xianxiaaudiobooks? I thought he had perished. They were astonished that he was still alive. No wonder Yifeng had grown so rapidly over the years. He was a disciple of the medical sage. The medical sage was a figure coveted by every sect. His medical and alchemical skills held value to a sect akin to 3 immortal emperors. After all, he could concoct 9th and even 10th tier elixirs. Some of the formulas for heavenly elixirs were known only to him. Su Fengqiu chuckled. The medical sage, Xianxiaaudiobooks? Yifeng suddenly shouted, No, master. Do not fear him. Let us see if he dares to kill me. Then Yifeng turned to Su Fengqiu, shouting, If you kill me, the Tianyu sacred land and the Phoenix Terrace will not spare you or the Su family. The Phoenix Saintess, Luo Lioli, is my beloved. Our fates are intertwined across 3 lifetimes. Dare you kill me? The crowd gasped in shock. What? The Phoenix Terrace Saintess, Luo Lioli, is actually his beloved. They realized that Yi Feng had a profound connection with the Phoenix Terrace, a relationship they had not anticipated. This meant that individuals from the Phoenix Terrace were likely already on their way. It would be no simple task for Su Fengqiu and the Su family to kill Yi Feng. If it were merely a casual connection, it would not matter. But the fact that the Phoenix Terrace Saintess was Yi Feng's beloved meant that if the Su family killed him, it would be akin to murdering Luo Lioli. While the Su family may not fear the Phoenix Terrace, the latter's influence was immense, with numerous allies. Su Fengqiu, however, disregarded Yi Feng's words and turned to Li Xianxiu, asking, "Are you implying that you wish to shield him?" Li Xianxiu was taken aback. That was not his intention. He had merely thought to stall for time. Surely, the Phoenix Terrace would arrive momentarily. At worst, he could join the Su family and refine pills for them. He only needed to navigate this hurdle. Before he could articulate his thoughts further, Su Fengqiu pointed skyward. The clear blue sky suddenly darkened ominously. A massive vortex appeared in the heavens, and from within it, a colossal sword, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, emerged slowly. Li Xianxiu looked up, his pupils contracting in horror. This was not right. According to the previous storyline with Yi Feng, the opponent would not act so rashly at this juncture. Su Fengqiu declared, "Very well. Then this emperor shall fulfill your resolve." Li Xianxiu, utterly bewildered, stammered, "No, that is not how it is." Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, and he roared, "How dare you? My master is the medical sage of the continent. If you kill him, I, Yi Feng, will surely annihilate your Su family." Li Xianxiu? Li Xianxiu was bewildered, glancing back and forth. "No, do not provoke him." With a swift motion, the might of Su Fengqiu, the Immortal Emperor, descended. The power of an Immortal Emperor is not something a mere martial artist, who had just recently regained his heavenly Tao realm, could hope to withstand. Even though Li Xianxiu attempted to resist in that moment, the might of an Immortal Emperor is absolute. As the colossal sword descended, Li Qianxiu's physical form was obliterated. Xianxiaaudiobooks frowned slightly, but did not exhibit any particular emotion. She has reminded Yi Feng countless times. "Leave, just leave," yet he stubbornly refuses to depart. And now, look where we are. Who can she blame? Can she blame Xianxiaaudiobooks? Moreover, with Phoenix Terrace Luo Lioli as your confidant, what harm was there in your sweet nothings with her? Why must you intrude? What if Su Fengqiu feels discontented? Then this relationship is doomed. What shall she do? The crowd displayed expressions of shock. What a decisive and ruthless Su Fengqiu. Is this the might of an Immortal Emperor? Initially, I had my doubts about Su Fengqiu achieving such a status. Many across the continent regarded it as mere gossip, rumors propagated by the declining Su family to salvage their reputation. Yet, witnessing it firsthand, the truth is astonishing. How terrifying. No, master. Yi Feng's eyes widened as he let out a roar at the scene. Ding. Yi Feng's fate value decreased by 500,000. Your system value increased by 5 million. Su Fengqiu, delightful. Amidst the dust, Li Qianxiu's soul emerged. After painstakingly reconstructing his physical form, all was rendered futile. Li Qianxiu glanced at Su Fengqiu, who stood with an air of dominance. What was it that set this young master of the Su family apart from others? Without a word, he acted decisively. Others, despite possessing the capability to easily slay them, merely chattered madly, embellishing their words without taking action. Even when they did strike, they refrained from using lethal force. This was precisely the behavior Li Qianxiu had encountered with Yi Feng. This explains why, over the years, when faced with countless insurmountable foes, he always managed to turn peril into safety, either by escaping or waiting for the timely arrival of his benefactor behind Yi Feng. Damn it. At this moment, Li Qianxiu, now only a soul, looked at Yi Feng, unable to suppress his frustration. What are you shouting about? I told you not to act rashly. To wait for the people from Phoenix Terrace. Why the urgency? I am truly exasperated. Li Qianxiu's mind was on the verge of breaking. This was a situation that could have been easily resolved. When the powerful from Phoenix Terrace arrive, would Su Fengqiu still dare to act this way? Must he put on airs? Their arrival is imminent, yet you insist on stepping forward. Just then, Su Fengqiu reached out toward Li Qianxiu's ethereal form, grasping his soul. Yi Feng's pupils contracted. Master. Su Fengqiu, cease this at once. Are you intending to extinguish my master's soul? If you dare try it, I, Yi Feng, will never let you go. I will ensure you regret it for a lifetime. Upon hearing Yi Feng's cry, Li Qianxiu's soul trembled. Li Qianxiu, I beg you, please stop yelling. Li Qianxiu quickly implored. No, young Master Su, do not act rashly. Do not heed Yi Feng's words. His realm means that although his physical body may perish, it is not true obliteration. If his soul is extinguished, then he truly dies. Yi Feng shouted, Master, do not fear him. He wouldn't dare. The people from Phoenix Terrace are almost here. Su Fengqiu, you may be unaware, But my master is an honorary elder of Phoenix Terrace and has connections to the medical sage. Surely you are aware of the Medicine God Mountain? Even though my master has distanced himself from the Medicine God Mountain, to kill him in front of the world would be a slap in the face to the Medicine God Mountain. After saying this, Yifeng cried out, let alone you. Su Fengqiu, even your father wouldn't dare. If you have the capability, try it. Li Qianxiu, are you out of your mind? Why provoke him? Li Qianxiu screamed internally. No. Young Master Su, I can concoct top-tier pills for your Su family. Li Qianxiu's pupils contracted as he hurriedly shouted. In the next moment, Su Fengqiu tightened his grip. A harrowing scream escaped as Li Qianxiu's soul was crushed to ashes. Su Fengqiu coldly stated, there was no need for that. Ding. Killing Li Qianxiu resulted in a reduction of Yifeng's fate value by 1 million, while your system value surged by 10 million. This Li Qianxiu held a staggering fate value of 150,000 for Yifeng. Keeping him alive served no purpose. Medical skills? With Yifeng's fate value reduced to 0, Su Fengqiu would acquire the transcendent healing arts, arguably the pinnacle of medical skills. What need would he have for Li Qianxiu? No, master. Yifeng's pupils shrank, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. How could this be? The master who had accompanied him for so many years. How could he fall just like that? The crowd was left in shock at Su Fengqiu's decisiveness, lamenting the untimely demise of Li Qianxiu. Such misfortune. The death of Li Qianxiu was predominantly due to Yifeng. Su Fengqiu truly was ruthless. Who would have thought that the medical sage, long untouched by death, would perish at the hands of his own beloved disciple? It was indeed a poignant irony. Su Fengqiu, today, should you let me go, it will be your gravest regret. Yifeng's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu would undoubtedly refrain from killing Yifeng today, while it would be easy to slay him. Having just diminished his fate value by 150,000, Su Fengqiu still had further plans. He could effortlessly reduce it to 0. Once that was accomplished, he could dispose of him. Su Fengqiu cast a glance at Yifeng. Then, with a gesture, he grasped him from a distance, flicking his fingers slowly. Yifeng emitted a scream. Through his skin, he could see a glowing bone being extracted from within. As his skin began to tear, the cries of anguish echoed. This is the supreme bone. Witnessing this, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. No wonder Yifeng was so formidable. He possessed the world's most elite supreme bone. It was over. His supreme bone was about to be extracted by Su Fengqiu. Without it, he would be rendered useless. Where are the people from Phoenix Terrace? If they do not arrive soon, even if Yifeng does not perish today, he will be crippled. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the horizon. Young Master Su, please hold your hand. The 5th chapter unfolds at Phoenix Terrace with Luo Yuli. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. In the void above, over 100 figures soared majestically through the air, subsequently landing before them. These more than 100 individuals appeared to possess considerable strength. Leading them was a white-haired elder. Upon sensing the dissipating familiar aura, he too understood what had transpired, and his heart was filled with astonishment. He then turned his gaze toward Yifeng, and, with a fist salute to Su Fengqiu, stated, I am Yao Changfeng, the supreme elder of the Medicine Emperor sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Su. The crowd exchanged glances. So it was the Medicine Emperor sect, one of the top sects of the 8th heaven. Were they here to save Yifeng? What other purpose would they have? Indeed, Yifeng was a bearer of great fortune. At such a young age, and with such limited cultivation, he had amassed an impressive array of backing, even daring to stand against the Su family. The Medicine Emperor sect truly had the opportunity to exert pressure on the Su family, especially with a supreme elder in their ranks. Yao Changfeng continued, years ago, Li Qianxiu rendered aid to my Medicine Emperor sect. Today, having arrived too late to save him, I humbly ask that, in light of my Medicine Emperor sect's reputation, you spare Yifeng's supreme bone. Should the supreme bone be extracted, Li Qianxiu's only disciple would be irrevocably ruined. Su Tianyi, the father of Su Fengqiu, cast a glance at his son, pondering the course of action his offspring would soon undertake. Su Fengqiu's gaze sharpened momentarily, before an imperious voice resonated, commanding, begone. The members of the Medicine Emperor sect were momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Behind Su Fengqiu, Jiang Qingshua's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a domineering man he is. Forget about Yifeng. A man like Su Fengqiu is truly what she deserves. Yao Changfeng's expression changed slightly as he said, young friend Su, you must understand. Su Fengqiu interjected, the social intricacies of your Medicine Emperor sect have no bearing on my Su family. If you wish to impede me, then bring your entire sect to annihilate my family, otherwise depart. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld Su Fengqiu. Yao Changfeng clenched his teeth in secret, muttering, young friend Su, it is prudent to leave a path for retreat, for future encounters. If you do not leave within 3 breaths, I shall slay you all. They could not fathom how a mere junior could exude such an aura. Despite having ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor, his inexperience and youth were apparent. The supreme elder of the Medicine Emperor sect stood utterly intimidated by Su Fengqiu's presence. Young friend Su, while your family is formidable, my Medicine Emperor sect is not without merit. 3. Yao Chongfeng's brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth in fury, ultimately swallowing his wrath. Farewell. We take our leave. With a fist salute, Yao Chongfeng led his sect away in disgrace. Su Tianyi regarded his son Su Fengqiu with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This is the might of an emperor. Only then could he entrust the future of the Su family to Su Fengqiu. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu continued to excavate Yifeng's supreme bone. The anguished cries of Yifeng echoed incessantly as flesh tore from his back, blood flowing profusely. The terrifying celestial energy from the supreme bone surged forth from the gaping wound. All eyes greedily fixated on the supreme bone that was gradually being unearthed. Ding. Due to Yifeng's destiny value declining, Jiang Qingshua's destiny value is now 30,000. At this moment, Su Fengqiu declared, "Today, I have another announcement to make." All gazes turned to him. Su Fengqiu then stated nonchalantly, "The engagement between myself and Jiang Qingxue is hereby annulled." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingxue stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. No, why? She looked at Su Fengqiu, her face filled with unwillingness. Yifeng. It's because of Yifeng. She gritted her silver teeth. Casting a glance at the bone-excavated Yifeng, she had sensed that Yifeng's arrival to claim her would likely disrupt her impending nuptials. You fool. You sacrificed yourself. But why must you harm me, Jiang Qingxue? Su Fengqiu shot her a glance and replied, "What makes you think you are worthy to be my concubine? You are nothing. But you just held me close, and Qingxue has already devoted her heart to young Master Su. Holding you close? Just because someone glances at you, you assume they are enamored? What do you consider yourself?" The crowd began to murmur. While it's possible that Jiang Xianxia has feelings for young Master Su, to so easily abandon her childhood friend, Yifeng, is truly cruel. Is she not merely a woman who seeks to flatter the powerful? They had been so focused on Yifeng that they completely overlooked her. Such a person is unworthy of young Master Su. Indeed, this is only right. Young Master Su speaks the truth. The onlookers exclaimed in unison. Jiang Qingshue's face turned ashen. No, she could not afford to lose everything. If Su Fengqiu no longer wanted her, she could not lose Yifeng. Just then, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from the horizon. The crowd looked up in unison. Above them, a magnificent phoenix led the way, followed by a phoenix feathered palanquin and several powerful figures. The phoenix platform has arrived. It is the phoenix feather palanquin of the Phoenix Saintess. Could there be a twist in the tale? The anguished Yifeng, upon hearing this commotion, revealed a bloodied grin. Su Fengqiu, let us see if you can continue excavating this supreme bone. He then bellowed skyward. Liuli, I am here. With a swoosh, the Phoenix feather palanquin, and the powerful figures from the Phoenix platform descended before the Su family hall. A woman clad in a white celestial gown, her face veiled by delicate gauze, stepped gracefully from the palanquin. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Ding. Detected the appearance of the 7th-tier child of destiny, Luo Liuli. Child of destiny, Luo Liuli. Age, 25. Destiny value, 7, 430, 000, 7th-tier child of destiny. Bloodline, Phoenix divine bloodline. Physique, sacred spirit immortal body, 7 orifice, glazed heart. Realm, 8th stage of the heavenly Tao. Combat rating, 95. Description, Saintess of the Phoenix platform, Ice Mountain Fairy. Ranked among the top 10 in the immortal rankings of the 9 continents. Bearer of the Phoenix divine bloodline. Possessing a sacred spirit immortal body, a top-tier divine physique. And rumored to hold the key to divine status within her, seemingly harboring some untapped, extraordinary power, with an unimaginable future ahead. One of the few from the 9 continents with the potential to transcend into the realm of Immortal Emperor. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the quest, Luo Liuli's affection. With her 7 orifice glazed heart, sacred spirit immortal body, and her character, she is an ideal partner for an immortal. Quest details. Achieve a goodwill level of 20, 40, 60, and 80 with Luo Liuli to receive rewards. Reaching a goodwill of 80 grants the ultimate reward belonging to Luo Liuli. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. The gauze concealed her visage, yet her aura was undeniably unmatched by any other woman present. The crowd gasped in amazement. What? Is that the fabled Holy Heart Immortal Emperor? The supreme elder of the Phoenix platform? The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor has actually come. It seems Yifeng's words hold truth. He and Luo Liuli are surely fated. Or else such a powerful figure would not intervene. The Phoenix platform's might is something the Su family must heed. At that moment, Jiang Qingshue's eyes lit up upon seeing the Phoenix platform's arrival, even the Holy Heart Immortal Emperor. What a dramatic turn of events. Su Fengqiu would no longer be within her reach. She could only return to Yi Feng's embrace. What other choice did she have? How would the world judge her? A shameless woman, abandoning her childhood friend for the sake of advancement. She could not ascend, but she absolutely could not suffer such a fate. Thus, she leapt back into Yi Feng's arms, desperate to explain everything, striving to preserve her image. Besides, Su Fengqiu had stated that no matter what, he would not harm her or her family. With that assurance, Jiang Qingxue felt no further reservations. Yi Feng, brother. Jiang Qingxue leaped down from the high platform, rushing tearfully towards the tormented Yi Feng. Yi Feng, brother. Qingxue. Yi Feng opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Qingxue. She cried out, I'm sorry, Yi Feng. Everything I said earlier was a lie. I feared that if I did not act ruthlessly enough, you would not leave. I was worried for your safety. I always knew you would come. But now, I absolutely cannot bear to see your supreme bone being excavated. Yi Feng, it was Su Fengqiu who forced me. Having spoken, Jiang Qingxue knelt before Su Fengqiu, pleading, Young Master Su, would you spare me and brother Yi Feng? Luo Liuli stood at a distance, momentarily stunned. What sort of drama was unfolding? Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu's lips twitched in response, for he was acutely aware of Jiang Qingxue's true sentiments. What a wretched woman. Jiang Qingxue, still kneeling, turned her gaze towards Luo Liuli, imploring, Miss Luo, I beseech you to act swiftly and save brother Yi Feng. His supreme bone is about to be extracted. Chapter 6. With the supreme bone in hand, even your Phoenix platform cannot obstruct. Luo Liuli had brought several formidable warriors from the Phoenix platform, including a High Elder, the Holy Heart Immortal Emperor, with the sole aim of rescuing Yi Feng. At this moment, the powerful figures from the Phoenix platform gazed in astonishment at Yi Feng's supreme bone. The supreme bone was a divine relic, endowing its wielder with unparalleled strength. Something even immortal emperors yearned for. The last known possessor of a supreme bone had been a mighty figure nearly 10 millennia ago. The emergence of a supreme bone invariably heralded a tempest of bloodshed across the continent, as it could be extracted and assimilated by others. Thus, the revelation that Yi Feng bore a supreme bone left the onlookers astounded. Yi Feng glanced at Jiang Qingxue, his lips moving. Qingxue, I knew you were coerced. You did this for me. He then shouted, Liuli, the supreme bone is about to be taken. Assist me. Damn you, Su Fengqiu. With the Phoenix platform backing me, I dare you to extract my supreme bone today. I refuse to believe you can succeed. Miss Luo, Senior Holy Heart, will your Phoenix platform intervene in this matter? Su Fengqiu inquired nonchalantly, having concocted a series of schemes to deal with Yi Feng, fully aware of his inner thoughts. Luo Liuli turned to Su Fengqiu and slightly bowed, saying, Young Master Su, Yi Feng once saved my life. Today, in gratitude, I implore you to show mercy. Whatever conditions you have, please state them. Su Fengqiu replied coolly. Today, even if the Phoenix platform were to send its finest, I am determined to extract Yi Feng's supreme bone. Miss Luo, you are not worthy to intervene. Luo Liuli's brows furrowed slightly. How domineering Su Fengqiu was. Yi Feng shouted, Liuli, he must not succeed. Otherwise, I am doomed. Urge the elders of the Phoenix platform to act against him. Quick. Jiang Qingxue was also alarmed. Could it be that he would not even heed the Phoenix platform's reputation? The legendary Holy Heart Immortal Emperor had even stepped forward. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor stood with hands clasped behind his back, calmly remarking, Well said, Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu continued, Senior Holy Heart, you flatter me. Luo Liuli, with her enchanting eyes fixed on Su Fengqiu, questioned, What if today I insist on preserving Yi Feng? Su Fengqiu's gaze hardened. If preservation is your intent, then the members of the Phoenix platform shall remain here as well. Gasps of shock spread among the crowd. The Holy Heart Immortal Emperor cast a displeased glance at Su Tianyi, asking, Immortal Emperor, do you permit your son such reckless behavior? Su Tianyi was aware of his son's ambitions and sensed the gravity of the situation. Yet, he smiled and replied, What my son says today reflects the will of the Su family. With that, Su Tianyi stepped forward slightly, unleashing a suffocating wave of terrifying power that enveloped the vast Su estate. The implication was clear. Should the Phoenix platform take action today, they would not leave the Su estate alive. The crowd's pupils dilated in fear. Good heavens! Su Fengqiu had truly lost his mind. Did they dare to follow through with such threats? This was utterly horrifying. With such a stance, would the Phoenix platform still dare to act? Su Fengqiu, though an immortal emperor, possessed a resolve and audacity beyond that of someone merely 28 years old. Such courage was rare, even among those who had lived for millennia. Luo Liuli's brows knitted together as she glanced at Yi Feng. Liuli, save me. Yi Feng cried out. Luo Liuli turned to Su Fengqiu, her fist clasped, asking, What will it take for you to relent? Su Fengqiu smiled, feigning innocence. Even in such dire circumstances, Miss Luo still refuses to give up. It seems as though, just as Yi Feng claimed, you are his confidant. destined to be intertwined for 3 lifetimes. What? At this declaration, Luo Liuli was taken aback. The Holy Heart, Immortal Emperor, and other strong figures exchanged glances. Su Fengqiu, such slander against our Phoenix platform's holy maiden and our dignity cannot be tolerated. The Holy Heart, Immortal Emperor, stated coldly. Su Fengqiu knew Yi Feng's true thoughts and recognized this as mere bravado. It was a figment of Yi Feng's imagination, believing that their shared experiences had forged a bond. Yet, to uphold his own image and instill fear, Su Fengqiu uttered these words. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Senior Holy Heart, I would never speak carelessly. These words were spoken by Yi Feng himself, not merely my own conjecture. Everyone present heard it. Indeed, Yi Feng had just proclaimed that the Phoenix Holy Maiden was his confidant, destined to be intertwined for 3 lifetimes, intending to leverage the Phoenix platform to pressure Su Fengqiu. We all heard it with our own ears. There was no falsehood. Upon hearing this, Luo Liuli's brows furrowed even deeper. When had she ever harbored feelings for Yi Feng? When had they become destined? What a despicable Yi Feng, tarnishing her reputation. She had come solely to repay his life-saving grace and had merely regarded him as a commendable individual with boundless potential. Their journey together had not been easy, at most. It was a matter of admiration. Luo Liuli turned to Yi Feng and asked, Young Master Yi, is there any truth to this? Yi Feng's expression darkened as he replied. Liuli, I did indeed utter those words, but is that truly a falsehood? While there may be some exaggeration, we did share feelings for one another. Perhaps today, we can publicly declare it to the world. Luo Liuli's displeasure was evident. Silence, you shameless wretch. The Holy Heart, Immortal Emperor rebuked Yi Feng. Oh, is there no truth to this? Su Fengqiu mused, stroking his chin. Has Yi Feng so shamelessly sullied Miss Luo's reputation? With that, Su Fengqiu flicked his finger. A pained cry erupted from Yi Feng as the skin on his back tore further, revealing more of the supreme bone. Liuli, I was wrong. Save me. Please. Yi Feng lamented. The Holy Heart, Immortal Emperor, turned to Su Fengqiu, stating, Today, it was my Phoenix platform that overstepped. I did not expect Yi Feng to be so base and shameless. Liuli, we shall take our leave. Wait. Luo Liuli stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Feng saved my life. Might I implore you to spare him, as repayment for my gratitude? In truth, Su Fengqiu had initially intended to spare Yi Feng. He had essentially rendered him incapacitated. Allowing him to live was merely to extract the remainder of his life force before ultimately eliminating him. Su Fengqiu replied, Initially, I had no intention of killing him, especially since Li Qianxiu has already perished in his stead. Yet, Yi Feng continues to boast of a day when he will annihilate the Su family, and thus, I cannot allow him to live. Luo Liuli slightly inclined her body. I beseech you, young Master Su, to propose your terms. The conditions are no longer necessary. Since Fairy Luo has implored me, I shall grant her this favor and spare him today. With this, the timing has also come. With a slight motion of his hand, Su Fengqiu caused a piercing scream from Yi Feng as the resplendent supreme bone was forcibly extracted and floated ominously in the air, exuding a terrifying spiritual power. Ding! Yi Feng, having lost his supreme bone, experienced a catastrophic decline in his cultivation. His potential diminished drastically. Fate value 2,000,000. Your system value increased by 20,000,000. Ding. Due to Yi Feng's waning fortune, Jiang Qingsnou's fate value is now 150,000. Subsequently, Su Fengqiu outstretched his hand, and the supreme bone fell into his palm. With a thud, the bloodied and unconscious Yi Feng collapsed to the ground. Although Luo Liuli felt some compassion witnessing this scene, she deemed that her ability to preserve Yi Feng's life sufficed as repayment for her past kindness. She wished to sever any further ties. In contrast, Su Fengqiu appeared more like a paragon of virtue, while Yi Feng was merely a hypocrite, a laughable one at that. Fairy Luo, please take him away, Su Fengqiu remarked calmly. Luo Liuli bit her crimson lips slightly, and then bowed gracefully. Thank you, young Master Su. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall surely visit to express my thanks another day, until we meet again. With that, Luo Liuli raised her hand, and the Phoenix platform departed with her companions. Ding. Luo Liuli's affection for you has increased by 10. Current affection, 10. Ding. The Phoenix platform has severed ties with Yi Feng. Yi Feng's fate value is now 500,000. Your system value is 5,000,000. Ding. Yi Feng's fortune is gone. Jiang Qingsnou's fate value is now 30,000. Yi Feng, brother. Jiang Qingsnou knelt there, bewildered. No, I haven't left yet. You must intervene. Her expression was one of utter confusion, unsure of what to do. Su Fengqiu's gaze shifted to Jiang Qingsnou. She trembled at his presence. Young Master Su. Chapter 7. Yifeng's other master, Lu Yunyan. The attention of all present was drawn to Jiang Qingsno, especially the more traditional and stern cultivators, who looked at her with disdain, wishing to confront her directly. She had the potential to ascend to the Su family, but this predicament was of her own making. It was likely that the young Master Su realized her lingering association with Yifeng, prompting him to cancel the wedding. This Jiang Qingsno was no virtuous woman. Just watch. Since she can no longer align herself with Yifeng, what will she do? If she truly were a shameless woman, she would now be groveling before the young Master Su. If so, his decision would undoubtedly be justified. Jiang Qingsno hurriedly spoke. Why, young Master Su, I apologize. What I said to Yifeng was insincere. I only spoke such words out of spite upon hearing you did not wish to marry me. Please don't take it to heart. I truly have taken a liking to you. This declaration elicited a chorus of murmurs from those surrounding her. Su Fengqiu fixed his cold gaze upon Jiang Qingsno, stating icily, What did you just say? Did I force you? Did I compel you to marry me? Jiang Qingsno merely met his gaze momentarily, feeling as if plunged into an icy abyss. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are, to claim I forced you into marriage? Except for today, have I ever laid eyes upon you? You are merely a woman who forgets her loyalties for personal gain. Do you even deserve to be my concubine? Jiang Qingsno's complexion turned a ghastly shade. Today, I, by imperial decree, announced to the Ice God Palace, should they continue to recognize you as a saintess, my Su family will obliterate the Ice God Palace by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingsno's face drained of color. Well done, young master. A young and talented cultivator applauded, fanning himself in agreement. Ding. Jiang Qingsno's fortune has been severed. Her fate value is now 50,000. Your system value is 500,000. Su Fengqiu continued, furthermore, any sect that takes you in will face destruction at my hands. Ding. Severing her escape routes. Fate value, 70,000. Your system value, 700,000. Jiang Qingsno's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with terror. No, please, you might as well kill me. Kill you? Huh. I have stated before that I shall not kill you, but why should I grant you such an easy end? I will make your existence a living hell. You dare to provoke me? Su Fengqiu raised his hand, his aura surging. Jiang Qingsno's face was a mask of fear. What do you intend to do? You, a dignified celestial emperor, cannot possibly harm a weak woman. Jiang Qingsno let out a pitiful scream as her cultivation was ruthlessly shattered by Su Fengqiu. Not only will I strip you of your cultivation, but I shall also annihilate your ice body. From this day forth, you shall live as an utterly ordinary mortal. Jiang Qingsno succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Fengqiu cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Qingsno's family. Take your daughter and leave. They trembled, not daring to utter a word, crying as they fled with Jiang Qingsno in a pitiful state. Ding. Jiang Qingsno's fortune has been completely severed. Her fate value is now 0. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Jiang Qingsno's fate value reduced to 0. Task reward, First System Mall, fate value, 10,000 has been issued. A powerful figure stepped forward, clasping his fists. Young Master Su's actions align with the righteous spirit of our 9 continents. We admire you. Su Fengqiu, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly. Gentlemen, you flatter me. Although the wedding is no more, the banquet shall continue. Please, take your seats and enjoy the feast. The thunderous might of Su Fengqiu's actions resonated throughout the continent, leaving all in awe of the young celestial emperor's decisive and ruthless nature. At this moment, Su Fengqiu returned to the grand hall where he resided, to examine the Child of Fortune. Child of Fortune, Yifeng. Age, 27. Fate value, 1,287,000. Originally a 5th-tier Child of Fortune. Bloodline, Chaos Divine Clan. Physique, Chaos Body. Realm, 1st stage of Celestial Sovereign. Originally 3rd stage of Divine Emperor. Combat Power Rating, 59, originally 89. Over 1 million fate value remains. Su Fengqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even after seizing his supreme bone, killing his master, and severing his ties with the Phoenix platform's Luo Lioli, he still retained over 1 million fate value. That million plus fate value corresponds to over 10 million system value. Su Fengqiu knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. At the very least, he needed to diminish it by another million before he could proceed with his plan to eliminate him. System, from where does Yifeng's remaining fate value originate? Ding. 20% comes from the formidable spiritual artifacts he possesses, the chaos body, and the martial skills he has cultivated. 10% from various other aspects. 70% from Lu Yunyan. Lu Yunyan, Su Fengqiu pondered. She is a renowned figure on the continent, still relatively young, under 500 years old. In the martial world, where lifespans often exceed tens of thousands of years, 500 years is negligible. However, her extraordinary talent and combat prowess have earned her fame at such a young age. Currently, she is the leader of the Tianyu sacred land as Tianren Peak, and she is also Yi Feng's master. Tianren Peak consists solely of her and a few elders. Yi Feng is among their very few disciples. Yi Feng's accomplishments today are primarily attributed to both Lu Yunyan and Li Qianxiu. Thus, Lu Yunyan still possesses a significant opportunity to aid Yi Feng in defying destiny and reclaiming his former glory. However, Su Fengqiu has a hidden advantage. He can directly perceive Yi Feng's innermost thoughts, and once the child of destiny appears before him, he will possess all the knowledge pertaining to the life of this fated individual. He will uncover every secret that the child of destiny harbors, akin to having a divine perspective over this person. Su Fengqiu glanced into Yi Feng's past interactions with his master, Lu Yunyan. On the surface, Yi Feng appears to be a paragon of virtue, yet within the narrative, even a protagonist may engage in actions that provoke the ire of readers. Firstly, Yi Feng harbors a lascivious desire for his beautiful master, viewing her as a prospective partner for his future. It is merely that he refrains from expressing it openly. He believes that all the beautiful and virtuous women of this world ought to become his confidants. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. The appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment. How many male protagonists in novels ultimately win over their stunning masters? However, he has entertained fantasies of Lu Yunyan in compromising situations. For someone of his nature, this is quite lewd. Other matters need not be elaborated upon. Moreover, it is of great significance that Lu Yunyan has 5 disciples, with Yi Feng being the 5th. Her eldest disciple, Lung Ning, had once taken Yi Feng on a training expedition. Unfortunately, she fell victim to the venom of the 9-headed celestial poison serpent. At that time, Yi Feng possessed the medical expertise to cure her affliction. Yet, in crafting the antidote, he inadvertently added a dose of a different poison. While the serpent's venom was neutralized, the secondary poison ultimately manifested. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng took advantage of her vulnerability. Following the incident, Lung Ning confronted him, and Yi Feng was taken aback by her profound knowledge of medicine. Initially intending to feign ignorance, he was ultimately compelled to confess. Lung Ning was both furious and heartbroken. After parting ways with Yi Feng, she fell into a deep despair, unable to return, and soon succumbed to madness, perishing tragically. To this day, Lu Yunyan remains unaware of the circumstances surrounding her demise. Yet, Yi Feng harbors suspicions. He discreetly sought out a certain location, where he discovered a remnant of Lung Ning's soul, left behind before her death. Unable to bring himself to obliterate her lingering essence, he sealed it within the heart burial cliff. However, he could never divulge this to anyone. Su Fengqiu stroked his chin, his gaze sharpening. Ah, what a beast. Xiaoli. A beautiful maid from the Su family approached respectfully. Xiaoli kept her head bowed, unable to meet Su Fengqiu's eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly as she spoke softly. Her voice tinged with a quiver. Master. She appeared to be no more than 16 years old, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. Indeed, she was beautiful, resembling a little sprite fallen from the heavens. Although she had yet to mature and lacked elaborate adornments, her beauty was undeniable. Xiaoli was a girl the Su family had taken in many years prior. In recent years, she had become Su Fengqiu's personal maid. The Su family had not treated her poorly, providing her with ample resources for cultivation. Despite her youth, she was only one realm below Jiang Qingsheng, a master of the domain realm. Nonetheless, she held a certain fear of Su Fengqiu, for the original Su Fengqiu was pampered, arrogant, and had a volatile temper. If Xiaoli failed to meet his expectations, she often faced punishment. Fortunately, the original was not lecherous. Otherwise, she would have surely endured a far worse fate. Yet, the current Su Fengqiu is not the original. Ding. Detected a 7th-tier child of destiny, Xiaoli. The sudden system prompt left Su Fengqiu momentarily stunned. Chapter 8. 7th-tier child of destiny, body of calamity, blood fiend killing body. A 7th-tier child of destiny? To put it into perspective, the holy maiden of Phoenix Terrace, Luo Yoli, is also a 7th-tier child of destiny. What is her status? A noble lineage, unparalleled talent, and the sacred spirit immortal body with a 7-hole glass heart. And Xiaoli? Child of destiny. Xiaoli, age, 16. Destiny value, 740,000, 7th-tier child of destiny. Bloodline, descendant of deities. Physique, body of calamity, awakening pending. Blood fiend killing body, awakening pending. Realm, 10th stage of the domain realm. Combat power rating, 61. Description, within her flows the blood of ancient deities, overlooking the world, containing an immensely terrifying power. Once awakened, this power will unleash itself amidst slaughter. Su Fengqiu. Goodness. A descendant of deities? What are deities? being said to transcend even the immortal emperors. This realm existed during the ancient era of gods hundreds of thousands of years ago. Afterwards, the era of gods came to a close, and the deities fell. Since then, everything has become mere legend. Nowadays, no one can surpass the supreme immortal emperor to attain that fabled realm. The laws of this world have changed. However, it is possible that some individuals possess the key to reach that realm. Luo Lioli is one such example. Goodness gracious. This is what a 7th-tier child of destiny looks like. No, it can only be said that she is currently a 7th-tier child of destiny. Not that she will remain so perpetually. I am beginning to feel quite anxious, my friend. However, she is, at least for now, Xiaoli. She is Su Fengqiu's maid. A delicate little sprite. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the task. Overthrow Xiaoli. Task reward. Law of destruction. Su Fengqiu. The law of destruction? What? The legendary law? The most powerful force in this world, without exception, is the 12 laws. The laws of power, soul, creation, death, space, destruction, and more. Each law possesses unimaginable power. The emergence of any one law could incite bloodshed across the entire continent. Throughout millennia, only a few known laws have appeared. 2 belonging to humanity, 1 to the demon race, and 1 to the dark forces, all under the control of top-tier factions. The whereabouts of the remaining laws remain unknown. The law of destruction allows its bearer to annihilate everything with but a thought. Theoretically, if one is powerful enough to harness sufficient strength from the law of destruction, that single thought could obliterate an entire planet. Of course, this depends on one's own power and the target of destruction. If one is merely a mortal attempting to extinguish the life of a warrior with a thought, then, regrettably, that very thought will backfire and lead to one's own demise. Thus, one must act within their means. Otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. How absurd. Su Fengqiu gazed at Xiaoli, his thoughts in turmoil. Wait, goodness. This accursed system is truly insufferable. You don't trigger this task when encountering Luo Lioli, but when it comes to your own maid, Xiaoli, who is utterly powerless to resist, you initiate such a task. How infuriating. Yet, it should be relatively easy to complete. However, Su Fengqiu conducted a brief examination of Xiaoli. Xiaoli, age, 16, realm, 10th stage of domain, affection, 5. How intriguing. A mere 5 in affection towards myself. And should I forcibly engage with her? What if she awakens one day and decides to eliminate me? My destiny value is currently quite low, standing at 10. Having earned a reward of 10,000 destiny points only after completing the Xianxiaaudiobooks task. Completing the task for Yi Feng would yield 1 million. Yet, it still feels insufficient. Dying easily seems reasonable. No, I cannot proceed in such a manner. Wait a moment. Su Fengqiu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Ahem, Xiaoli. Su Fengqiu forced a smile in her direction. Huh. Master, what commands do you have? Xiaoli lifted her gaze to Su Fengqiu, her long lashes fluttering. And then, the master actually smiled at her? How frightening. Capable of perceiving Xiaoli's innermost thoughts. Su Fengqiu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing her sentiments. Stand straight, Su Fengqiu instructed. Oh, Xiaoli promptly straightened her posture. Su Fengqiu approached her and stated, Shortly, I shall gently push you, and you will feign a fall. Xiaoli looked at Su Fengqiu in confusion. Just comply. Yes. Xiaoli nodded. It's coming. Yes, yes. Su Fengqiu extended his hand and nudged Xiaoli. She staggered backward a few steps, and then, obeying his directive, fell onto the ground with a thud. All right, get up now, Su Fengqiu said. Xiaoli. She stood up, her head bowed. Master. Such a strangely sinister sense of humor. Huh. Su Fengqiu's attention, however, was fixated on a dialogue with the system in his mind. System, dispense the rewards, quickly. System. Ding, the host has not completed the task. Not completed? Then tell me, what did I just do to Xiaoli? Ding. The host pushed Xiaoli down. Indeed, and what is your task? Ding, to push Xiaoli down. So, is it complete? Does a physical push not count as a push? System. Ding. The host must understand that the specific meaning of this task does not refer to a physical push. Why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't this your oversight? Am I to blame? System. Hurry, dispense the rewards, or I shall lodge a complaint against you. Ding, congratulations, host. For obtaining the reward, law of destruction, gritted teeth. Ding, the host has triggered a new task, Xiaoli's affection. Achieving affection levels of 20, 40, 60, and 80 will yield rewards, with an ultimate reward belonging to Xiaoli at level 80. Su Fengqiu instinctively revealed a manic smile. Meanwhile, Xiaoli stood timidly, waiting for Su Fengqiu's response. Summoning her courage, she cautiously glanced up at him, only to be met with his deranged smile. Xiaoli immediately lowered her head. What a disturbingly creepy smile. Just as Su Fengqiu regained his composure, He heard Xiao Li's thoughts, causing his mouth to twitch once more. No. The original owner indeed treated you poorly. However, you must not misconstrue my intentions. Xiao Li, yes? Su Fengqiu, hands clasped behind his back, approached her earnestly. Previously, I did not treat you well, punishing and reprimanding you, and you must have harbored resentment towards me, correct? Xiao Li, with her head bowed, blinked rapidly and quickly replied, no. Su Fengqiu chuckled. I am well aware, but allow me to clarify. All of this was merely to test your resolve. To intentionally make things difficult for you. Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise, lifting her gaze to Su Fengqiu. Upon meeting his eyes, she promptly lowered her head again. You may choose not to believe me. It is of little consequence. You are about to ascend to the divine sea realm, aren't you? Su Fengqiu extended his hand, presenting a 9-star rainbow berry in his palm. Take this and refine it. It will facilitate your advancement to the divine sea realm with ease. And this berry will also bestow considerable enhancements upon you. Su Fengqiu chuckled inwardly. Such a child. It is hardly difficult to manipulate her feelings and elevate her affection. Xiao Li gasped. Thud. She knelt down, flustered, and implored. Master, Xiao Li has erred. Might you spare me? I can endure punishment. Su Fengqiu. What is happening? Subsequently, through Xiao Li's inner thoughts, Su Fengqiu understood. It was his sudden kindness that frightened her. She worried that the 9-star rainbow berry was a ploy to harm her, or that it would attract the attention of others in the Xiao family, leading to her punishment. A pang of sympathy struck Su Fengqiu for the girl. He raised his hand, and Xiao Li was lifted by an unseen force. Do you think I would go through such trouble to harm you? Xiao Li blinked her reddened eyes. Perhaps you're right. Su Fengqiu smiled gently, ruffling her hair. However, in that fleeting moment, she instinctively recoiled. Su Fengqiu withdrew his hand and offered her a letter, saying, visit the Tianyu sacred lands Tianren Peak. Deliver this letter to Senior Lu Yunyan and insist that she reads it. This 9-star rainbow berry is your small reward. Off you go. Ah, yes. Xiao Li bowed and quickly took her leave. Ding. Xiao Li's affection is currently at 5, now at 0. Su Fengqiu stretched lazily. It should not be too difficult. After all, she is just a charming and innocent girl. He opened the system shop. This was the reward obtained from completing the xianxiaaudiobooks task. He desired to see what items were available in the system shop and whether they were worth the effort to accumulate system points for the Child of Fortune. The first system shop, attribute doubling. After redemption, strength, speed, and physique are doubled for 3 minutes. System points cost 10,000. Attribute exchange. Upon redemption, one's strength, physique, speed, mental power, soul power, and spiritual power values are permanently doubled. Redeemable once in a lifetime. System points cost 100,000. Binding card. Can bind one target within the line of sight, rendering them immobile for 10 seconds, ignoring realm differences, usable once daily. System points cost 100,000. Invincibility card. Grants the user an absolute invincible state for 30 seconds, ignoring attacks from any realm, usable once daily. System points cost 100,000. Fatal Strike. Next attack power is increased tenfold, usable once daily. System points cost 200,000. Big Roulette. Once a month, a large roulette draw can be conducted, randomly selecting any reward. System points cost 500,000. Talent Exchange. Randomly obtain a talent skill exclusive to the system. System points cost 1 million, redeemable only once. Supreme Immortal Emperor card. Upon redemption, grants the cultivation of the 10th stage Immortal Emperor, Supreme Immortal Emperor, for 3 minutes. System points cost 5 million, lifetime redeemable once. Pink Spray. When used on a member of the opposite sex, ignoring realm differences, increases their affection by 50. Consumption of system points 5 million, redeemable only once. Yama's Note. Upon redemption, inscribe the name of the target on the Yama's Note, while simultaneously conjuring an image of the individual in your mind, disregarding any boundaries. Be it near or far, and instantaneously obliterate them. Consumption of system points 50 million, redeemable twice. As Su Fengqiu gazed at the offerings in the system shop, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Astonishing. It could only be described as utterly mindless, although many items could only be redeemed once. The instances in which Su Fengqiu could utilize them would undoubtedly be rare. The most extravagant was undoubtedly the final, Yama's Note. What kind of celestial artifact is this? It's simply outrageous. The most crucial aspect is that this is merely the first system shop. With the first, there will inevitably be second, third, and fourth. It is difficult to fathom what else may follow. Is this not invincible? Attribute redemption. Subsequently, Su Fengqiu's strength, speed, physique, soul power, mental strength, and spiritual energy were all permanently doubled. As a first-tier celestial emperor, what does it mean for all attributes to be doubled? Even though his realm was forcibly elevated through enlightenment and resource enhancement, his attributes now far surpassed those of an ordinary first-tier celestial emperor. System: Redeem innate skill. Ding. Redeeming innate skill, randomly selecting an innate ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate skill, Infinite Ultimate Move. Infinite Ultimate Move, within the line of sight. When any individual uses their ultimate move, the host may release an equivalent ultimate move without any consumption of spiritual energy for a duration of 1 day, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Fengqiu. Incredible. This innate skill, if placed within a game, would undoubtedly be considered a cheat. If there are 100 individuals within his line of sight, all unleashing their ultimate moves, Fengqiu could madly utilize all 100 moves without consuming any spiritual energy. With the strength of one, he could shake the imperial clans of millennia. Exhilarating. A smile crept upon Fengqiu's face. Thus, his primary objective was naturally to complete the task of the Child of Fortune and obtain the rewards. These rewards were solely bestowed by the system, bringing about an extraordinary enhancement. Acquiring such high-level rewards multiple times in the realm of Celestial Emperor is simply astonishing and exceedingly rare. Additionally, while all of my attributes have doubled, my foundation remains unstable due to the forced elevation of my realm. I must find ways to stabilize my foundation. My capabilities could still be significantly enhanced. Moreover, the Supreme Bone must be absorbed at an opportune time. Chapter 9. Master Yi Feng, Lu Yuyan. The incident of Yi Feng's attempted bride snatching and the theft of the Supreme Bone swiftly spread across the 9 continents. Various sects and forces were abuzz with discussions regarding this matter. Phoenix Platform. Luo Liuli returned to the main hall. Master, esteemed elders. Luo Liuli performed a respectful bow. Indeed, we are already aware of the matters at hand. You may return to rest, the Phoenix Lord said nonchalantly. Yes, Liuli replied, then exited the grand hall. Within the hall, the powerful figures of the Phoenix Platform continued their discussions. Elder 3. This young Master Su of the 10,000-year Imperial clan is truly ruthless and decisive. I never anticipated that the head of the Su clan would allow him to act with such impunity. Elder 8. Logically speaking, Yi Feng's actions constitute bride snatching and disrespectful speech. Thus he holds the moral high ground. However, in the 9 continents, where strength reigns supreme, logic bears little weight. Master, this matter has indeed entangled our Phoenix Platform. What is your perspective? The Phoenix Lord, a stunning goddess, sat gracefully, her delicate fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of her Phoenix chair. Su Fengqiu is quite clever, with just a few words. He has indeed done a favor for this girl, Liuli. An elder remarked. Our Phoenix Platform cannot side with the Su family simply based on such a minor favor. We must remain neutral. Our involvement could entangle the entire 9 heavens. The dilemma lies with Lu Yuyan, who stands behind Yi Feng. Although the Su family may be in decline, few forces in the 9 continents dare to challenge them, yet Lu Yuyan is different. She may appear merely as the master of a peak within the Heavenly Feather sacred ground, but she also bears the identity of a former leader of the Assassination Guild. With the Supreme Bone extracted from Yi Feng, and given Lu Yuyan's protective nature, she might very well employ the power of the Assassination Guild, which could potentially disturb the 8 heavens and even the 9 continents. The Assassination Guild is a mysterious force within the 9 continents, with members scattered across the various corners of the 9 heavens. Who the members are and how many exist remains a mystery. Their headquarters is unknown. Yet it is possible that someone close to an individual, even within this Phoenix Platform hall, could be a member of the guild. What makes this peculiar force so feared? Because the Assassination Guild can eliminate even celestial emperors. Up until now, they have never failed. Thus, while no one truly knows the extent of the guild's power, it is undoubtedly formidable. Consequently, few forces wish to provoke such a mysterious entity. Lu Yuyan is a former leader of the Assassination Guild, although she has since withdrawn to focus on martial pursuits as the master of a peak within the Heavenly Feather sacred ground. The reasons behind her departure remain unclear. Su Fengqiu may act decisively, yet his lack of foresight regarding consequences is his own flaw. The Phoenix Lord stated calmly, let us observe. Yes, at the Heavenly Feather sacred ground, on the celestial peak, a powerful figure from the Phoenix Platform brought the gravely injured Yi Feng to this location. Lu Yuyan hurriedly approached, accompanied by 4 elders and several disciples from the celestial peak. Junior brother Yi. Junior brother. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Feng's 2 senior brothers were filled with fury. Lu Yuyan, her face veiled, furrowed her brows as she looked at Yi Feng. Though her face was partially obscured, it could not conceal her unparalleled beauty and nobility. A line of poetry encapsulates her essence perfectly. In a crowd, a single glance reveals the hues of the mortal realm as mere dust. Elder 5, expedite the treatment. Understood. Elder 5 promptly approached Yi Feng to take his pulse. What? Feng'er's supreme bone has been extracted. Lu Yuyan's expression remained calm. Yet a hint of ferocity began to surface. She was famously protective of her own. Once, her eldest disciple, Lung Ning, was nearly killed by a formidable sect, one whose warriors outnumbered Lu Yuyan's by the hundreds. In her fury, she single-handedly annihilated that sect. This was her rise to fame. Who did this? Who did this? One of Yi Feng's senior brothers shouted in rage. A powerful figure from the Phoenix platform spoke nonchalantly. You will find it easy to ascertain the details. This is all that our Phoenix platform can do. From now on, the Phoenix platform and Yi Feng shall be completely severed. We have no further entanglements. Master Lu, farewell. With that, the powerful figure from the Phoenix platform vanished. Aside from the supreme bone, what other injuries does he have? Lu Yuyan inquired. None other. His life can be preserved, but junior brother's future. Elder 5 shook his head. I will avenge junior brother Yi. One senior brother declared as he prepared to leave. Stop. Lu Yuyan said, her hands clasped behind her back, speaking coolly. Master, return. At this moment, a seemingly ordinary elder approached. It is Su Fengqiu, the young master of the Su family. Lu Yuyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Su family? Fengqiu went to snatch a bride, didn't he? Indeed, and he spoke disrespectfully. We should consider our options. Lu Yuyan replied, with our strength. We cannot contend with the Su family. We may need to resort to the assassination guild. What? The elder asked. As you wish. Lu Yuyan began to pace slowly, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, a figure rushed in. It was a disciple of the Tianyu sacred land. Lu Fengqiu, Lu Yuyan, speak. There is a young girl outside the Tianyu sacred land requesting an audience. She claims to be the maid of Su Fengqiu, the young master of the Su family, a lineage that has endured for millennia. Upon hearing this, the two senior brothers of Yi Feng, who were about to depart, displayed expressions of fury. What does Su Fengqiu mean by this? He has harmed my junior brother Yi, yet he dares to send someone to our Tianren Peak? He has extracted my junior brother's supreme bone. Then I shall render his maid useless. Does he truly believe our Tianren Peak is easy to bully? Lu Yuyan commanded, return. The two men gritted their teeth and cupped their fists in acknowledgement. Yes. They then departed. Lu Yuyan stood with her hands clasped behind her back beneath the moonlight, and said, let her come. Yes. Soon, Shaoli arrived at Tianren Peak. She had never before assisted Su Fengqiu in such matters, nor had she ever approached other formidable sections. Particularly, she was to meet Lu Yuyan, a senior she greatly admired. Most crucially, the young master had incapacitated her disciple, Yi Feng. Shaoli felt a twinge of fear, grasping a letter in her hand. She muttered to herself as she walked closer. Make sure Lu Yuyan sees it. Make sure Lu Yuyan sees it. She must see it. She must see it. Upon reaching Lu Yuyan, she bowed respectfully. Junior greets Senior Lu. Lu Yuyan was seated, preparing tea, and with her red lips slightly parted, she prompted, speak. Shaoli took a deep breath and placed the letter on the table. This is a letter from my young master to Senior Lu. Is there anything else? And no. That is all. Oh, right. The young master instructed me to ensure Senior Lu reviews it. Lu Yuyan took a sip of her tea, remaining silent. Observing this, Shaoli slightly bowed again. I take my leave. She turned and, feeling anxious, hurried away. Lu Yuyan cast a glance at Shaoli's retreating figure before opening the envelope. She had anticipated some terms of reconciliation from Su Fengqiu, yet upon reading its contents, her pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, even someone as composed as she was felt a surge of emotion upon seeing what was written. The letter revealed that her eldest disciple, Lung Ning, had a remnant soul sealed at the Zongxin Cliff. Lu Yuyan found it hard to believe, yet regarding her disciple, whom she had sought for years, she felt compelled to investigate. With a leap, she vanished into the void. The following day, as dawn broke over Tianren Peak, Yi Feng opened his eyes. Chapter 10. The world is so complex, and the city is fraught with schemes. Pain. His back ached intensely. Yi Feng grimaced in agony as he tried to sit up. My cultivation, my supreme bone. As he assessed his condition and recalled the events of the previous day, Yi Feng's fists trembled with rage. Why, I, Yi Feng, have defied the heavens and turned the impossible into the possible countless times. Many powerful beings who could easily crush me have ultimately fallen at my hands. Su Fengqiu is one such individual. Why, this time, has it not succeeded? His beloved, Jiang Qingxue, was also a mystery to him now. What did Luo Liuli think of him at this moment? Yi Feng's eyes glinted with resentment. Su Fengqiu, all my years of effort have been undone by you in an instant. If I do not slay you and bring ruin to those you cherish, I swear I shall not be human. Fortunately, he still had his master, Lu Yuyan. Su Fengqiu, do you think your Su family is invincible? Though the Su family is a behemoth, what of you? A so-called celestial emperor propped up by resources. Yunyan was once the master of the killing tower, renowned for her fierce protection of her own. She will surely kill you, and she will undoubtedly aid me in reclaiming my path against the heavens. Yifeng stepped out of the room. Junior brother Yifeng, how are you? His second senior sister inquired anxiously from outside. No harm done, second sister. Where's the master? Yifeng weakly asked. The master left last night and has not yet returned. Yifeng's heart coldly laughed. Clearly, his master had gone to handle this matter. It was certain she was seeking vengeance against Su Fengqiu. Given her temperament, one death would likely not suffice to quench her fury. The Su family might soon face a formidable foe. The assembled might of the killing tower could very well overwhelm the Su family. Yifeng's eyes were filled with venom. Has the master gone to obliterate the Su family? But I must personally deal with Su Fengqiu. There seemed to be no movement from the Su family. Yifeng furrowed his brows. Has the master not made a move yet? I do not know. I only know that a maidservant of Su Fengqiu came seeking the master last night. The details remain unclear. In Yifeng's view, this was undoubtedly a sign of Su Fengqiu's regret for seeking peace. Humph, now you realize your folly? It is too late. Just then, a figure descended from the void. The master has arrived, his second senior sister exclaimed. Yifeng, with her support, walked outside. Before him stood Lu Yunyan, draped in light gauze, exuding an air of noble elegance and aloof beauty. Master. Both the second senior sister and Yifeng approached and bowed. After greeting her, Yifeng looked at Lu Yunyan and lamented, Master, you must avenge your disciple. Lu Yunyan's beautiful eyes fixed upon her disciple, concealing her emotions. Yet, Yifeng felt her unwavering gaze upon him and grew perplexed. Master? Yifeng called out. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Lu Yunyan. To be precise, it was a remnant soul. Upon seeing her, Yifeng's pupils dilated. As senior sister? The second senior sister gazed at the apparition in disbelief. The cold remnant of Lung Ning fixed her gaze on Yifeng. Yifeng, did you ever imagine that one day I would return? Yifeng's eyes widened, his body trembling slightly. Lu Yunyan's terrifying aura enveloped him, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Indeed, following the address Su Fengqiu provided, Lu Yunyan arrived at Zongxin Cliff. With her capabilities and her focused search, she discovered a cave. Within, she found a ceiling formation. Through this formation, she entered a small space, where she beheld the flickering remnant soul of her eldest disciple. She understood the entire sequence of events. Yifeng had used despicable means to rob her of her purity. After losing herself to madness, she perished. Subsequently, Yifeng had found her and sealed her remnant soul at Zongxin Cliff. Lu Yunyan's fury surged. The former could only label Yifeng as a beast. Yet, the latter actions transcended humanity. Her eldest disciple had perished due to his machinations. He had clearly located her. He could have brought Lung Ning's soul back to restore her physical form, yet he had chosen not to. Senior sister, it is you. The other two disciples hurried over. But upon witnessing the atmosphere and the situation before them, they immediately sensed that something was amiss. Master sister, it is truly, truly wonderful. I thought you. Yifeng stammered. Lung Ning retorted with disdain, hypocritical, despicable wretch. Truly wonderful? Haha, is it really so wonderful? Do you now regret not extinguishing my remnant soul back then? Master sister, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend, Yifeng replied, swallowing hard. Lung Ning continued, cannot comprehend? Who is it that schemed to seize my virtue? What? The others widened their eyes in disbelief. After this incident, my heart shattered. In my breakthrough, I fell into madness, perishing in the 9 continents. Who sealed my soul? Was it not you? What? The others were even more incredulous. What a joke, master sister. If it were truly me, why would I not retrieve your soul to have our master restore your body? Lung Ning chuckled lightly. Yes. It was precisely because you feared that everything would be exposed, afraid that our master and the world would discover your true nature and the cause of my demise. Yifeng. The two senior brothers glared at Yifeng, their expressions filled with rage. Lu Yunyan extended her hand, her eyes brimming with disappointment and anger. I misjudged you. I bear an undeniable responsibility for Lung Ning's affair. Master. Yifeng's heart sank. In light of our master-disciple bond, I shall spare your life this once. Today, I shall nullify all the techniques I imparted to you. From this moment forth, there shall be no further entanglement. On another side, a notification chimed. Yifeng's techniques have been nullified. Destiny value, 300,000. Your system value, 300,000. Ding. Yifeng and Lu Yunyan's relationship has deteriorated. Destiny value, 800,000. Hearing this system prompt, Su Fengqiu's lips curled into a faint smile. Well then, it appears it's time to send you on your way. With the remaining system value, Su Fengqiu felt no inclination to waste energy grinding. He would simply eliminate him. With his destiny value reduced to 0, he would receive his rewards. Why bother with unnecessary embellishments? Rewards were paramount. After all, he was the antagonist. He must establish a reputation befitting such a role. However, he had promised Luo Liuli to spare him a life. He was uncertain how to elevate her favor. It seemed the rewards would be quite extraordinary. Come on. I'm a villain. How can a villain grind for women's favor? Unless one is a sycophantic, expendable villain. I'm not that type. Su Fengqiu mumbled. In a few days. I'll have my father take someone to propose at the Phoenix platform. Su Fengqiu stroked his chin, revealing a smile. Now that feels just right. As for the pink spray in the system mall that directly granted 50 favor, there was no need to waste it on Luo Liuli. If necessary, he could first accumulate some favor before using the pink spray. Favor was undoubtedly harder to obtain as one progressed. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. Young master. Come in. Xiao Li entered, unable to meet Su Fengqiu's gaze. Young master. Yifeng has already been sent on his way to the First Heaven Yi family by one of his senior brothers. Sister Qiu asked if you would like her to eliminate him en route. No need. This emperor shall handle it personally. Xiao Li was taken aback. Young master. Your status is so esteemed. Must you intervene personally? Xiao Li blinked and continued. Moreover, you promised the holy maiden of the Phoenix platform in front of the world to spare him. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to act? Su Fengqiu inquired. What did this emperor say? Xiao Li tilted her head, pondering before mumbling. Young master, you said to give Fairy Luo some face and spare Yifeng's life today. Indeed, I did say to spare him for today, but today is now the following day. Xiao Li, the world is so complicated. The city has such deep schemes. Chapter 11. What a coincidence. I truly am the Celestial Emperor. Su Fengqiu instructed Xiao Li to refine the 9-star rainbow berry. Meanwhile, he made his way to the secret realm of the Su family, where he practiced. Within the realm, the scenery was exquisite, featuring a breathtaking lake. Su Fengqiu opened his right hand, and a golden light burst forth. The supreme bone slowly rotated in his palm. The supreme bone. A smile graced Su Fengqiu's face. As a divine artifact capable of inciting chaos across the continent, the supreme bone undoubtedly possessed extraordinary traits. Upon the supreme bone lay celestial seals capable of granting martial artists immensely powerful abilities, while also possessing remarkable healing properties. It was rumored to hold significance akin to a key. Whether this key was for ascension to divinity or something else remains unknown. Su Fengqiu settled into a cross-legged position, placing the supreme bone before him and beginning the refinement process. The following morning, an utterly terrifying aura erupted from Su Fengqiu. The lake was uprooted, and the mountains were leveled. Su Fengqiu opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth. Absolute Spirit Hand. Su Fengqiu finally understood why Yifeng could nonchalantly withstand formidable foes' martial techniques with merely a gesture. It was the Absolute Spirit Hand bestowed by the Supreme Bone. Its effects were easy to comprehend. Any power condensed from spiritual energy could be nullified by his hands. When a martial artist unleashed a spiritual technique, placing his hand before it rendered the Absolute Spirit Hand utterly invulnerable. Furthermore, there were no boundary requirements. The Void Sky Transformation Technique was the supreme technique brought forth by the celestial seals of the Supreme Bone. It comprised 7 tiers. Though Su Fengqiu had yet to cultivate it, and was thus unaware of its effects. In the next moment, Su Fengqiu unleashed the power of the Supreme Bone. Suddenly, his aura surged. The simplest use of the Supreme Bone was to channel its strength, thereby endowing oneself with greater combat prowess, akin to an amplification technique. There was no rush to cultivate. Su Fengqiu exited the secret realm. Outside the realm, Su Tianyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Father, Su Fengqiu called out. Su Tianyi turned around, sit. The two settled onto a jade bench nearby. Su Fengqiu poured a cup of tea for Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi took a sip. His gaze intense as he regarded Su Fengqiu, speaking lightly. Your actions yesterday were commendable, both asserting the Su family's prestige and showcasing your prowess as the youngest celestial emperor of this era. Su Fengqiu nodded. Father, you flatter me. Compliments aside, your actions were overly reckless. Seizing the Supreme Bone undoubtedly places you in peril. The Supreme Bone is a coveted prize. If I can seize Yifeng's, then others can seize yours as well. Su Fengqiu replied calmly, should anyone dare to lay hands upon me, this continent will lose even more celestial emperors and powers. Su Tianyi, this lad is remarkably audacious. Cough, cough. Su Tianyi cleared his throat. Secondly, killing Li Qianxiu, as Yifeng stated, is perilous. He is backed by the Medicine God Mountain. Although Li Qianxiu has distanced himself from the Medicine God Mountain for many years, this action shows a lack of regard for them. What can the Medicine God Mountain say? Su Fengqiu inquired. Not yet. Su Fengqiu stroked his chin. Then they may remain in existence for a while longer. Su Tianyi. Then Su Fengqiu said, Father, the matters I have stirred up, I shall handle personally. Su Tianyi replied, the Su family does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Su Fengqiu nodded. I understand, father. By the way, I have something to discuss. Speak. You have mentioned that your child has reached the age for matrimony. Indeed. The thought of making Jiang Qingsno your concubine was initially entertained due to her exquisite beauty and her celestial ice physique. However, do you have a girl in mind? Su Tianyi inquired with a smile. Well, I do have someone in mind, he replied. Su Tianyi lightly blew on his tea, saying, pray, do share. I intend to propose to the Phoenix Terrace, he declared. Logically speaking, as a villain, it is quite standard to approach with a proposal, is it not? Furthermore, I have triggered Luo Liuli's affection quest. Regardless of the method to garner affection, how can one cultivate it without being together? Su Tianyi abruptly sprayed his tea. Father, no harm done, no harm done, he coughed, hastily wiping the tea from his face and staring at Su Fengqiu for several moments. Chiuer, our Su family does not shy away from challenges, but that does not imply we can act without restraint. Do you understand? Setting aside the fact that there are no feelings between you, consider this. Luo Liuli is destined to become the master of the Phoenix Terrace. Do you think this is feasible? Su Fengqiu opened his mouth, about to respond, but Su Tianyi stood up, calling out to a figure in the distance. Is that the Grand Elder? Yes, yes, ahahaha. I have something to discuss with you. With that, Su Tianyi hastily made his exit. Su Fengqiu shrugged. Presently, the entire continent awaited the tempest that the Su family was about to face. Li Qianxiu, backed by the Apothecary Mountain, and Yi Feng, supported by Lu Yunyan. Strangely, there was no indication of their movements. Instead, news spread that Su Fengqiu had departed the Su family, leading many to believe this was the calm before the storm. At this very moment, in the capital of the Shunqing Empire, Su Fengqiu and Xiao Li traversed through the bustling crowd. Indeed, Su Fengqiu had taken it upon himself to eliminate the destined child of fortune, Yi Feng, as it pertained to his substantial rewards. Xiao Li's eyes, filled with worldly desires, constantly darted around. The extraordinary aura of Su Fengqiu, combined with the ethereal presence of Xiao Li, drew the gazes of passers-by. At 16, Xiao Li had blossomed into a graceful young lady. How fragrant. Young master, would you like a meat pie? She timidly asked. Su Fengqiu chuckled. Why ask me if you wish to eat it yourself? Xiao Li lowered her head, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Su Fengqiu smiled. Go ahead. Xiao Li was taken aback. Is it really all right? Of course, why would it be a problem? Worried about disturbing Su Fengqiu's endeavors, she exclaimed with delight. Thank you, young master, and hurriedly approached a vendor. Uncle, I would like 2 meat pies. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you increased by 5. Current affection, 5. Su Fengqiu smiled inwardly. Even as a being of calamity, a deity incarnate, she remained, after all, a 16-year-old girl with a pure heart. He then wandered aside, intending to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorns for Xiao Li. Xiao Li's melodious voice caught the attention of many. Oh, a young man in the opposite direction noticed Xiao Li. Young master, look, what a beautiful maiden. Yi Tian smirked. No need for you to point her out. I have already seen her. Such beauty has graced the capital. With that, he closed his fan and approached with a smile. The common folk, upon seeing him, instinctively distanced themselves, whispering among themselves, which family does that lovely girl belong to? What a pity she has attracted the attention of Yi Tian, that scoundrel. Ever since Yi Feng's rise, the Yi family among the 4 great clans has gained such prominence that even the emperor must curry favor with them. Yi Tian, as Yi Feng's elder brother, has been quite the tyrant, bullying men and women alike. One can only wish for someone to put him in his place. Have you heard? Yi Feng seems to have attempted to steal the affections of the celestial emperor, but allegedly failed. He returned in disgrace, did he not? That seems to be the case. Those specifics remain unclear. Just a while ago, members from the misty peak of the Eightfold Heaven visited the Yi family. The reason is still unknown. Beautiful lady. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Tian from the Yi family, he said with a smile. Xiao Li glanced at Yi Tian. I do not know you. Ha ha ha. Now you do, he replied. Xiao Li shook her head. I do not wish to know. But I wish to know you, Yi Tian said with a smirk. Xiao Li looked around, searching for Su Fengqiu. He approached, holding a skewer of candied hawthorns. Young master, she said, her gentle nature making her hesitant to cause trouble for him. Yi Tian frowned at Su Fengqiu. Is she your maid? Su Fengqiu ignored Yi Tian, handing the candied hawthorn to Xiao Li. This is for you. Thank you, young master, Xiao Li replied, casting a furtive glance at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, feeling ignored, grew increasingly displeased. I was asking you, is she your maid? The surrounding folk quickly distanced themselves further. Su Fengqiu regarded Yi Tian with a mocking smile. You are Yi Tian, I presume? The elder brother of Yi Feng. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. Ah, as long as you know my name. It saves me the trouble of elaborating. He gestured toward Xiao Li. She is now my maid. Do you have an issue with that? He added. I am not consulting you. I am commanding you. Do you understand? Su Fengqiu shook his head with a smile. Not quite. Not quite. Ha. Knowing my family's standing. You still feign composure here? Allow me to enlighten you, Yi Tian declared, unleashing his spiritual energy, disregarding any consequences, and thrusting a fiery punch towards Su Fengqiu. Yi Tian smirked, offering no resistance, and even preparing to embrace Xiao Li and depart. However, as he took a step forward, his pupils constricted. He turned his head in disbelief to see his subordinate, who stood wide-eyed and motionless, slowly disintegrating into innumerable stars before his very eyes. You. Yi Tian gazed at Su Fengqiu, only to find himself paralyzed. Yi Feng is my younger brother. He dared to claim the affections of the celestial emperor. You dare to lay a hand on me? Yi Tian roared. Xiao Li muttered. Is that something to be proud of? Hitting a stone with an egg? Severely injured. Having his supreme bone extracted, were it not for the plea of the Phoenix Terrace's saintess, he would be dead by now. Yi Tian shouted, what do you know? He then glared at Su Fengqiu. First, do you possess the backing of the Phoenix Terrace? Second, regardless of the outcome of my younger brother's actions, you lack even the qualifications to meet the celestial emperor, let alone contend for a bride. What Yi Feng has done is unprecedented on the continent. Even in failure, the heights he has reached are beyond your wildest aspirations. And you may not be aware, but the people from the misty peak of the eightfold heaven are currently at my Yi family. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Indeed, despite Yi Feng's failure, his actions were beyond what others dared to imagine. The heights he had reached were already too lofty. Furthermore, with the people from Misty Peak present at the Yi family, this young man appeared truly extraordinary. Indeed, the matters involving Yi Feng are nothing short of legendary. Yi Tian gnashed his teeth, glaring at Su Fengqiu. What is your status? Even if you are the heir of a 4th or 5th tier sect, you are not even worthy to touch the toes of my second brother. My second brother has dispatched numerous 4th and 5th tier saints, and yet you merely encountered a setback before the illustrious Immortal Emperor Su Fengqiu. Are you an Immortal Emperor? If not, release me and kneel down to confess your errors. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire sect. Su Fengqiu chuckled, regarding him as a mere jester. How fortunate. For I indeed am an Immortal Emperor. Yi Tian. The crowd. Chapter 12. 3 Scoundrels in a Farce. In the first tier, the Yi family. At this very moment in the banquet hall, Yi Feng sat despondently upon a chair. Alongside him, Jiang Qingsno clasped his hand. Jiang Qingsno found herself at a loss. She had been rendered useless. The Ice God Palace no longer dared to accept her. Now she possessed nothing, save for Yi Feng. Even though he was not as formidable as in the past, at least his prowess still made him a formidable figure in the first tier. Jiang Qingsno had no choice but to cling to him. However, today bore tidings of hope. The daughter of the leader of the mysterious peak, Wang Jin, had arrived. This mysterious peak was a powerful sect of the 8th tier. Wang Jin, though not exceptionally beautiful, held a position of great influence. Furthermore, she had once harbored feelings for Yi Feng due to certain circumstances, but at that time, Yi Feng had dismissed her, thinking her not attractive enough. Fenger, our hopes now rest on the mysterious peak, Yi Feng's father, Yi Hai, remarked while observing his son. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, resentment flickering in his eyes. Father, do not worry. Although I have suffered grievously this time, as long as I am here, I shall one day ascend to the peak once more. I will avenge myself upon Su Fengqiu. At that moment, Wang Jin, clad in a pink dress and accompanied by several powerful figures from the mysterious peak, rushed into the room. Brother Yi Feng, Wang Jin exclaimed anxiously as she approached him. Jin, Yi Feng said, releasing Jiang Qingsno's hand to take hers. I have missed you dearly. Yi Feng spoke with heartfelt emotion. Wang Jin's eyes turned red. Brother Yi Feng, I have missed you too. After a year apart. How have you suffered so? Yi Feng let out a deep sigh. Yi Hai interjected. Miss Wang, I trust you are aware of the situation. Wang Jin gritted her teeth. I know. Su Fengqiu, relying on his status as an immortal emperor and the heir of the Su family, is acting with impunity. Brother Yi Feng, I shall surely avenge you. Yi Feng replied. Revenge can wait. My circumstances are peculiar now. With my supreme bone lost and my cultivation plummeting, my master killed and another incited against me, I find myself at a dead end. I fear I will need the assistance of the mysterious peak. Rest assured, I am here for you, Jiang Qingsno hastily added. Miss Wang, you were not present at the scene. You cannot fathom the ruthlessness of Su Fengqiu. I have already devised ways to assist brother Yi Feng, yet alas, he is now but a shell of his former self. Yi Feng implored. Jin, Qingsno, you must assist as well. Wang Jin glanced at Jiang Qingsno and nodded. Very well. You shall accompany me back. Once we return, I will have my father devise a plan to ensure we eliminate Su Fengqiu and obliterate the Su family. Cough. Miss, you initially came here without the leader's consent. The Su family is not something our mysterious peak can contend with. Let the Yi family handle their own affairs, an elder interjected. Yi Feng coldly retorted, By then, I shall be the son-in-law of the mysterious peak. What concerns the Yi family will be our own affairs as one family. Wang Jin nodded repeatedly. Indeed. How wonderful. We shall be good sisters. Jiang Qingsno smiled as she grasped Wang Jin's hand. Wang Jin remained silent as she turned to Yi Feng and asked, Brother Yi Feng, what are your plans moving forward? To elevate my cultivation, exact revenge, slay Su Fengqiu, and obliterate the Su family. I, Yi Feng, have merely lost a supreme bone. Wang Jin replied. Understood. I shall return and seek out the Immortal Emperor of our sect to find an opportunity to eliminate Su Fengqiu, who dared to seize my brother Yi Feng's supreme bone. I shall flay him, trample him beneath my feet, and force him to kneel and apologize to brother Yi Feng. And then, before his very eyes, I will slay his entire family. The elder remarked, Young Master Yi, your thinking is overly simplistic. Yi Feng asserted, I, Yi Feng, have achieved such heights despite being destitute. Though my support may be absent now, my future accomplishments will surely be greater. Yi Hai chuckled, Haha, we are to be one family henceforth. Fenger, you must find an opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding with Senior Lu Yunyan. Yi Feng nodded. Indeed. Yi Hai rose, clasping his fists. Esteemed members of the mysterious peak, upon learning of your arrival today, many powerful figures from the first, second, and third tiers have gathered at my Yi family estate. They have been waiting for some time. I invite you to join them. There is no need for such trouble. They have already arrived, Yi Hai stated. Elders, this concerns my reputation, Wang Jin insisted. Very well, they agreed, and together they proceeded to the expansive Yi family courtyard. Hundreds of powerful figures rose to their feet. You are the elder from the mysterious peak? I have long admired your name. I am Jian Yunyu, the leader of the Nine-Sword sect. I am Huoba, the leader of the Tianyang sect. Young friend Yi Feng, we have heard of your situation. It is of no consequence. With your abilities, standing at the pinnacle of the continent is merely a matter of time. Indeed, young friend Yi, we still have faith in you. However, the Su family is indeed a formidable mountain. Your actions may be somewhat abrupt. These powerful figures came merely to seek an opportunity to ascend the lofty heights of the mysterious peak. As for Su Fengqiu, he had already declared that he would not kill Yi Feng. The esteemed heir of the Su family likely could not be bothered with a mere insect like Yi Feng. Their actions should not provoke Su Fengqiu's attention, provided they did not overstep their bounds. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he proclaimed, though this matter may have drawn laughter, with so many witnesses here today, I ask you all to bear witness. In less than 5 years, I shall surely trample Su Fengqiu underfoot and annihilate his family. Ahem. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, hesitant to echo his words. Who would dare? If this were to reach Su Fengqiu or the Su family, their entire sect would face annihilation. Sensing the oppressive silence, Yi Feng frowned. Did no one hear what brother Yi Feng said? Wang Jin called out. Aha. Yes. We are all aware of young friend Yi's strength. We have seen how you have stirred up the third and fourth tiers at such a young age. 5 years should be feasible, haha. They wished to avoid any entanglement with Yi Feng, yet they were eager to curry favor with the 8th tier mysterious peak. Thus, they made vague remarks. At that moment, a commotion arose from the distance. What is happening? Did we not know that today my Yi family has esteemed guests? Yi Hai exclaimed with displeasure. Bang! A tremendous crash resounded as the massive corpse of a celestial beast, the Tian Tsang Bai Hua, fell into the courtyard. What? Upon witnessing this, the members of the mysterious peak turned pale with rage. The other hundreds of onlookers displayed expressions of shock. This Tian Tsang Bai Hua was a being of the divine lord realm, and it had been slain outright? Who dares to slay my steed? Wang Jin exclaimed, her face etched with fury. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed, and a lifeless body fell before them. Heavens! Is this my son? Yi Tian? Yi Hai gazed in disbelief at the corpse of his eldest son. Oh, what a lively day at the Yi residence. A voice cut through the tension, causing the formidable figures present to shudder. Chapter 13. The Terrifying Methods of Su Fengqiu. In the ethereal expanse above, Su Fengqiu descended into the courtyard of the Yi family. Hands clasped behind his back, Shaoli stood beside him. He then approached the throne that once belonged to the Misty Peak and gracefully took a seat. Su Fengqiu casually crossed his legs, casting a fleeting glance at the assembly. Every pair of eyes fixated intently upon him. The only ones familiar with Su Fengqiu were Yi Feng and Jiang Qingsno. The remaining cultivators of the third and fourth heaven lacked such privilege. They could only surmise that the handsome man before them was anything but ordinary, having silently obliterated the divine beast of the Misty Peak. What level of cultivation could that possibly entail? Upon seeing Su Fengqiu, Yi Feng felt a shiver deep within, while Jiang Qingsno's heart plummeted. How could he come to the first heaven? Tian'er, my son. Yihai trembled as he gazed at his son's lifeless form, disbelief etched across his face. Who are you? He bellowed, pointing an accusing finger at Su Fengqiu. Why not inquire with your son? Wang Jiyin's eyes narrowed. Regardless of your identity, you shall meet your demise today. And who might you be? Su Fengqiu retorted, a hand raised as he flicked it dismissively. An elder from the misty peaks swiftly appeared before Wang Jiyin, attempting to shield her from Su Fengqiu's casual strike. However, he spewed blood and was sent sprawling away. Gasp. The crowd's eyes widened in shock. An immortal emperor. One of the misty peak cultivators wore a cautious expression and then clasped his fists together. Might I inquire who you are? Our misty peak bears no grudge against you. I trust. The legendary Immortal Emperor. The various sect leaders swallowed hard, astonished by the sight of such a youthful Immortal Emperor. Su Fengqiu accepted an orange from Shaoli, took a bite, and spat it out. Ugh, too sour for my taste. Shaoli flinched, about to apologize, but Su Fengqiu struck out with a hand, sending Yihai soaring across the courtyard. Witnessing his father's plight, Yifeng could no longer contain his anger. Su Fengqiu, he shouted. What do you mean by this? What? Su Fengqiu? He is the youngest Immortal Emperor, the 8th Heaven's Su family heir? Why has he deigned to visit the first heaven? Is he not finished with his feud with Yifeng? After all, he had slain Yifeng's brother, Yitian. It seemed evident that Su Fengqiu had no intention of holding back. Surely not. He is an esteemed Immortal Emperor, the heir of the Su family. His every action reflects the dignity of the Immortal Emperor and the Su clan. He cannot engage in such treachery. The two misty peak cultivators exchanged solemn glances. It is indeed Su Fengqiu. What is the meaning of this? You, the head of the Yi family, should face punishment for your son's offense against me. Su Fengqiu smiled at the groaning Yihai, who struggled to rise. Why yes, your excellency, the Immortal Emperor speaks true. Yihai gritted through clenched teeth. Wang Jiying stepped forward, glaring at Su Fengqiu. Did the Yi family offer you that orange? Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Oh, I bestowed a grand gift upon the Yi family. Yitian's body remains whole. Should he not enjoy it? Even so, why did you slay my son, Yitian? Yihai demanded, gritting his teeth. Su Fengqiu chuckled lightly. Speaking with nonchalance, Yitian insulted me. Was it not justifiable to slay him? Would you not agree, Yi family head? Yihai, unable to oppose Su Fengqiu's authority, swallowed his resentment and reluctantly replied, it is justifiable. Then it is settled. Wang Jiying pointed at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu, you must promptly return the supreme bone of my brother Yifeng. Su Fengqiu's expression soured. Silence. He retaliated with a swift strike. Another strong figure from the Misty Peak intervened, urgently warning, Su young master, she is the daughter of our Misty Peak's sect master. Su Fengqiu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ah, the Misty Peak, is it? Indeed. Wang Jiying replied, pride radiating from her. In terms of status, she believed herself nearly equal to Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu glanced at the two Misty Peak cultivators and declared, should she utter another word, I shall slay her. Are you all clear? One of the figures frowned. Su Young, Su Fengqiu's tone sharpened. Did you hear me, or did you not? The two cultivators gritted their teeth. We heard you. Su Fengqiu then turned his gaze to the gathered sect leaders, who felt a chill run down their spines. He extended his hand towards Jian Yunyong, the leader of the Nine-Sword sect. Jian Yunyong trembled and hurriedly bowed. Su young master. In an instant, he was lifted into the air, struggling helplessly. With a swift motion, Su Fengqiu snapped Jian Yunyong's neck. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Wang Jiying, who had been preparing to argue, felt a cold shiver run through her as she witnessed the scene unfold. Su Fengqiu surveyed the assembly, stating, my reasons for slaying him should be abundantly clear to you all. Indeed, indeed. Yifeng exclaimed. Yi Tian provoked you, appearing before you as an ant. You even extracted his supreme bone. Is it not obvious that Jian Yunyong defied you by praising Yi Tian? Precisely. He deserved death. They echoed in terror, scrambling to align themselves with Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu nodded slightly. So, you all share this sentiment? Yes. They chorused eagerly. Su Fengqiu, with an air of indifference, declared, very well. You have 5 breaths. Any who acted similarly must take their own lives, or I shall obliterate their entire clan without exception. Gulp. The weight of his words settled heavily upon them. The Misty Peak cultivators stared at Su Fengqiu, astonished by his audacity. What a ruthless Su Fengqiu. Gulp. Wang Jiying looked at him in genuine dread. Why could he ascend to such heights at their age? One trembling cultivator gazed at Su Fengqiu, then fell to his knees. Su young master, I merely. Su Fengqiu replied coolly, 5. Please spare me, Su young master. Another cultivator knelt in desperation. Su Fengqiu, unfazed, continued, 4. I am willing to serve Su young master loyally. 3. Shaoli glanced at Su Fengqiu, then lowered her head, thinking him so dashing and commanding. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection, 10. One cultivator trembled violently, then, with a resolute expression, shouted, I implore you, Su young master, to honor your word. With that, he drew his sword across his throat, ending his life. There was no other option. He feared death. Yet he had praised Yifeng to appease the misty peak. He was terrified that if he did not comply, Su Fengqiu would indeed annihilate his entire clan. He had a son, a daughter, a wife. He could not bring ruin upon them. Do not even mention the Su family behind Su Fengqiu. A celestial emperor like Su Fengqiu is more than capable of annihilating their entire sect. Su Fengqiu remained unfazed, lowering his head to savor a segment of tangerine, not sparing them a glance, and coolly remarked, too. Upon witnessing this, a sense of despair washed over some of the onlookers. My son, I can no longer see you. Take care. A figure gathered their spiritual energy and struck their own forehead with a palm, collapsing straight to the ground. Soon after, others followed suit, one by one succumbing in a similar manner. Su Fengqiu had just finished his tangerine and wiped his hands, casting a sidelong glance at the two powerful figures from the mysterious peak. Had the two from Mysterious Peak ever said anything? Chapter 14, Slaying the Child of Destiny. Yifeng. Su Fengqiu's words sent a shiver down the spines of the two formidable figures from Mysterious Peak. What on earth did he mean? Was he implying that if they spoke favorably of Yifeng, he would not hesitate to condemn them to death? What sort of jest was this? They were, after all, members of Mysterious Peak. Although they were not celestial emperors, they stood at the pinnacle of the Tao, renowned throughout the 9 continent. How could they be intimidated by a mere Su Fengqiu? Had they forsaken their dignity? Yet, witnessing Su Fengqiu's ruthless decisiveness, they found themselves genuinely apprehensive. Are you saying that even if we from Mysterious Peak speak well of Brother Yifeng, you would dare to act against us? Wang Jin retorted furiously. Miss. The elder from Mysterious Peak hastily cautioned. What? I merely spoke. My Mysterious Peak fears not the Su family. Furthermore, you Su Fengqiu, remember this. I shall seek justice for Brother Yifeng for all that you have done. I will kill you, and I will also slay your kin. Brother Yifeng, we must depart. Wang Jin grasped Yifeng's hand, determined to leave. Very well, let us go, Yifeng concurred, eager to distance himself from this place. Who could fathom Su Fengqiu's intentions? Su Fengqiu sat there, raising his hand. Su Fengqiu, how dare you? The elder from Nanshan roared, charging towards Su Fengqiu with terrifying might, intent on protecting Wang Jin. Begone. The instant Su Fengqiu unleashed his celestial emperor's aura, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A dreadful force sent the Nanshan elder hurtling away. Subsequently, Su Fengqiu lifted Wang Jin effortlessly into the air. Despite Wang Jin's attempts to resist with her sovereign power, she was no match for the overwhelming disparity. You dare. My father is the sect master of Mysterious Peak. If you bully Brother Yifeng, I shall annihilate your entire family. Wang Jin shouted defiantly. Su Fengqiu tightened his grip slightly. Stop. The Nanshan elder bellowed. Crack. Wang Jin's neck was abruptly snapped by Su Fengqiu's hand. Thud. Her lifeless body fell to the ground. My goodness. The onlookers gaped in shock. What? He just killed the daughter of the sect master of Mysterious Peak, Lady Wang. Her status was unparalleled across the 9 continent. And yet she was slain by him? This is disastrous. A conflict between Mysterious Peak and the Su family is inevitable now. Who could have anticipated that he would truly kill Lady Wang? What a ruthless Su Fengqiu. How dare he commit such an act? Although Mysterious Peak's overall power may not rival that of the Su family, it is still a dominant force in the 8 heavens. Su Fengqiu. The Nanshan elder's eyes widened in fury. Truth be told, he believed Su Fengqiu would merely injure Wang Jin, but he had killed her outright. Has he lost his mind? Oh, you dare to speak my name so casually? The Nanshan elder's pupils constricted. Then, Su Fengqiu pointed skyward. The elder instinctively attempted to flee, but the emperor's might rendered him immobile. The once clear sky abruptly darkened, revealing a massive vortex, as if the heavens were churning. From within the vortex, a terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning descended. In an instant, the Nanshan elder was reduced to ashes. This scene left Yifeng trembling in terror. It's over. My only support has vanished. Has Su Fengqiu truly lost his sanity? Does he not consider the consequences? Xiao Li's mouth fell agape. Young master, he is so terrifying. Though she feared Su Fengqiu, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration at that moment. The other powerful figure from Mysterious Peak wore a look of dread. Su Fengqiu glanced at him. You are fortunate. I still require you to return to Mysterious Peak with news. Su young master. You are provoking a war between Mysterious Peak and the Su family, the figure stammered. Su Fengqiu replied nonchalantly. Convey this message to Mysterious Peak. For disrespecting me, you shall be killed without remorse. However, my thirst for vengeance is yet unquenched. If you do not come to the Su family within 3 days to kneel and apologize, I shall annihilate mysterious peak. Depart now. Very well, very well. I shall remember this. I hope you possess the capability. The elder gritted his teeth and departed with 2 corpses in tow. Fengqiu then wiped his hands and turned his gaze towards Yifeng. You swore to Lu Li that you would not kill me. A gentleman's word is as good as a promise sealed with a horse's reins, is it not? Yifeng stuttered. Indeed, that was the case. Yifeng sighed in relief, grateful that his life was spared. Do you recall what I said? Yifeng frowned. You mentioned sparing my life today out of respect for Miss Luo. It's good that you remember. At least you can die without regrets. Fengqiu's eyes gleamed ominously. In an instant, a crimson line appeared across Yifeng's neck. Yifeng's body trembled. He raised his hand to clutch his throat, blood spilling forth as he stared wide-eyed at Fengqiu, exclaiming, Why? You promised. Fengqiu retorted, That day, I spared your life. How many days has it been since then? Is there a problem? You. Thud. Yifeng collapsed. Ding. Yifeng's destiny value has been reduced to 0. Rewards acquired. Chaotic body. Immortal form. Heavenly medical arts. 100,000 destiny value. How exhilarating. The surrounding onlookers gazed in horror at the scene before them. Fengqiu was merciless. He was utterly unafraid, akin to a madman. Did he care nothing for his reputation? A celestial emperor descending to the first heaven to slay a Yifeng? He even went back on his word. Moreover, how many sect leaders from the 3rd and 4th heavens had perished at his hands today? A formidable individual values their reputation above all. Does he truly not care how the world perceives him? If a celestial emperor could act with impunity across the 1st, 3rd, and 4th heavens, this continent would descend into chaos. Yet he did exactly that. Madness. Fenger. Yihai shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fengqiu paid him no mind. Casting a glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Thud. In terror, Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately knelt, crawling towards Fengqiu. Young master, please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask. I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, am unworthy to be your concubine. You may treat me as a mere plaything, however you wish. Just please, spare my life. Xianxiaaudiobooks wept. The crowd shook their heads in dismay at her words. How disgraceful. Fengqiu cast a languid glance at her, then affectionately tousled Xiao Li's hair, saying softly, Xiao Li, let us depart. All right. Thereafter, Fengqiu led Xiao Li as they stepped over the lifeless bodies, leaving the Yi family behind. Xiao Li whispered, Young master, should this matter spread across the continent, your reputation may be significantly affected. Fengqiu, with his hands behind his back, replied nonchalantly, If this sovereign were to concern himself with such trivialities, would I act in this manner? Xiao Li nodded slightly. Should you ever find yourself bullied, do not hesitate. Though you are young, your cultivation level is commendable. Simply take action, and this sovereign shall take responsibility for all. Thank you, young master. Fengqiu smiled and inquired. It has been quite a while since you ventured into the mundane world, has it not? Yes. Xiao Li nodded. Come, this sovereign shall show you a splendid time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Young master, why this sudden kindness towards me? Is it truly permissible? Of course, let us go. Thank you, young master. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection, 15. Meanwhile, within the realm of the 1st heaven of the Divine Wind Empire, in a remote village. Chapter 15. The Child of Fortune, the God of Slaughter, Chu Ran. In a secluded village within the 1st heaven of the Divine Wind Empire, on a beautiful lawn, a youth of around 16 or 17, with a straw hat obscuring his face, reclined on the ground, legs crossed, a blade of grass between his lips, basking in the sun. Nearby, a few cows grazed peacefully. The village was known as Qinyun Village, a veritable paradise. Chu Ran had been adopted as a child and had always lived in the village, occasionally venturing into the nearby city for daily necessities. Today, he had heard of the happenings in the 8th heaven while in the city. How impressive. If only I could become a figure like Fengqiu one day. Chu Ran murmured wistfully. Suddenly, a cow collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hearing the commotion, Chu Ran sprang to his feet and dashed over. The old cow lay motionless, its eyes wide open yet devoid of life. Only its eyes still gleamed with a murky light, reflecting the approaching figure of Chu Ran. Old friend, Chu Ran knelt beside the old cow, resting his face against its, gently stroking its fur. His body trembled slightly, tears glistening in his eyes, as if he had anticipated this moment. Old friend, you have worked hard these years. Now it is time for you to rest. Chu Ran spoke softly. Tears began to flow from the old cow's eyes, a testament to their years together. The old cow had toiled for Chu Ran's family since his childhood, having aged far beyond his years. It could be said that the old cow had accompanied Chu Ran through his formative years. With a final effort, the old cow let out a faint moo, as if bidding farewell to Chu Ran, then closed its eyes for the last time. Old friend, may you rest in peace. Chu Ran wept against its side. As the sun began to set, Chu Ran dug a grave for the old cow, burying it with care. He bowed deeply, wiped his tears, and led the other 2 cows back towards the village. In the distance, Chu Ran noticed smoke rising from the village. His pupils constricted. Father, mother, sister. Releasing the cows, he sprinted towards the village. The once peaceful village had been ravaged. Bodies lay strewn about, their eyes forever closed in death. Kneeling amidst the carnage, Chu Ran clenched his fists tightly. After a long moment, he shouted, "Li Ming!" Raising his head, his eyes burned with fury. A dark aura began to manifest around him, his hair and clothes whipping violently in an unseen wind. It seemed a great power was awakening within him. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu dined with Xiao Li at an inn in Tianyang City. Xiao Li was in high spirits. Having spent many years in the Su family, she seldom had the chance to venture out. She had never expected the young master would take her out for leisure. Stealing a glance at Su Fengqiu, who was sipping his drink, she felt that he had changed immensely, almost as if he were a different person. Ding Xiao Li's affection for you has increased by 5. Current affection, 20. Ding Xiao Li's affection has reached 20, rewarding you with heaven-defying insight, body of 10,000 poisons. Body of 10,000 poisons, the supreme embodiment of poison. Immune to all toxins. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Such rewards for merely 20 points of affection? I shudder to think what rewards awaited 80. Ding Child of Fortune detected. Oh, in this first heaven, there are quite a few children of fortune. Su Fengqiu pondered deeply, then investigated the newly identified Child of Fortune. Child of Fortune, Chu Ran. Destiny value, 890010. First tier Child of Fortune. Age, 18. Bloodline, human. Physique, heavenly, evil body. Realm, 7th stage of divine powers, enlightenment stage. Body refinement stage, clarity stage, divine power stage, mystic heaven stage, mystic king stage, law stage, domain stage, divine sea stage, heavenly sovereign stage, divine emperor stage, heavenly Tao stage. Each realm has 10 stages. Breaking through the heavenly Tao leads to Immortal Emperor. Combat rating, 77. Description, an ordinary villager from Qingyun village in the Divine Wind Empire. Adopted 18 years ago, his body sealed with the ancient god of slaughter's power, which is now beginning to awaken. God of slaughter. Su Fengqiu mused internally. Recalling the legendary figure from the ancient era, the god of slaughter, Lu Taibai, renowned for his massacres across the continent. Eventually, his power became too unruly, consuming his will, leading to a time of despair for humanity. Ultimately, powerful beings united to eradicate him, marking the end of an era for the god of slaughter. Ding, you have triggered the quest, Rise of the God of Slaughter. Quest details, subdue the future god of slaughter. When he rises, you shall receive the ultimate reward. The target's destiny value will increase, and you will receive a 10-fold return of system value. Furthermore, each time the target Child of Fortune levels up, you will receive rewards. Su Fengqiu stroked his chin thoughtfully. In simple terms, the system urged him to take this future god of slaughter as his disciple and assist him in achieving greatness. The stronger he becomes, the stronger Su Fengqiu shall be. Very well, merely triggering the task of clearing destiny values is rather uninteresting. Moreover, I indeed need to forge a powerful force of my own. The Su family is strong, but it is not sufficient. Su Fengqiu turned to Xiao Li and said, "This sovereign has matters to attend to in the 8th heaven. You shall remain here and seek out a boy from Qingyun village named Chu Ran. Bring him to me." Understood. Xiao Li complied. Su Fengqiu then vanished from her sight. "Boss, the bill please." Xiao Li placed a gold coin on the table. "Ah, young lady. This is far too much." The innkeeper exclaimed, taken aback. "I have an inquiry," Xiao Li said. Despite her nervousness around Su Fengqiu, she was still a servant of the Su family, her cultivation having reached the divine sea stage. In the first heaven, she was a being of significant standing. "Please, go ahead. Where is Qingyun village?" Xiao Li inquired. "Ah, young lady, Qingyun village has been destroyed." Xiao Li's brow furrowed in concern. Destroyed? It was just yesterday that Qingyun village was brutally slaughtered, leaving no survivors, save for a lone youth named Chu Ran. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the young master was alive, all was well. But where could Chu Ran be found? The innkeeper responded, "By chance. He is in Tianyang City, having been captured by the city's lord." "Why?" Xiao Li inquired. The innkeeper elaborated, "Last night, the eldest son of the Li family in Tianyang City, Li Ming, was murdered, and Chu Ran was present at the scene." "Thank you." With that, Xiao Li exited. At this moment, within the lord's mansion, Chu Ran knelt, a talisman affixed to his body, a spirit-constraining talisman, rendering a martial artist unable to channel their spiritual energy. Surrounding him were numerous soldiers of Tianyang City and curious onlookers. At the forefront sat the lord of Tianyang City, whose gaze sharpened as he questioned, "Chu Ran, you claim to have witnessed the entire process of Li Ming's murder? Is that correct? Indeed, Chu Ran replied coldly. Huh. Then let me ask you. What did the murderer look like? I did not see the murderer's face, Chu Ran replied indifferently. With a resounding crash, the Lord smashed the table with his palm. Pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Ran in fury, You wretched child. I have investigated, and it appears that you had a conflict with Li Ming days prior. Did you murder him last night? Do you confess to this crime? Chu Ran let out a boisterous laugh, his eyes narrowing. Li Ming slaughtered my entire village without consequence. Yet I, Chu Ran, am guilty for avenging them? It was Li Ming who sent people to massacre the residents of Qingyun village, was it not? The Lord's eyes narrowed. Indeed, my investigation reveals that Qingyun village was a den of evildoers, merely a small foothold for the wicked. Slaying such evil is the duty of all martial artists across the continent. Chu Ran glared at the Lord, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. To fabricate a crime is but a trivial task. The Lord replied coolly, So you finally admit to killing Li Ming. Chu Ran gritted his teeth. When have I ever denied it? When have you confessed? The murderous glare in Chu Ran's blood-red eyes bore into the Lord, a bloodthirsty grin curling at his lips. Can you guess why I continuously emphasized that I witnessed the entire event, yet did not see the murderer's face? The Lord's brow furrowed sharply. In that moment, Chu Ran's aura surged, sending a tremor through the heart of the formidable Lord. Yes, at that instant he felt fear. The Lord of Tianyang City, a master at the Xianwang level, was intimidated by a mere boy from a small village? Chu Ran had long since discovered that it was the Lord who had sent people to annihilate Qingyun village. Thus, killing Li Ming was not enough. He sought vengeance upon the Lord of Tianyang City for his villagers. He had claimed to be a witness solely to stand before the Lord. Suddenly, the spirit-constraining talisman affixed to Chu Ran's back flew away, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from him. In an instant, he seized a soldier's sword and lunged toward the Lord. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The Lord was momentarily taken aback by Chu Ran's explosive power, but as a Xianwang-level expert, he quickly regained composure. A mere parlor trick. The Lord unleashed his formidable aura, extending his hand to block Chu Ran's sudden strike. Yet, despite Chu Ran's full force, he could not advance an inch. The Lord then struck down upon Chu Ran's shoulder. With a cough, Chu Ran spewed forth blood and was sent sprawling. The Lord dusted off his robes, coldly remarking, Did you dare to attempt to kill me? This wretch Chu Ran is a spawn of an evil sect. Dispose of him. Yes. Chu Ran lay on the ground, bloodied, his eyes flickering with malice. He had failed. Everything had succeeded. Yet in this final moment, he had not anticipated that the Lord would be a Xianwang-level expert. He had believed only a Xuani level would stand before him. He had heard it said thus. Had the Lord been merely Xuani, he would have triumphed. Chu Ran gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Father, mother, sister, village chief, everyone. I, Chu Ran, am powerless to avenge you. Just as the onlookers prepared to strike him down, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Shanghai level. The Lord's expression shifted to one of shock. Xiaoli approached step by step. She cast a glance at the fallen Chu Ran and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I almost arrived too late. Who are you? The Lord eyed Xiaoli warily. Oh, I am here to take him away, Xiaoli declared, pointing at the prostrate Chu Ran. Chu Ran turned his head laboriously toward Xiaoli. In that moment, she appeared as a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Miss, this boy is from an evil sect and bears the mark of a heinous crime. An evil sect member? Yet I sense no wicked energy emanating from him, Xiaoli countered. That's because he is concealing his presence. Xiaoli blinked. Oh, are you implying that a Shunli level can hide their aura from a Shanghai level? The Lord's expression darkened considerably. Can he rise? Xiaoli inquired, looking down at Chu Ran. Cough, cough. Chu Ran clutched his chest, slowly rising to his feet. Thank you for your kindness, miss. As he spoke, determination flickered in his eyes. I implore you, miss, to hinder the others. I shall fight this scoundrel to the death. No, you cannot defeat him. Chu Ran tightened his grip on the sword. Then I shall die here. Xiaoli grew anxious. How then can you accompany me? Chu Ran fixed his gaze upon the Lord. Kill him. Upon uttering this, a dark aura surged from Chu Ran, his momentum rapidly escalating. The Lord opened his mouth to protest, but Xiaoli struck at him with a palm from afar, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Clearly, he was rendered utterly incapacitated. Well then, can we leave now? Xiaoli asked. Chu Ran responded with silence. At the eightfold heavens, atop the mysterious peak, the sect leader Wang Yuanzong was in disbelief as he gazed upon the lifeless body of his daughter, Wang Jin. Within the grand hall, the powerful figures bore expressions of shock. The daughter of the sect leader of Mysterious Peak had been slain. Alongside her, the esteemed elder of the Tiandao realm, Nanshan, had also met his demise. A being of Tiandao realm, even at the 10th tier, 1 foot already in the realm of the Immortal Emperor. Who could have done this? Who could be responsible? Wang Yuanzong roared with murderous intent. The others were rendered speechless, reporting to the sect leader. The sole survivor from the Yi family at Mysterious Peak spoke. It was Su Fengqiu of the Su family. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Su Fengqiu? He dared to kill the young mistress? Had he lost his mind? The Su family was formidable, but Mysterious Peak was not weak either. How could he have the audacity? What madness? What audacity? What insolence? This Su Fengqiu was even inferior to Yi Feng. He was merely a debauched young master, devoid of morals. Wang Yuanzong clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted with rage, then turned to the survivor. Elaborate on the sequence of events. The strong one recounted the sequence of events, inciting further ire among the crowd. Was it merely because the young lady uttered a few disparaging words against him? Such audacity. If it were anyone else, it would be inconsequential. But who is this young lady? He is aware that she is the daughter of the esteemed leader of the Misty Peak. Yet he dares to behave in such a manner? A dignified celestial emperor, descending to the first heaven to commit murder, having promised to spare Yi Feng's life, only to slay him nonetheless. How petty and vindictive. This individual brings disgrace upon the martial arts realm and tarnishes the reputation of the celestial emperor's domain. Lacking vision, devoid of the noble heart befitting a celestial emperor. Humph. Those who do not comprehend believe that achieving celestial emperor status at the tender age of 28 is a miraculous feat. Yet who among us is unaware that this is the result of the Su family pouring forth all their resources to forcibly elevate him? He is nothing but a mere vessel for elixirs. Wang Yuanzong trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he inquired. What else did he say? He said, speak. Wang Yuanzong bellowed. He claimed that the young lady insulted him first, demanding that you, the leader, lead a party to Su family within 3 days to kneel in apology. Or else what? Or else he will annihilate Misty Peak. Bang. Wang Yuanzong shattered the table with a single palm strike. What a brazen Su Fengqiu. Does he truly believe that the Su family still holds the same power as it did 10,000 years ago? This infuriates me. Proclaim throughout the realm. If the Su family does not surrender Su Fengqiu's life within 3 days, Misty Peak shall declare war. The crowd exchanged glances. To speak candidly, while anger was palpable, did they truly wish to engage in conflict with the Su family? Misty Peak was indeed formidable, and the Su family had undeniably fallen from grace. However, pitted against the Su family, Misty Peak possessed little chance of victory. Leader, are you not being overly hasty? One elder queried. Indeed, leader, do not act impulsively. This matter requires careful deliberation. This war concerns the very existence of Misty Peak. Wang Yuanzong's gaze sharpened. Deliberate? My daughter has been slain. If Misty Peak does not demand justice, shall we retain any face? Any dignity? Is there anyone who dares to voice dissent? Speak up. Silence enveloped the assembly. Wang Yuanzong, relay my command. Declare war on the Su family. Yes. Chapter 17. The great rock soars high on the winds, ascending 90,000 miles. The events involving Su Fengqiu in the first heaven reverberated across the entire continent. The 9 continents were left in shock. Various sects fervently discussed the matter. At the Tianyu Sacred Land, on Tianren Peak, Lu Yunin sat in her courtyard sipping tea. One of her male disciples approached her. Master. Sit. Yes. The disciple took a seat before Lu Yunin and stated, Master, Yi Feng was killed by Su Fengqiu. Lu Yunin had previously favored Yi Feng above all others, for his intelligence and high comprehension suggested that he would surpass his peers in future accomplishments. Indeed, Yi Feng might one day stand atop the continent. However, recent events had brought her great disappointment. I am aware, Lu Yunin replied. Master, one should not regard Su Fengqiu through the lens of a celestial emperor. He is different. A true celestial emperor, descending to the first heaven to commit murder and dishonoring his promises. Yi Feng is not a good person, but neither is he. Lu Yunin took a sip of tea and remarked, I believe his actions are justifiable. In truth, he did promise to spare Yi Feng's life that day. However, to the public, this today implies from this day forth, which is rather clever indeed. Clever? If he were truly clever, he would not have killed the daughter of the leader of Misty Peak, provoking a declaration of war that renders the Su family a target of universal disdain. Su Fengqiu, as the young master of the Su family and a powerful celestial emperor, appears to the world as a wanton murderer, acting without thought, lacking the demeanor of a true strongman. Master, I have also heard that on the day of the wedding, the Medicine Sovereign sect was disdained by Su Fengqiu. Given that Misty Peak has a strong alliance with the Medicine Sovereign sect, it is likely that they may join forces against Su Fengqiu. Additionally, if the Medicine Saint Li Xianxiaau's 9 Heavens Medicine God Mountain intervenes, the Su family will be finished. It is laughable that he demands an apology from Misty Peak. Lu Yunin took another sip of tea. Yuner, I am here. She rose, clasping her hands behind her back as she gazed at the distant starry sky. her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of brilliance. The great rock soars high on the winds, ascending 90,000 miles. The world ridicules Su Fengqiu for his lack of grace and vision, for acting thoughtlessly. Yet grace and vision are merely the expressions of so-called strongmen striving to assert their nobility and superiority. Su Fengqiu, in stark contrast, is frighteningly astute. The disciple furrowed his brow. "Forgive my ignorance, master, but what do you mean by his cleverness?" His cleverness lies in the fact that everyone perceives only his surface, believing him to be superficial. While I know not what methods Su Fengqiu possesses, Misty Peak is highly likely to be removed from the 8 heavens in 3 days. The disciple was astounded, unable to fathom why his master would bestow such high praise upon this reckless individual. The Su family is indeed far stronger than Misty Peak. Yet this conflict involves more than just Misty Peak. It serves as the catalyst for other powers to act. "Look at this letter on the table," Lu Yunin instructed. The male disciple glanced at the letter. Its contents were simple. Su Fengqiu could assist Lu Yunin's eldest disciple, Lung Ning, in restoring her shattered soul and reforming her physical body. The disciple expressed disbelief. "Master, my senior sister's shattered soul is on the verge of dissipation. There is no hope for recovery. Do you truly believe in him?" Lu Yunin replied calmly. This is the brilliance of Su Fengqiu. The disciple suddenly grasped the implications. He understood that, firstly, while Su Fengqiu's actions may seem reckless, he had not left himself without an escape route. Secondly, regardless of whether you believe it or not, even if it seems impossible, he has calculated that for the sake of your senior sister, you would attempt it. Thus he would undoubtedly take action to assist him. Lu Yunin looked at her disciple and asked, "So, do you still consider Su Fengqiu to be simple-minded?" The disciple expressed admiration. Meanwhile, Shaoli had returned to the 8 heavens with Chu Ran. "I'm feeling hungry. Would you like something to eat?" Shaoli inquired of Chu Ran. Chu Ran's eyes quickly darted away before he clenched a fist and replied, "What does Miss Shaoli wish to eat? I shall go buy it. Let us go together. I'll buy a bit more, as it may not be easy to get out once we return to the Su family." Shaoli then headed into a city. Chu Ran followed her with his gaze, pondering that perhaps from the moment she appeared beside him, when he lay bloodied at the city lord's residence, she was destined to become a beacon of light in his heart. Shaoli gleefully purchased some baked buns. Chu Ran stole glances at her, his face brightening with a smile as he counted each bun, appearing somewhat entranced. "Wait a moment," Shaoli suddenly said. Chu Ran snapped back to reality. "Ah, yes." Shaoli then entered an inn. Waiter, do you still have Immortal's drunkenness?" "Oh, young lady, you have exquisite taste. Those who enjoy Immortal's drunkenness are truly connoisseurs. Our renowned Su family's young master, Su Fengqiu, has a particular fondness for this wine. Please wait a moment. I have 2 jars left, and I shall fetch them for you." Chu Ran approached and bowed, asking, "Does Miss Shaoli enjoy this Immortal's drunkenness?" No. It's the young master who enjoys it." "The young master? Oh, indeed. This wine is quite hard to come by. You're lucky today." A smile graced Shaoli's face as she received 2 jars of wine. "Hey, would you like to try some? I just take it." She offered a jar to Chu Ran before stepping outside. Holding the wine in his hand, Charan revealed a faint smile. He cast another glance at Shaoli's departing figure, aware that she was not his moon. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he felt a sliver of moonlight illuminate his being. "Thank you." Charan hurriedly followed her outside. At that moment, a few passers-by engaged in conversation as they walked by. "Have you heard? Piao Peak has declared war on the Su family." "Indeed, I have. The young master of the Su family killed the daughter of the leader of Piao Peak. His actions are utterly unpredictable, a dignified immortal emperor, resorting to murder in the 1st heaven with such a lack of grace. That is of little consequence. He will certainly pay the price." The Medicine Emperor sect has also announced its alliance with Piao Peak. If the Su family does not surrender Su Fengqiu's life, they will launch a full-scale assault on the Su family in 3 days. It seems the Medicine God Mountain in the 9 heavens is also stirring. This time, Su Fengqiu is bound to meet his demise. Perhaps the Su family itself shall perish. The actions of Su Fengqiu in recent days will ultimately incur consequences. Moreover, Su Fengqiu killed the daughter of Wang Yuanzong and shamelessly demanded that Piao Peak kneel and apologize or face annihilation. How ludicrous. Recently, the 9 continents have been in turmoil. A grand spectacle is on the horizon. Hearing this, Shaoli furrowed her brows. "We must hasten." "Yes, Su family." Su Fengqiu was engrossed in his cultivation. He had slain Yi Feng and reaped rewards: the chaotic body, the undying physique, and the heavenly medical arts. The chaotic body is a top-tier constitution, primarily allowing the wielder's power to manifest with chaotic energy. This chaotic energy not only amplifies strength, but also disregards defensive spiritual power. The undying physique, belonging to the undying divine clan, possesses a terrifying regenerative capability. As long as one is not instantly killed, even if an arm is severed, it will regrow in an instant. The heavenly medical arts encompass all medical knowledge and alchemical techniques from antiquity to the present. In simpler terms, Fengqiu's medical prowess is unparalleled. At this moment, the continent was in a state of upheaval, even as the Su family found itself in dire straits. The world believed that the Su family was on the brink of annihilation. Countless onlookers awaited this extraordinary battle. Yet, everything remained within Fengqiu's control. Young master, Churen has arrived, Xiaoli's voice echoed. Chapter 18. The 10 Great Mysterious Heavenly Poison Artifacts. Fengqiu opened his eyes, rose, and walked outside. The door creaked open. Churen, gazing upon the esteemed Fengqiu, quickly lowered his head. I have met young Master Su. Fengqiu first looked at Xiaoli and said, Xiaoli, you may return to rest. Yes. Just as Xiaoli was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and took out a flask of Immortal's drunkenness, presenting it to Fengqiu with both hands. Why, young master? This is the Immortal's drunkenness that Xiaoli purchased. After all, Xiaoli's fondness for Fengqiu had reached a level of 20, indicating friendship. Fengqiu smiled and said, so obedient. Are you? Young master has been quite kind to Xiaoli recently, she mumbled softly. Go rest for now. Yes. Xiaoli then departed. Fengqiu seated himself upon a jade stool in the courtyard and glanced at Churen, saying, come, sit. Churen approached, performing a respectful bow. Churen would not dare. If I ask you to sit, then sit. Yes. Churen sat before Fengqiu. Fengqiu poured some wine and said, taste this Immortal's drunkenness. Churen quickly stood up. How could Churen dare to pour wine for young Master Su? Allow me. Fengqiu ignored him, flicking his fingers to send a cup of wine towards Churen. Thank you. Churen, trembling with trepidation, took a sip and remarked, it is fragrant, smooth upon entry, and the flavor lingers long in the belly. Fengqiu smiled, took a sip himself, and asked, do you know why I called you here? I do not. I asked Miss Xiaoli, but she seemed unaware as well. Fengqiu said, Do you have any aspirations? Aspirations? Churen clenched his fists and said, I wish. Do not hesitate to speak. Churen looked at Fengqiu, his eyes glinting with determination. I wish to grow stronger, like young Master Su. Like me? Fengqiu laughed heartily. My reputation on the continent is far from favorable. No. Churen quickly replied. Young master acts according to his heart, unafraid of gossip, utterly unrestrained, possessing both courage and insight, far superior to those hypocritical individuals. What do you wish to become stronger for? Fengqiu inquired again. I wish, Churen tightened his fists, his eyes brimming with resolve, to eradicate those who, while pretending to serve the people, are truly as vile as demons. The harm they cause to the innocent far exceeds that of the continent's villains or the demon and monster clans. And to protect those I hold dear. I can assist you, Fengqiu stated. Churen stared at Fengqiu in astonishment. Thud. He knelt before Fengqiu. If young master does not mind, Churen is willing to take you as my master. My life is yours to command. You may take it at any time. Fengqiu took a sip of wine and said, no need for that. Consider me your elder brother. Churen looked at Fengqiu in shock. After all, the esteemed one was merely 28 years old, only slightly older than him. There is no need for such titles. Churen's heart trembled. No. You are my master and my brother. Fengqiu smiled. Rise. Yes. Churen stood up. This place will be your training ground from now on. I will visit frequently. If you have questions, you may also consult Xiaoli. Once I finish some matters, I will personally impart my teachings to you. Yes. Now, rest for a while. Fengqiu stood and prepared to leave. Big brother Su. Churen called out. Is there something you need? Churen gritted his teeth and asked. I am but a stranger to you, merely an ordinary warrior. Why would you? Fengqiu interrupted. You will surpass Yifeng. After speaking, Fengqiu walked away. Churen remained rooted in place. Yifeng, he certainly knew that name. He had once aspired to emulate him, an ordinary background, defying the odds. Although he met his end by Fengqiu's hand, not everyone could challenge an immortal emperor at such a young age. Yet Fengqiu claimed he would surpass Yifeng. Thank you, big brother Su. Churen bowed deeply. Meanwhile, Fengqiu was making his way to the Su family's grand hall. Ding. Churen has gained the host as a backing, earning 500,000 fate points. Current fate points, 1, 390,010. Promoted to a second-tier child of destiny. Ding. Your system value is 5 million. Ding. Due to Churen's promotion to a second-tier child of destiny, you receive rewards. Unlock second system mall, treasury of poisonous secrets. As a child of destiny, every elevation in Churen's status granted Fengqiu rewards. No, an immortal emperor, and with the Su family as my backing, I became Churen's support. And he gained 50,000 fate points. Fengqiu twitched his lips. Fine. Perhaps his fate points are not high. After all, It is only 111,000 at present. Moreover, Churin's backing does not imply that the Su family is his support. Not to mention, Su Fengqiu's current situation is precarious, facing not only external pressures, but also internal strife within the Su family. Let us see what the second system mall has to offer. Unlock. Second system mall. Spirit restriction card. This card allows the user to incapacitate a target within a specified range, specifically those below the 5th rank of Immortal Emperor, rendering them unable to channel spiritual energy for 20 seconds. Cost: 10,000 system points, limited to 10 uses per day. Reflection card. For the next 30 seconds. All attacks received will be returned to the attacker intact. Cost: 100,000 system points, limited to 1 use per day. Contradiction card. When used on a target, for the subsequent hour, their actions and words will starkly contradict their true thoughts. Cost: 100,000 system points. Full firepower card. Upon activation, all of the user's attacks will gain a 5-fold increase in power for the next 3 minutes. Cost: 300,000 system points, limited to 1 use per week. Immortal card. By reciting poetry to summon extraordinary phenomena or painting to manifest reality, the user will embody an unparalleled celestial presence for 1 day. This state can only be comprehended intuitively. Cost: 1,000,000 system points, redeemable twice in a lifetime. Equality card. For the next 3 minutes, the user will achieve parity with all martial artists of a higher realm, allowing for equal chances of victory in combat. Cost: 1,000,000 system points. Cooldown period of 3 months. Mastery of Xianxian poison artifact creation. Upon redemption, the user will acquire the knowledge to craft Xianxian poison artifacts. Cost: 30,000 system points. Revival coin. If the target's physical body is intact, they can be resurrected even in the absence of a soul. Cost: 300,000 system points. Redeemable once in a lifetime. Su Fengqiu. The first system shop is already extraordinary. What on earth is this second system shop, especially the revival coin? It defies the natural order. A person cannot be brought back to life, no matter how great their cultivation. Yet, this system claims it can resurrect the deceased. This mastery of Xianxian poison artifact creation. Su Fengqiu was just as shocked by this redemption option as he was by the revival coin. What is the Xianxian poison artifact? In this land, spiritual artifacts, celestial materials, techniques, and martial skills are all ranked, from 1st to 10th rank. Beyond the 10th rank lies the immortal level, and above the immortal level is the sacred tier. The pinnacle of spiritual artifacts in this realm is the 10 Xianxian sacred artifacts, possessing even 1 grants invincibility in the world. Corresponding to the 10 Xianxian sacred artifacts are the 10 Xianxian poison artifacts. The artifact serves as the primary component, while the poison acts as a supplement. The poison is nearly irredeemable. However, the artifact endows the Xianxian poison artifact with unparalleled capabilities. The 5th-ranked Xianxian poison artifact is known as close yet distant. What does close yet distant mean? With its unique release method and crafting technique, any target locked by this poison artifact will be relentlessly pursued, no matter how far they flee, until they are struck and detonated. Legend has it that the 3rd-ranked Xianxian poison artifact is the puppet doll. Using a single hair or a drop of blood from the target, a puppet doll is crafted. A poison needle is then inserted into the puppet doll. Even if the target is far away, they will succumb to the lethal poison. This is the extraordinary nature of the Xianxian poison artifacts. Of course, the crafting method for the puppet doll has been lost to time. To be precise, of the 10 Xianxian poison artifacts, only a select few are still possessed by the Tang clan of the 9 heavens, with only a handful of crafting methods remaining in their hands. The Tang clan has become a dominant force in the 9 heavens. Naturally, even if one knows the crafting methods, creating them is not a simple task. The poisons are difficult to concoct, and the materials required for the artifacts are exceedingly rare, consisting of various top-tier crystals. Yet now, Su Fengqiu merely needs to redeem this knowledge to obtain the crafting methods for the 10 Xianxian poison artifacts. How can one not be astonished? This system is truly overpowered. It is evident that acquiring substantial system points is crucial, as the items in this system shop are astonishing. Su Fengqiu pondered for a moment. Redemption. Mastery of Xianxian poison artifact creation. Ding. Confirm the expenditure of 30,000 system points for redemption. Confirmed. Su Fengqiu revealed a faint smile, eagerly anticipating what extraordinary items the 3rd system shop might hold. What treasures lie within the poison treasury? Su Fengqiu examined the spatial pouch that had appeared in his hand, exploring its contents. Inside was a miniature world teeming with innumerable celestial poisons that had existed for centuries, millennia, and even 10 millennia. 10,000-year absolute ingrass, soul-eating yin-yang flower, and netherblood heartbreak thorn. Such celestial poisons are of a caliber that to merely approach them without sufficient cultivation would result in instant demise, turning one into a pool of blood. However, Su Fengqiu possesses the body of 10,000 poisons. This place is his paradise. Moreover, having just acquired the mastery of Xiantian poison artifact creation and with his heavenly physician's sacred technique, these poisons can significantly enhance the limits of the Xiantian poison artifacts. Delight surged in Su Fengqiu's eyes. He then proceeded to the grand hall of the Su family. At this moment, the Su family hall should be quite lively. Chapter 19. The Calamity of the Su family? Within the grand hall of the Su family, numerous powerful figures have gathered, their expressions grave. At a glance, it is evident that the assembly is divided into two factions, as the Su family is not particularly harmonious. It is only natural for such a vast imperial family, with a history spanning millennia, to have numerous branches. However, the two principal factions are primarily led by the Su Tianyi and Su Fengqiu lineage, and the Su Buhui lineage follows closely behind. Years ago, in the contest for the position of family head, Su Buhui was defeated by Su Tianyi. As for the closeness of their bloodline, it is not particularly strong. Though they are all members of the Su family, a millennium of time can cause significant changes. It is utterly absurd. Su Buhui slammed his palm on the table and turned to Su Tianyi, saying, "Su Tianyi, will you allow Xiaoer to act recklessly?" A top-tier prodigy, seemingly of similar age to Su Fengqiu, sat there, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Hasn't my cousin's behavior in recent days mirrored that of those arrogant and unruly scions? A dignified immortal emperor, failing to honor his promises, even going so far as to kill Yi Feng and others in the first heaven. Such disgrace. I can hardly fathom what further actions he might take." His name is Su Chang'an. Among the current generation of prodigies within the Su family, he and Su Fengqiu are the only two. Naturally, he harbors resentment towards Su Fengqiu, for all resources should have rightfully belonged to him, Su Chang'an, the youngest immortal emperor. If not for Su Fengqiu's father, Su Tianyi, attaining the position of family head, the discussions across the continent would be centered on Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an continued, "The most ridiculous part is that he killed the daughter of a sect master, yet demands an apology from the Piaomiao Peak. On what grounds? While Piaomiao Peak may not be significant, what if they ally with the medicine sovereign sect? The medicine god mountain might also intervene. For one person's error, how many lives must my entire Su family pay?" An elder interjected, "Indeed, you speak the truth. Our Su family's situation is precarious. The actions of the young master in recent days have certainly been disappointing. He has tarnished not only his own reputation, but that of our entire family as well. Previously, he was compared to contemporary figures such as Luo Yoli and Juni Chen, and our Su family was once again mentioned alongside those powers. And now, it has become a mere joke, bringing us nothing but disgrace." Su Chang'an spoke, "Respected elders, should this battle truly commence, my Su family is bound to face annihilation. Even if we manage to survive, we shall be gravely weakened, suffering countless casualties. All of this folly stems from the foolishness of Su Fengqiu. Why must we bear the cost for his actions? I propose we hand Su Fengqiu over to Piaomiao Peak. It is only just that he pays for the lives he has taken." "Enough," an elder chastised. "What do you mean by your Su family? The Su family is also mine. To shrink away when faced with adversity, are you not afraid of the world's scorn?" Su Chang'an clenched his fist, "Elder, the crux of the matter is that my Su family has already become a subject of ridicule. If we surrender Su Fengqiu, at least the world will see that we can discern right from wrong and enforce our family rules. Otherwise, they will think all of us in the Su family are akin to Su Fengqiu." Su Buhui gazed at Su Tianyi and remarked, "Only someone devoid of reason would act in such a manner, especially from our venerable clan, the Su family. Su Tianyi, you have spoiled your son well. Now that he has returned, he hides away, leaving us to clean up the mess. What is your solution? Speak." Furthermore, he added, "I must remind you, Yi Feng's master, Lu Yunyan, has yet to make a move. It seems that the Killing Tower will also send reinforcements, and my Su family faces a perilous crisis. Can you bear that weight?" Su Tianyi sat quietly, his right hand rhythmically tapping the table, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Su Fengqiu entered. Oh, such a lively gathering. All eyes turned to Su Fengqiu. Upon seeing him, Su Chang'an's gaze hardened, and he coldly remarked, "Hee, cousin. I thought you had turned into a turtle and hidden away. Since you are here, let us have a discussion." Su Fengqiu cast a sharp glance at Su Chang'an. "Su Chang'an, do I need to remind you of how you should address me?" Su Chang'an's fists tightened. "Young master," he said through gritted teeth, a shadow flickering in his eyes. "What arrogance! Do you truly believe you can remain the young master of the Su family for long? Will you even survive this encounter?" He was resolute that with Su Fengqiu's demise, the position of the young master would rightfully belong to him. Ding! Detected the child of destiny. Child of destiny, Su Chang'an. Age, 29. Destiny value, 1,887,000. Second stage child of destiny. Physique, undying Tao body. Realm, first stage of heavenly Tao. Combat power rating, 79. Description, a pure-blood member of the venerable Su family, possessing an undying Tao body and wielding the blood spirit pearl. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the quest, Su Chang'an's destiny value reset. Quest reward, destiny value 500,000. Peak level sword intent, sealed sword technique. Su Fengqiu began to understand the logic behind the system's quest triggers. Those of poor character, those who bore him animosity, or those who would obstruct his path were likely to be eliminated. Conversely, those with good character, who would assist him, were likely to trigger different quests. Shaoli, Luo Liuli, and even Chu Ran. Even if the quest did not trigger, Su Fengqiu resolved to eliminate Su Chang'an. For the reason was simple. The original owner of this body had perished, who was responsible for the death of the illustrious Immortal Emperor, the Su Chang'an family. As for the one who had caused his demise, it was likely the continent's most potent poison. Perhaps, when they witnessed Su Fengqiu appearing unscathed on the day of the grand wedding, they were equally bewildered. Su Fengqiu knew he had to unify the Su family's power. Su Buhui sipped his tea and said, Su Fengqiu, your timing is impeccable. My Su family faces a calamity, and for the sake of the entire clan, we must discuss the necessity of handing you over. Su Fengqiu narrowed his eyes and retorted, are you the head of the family? Or is it my father who holds that title? What gives you the authority to make such decisions? You. Su Buhui ground his teeth and coldly huffed. I merely represent the many strong members of the Su family in offering a suggestion. Su Fengqiu replied, suggestions ought to be conveyed with the appropriate demeanor, otherwise, one might mistakenly believe that the Su family is dictated solely by you. Humph. Su Fengqiu cast a glance at Su Chang'an and inquired, on what grounds do you sit here during the high-level meeting of the Su family? Are you the young master of the Su family, or an immortal emperor? You. Su Chang'an furiously pointed at Su Fengqiu, yet found himself at a loss for words. Humph. Let us see how you resolve this. Farewell. Su Chang'an angrily stormed out. Flinging his sleeves, Su Buhui and several other top-tier experts of their faction wore grim expressions. Father, esteemed elders, Su Fengqiu bowed to them. Su Tianyi, who had remained silent, nodded. Yes, Xiaoer, feel free to voice your thoughts. Su Fengqiu surveyed the assembly and stated, since this matter stems from my actions, I shall surely possess a means to resolve it. You need not worry for the Su family. I assure you, this fire will not reach our doors. You may proceed with your affairs as you see fit. With that, Su Fengqiu exited. The others exchanged glances. Huh, it won't reach the Su family? On what basis? Do you think your first stage Immortal Emperor cultivation can contend against the Yao Huang sect, Piao Peak, and Lu Yunyan's killing tower? Preposterous. The Yao God Mountain may not even intervene. An elder scoffed. How naive to think that ascending to the rank of Immortal Emperor grants you free reign. You underestimate their might. To be young and an Immortal Emperor, yet lack the requisite mindset, is not a blessing. Su Buhui silently scoffed. What a charade. You claim we need not intervene? Unless you, Su Fengqiu, intend to personally go to Piao Peak and barter your life for his, how can you possibly contend? Su Tianyi furrowed his brow. To be honest, does he truly think he doesn't need the Su family support? What capabilities does my son possess? I find myself increasingly unable to comprehend him. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. Report. Speak, Su Tianyi commanded. The Yao God Mountain has declared to the world that they will join forces with the Yao Huang sect and Piao Peak. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted in the Great Hall. What? The Yao God Mountain is also getting involved? What shall we do now? With Piao Peak and the Yao Huang sect, the Su family can still fight, but with the addition of the Yao God Mountain and even the Killing Tower, our clan is doomed. Head of the family, we must surrender the young master, or our venerable clan may be wiped from the continent. An elder suggested, it is wiser to hand over the young master. Must we risk everyone's lives to atone for his misdeeds? Su Tianyi cast a cold glance at the clamorous assembly and declared, did you not hear what Xiaoer just said? This fire will not reach you. You may cease your chatter. With that, Su Tianyi rose and departed. Su Buhui snickered, adopting a sardonic tone. The head of the family speaks wisely. Do not rush. Did Su Fengqiu not claim he could resolve this alone? Let us see how he intends to do so. Chapter 20. Today, Piao Peak will be erased. News of the alliance between Yao God Mountain, Yao Huang sect, and Piao Peak reverberated across the 9 continents. It had been many years since such a high-stakes sect battle had occurred. In truth, everyone was aware that the Killing Tower would undoubtedly join the fray. Given Lu Yunyan's protective nature, it was certain she would not let Su Fengqiu's act of slaying Yi Feng go unpunished. The four supreme powers have converged to besiege the Su family. Even though they are an ancient imperial clan, this time the Su family is destined for annihilation. It all hinges on whether they will surrender Su Fengqiu within the span of 3 days. Should they relinquish his life, they may yet escape unscathed. All factions are intently watching the unfolding events. 3 days later, many formidable beings and sect leaders have gathered near the Su family, eager to witness the spectacle. Ha ha. Brother Yang, what a pleasure to see you again. Have you come to witness this grand event as well? Ha ha. It has been many years since such a momentous upheaval has shaken the 9 continents. Naturally, I had to come and observe. What insights do you have, Brother Sima? Today presents 2 potential outcomes. Either the Su family surrenders Su Fengqiu, leading to a peaceful resolution, or they choose to resist fiercely, resulting in grievous repercussions for this ancient imperial clan. The Su family's branch of Su Buhui will never fight for Su Fengqiu. It will only be the family head Su Tiany's line that would falter, he continued. The Su family has faced severe fragmentation over the years. This is why their ancient lineage has been in decline. At this moment, a figure emerged from the Su family, stepping through the void. HM. The crowd halted, taken aback. Is that Su Fengqiu? It is indeed him. What does this mean? Is he attempting to flee? No. If he intended to escape, he would have done so long ago. Why leave now, under the glaring gaze of all? Wait, he is heading towards the mysterious peak? I find this somewhat perplexing. Surely he does not intend to go to the mysterious peak alone to meet his demise. Ha ha, is it not obvious? He is indeed going to the mysterious peak to sacrifice himself. The Su family has ultimately cowered, though it is somewhat understandable. If they were to fight, the Su family would face obliteration today, especially given their lack of unity. How disappointing. I had anticipated a battle today. Within the Su family, Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Father. Ha ha ha. Su Fengqiu is heading to the mysterious peak, all by himself. Su Buhui sneered. I thought Su Fengqiu might have some earth-shattering plan, claiming he could resolve this alone. Turns out he is merely going to die as an apology. How laughable. If he perishes, even with Su Tiany as the family head, the position of Su family heir should rightfully fall to me. Indeed. Su Buhui's eyes narrowed slightly. I am unsure why he wasn't poisoned last time. But it matters not. This way is even better. From now on, the Su family will be ours. Ha ha. Xiaoli sat in the courtyard, her face clouded with worry. Chu Ran hurried over. Miss Xiaoli. She glanced at him. I heard that Brother Su is going to the mysterious peak to meet his doom? Chu Ran's expression was anxious. Xiaoli shook her head. That cannot be true. She was unsure why she felt this way. Previously, she had been indifferent to Su Fengqiu's fate. Yet now, her heart twisted with concern. She sensed that it should not be this way. However, given the current situation of the Su family and the challenges they faced, it seemed there were no other possibilities. Chu Ran clenched his fists. Yes. Brother Su must have a plan. He surely does. News of Su Fengqiu's solitary journey to the mysterious peak spread swiftly. At the mysterious peak, the sect leader received reliable intelligence that Su Fengqiu was en route. Alone? Asked Wang Yuanzong. Yes, alone. Since he comes alone, there is no mystery left. He is here to trade his life for the Su family's peace. Wang Yuanzong snorted, a mere buffoon. Indeed, he was nothing more than a jester, audaciously demanding that the mysterious peak apologize. How utterly ridiculous. In essence, Su Fengqiu was merely a 28-year-old youth, though he stood at the peak of the celestial realm. We had overestimated him. Master, we must torture Su Fengqiu to death, to publicly announce it to the world. Avenge Ji-in and redeem our mysterious peak's honor. Wang Yuanzong's eyes glimmered with malice. That is inevitable. Outside the mysterious peak, various factions had gathered. Luo Lioli veiled, quietly arrived with her personal maid assigned by the sect. Saintess, will you assist him? The maid asked softly. Luo Lioli furrowed her brows and shook her head. This matter is too grand. I fear I cannot help. The sect forbids it. Indeed, he promised you to spare Yi Feng's life. But it was his fault for going back on his word, so you owe him no debt of gratitude. Luo Lioli replied. That may be true, but what he said was not entirely incorrect. He indeed promised to spare Yi Feng's life back then. Yet, everyone, including myself, subconsciously believed that this meant he would be spared henceforth. However, the reality proved that Su Fengqiu held no remarkable qualities. Rather, he was a brash and arrogant scion. Despite being a celestial emperor, he lacked the grandeur expected of one, even deigning to kill in the lower realms without regard for the consequences, leading to his current predicament, a fate of his own making. Luo Lioli remained silent. The maid muttered, yet he still behaves like a man, willing to come forward and offer his life to prevent the Su family from suffering unwarranted calamity. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the void as Su Fengqiu's figure slowly approached. He has arrived. With a swoosh, Su Fengqiu descended, and the surrounding powerful beings parted to create a vast space for him. Su Fengqiu, you have finally come, Wang Yuanzong shouted down at him. Su Fengqiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of nonchalance. As per our 3-day agreement, this emperor naturally had to come. Wang Yuanzong's voice turned icy. Humph. Allowing you to live these 3 days was a show of mercy. How do you wish to die? Perhaps begging me might earn you some leniency. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Wait, has Wang's sect leader misunderstood the 3-day agreement I mentioned? Wang Yuanzong frowned. The mysterious peak granted you, Su Fengqiu, and the Su family 3 days to surrender Su Fengqiu's life. You've come now to seek death. Is there an issue? No, Su Fengqiu chuckled. It seems Wang's sect leader has indeed misunderstood. The 3-day agreement I referred to is that if the mysterious peak does not kneel and apologize within 3 days, you will be expelled from the 9 continents. What? Upon his declaration, the crowd was left in shock. Wang Yuanzong's gaze sharpened. You mean, you are not here to die? You are here to obliterate my mysterious peak? No. Originally, there was only the mysterious peak. Now, there are also the Medicine Emperor sect and the Medicine God Mountain. Su Fengqiu said with an air of indifference. Chapter 21. I alone can slice through the sun, moon, and stars. Everyone was left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Ha soon. Laughter erupted from the strong men of the mysterious peak and some onlookers. Su Fengqiu has lost his mind. Yes. He did indeed mention that if the mysterious peak did not come to his Su family to kneel and apologize within 3 days, but on what grounds? Ha. Utterly ridiculous. A mere jester, he dares to come to destroy the mysterious peak instead of seeking death? Ha, how laughable. A celestial emperor at the first stage? How absurd. Ha. Wang Yuanzong laughed heartily. Su Fengqiu, do you still wish to preserve your dignity before death? Coming to seek death is coming to seek death. Why say you are here to destroy my mysterious peak? Do you think such words will grant you dignity after you perish? Su Fengqiu, at the very least. Your father could have dispatched more men, making it appear as if he were here to annihilate my misty peak. Ha. Su Fengqiu, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke nonchalantly. Alone, I can sever the sun, moon, and stars. Ha, what a joke. The crowd from Misty Peak looked up and laughed heartily. Wang Yuanzong coldly interjected. Enough, there is no need to waste words with you, Grand Elder. Strike. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a celestial emperor from Misty Peak descended upon Su Fengqiu, treading upon the void. Wang Yuanzong commanded. First, incapacitate him. Our sect's main objective is to torment him to death. Following this, the Grand Elder of Misty Peak's gaze sharpened, unleashing the might of a 4th-tier celestial emperor. The sky was clear, yet in an instant, the world transformed under the tumult of wind and thunder. He pointed towards the heavens, and torrents of lightning cascaded down, converging into 9 colossal thunder dragons that accompanied him. Su Fengqiu, prepare to meet your end. 9 Thunder Annihilation. The Grand Elder surged towards Su Fengqiu amidst the storm of thunder, reaching the celestial emperor level. The disparity between each tier was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Moreover, Su Fengqiu had only just stepped into the celestial emperor realm. This strike could nearly obliterate him without question. Swish. A sword suddenly materialized in Su Fengqiu's hand. You still wish to resist? Absurd. The Grand Elder scoffed. Spirit Binding Card. Spirit Binding Card prevents a target of Tier 5 Celestial Emperor or below within range from channeling spiritual energy for 20 seconds. System Value Consumption, 10,000. Usable 10 times a day. A sudden force acted upon the Grand Elder, causing his spiritual energy and the terrifying 9 Thunder Dragons to dissipate in an instant. This turn of events completely caught him off guard. What? The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned. Attribute doubling. Attribute doubling. After redemption, power, speed, and physique are doubled for 3 minutes. System Value Consumption, 10,000. Swish. A glimmer of cold light flashed. There was no embellishment. Su Fengqiu flickered to the Grand Elder's rear. In the next moment, the Grand Elder's body froze in place. Crack. His head rolled away. What? No. Grand Elder. What? The crowd stared in shock, unable to believe the scene before them. A 4th-tier Celestial Emperor was slain in an instant by Su Fengqiu, a mere 1st-tier Celestial Emperor? How could this be possible? At the level of Celestial Emperor, achieving such a feat of instant annihilation across tiers was not something easily accomplished. They gazed in disbelief at Su Fengqiu's figure. Incredible. Luo Lioli's maid gasped in astonishment. Luo Lioli frowned slightly. Spirit binding, perhaps? How else to explain the sudden disappearance of the Grand Elder's spiritual energy? Yet, a method capable of binding the spiritual energy of a 4th-tier Celestial Emperor was virtually non-existent in this world. While a 4th-tier Celestial Emperor was undeniably powerful, being unable to unleash spiritual energy was akin to a gun without bullets. He could have survived, even without his spiritual energy, as a fourth-tier celestial emperor. He could have still held his ground. However, everything unfolded too rapidly. The Grand Elder was utterly unprepared. Moreover, Fengqiu had already activated the effect of doubling all attributes for life, compounded by the recent activation of attribute doubling. To slay him was entirely reasonable. The Grand Elder's soul burst forth. Fengqiu aligned his right index and middle fingers together, and with a flick, a sword forged from gathered spiritual energy pierced through his soul, obliterating his essence. Fengqiu, stop! Wang Yuanzong trembled, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at Fengqiu. A fourth-tier celestial emperor has just perished like that? The loss is catastrophic. Fengqiu's lips curled into a slight smirk. Do not be hasty. This is merely the first. Wang Yuanzong bellowed. You shall die? Men, kill him. Bring me his head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, a throng of celestial emperors from Misty Peak burst forth, charging towards Fengqiu in unison. Chaotic power. Heavenly transformation, chaotic art. Fengqiu's aura surged. Standing alone against 8 celestial emperors, the figures danced in the void, battling amidst the tempest of clouds. Wang Yuanzong gritted his teeth. You truly believe you can defy the heavens after that trick? After all, Fengqiu was merely a first-tier celestial emperor, while these 8 were predominantly second- and third-tier celestial emperors. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fengqiu hurled a silver needle at one of them. Its speed was unimaginable. Ridiculous. Attempting to ambush me with a poison needle? Scoffed a celestial emperor, releasing defensive spiritual energy. However, the silver needle pierced through his formidable defensive barrier and embedded itself in his body. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his chest, retreating hastily. Fengqiu stepped back, grinning, and extended his hand. 5. What? The celestial emperor gazed incredulously at Fengqiu. Fengqiu continued. 4. Do not play tricks. 3. Your life is forfeit. Whoosh. He charged once more towards Fengqiu. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his body teetered precariously in the void, his expression grave. 2. Thud. The celestial emperor plummeted from the sky to the ground. 8th Elder. The other celestial emperors rushed towards him in alarm. Fengqiu declared. 1. The celestial emperor's body exuded a horrifying toxic mist, causing the other celestial emperors to recoil in fright. Then, in their incredulous gazes, the esteemed celestial emperor was reduced to a puddle of blood. What? What is happening? The crowd was astounded, utterly horrified. A second-tier celestial emperor had been transformed into mere blood in the span of a few breaths? What kind of poison was this? While poison was one aspect, how could such a diminutive silver needle breach the defenses of a celestial emperor? This was unfathomable. This was the defensive energy of a celestial emperor. Wait. The poison capable of slaying celestial emperors, ignoring their defensive energy. This was the Xianxian poison tool ranked 10th, the heavenly punishment needle. What? The heavenly punishment needle? How could Fengqiu possess the heavenly punishment needle? Isn't that a Xianxian poison tool controlled by the Tang sect? Could it be that the Tang sect is aiding him? Chapter 22. The Xianxian poison tool ranked 8th, Weeping Blossoms. Wang Yuanzong trembled all over. Another second-tier celestial emperor has perished. No, how is it this difficult for a group of celestial emperors to deal with a single Fengqiu? And yet, to have been killed by him? How did he even manage to wield the heavenly punishment needle? The Tang sect? No, the Tang sect would never assist him. There is only one possibility. Fengqiu inadvertently acquired a heavenly punishment needle at some point. But that doesn't add up. While it is indeed a Xianxian poison tool, the Tang sect's poisons should not pose such a lethal threat to celestial emperors. Typically, a celestial emperor who fell victim to a Xianxian poison could survive for several months and might even find a way to cure it during that time. How could our own celestial emperor dissolve into blood within mere seconds? What kind of poison is this? The heavenly punishment needle primarily functions to ignore defensive spiritual energy. Generally, when warriors encounter a silver needle shot at them, they instinctively employ defensive spiritual energy to block it or unleash their power to deflect it. However, this so-called heavenly punishment needle proved utterly ineffective. Consequently, many individuals found themselves easily ensnared by its malefic influence. The Xianxian poison device ranks 10th. Though it occupies the lowest position, even a dignified celestial emperor succumbed to its effects, transforming into a mere pool of blood in the span of 5 breaths. This illustrates the terrifying potency of the Xianxian poison device. Bring it on. He has only this one. Wang Yuanzong bellowed. An immortal-grade spiritual artifact, the binding celestial rope, surged forth towards Fengqiu. In an instant, Fengqiu was bound. An immortal-grade binding celestial rope? It was the end for him. Restrained by the binding celestial rope, unable to unleash his spiritual energy, Fengqiu could only await his demise. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, but it seemed this was where the tale would conclude. You brat, prepare to die. Several celestial emperors charged towards Su Fengqiu, intent on executing him outright. However, Su Fengqiu merely extended his hand, effortlessly tearing the binding celestial rope apart and stowing it within his spatial ring. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. This spectacle was even more astonishing than Su Fengqiu slaying a fourth-tier celestial emperor. This was a binding celestial rope of the highest caliber. For any celestial emperor below the fifth tier, being ensnared by it meant certain death. What right did Su Fengqiu have to so easily extricate himself from the binding celestial rope? In mere moments, Su Fengqiu had delivered an overwhelming shock to the spectators, transcending their comprehension. With a swift motion, Su Fengqiu hurled a pink sphere towards the advancing adversaries. Be careful. They instinctively sought to evade. Yet, the sphere spun in midair, unleashing countless silver needles that shot forth in every direction. Dodge. Move aside. Be cautious. The silver needles were densely packed and moved with breathtaking speed, tearing through the air. Just as some managed to evade one barrage, another followed close behind, leaving them with no refuge. Two celestial emperors reacted swiftly, teleporting 1,000 meters away, but the others, caught in instinctive avoidance, could only unleash their martial techniques or conjure defensive barriers. Yet, the silver needles effortlessly pierced through their formidable techniques, capable of annihilating half a city. As they hurtled towards them, with a series of piercing sounds, the needles found their mark. All present gaped at the unfolding scene. The Xianxian poison device ranked 8th. The falling flower tears. Su Fengqiu extended his hand, and the falling flower tears flew into his grasp. The materials used to forge the Xianxian poison devices were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. However, as the young master of the Su family, he had access to sufficient resources to procure at least a portion of them. Coupled with the forbidden poisons from the secret treasure trove, the toxicity embedded within the Xianxian poison devices reached its zenith. With resolute steps, Su Fengqiu advanced towards the mysterious peak. As he passed by a celestial emperor, he didn't tease so much as glance in their direction, and that individual collapsed, transforming into a pool of blood. The onlookers were left in shock. Luo Liuli, her crimson lips parting in disbelief, watched the scene unfold. She had never witnessed multiple celestial emperors meeting their end with such ease. Was this the horrifying nature of the Xianxian poison device? No. Luo Liuli furrowed her brows in concern. While the Xianxian poison device was indeed formidable, the toxicity it contained was far superior to that mastered by the Tang sect, surpassing it by 100-fold. The poison capable of reducing a celestial emperor to blood in a mere 5 breaths was unfathomable. The powerful figures of the mysterious peak regarded Su Fengqiu with newfound respect, their earlier disdain evaporating. In a brief span, 7 celestial emperors had perished at Su Fengqiu's hands. Even if Su Fengqiu were to fall today, his name would be etched into legend. Is there any way to counter the heavenly punishment needle and falling flower tears? Wang Yuanzong inquired, his voice low as he observed Su Fengqiu drawing nearer. The heavenly punishment needle is simple, one merely needs to evade it. Elder 8 was overly confident and fell victim to it. As for the falling flower tears, it too is straightforward. Maintaining distance is key. My only concern is whether he possesses other Xianxian poison devices. That is unlikely. The Tang sect only controls 4 of the Xianxian poison devices. Su Fengqiu cannot possibly possess them all, can he? I understand that he should not have been able to escape the binding celestial rope. What an enigmatic figure Su Fengqiu is. Wang Yuanzong's gaze sharpened. Do not lose your composure. He is merely a first-tier celestial emperor. Focus on the Xianxian poison devices. He need not live. Simply kill him for me. Understood. Charge. With that, all the celestial emperors of the mysterious peak soared into the sky. Although their numbers exceeded several dozen, most were merely first- or second-tier celestial emperors. Celestial emperors may not be commonplace, but a formidable sect existing for thousands or even tens of thousands of years could certainly produce several powerful individuals who ascended to the ranks of celestial emperors, thus attracting others to their cause. The heavens dimmed. Wang Yuanzong spread his hands. If the binding celestial rope fails, what of my sacred artifact, the celestial suppression tower? A towering edifice surged into the void, engulfing Su Fengqiu in its formidable aura. Now kill him for me, Wang Yuanzong roared. The onlookers were further astonished. The first-tier celestial emperor, Su Fengqiu, had compelled the mysterious peak to summon dozens of celestial emperors and the sacred artifact, the celestial suppression tower. Su Fengqiu had already achieved victory. Beneath the celestial suppression tower, even a 5th-tier celestial emperor would be ensnared. Raging waves of the angry sea. Phoenix's 4 directions technique. Sword slash through the 9 skies. 9 thunder destruction palm. The combined might of the celestial emperors coalesced into a singular force above the void. The heavens trembled, thunder rumbling ominously within the thick storm clouds. In the skies, a colossal thunder dragon, measuring 10,000 meters, materialized with terrifying power. With a resounding roar, the Thunder Dragon descended upon the ensnared Su Fengqiu beneath the Celestial Suppression Tower. Retreat. The spectators, witnessing the impending onslaught, swiftly distanced themselves, fleeing thousands of meters away. The convergence of these attacks could obliterate an entire city in an instant, let alone a fifth-tier Celestial Emperor. Su Fengqiu was doomed. Yet, Su Fengqiu stood resolutely in place, raising his hand. Though he was a Celestial Emperor, at that moment, confronting the descending 10,000-meter Thunder Dragon rendered him exceedingly insignificant. The crowd froze, realizing he was bound by the Celestial Suppression Tower and had no means of escape. Yet, would he not attempt to unleash a formidable technique in a bid to resist? Why did he merely raise a hand? As the 10,000-meter Thunder Dragon let out a thunderous roar and descended, everyone anticipated Su Fengqiu's instantaneous demise. However, the moment the Thunder Dragon made contact with Su Fengqiu's hand, it found itself unable to budge him in the slightest. The overwhelming force radiated outward upon contact with Su Fengqiu, annihilating everything in its vicinity. The visual impact was extraordinarily exaggerated. Yet, why could it not inflict even a scratch upon Su Fengqiu? What? Witnessing this scene, Wang Yuanzong and the other powerful figures widened their eyes in disbelief. Su Fengqiu alone seemed capable of annihilating the mysterious peak. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Not even if they placed a fifth-tier Celestial Emperor here today would he endure this. Su Fengqiu raised his hand, and that defiant power stood resolutely against the assault? No, it was not merely a defense. However, it had utterly no impact on him. The visual spectacle appeared extraordinarily exaggerated, yet it served no purpose. Truly, it was as if he had encountered a ghost. Wang Yuanzong ground his teeth in frustration. What on earth was happening? Was it some divine artifact of the Xianxian? Such a miraculous occurrence could not happen without it. Wait. Suddenly, many began to realize something. It was the hand of Absolute Spirit, Yifeng's supreme bone. How could we have forgotten this detail? The hand of Absolute Spirit renders spiritual energy ineffective, while it may not be apparent on Yifeng. When applied to an Immortal Emperor, it manifested this earth-shattering scene before us. The supreme bone, the hand of Absolute Spirit. No wonder the binding immortal rope was ineffective. It was due to the hand of Absolute Spirit. The crowd gazed fervently at Su Fengqiu. This was the supreme bone, the power that everyone coveted. Su Fengqiu's hair and garments danced wildly in the wind. An anomaly of heaven and earth erupted from his being, exuding a suffocating aura. Supreme Immortal Emperor card. Upon redemption, one may attain the cultivation of the Immortal Emperor at the 10th tier, Supreme Immortal Emperor, lasting 3 minutes. System value consumption, 5 million. Lifetime redemption limit, 1 what? As they sensed Su Fengqiu's aura, disbelief swept over everyone. Supreme Immortal Emperor? How could he unleash the might of the Supreme Immortal Emperor? The Supreme Immortal Emperor, that is the pinnacle of the continent. Even the likes of Piao Peak and the Su family do not possess a Supreme Immortal Emperor. Was this the release of some sealed power within Su Fengqiu? Most likely, but such power typically lasts only for a fleeting moment. Surely, Su Fengqiu would not be able to single-handedly annihilate Piao Peak today. That was impossible. Once the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor dissipated, he would undoubtedly perish. Whoosh! Su Fengqiu charged directly towards Piao Peak. The Zhentian Tower was indeed formidable, yet with a mere touch from the hand of Absolute Spirit, Su Fengqiu easily broke free from its restraints. Hurry! Activate the protective sect formation. Wang Yuanzong bellowed. He was terrified. Master, only you are qualified to activate the protective sect formation. Ah, yes. Following this, the protective sect formation of Piao Peak was initiated. For a sect, the protective sect formation was their greatest trump card. A protective sect formation could withstand the combined forces of 3 to 5 rival factions. For a sect like Piao Peak, this formation theoretically had the capability to resist the might of a Supreme Immortal Emperor. The question was, how long could it endure? However, as Su Fengqiu rushed forth, he merely touched the defensive barrier of the protective sect formation. Crack! The defensive barrier of the protective sect formation instantaneously collapsed. The collapse of the defensive barrier meant that those outside could freely invade the inner sanctum of the sect. Regardless of the formation's effects, it essentially signified the sect's downfall. The hand of Absolute Spirit. The hand of Absolute Spirit. Ah! Wang Yuanzong roared in fury. Run! Although there were numerous Immortal Emperors present, they would still be easily slain before the power of the Supreme Immortal Emperor. In the current predicament, they could only avoid the brunt of his power, waiting for Su Fengqiu's Supreme Immortal Emperor energy to dissipate before launching a counterattack. But how could Su Fengqiu allow them to have their way? Oh! Su Fengqiu's figure flickered among the Immortal Emperors. Blood splattered across Piao Peak. Hurry! Retreat! Wang Yuanzong shouted. Want to escape? Binding immortal rope. Su Fengqiu threw the binding immortal rope, ensnaring one of the immortal emperors. A cold light flashed. The immortal emperor fell on the spot. Great space technique. A terrifying power enveloped the entirety of Piamiao Peak. Su Fengqiu stood in the void, pointing heavenward. An anomaly of heaven and earth unfolded. The sky seemed to tear open a rift. Su Fengqiu raised his right hand and pulled downward. From this rift, the phantom of a colossal sword measuring 10,000 meters began to descend slowly. The onlookers gazed up at this scene, their eyes widening in astonishment. The emperor declared, "I alone can slay the sun, moon, and stars." With a mighty swing of the 10,000-meter giant sword, Su Fengqiu cleaved towards Piamiao Peak. The very heavens trembled. Distant onlookers, thousands of meters away, were compelled to unleash their powers to withstand the impact of this strike. Their eyes widened, revealing their shock. As the dust settled, the immense Piamiao Peak was cleaved in two, revealing a chasm extending several 100,000 meters. Countless lives were lost to this single strike. Gulp. The spectators, powerful beings themselves, stood dumbfounded. Could he truly annihilate Piamiao Peak with his solitary strength? Is this the might of the supreme immortal emperor? No. It was not merely a matter of the supreme immortal emperor, under normal circumstances. Even the power of the supreme immortal emperor could be resisted for some time by a group of immortal emperors. Piamiao Peak had been completely intimidated by Su Fengqiu, and these immortal emperors no longer dared to take action. Moreover, the protective sect formation that the sect relied upon for survival had encountered the hand of absolute spirit. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for Su Fengqiu, the supreme immortal emperor, to breach the protective sect formation of Piamiao Peak. Su Fengqiu stood above in the void, surveying Piamiao Peak like a sovereign. "Elder, elder!" Wang Yuanzong cried out helplessly, drenched in blood. There was no response. Thud. Several immortal emperor corpses were cast before him by Su Fengqiu. Wang Yuanzong lowered his head, his pupils constricting. He watched as Su Fengqiu approached him step by step. "No. Su Fengqiu." Wang Yuanzong trembled as he gazed at Su Fengqiu. Was Piamiao Peak truly doomed? The onlookers could hardly believe the scene before them. No, it was over. Su Fengqiu's cultivation had reverted to the first tier of immortal emperor. Yet he had already slain dozens of immortal emperors and countless beings of the heavenly Tao. Piamiao Peak had already suffered severe injuries. Since when could immortal emperors perish so effortlessly? Su Fengqiu pointed his sword at Wang Yuanzong. "You chose this," Su Fengqiu stated calmly. "Without the cultivation of the supreme immortal emperor, how dare you remain so arrogant?" Wang Yuanzong trembled as he fixed his gaze on Su Fengqiu. The might of the immortal emperor surging forth. "I can easily kill you." Binding spirit card. In an instant, Wang Yuanzong's spiritual power dissipated. His eyes widened in horror. "Not good. Protect me," Wang Yuanzong roared. The ninth form of Phoenix song world record, Phoenix's 9 heavens. With a chant, 9 pillars of fire shot into the sky. 9 phoenixes were conjured by Su Fengqiu, emitting their melodious cries. Whoosh. Then, the 9 gigantic phoenix phantoms charged towards Wang Yuanzong. "You brat! How dare you!" A furious roar echoed. From the void, the towering figure of an elder, several tens of thousands of meters tall, shattered Su Fengqiu's martial technique with a single palm. Then, the massive palm struck towards Su Fengqiu. "Ancestor!" Wang Yuanzong exclaimed, overjoyed upon seeing the arrival. Chapter 24. Infinite Techniques, Cataclysmic Assault. The ancestor of Piamiao Peak. The Fengqiu Immortal Emperor stood at the pinnacle of the continent, wielding a cultivation level of the 8th tier of Immortal Emperor. It was because of such an ancestor that Piamiao Peak could attain its current status. After all, there are but a few existences of the 8th rank celestial emperors across the entire 9 continents. It is over. Witnessing this scene, the crowd sighed deeply. The 8th rank celestial emperor. Yet Su Fengqiu has already lost the might of the supreme celestial emperor. He is now merely a lowly 1st rank celestial emperor. And with this strike, he turned to dust. What a pity. If Su Fengqiu could have retained the power of the supreme celestial emperor for use now, he could have even slain the 8th rank celestial master, Fengqiu. Alas, had he preserved that power, he could not have forced the Grand Piamiao Peak into such a dire situation. However, though Su Fengqiu may perish today, this battle will render him a complete legend. At merely 28 years of age, as a 1st rank celestial emperor, he has slain dozens of celestial emperors and nearly obliterated Piamiao Peak. A feat unmatched in history. What a pity, what a pity. Luo Lioli, upon witnessing this spectacle, was equally shaken. She could not fathom why her heart felt so unsettled. She wished fervently that someone of Su Fengqiu's caliber would not simply fall here. Yet, she had no means to assist him. Even if she did, she could not intervene. "Young Master Su," Luo Lioli murmured, gazing at his retreating figure. Did he still possess any trump cards? Surely not. "Waiting for you." Rebound card. Rebound card. For the next 30 seconds, All attacks received will be returned intact to the attacker. System value consumption, 100,000, usable once per day. Boom. A palm descended, leveling an unknown expanse to the ground, dust swirling. Everyone assumed Fengqiu was doomed, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next second, an unbelievable scene unfolded before all eyes. The colossal figure of the Tianqiu celestial emperor, manifesting the law of heaven and earth, spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, his manifestation dissipated. Thud. The Tianqiu celestial emperor's form fell from the void, crashing heavily to the ground. Ancestor, Wang Yuanzong and others rushed over to support the Tianqiu celestial emperor, only to find his face pale, breath erratic, blood incessantly pouring from his mouth and nose. Ancestor, Wang Yuanzong was utterly bewildered. Wasn't that palm directed at Fengqiu? Why does it seem as though it struck you instead? Cough, cough, the frail Tianqiu celestial emperor murmured. How did I sustain such injuries? This? Ancestor, I know not, Wang Yuanzong replied. From the dust, Fengqiu's figure emerged slowly. What? Upon seeing Fengqiu, the crowd displayed expressions of disbelief once more. The members of Piaomiao Peak, including Wang Yuanzong, could not suppress their growing fear. What on earth is Fengqiu? Their understanding was being shattered. How could he still be alive? By what right? He no longer wielded the power of the supreme celestial emperor. He was merely a first-rank celestial emperor now. You. The Tianqiu celestial emperor pointed at Fengqiu, trembling all over. What sorcery are you employing? Fengqiu replied coldly. Those who fear death allow the people of Piaomiao Peak to perish at my hands. Only daring to emerge once my supreme celestial emperor's might has dissipated. What a farce. Prepare to die. Great hand of the common people. The Tianqiu celestial emperor, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, struck towards Fengqiu. However, the next moment, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Fengqiu remained motionless, standing firm. One could only surmise that he was becoming desperate. The effect of the rebound card had not yet faded. What? The onlookers struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Ancestor. Wang Yuanzong hurriedly rushed over, only to discover that his ancestor was nearly on the brink of death. This child, cough cough, is no mere mortal. With that, the Tianqiu celestial emperor's head drooped, unconscious. Ancestor. Wang Yuanzong's eyes turned bloodshot as he cried out. He fixed his gaze upon Fengqiu. I refuse to believe he possesses any more miraculous means. He is merely a first-rank celestial emperor. Everyone, heed my command, kill him. The other celestial emperors shared this sentiment. If Fengqiu was not killed today, Piaomiao Peak would be doomed, and their own faces would be lost. Swish. Invincibility card. Invincibility card grants absolute invincibility for 30 seconds, ignoring attacks of any realm. Usable once per day. System value consumption, 100,000. Full firepower card. Upon use, within the next 3 minutes, all of the host's attacks will be quintupled in strength. System value consumption, 300,000. Usable once a week. A smirk curled upon Fengqiu's lips. Come forth. 9 Thunder Inferno. Boom. A phenomenon erupted, and thunder rolled from the heavens. What? 9 Thunder Inferno? Is that not the martial technique of Piaomiao Peak? How can Fengqiu wield it as well? And with such mastery? The reason Fengqiu could unleash the 9 Thunder Inferno lay in the talent he had previously acquired. Infinite ultimate move. Within his line of sight. As long as he released his ultimate move, he could use it without limit or energy consumption for an entire day. Boom. The 9 Thunder Inferno howled forth. Dodge. Such a grand technique could easily be evaded. However, 9 Thunder Inferno. 9 Thunder Inferno. 9 Thunder Inferno. Having evaded one instance of the 9 Thunder Inferno, Fengqiu continued to gather energy. This left them utterly stunned. How can such a technique be unleashed in this manner? It matters not. Everyone, do not confront him head-on. Such top-tier martial techniques cannot be released in abundance, even by celestial emperors. Eventually, his energy will deplete, and it will be our opportunity. Ideals are bountiful, yet reality is harsh. Fengqiu's relentless barrage of ultimate moves shattered their ranks. No. Sectmaster, how does he still have energy? Indeed, we cannot even approach him. Is this possible? Piaomiao Peak will be obliterated by him. Sectmaster, we cannot withstand this. Wang Yuanzong. He too wondered why someone could release top-tier martial techniques so indiscriminately and wreak havoc. Moreover, they were all the ultimate moves of Piaomiao Peak. What was the meaning of this? The cries of the celestial emperors echoed in despair. They found themselves utterly unable to retaliate. Seeing this, some celestial emperors realized that the fate of Piaomiao Peak was sealed. If the Su family, Su Tianyi's lineage, were to send even a few individuals, Piaomiao Peak would be finished. Thus, swish, swish, swish. Many celestial emperors chose to preserve their lives and fled from Piaomiao Peak. Wang Yuanzong gazed in despair at the fleeing celestial emperors. It was over. He then turned his attention back to Su Fengqiu. He could never have imagined that one person could annihilate Piao Peak single-handedly. Before him, Su Fengqiu advanced unimpeded, step by step. Ah! Wang Yuanzong's anguished scream reverberated through the hearts of all present. Chapter 25. This battle reverberates throughout the 9 continents. Flames erupted upon Piao Peak. There were no more celestial emperors left. It was now solely Su Fengqiu's domain. With the formidable barrier of the celestial emperor, the vast Mount Piao was sealed. Inside, Su Fengqiu was mercilessly slaughtering the members of the Wang family, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. As the barrier was breached, countless disciples and some martial artists with little connection to the Wang family fled in all directions. Mount Piao was engulfed in flames, leaving everyone in shock, exchanging incredulous glances. Mount Piao was no more. The celestial emperor of Mount Piao had suffered grave injuries at the hands of Su Fengqiu. With many of the ancestors slain and the number of deaths among the heavenly Tao realm staggering, it seemed not a single member of the Wang family had been spared. Who could have imagined, who could have foreseen that Su Fengqiu alone could obliterate such a sect as Mount Piao? This was utterly astonishing. This battle was where Su Fengqiu would establish his renown across the world. There had been none before, and likely none to come. How could this be possible? Everyone had assumed that Su Fengqiu had come solely to seek vengeance, yet he annihilated Mount Piao. Su Fengqiu emerged from the inferno, the young master of the Su family. A powerful figure, who had maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Mount Piao, called out. Is there something you desire? Su Fengqiu inquired. I must acknowledge your remarkable prowess. To single-handedly annihilate Mount Piao is unprecedented. However, is it not excessive to slay even the children of the Wang clan? Su Fengqiu's gaze sharpened slightly. The binding card. The spirit restraining card. Binding card. Can immobilize a target within the line of sight for 10 seconds, regardless of realm, usable once per day. System value cost, 100,000. Spirit restraining card. Can render a target of Celestial Emperor level 5 and below unable to channel spiritual energy for 20 seconds. System value cost, 10,000. Usable 10 times per day. 9 Thunder Conflagration. Boom. The strong figure instinctively attempted to act, but found himself immobile, unable to summon his spiritual power. The terrifying martial technique sent him hurtling away. Su Fengqiu flashed before him, severing his head with a single stroke, extinguishing his soul in the process. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Su Fengqiu surveyed those around him and calmly asked, Does anyone have anything further to say? Silence ensued. Then allow me to speak, he proclaimed. Before dawn tomorrow, if the Medicine Emperor sect and the Medicine God Mountain do not come before me to kneel and apologize, this will be the fate of Mount Piao. Whoosh! With that, Su Fengqiu vanished from sight. The Su family, Su Tianyi and a group of powerful figures sat in the grand hall, enveloped in silence. Su Tianyi, how could you allow your son to venture alone to Mount Piao? Even if he was not going to seek vengeance, he would still be in peril. As a father, how could you permit him to go alone? An elder pointed an accusing finger at Su Tianyi, his voice rising sharply. If Su Buhui and the others do not intervene, we might as well fight to the death. What do you mean by making us wait here? Time was running short. If they did not act soon, Su Fengqiu might. I would rather die on the battlefield than hide here like a turtle. Su Tianyi sighed deeply. Did he not wish to intervene? When Su Fengqiu approached him, he was filled with doubt and attempted to dissuade him. He would willingly risk his life to protect his son. He would even sacrifice himself for Su Fengqiu. Yet, Su Fengqiu was resolute, insisting that he could handle it himself. Only when Su Fengqiu mentioned that Lu Yunyan was on his side, and that he had a plan, did Su Tianyi tentatively choose to trust his son. Nevertheless, anxiety gnawed at him. Everyone, Su Tianyi addressed the assembly. Su Fengqiu is my son, my only son. What father does not love his child? Yet, there are matters more important than life itself. At least today, I can assure you that my son will not perish. Head of the family, do you know something we do not? An elder inquired. Su Tianyi replied, I do not know much, but I can guarantee that my son will not die this time. That is reassuring. As long as he is safe, we can decide on matters thereafter. Just then, a figure rushed in. Report. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Tianyi stood up, visibly anxious. Speak. Mount Piao. Mount Piao. Su Tianyi furrowed his brow. What happened? Speak. He dreaded hearing that Su Fengqiu had been slain by Mount Piao. Reporting to the head of the family, Mount Piao has been destroyed. The sect master, the supreme elder, and even their ancestor, the celestial emperor Tianqiu, are all dead. A hush fell over the grand hall as the crowd stood with eyes wide in disbelief. What? Mount Piao has been obliterated? The celestial emperor Tianqiu is dead? What kind of power has Su Fengqiu invoked in such a short span of time? Had he perhaps garnered the assistance of a top-tier force from the nine heavens? Ha ha ha. Su Tianyi erupted in laughter. Let me now reveal to you all that Su Fengqiu has the support of the Killing Tower. The reason I did not disclose this earlier was at his request. Wishing to avoid alerting the enemy, he insisted on resolving this matter himself. Ha ha ha. Excellent. But wait. The Killing Tower? Yi Feng was slain by Su Fengqiu. How could Lu Yunyan, Yi Feng's master, be aiding him? The head of the family, what does this mean? Su Tianyi shook his head. Let us wait for Su Fengqiu to return before we inquire further. Head of the family. Another scout interjected. Is there more news? Su Tianyi replied with a cheerful demeanor. Head of the family, there is one thing. The destruction of Mount Piaomiao was not aided by the Killing Tower or any other force. It was solely the work of the young master. Su Tianyi. The assembly. Meanwhile, on the other side. Father. I just saw a scout from Su Tianyi returning. It must mean Su Fengqiu has perished. Ha ha ha. Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Su Buhui sipped his tea leisurely. Indeed. He seems to have died slowly. He must have endured considerable torment. Ha ha ha. How regrettable not to witness it firsthand. Truly unfortunate. But considering that our Su family is the target of public ire, it is better that we remain absent from the scene. Yes? Our scouts have returned. Su Buhui turned to a nearby martial artist. Speak. Su Fengqiu he. Su Buhui frowned. Why the panic? If he is dead, what is there to be flustered about? Shouldn't this be a cause for celebration? No. Su Fengqiu, he single-handedly annihilated Mount Piaomiao. The sect master, the supreme elder, the celestial emperor Tianxiu, and the entire Wang lineage are all dead. Thud. The smiles vanished from Su Chang'an and Su Buhui's faces as they sprang to their feet. What? Chapter 26. The Medicine Emperor sect must also be removed from the list. The news of Mount Piaomiao's obliteration reverberated across the entire nine continent. A powerful force of the eighth heaven had been eradicated by a single individual. That individual was none other than Su Fengqiu. This event etched Su Fengqiu's name into the annals of history throughout the nine continents. Every force, every individual, after their meals, eagerly discussed the tale of how Su Fengqiu single-handedly decimated Mount Piaomiao. Lu Yunyan, veiled in her silken scarf, also departed from the scene at Mount Piaomiao. She had initially believed that Su Fengqiu would summon her to lend her assistance. However, upon receiving news that Su Fengqiu had ventured to Mount Piaomiao alone, she sensed something awry. Logically, since Su Fengqiu had told her he could reconstruct his corporeal form, his conditions would certainly require her to dispatch Killing Tower experts to aid him in resolving the current predicament. Yet, that was not the case. Thus, Lu Yunyan found herself perplexed by Su Fengqiu's solitary venture to the mysterious peak. However, upon witnessing the entirety of the proceedings, she came to understand he required no assistance. Su Fengqiu had resolved to annihilate the mysterious peak alone, slaying more than 20 celestial emperors, among whom were those at the 4th and 8th ranks. At that moment, Lu Yunyan's gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. The Empress? That noble silhouette turned her way, her cold, beautiful eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. The holy Yao Empress's lips parted gracefully. Lady Lu Yunyan, a pleasure to meet you. In the 8th heaven, there existed 5 great empires, whose royal families were among the pinnacle of power within this realm, ranking within the top 10 of all forces. At the very least, they rivaled a dozen mysterious peaks. The forces of the continent were classified into spiritual, celestial, sovereign, imperial, and divine levels. Above the divine level, a few powers remained unranked. The Su family, mysterious peak, and the Medicine Emperor sect were all classified as imperial-level forces, though distinctions existed even among forces of the same rank. The Medicine God Mountain was considered a divine force, as was the Phoenix platform. The 5 great empires of the 8th heaven were imperial-level forces, yet were nearing the divine tier. The extent of their strength, however, remained a mystery. Regardless, the Su family, mysterious peak, and the Medicine Emperor sect were all situated within the domain of the Holy Yao Empress's Holy Yao Empire. Lu Yunyan remarked with a hint of indifference. It appears that Su Fengqiu has indeed made quite a name for himself, even rousing the attention of the Empress. The Holy Yao Empress elucidated. After all, this is a significant matter within the Holy Yao Empire. Today's encounter reveals that Su Fengqiu possesses a charisma reminiscent of your former glory. Lu Yunyan responded. I cannot compare myself to him. Both have quelled sects. Yet I vanquished a celestial-level sect guarded by 3 celestial emperors, while he obliterated an imperial-level sect defended by dozens of celestial emperors. The Holy Yao Empress's lips parted again. Su Fengqiu's battle today has indeed shaken the 9 continents, though there are aspects I find perplexing. Lu Yunyan furrowed her brows. I too find it perplexing. What is the source of Su Fengqiu's Xiantian poison device? Did it truly come from the Tang clan? Moreover, how is it that the Tianxiu celestial emperor attacked Su Fengqiu, Yet it was the Celestial Emperor who sustained injuries. Additionally, his formidable combat prowess and his techniques for immobilizing martial artists and binding spiritual practitioners were bewildering. While one such ability might be comprehensible in isolation, the manifestation of all these inexplicable powers within a single individual was indeed curious. After such a long absence, shall we have a discussion atop the Heavenly Man Peak? Your Majesty? Lu Yunyan inquired. The Holy Yao Empress responded gently. I appreciate your kind offer, but I am presently beset with numerous concerns. Take care, and may we meet again. Meanwhile, at the Medicine Emperor sect, a multitude of formidable warriors had gathered, preparing to ally with the mysterious peak to strike against the Su family. The dignity of a sect is paramount. When Su Fengqiu's wedding was announced, the Medicine Emperor sect sent representatives to plead on behalf of Yi Feng, only to be rebuked harshly by Su Fengqiu, which humiliated them. They were undoubtedly eager to reclaim their lost honor. Should a confrontation with the Su family arise, they would no longer fear the involvement of the Killing Tower and the Medicine God Mountain. They were resolute in their desire for Su Fengqiu's life. If he were to perish, they could restore their face. Ideally, they would not need to resort to violence. Report. A scout from the Medicine Emperor sect raced in. A group of powerful figures stood there, hands clasped behind their backs. Su Fengqiu has met his end, has he not? The sect leader, Yao Wuchen, inquired nonchalantly. Su Fengqiu has obliterated the mysterious peak. The crowd was left in stunned silence. What did you say? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, indeed. He single-handedly annihilated the mysterious peak, and even the Tianshu Venerable was slain by him. What? This was beyond their wildest imaginations. How could it be? Not only had Su Fengqiu survived, but he had also eradicated the mysterious peak? An imperial-level sect, gone without a trace? By one man. Impossible. Even the entire Su family would struggle against the mysterious peak. The scout affirmed, it is true. The Xianxian poison device, the hand of absolute spirit. The might of a supreme celestial emperor, along with various other unfathomable forces, rendered the dozens of celestial emperors at the mysterious peak utterly powerless, shaking the entire continent. The crowd remained bewildered. The Xianxian poison device, from the Tang clan? Yao Wuchen was astounded. Su Fengqiu also conveyed a message. Yao Wuchen hastily probed. What did he say? He stated that within one day, should the Medicine Emperor sect fail to kneel and apologize to the Su family, the fate of the mysterious peak would befall the Medicine Emperor sect. Outrageous. On the other side, Su Fengqiu descended upon the Su family estate, confidently striding into the midst of his kin, where Su Tianyi beamed with pride among a throng of Su family warriors. Father, Su Fengqiu greeted with a bow upon landing. Ha ha. Su Tianyi laughed heartily, approaching to pat Su Fengqiu's shoulder with vigor. Well done. The countenance of Su Buhui and Su Chang's faction darkened considerably. Su Fengqiu's triumph undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon their faction within the Su family. Good heavens. One man single-handedly annihilated the mysterious peak, and with the Xianxian poison device. No less. Originally, they had sought an opportunity to seize control of the Su family, but now, they found themselves too intimidated to act. Su Fengqiu's prowess had instilled fear in them all. The audacity of it was staggering. One individual had vanquished an imperial-level sect, regardless of the means employed. Su Fengqiu was merely a 28-year-old youth. His ascension to the first level of Celestial Emperor was a result of sheer force. Theoretically, he should struggle against opponents of the same realm. What accounted for this? An elder remarked, the young master has achieved renown through this battle. It is likely to solidify his status as the foremost figure of our generation. The young master has brought honor to our Su family. Su Tianyi clapped Su Fengqiu on the shoulder, saying, your father has prepared a celebratory feast for you. Su Fengqiu shook his head. Enjoy the festivities, everyone. I have matters to attend to. What matters? Su Tianyi inquired, furrowing his brow. Su Fengqiu's gaze sharpened as he replied coolly, it is time to deal with the Medicine Emperor sect. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 27. Is this the rhythm of becoming the matriarch? Su Fengqiu returned to his residence within the young master pavilion. Both Chu Ran and Xiao Li resided there. Upon the mountain peak, Chu Ran was diligently practicing the techniques Su Fengqiu had imparted. His talent was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, Xiao Li had received news of Su Fengqiu's stunning achievements that reverberated throughout the continent. The young master should be back imminently, she exclaimed as she dashed outside. Chu Ren opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and rose to his feet. Miss Xiao Li, he greeted with a fist salute. Have I disturbed you? The young master mentioned you could practice in his secret realm, where the spiritual energy is more abundant. And 10 days there equate to merely 1 day in the outside world, Xiao Li informed him. Chu Ran replied, I too have been concerned about Su Ji's news. No need for worry. The young master has already destroyed the mysterious peak, Xiao Li declared, her expression filled with pride. Chu Ran was taken aback. Su. Su Gu did it alone? Xiaoli nodded. Yes, indeed, alone. Chu Ran's mouth fell agape, his astonishment palpable. One man, a mere 28-year-old youth who had just ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor, had obliterated a vast sect with dozens of Celestial Emperors? How could this be? Charon could scarcely fathom how to accomplish all of this. In this light, Yi Feng's so-called prodigies paled in comparison to Brother Su, who was but a mere speck in the grand scheme of things. With a sigh of contemplation, Charon expressed his sentiments. At that moment, Su Fengqiu descended gracefully from the void. Brother Su, he greeted respectfully, along with the young master. Su Fengqiu inquired, have you found the cultivation methods I provided to your liking? Charon replied with utmost reverence. Brother Su's techniques are unparalleled in this world, yet I, Charon, find the practice somewhat challenging. Take your time, Su Fengqiu encouraged. Indeed. Su Fengqiu then turned to Xiaoli, do not let Charon surpass you. No, that won't happen. I will also strive diligently, Xiaoli timidly responded. Su Fengqiu nodded approvingly. You are my maidservant. When I do not assign you tasks, you are free to pursue your own endeavors without heeding anyone else's commands. At least within this young master pavilion. In my absence, your word is law. Xiaoli's cheeks flushed crimson. What does the young master mean by that? I am merely a maidservant, she thought, feeling as though she were being regarded as the mistress of the young master pavilion. Did you hear that? Su Fengqiu asked. Ah, yes. Xiaoli hastily replied. Ding. Xiaoli's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection, 25. Su Fengqiu then cast a glance at Charon. He possessed the ability to discern the sentiments of the fated child, thus he was acutely aware of Xiaoli's standing in Charon's heart. However, Su Fengqiu also understood that Charon harbored no other intentions. That is of no consequence, he concluded. Ding. Charon's destiny value has reached 2 million, elevating him to the 3rd tier of the fated child. Su Fengqiu bestowed upon him cultivation resources and techniques, including his support as a formidable ally, which would ultimately enhance Charon's destiny value upon their conquest of the Miao Peak today. Su Fengqiu's system value surged as well. Ding. You have received rewards. Spirit Eye. Permanent 10-fold increase in spiritual power. 9 Dragons Incineration Alchemy Technique. Spirit Eye, capable of probing the attributes of targets no higher than 5 tiers above oneself. Can investigate the flow of spiritual energy, hidden realms, and illusions. 9 Dragons Incineration Alchemy Technique. The pinnacle of alchemical arts in the world. Ding. You have received exclusive rewards for the fated child Charon. Godslayer Technique. Realm elevated to Xianwang Realm. Dustless Sword Technique. Su Fengqiu nodded slightly. Charon, come here. Yes. Charon approached Su Fengqiu, who placed his hand upon his head. I shall impart to you a set of heart techniques and a sword technique. These 2 methods are what you must primarily cultivate. Charon understood. Subsequently, Su Fengqiu infused the rewards into Charon's being. Simultaneously, Charon's realm soared. He transcended from the divine power realm, surpassing the Xiantian realm, and directly ascended to the 1st tier of the Xianwang realm. Charon's expression was one of sheer astonishment. With a thud, he knelt down. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Fengqiu stated, within a month. I expect you to cultivate these 2 techniques to a minor accomplishment and elevate your realm to the law realm. The realms are Qi Refining Realm, Body Refining Realm, Enlightened Aperture Realm, Divine Power Realm, Xiantian Realm, Xianwang Realm, Law Realm, Domain Realm, Divine Sea Realm, Celestial Sovereign Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Celestial Dao Realm. With each realm comprising 10 tiers. To break the Celestial Dao is to become a Celestial Emperor. Charon vowed not to disappoint Brother Su, his gaze resolute. Xiaoli watched with envy and joy for Charon, yet a hint of puzzlement lingered. What secret relationship could there be between Charon and the young master? Why was the young master so kind to him? Su Fengqiu, having overheard Xiaoli's thoughts, smiled inwardly. You may begin your cultivation now. Yes, Brother Su. Miss Xiaoli. I take my leave, Charon said, departing swiftly. Xiaoli. Ah, here. Su Fengqiu placed his young master token upon the jade table. From now on, you may freely access the Su family's treasure vault, herb garden, and scripture pavilion. If you wish to practice techniques or require spiritual artifacts and cultivation resources, take them as you see fit. Ah? Xiaoli's mouth fell open in astonishment as she looked up at Su Fengqiu. Why, young master, I am merely your maidservant. Why would you? Su Fengqiu stood and gently ruffled her hair. Xiaoli shyly lowered her head, seemingly shedding her previous trepidation. You are of marriageable age now, are you not? Su Fengqiu remarked. Xiaoli was taken aback and hurriedly shook her head. No. I serve the young master. I do not wish to marry. Su Fengqiu chuckled softly. Did I ever say I intended to betroth you to another? Xiaoli paused, her brow furrowing in confusion as she gazed at Su Fengqiu. With a blush, her face resembled a ripe apple. Do remember to take your token, Su Fengqiu said before he walked away. Why, young master? Take care, Xiaoli stammered. Her head bowed, lost in thought for quite a while. Then she quickly covered her flushed face, looking adorably flustered. Su Fengqiu entered a hidden realm within the young master pavilion. Ding. Xiaoli's affection for you has increased by 15, current affection, 40. Ding. Xiaoli's affection has reached 40, granting you the reward. All previously possessed martial skills, techniques, heart methods, alchemical skills, and sword techniques elevated to their zenith. Su Fengqiu exclaimed in astonishment. This is incredible. Top-tier martial skills or heart methods typically require hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation. Yet now, they can be instantly elevated to their peak. As the young master of the Su family, I possess numerous formidable martial skills, all of which now reach their pinnacle. This reward has saved me countless years of effort. Alas, there are still many powerful abilities yet to be acquired. However, it is sufficient. Moreover, I still possess the Taishu Tianyin technique. Originating from the Supreme Bone, this technique had yet to be cultivated, but now I can practice it to its peak. Ding. The Phoenix Song world record has been elevated to the 9th layer. Ding. The Great Destiny technique has been upgraded to its zenith. Ding. The 9 Dragons Incineration Alchemy technique has reached its pinnacle. Ding. The Qianyuan Sangxiong technique has been elevated to its peak. Ding. The Wushu sword technique has attained great perfection. Ding. The Taishu Tianyin technique has been raised to the 5th layer of its peak. This reward is extraordinarily extravagant. Taishu Tianyin technique. Su Fengqiu activated this technique, and his aura surged rapidly. Upon releasing the 5th layer, his Celestial Emperor stage ascended forcefully to the 6th tier. He had elevated 5 tiers. What does that signify? A Celestial Emperor. A single tier's difference creates an insurmountable chasm. While the continent is not devoid of top-tier enhancement heart methods, none exist that can elevate one's Celestial Emperor stage by 5 tiers. Furthermore, the 5th layer of the Taishu Tianyin technique has enhanced Su Fengqiu's spiritual power to the realm of Taishu. He found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Essentially, it means that the spiritual energy flowing within Su Fengqiu has undergone an evolution. In a low martial world, everyone utilizes true energy, and the strength of the martial skills released is inherently limited by the intensity of the true energy used to activate them. In this world, spiritual energy can incite martial skills that provoke phenomena in the heavens and the earth. Celestials wield celestial power, while deities wield divine power. One can understand the disparity in levels. However, the specifics remained elusive to Su Fengqiu. However, this power transcends the realm of spiritual energy, implying that the martial techniques he usually unleashes with spiritual force are now propelled by this ethereal might, rendering them far more formidable. This is the most rudimentary understanding of the situation. The rewards bestowed by this system are nothing short of miraculous. Su Fengqiu's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he raised his hand, summoning a medicinal cauldron before him. 9 dragons burning the heavens, alchemy. With a chant, Su Fengqiu commanded 9 fiery dragons, commencing his alchemical endeavors. Why engage in alchemy? To obliterate the Medicine Emperor sect. As a villain, he must utterly dismantle their reputation. This is something deemed impossible in the eyes of others. Yet, with an external aid of such caliber, Su Fengqiu sees no obstacle. Chapter 28. You've truly come. In the dead of night, Su Fengqiu stealthily departed from the Su family, making his way to a distant location where the Medicine Emperor sect resided. Concealing his presence, he ensured that this position would remain undetected by any. Standing in the void, he produced a jade vial containing the soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder. With a flick of his wrist, the powder within the vial dispersed into the winds, drifting towards the vast Medicine Emperor sect. Having completed this task, Su Fengqiu departed without delay. This powder, painstakingly concocted, was a remnant of the once-lost 10th-tier poison pill. In this realm, medicinal pills range from the 1st to the 10th tier, with the 10th tier being legendary. Even a powerful clan like the Su family possesses few 9th-tier pills, let alone any 10th tier. The value of a 9th-tier pill is beyond imagination. The crafting requires an abundance of top-tier spiritual materials aged a millennium or even 10 millennia. The absence of 10th-tier pills can be attributed to 2 reasons. Firstly, the formulas for these pills have nearly vanished over time. Secondly, there are no physicians capable of crafting them. Why is Yifeng's master, Li Qianxiu, revered as the sage of medicine? Why are there also a medical immortal and a medical god? Because these 3 are the only known physicians who have successfully created 10th-tier pills. As for Su Fengqiu, he possesses the celestial physician's sacred art. His mind is brimming with countless formulas for 10th-tier pills. Coupled with the enhancement of his 9 dragons burning the heavens alchemy through the rewards from Xiaoli, he has reached the pinnacle of this craft. His status as an immortal emperor also qualifies him to concoct 10th-tier pills. The soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder holds its own extraordinary properties, not overly exaggerated in toxicity. Its sole effect is to render martial artists, even immortal emperors, utterly weak, incapable of summoning spiritual energy. The reasons it qualifies as a 10th tier pill are threefold. Firstly, it affects even immortal emperors. Secondly, the powder from this jade vial, when scattered by the winds, can ensnare the entire populace of a royal sect. Thirdly, the powder's inconspicuous nature ensures it remains undetected. A sect renowned for its medical expertise would fail to perceive that the toxicity of the soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder has infiltrated their domain. This is the true power of the powder. Moreover, they likely remain unaware of its existence. Fengqiu, leveraging the system, had annihilated the Misty Peak. However, exterminating the Medicine Emperor sect would prove to be a far greater challenge. Though both are royal sects, the Medicine Emperor sect is significantly stronger than the Misty Peak. Yet, a single dose of the soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder could obliterate an entire sect. This highlights just how exaggerated the 10th tier pill truly is. The following day, Fengqiu made a grand departure. "Xiaoer," Su Tianyi called out to him. "Father," Fengqiu bowed respectfully. "Where are you headed?" Fengqiu replied, "To the Medicine Emperor sect." Su Tianyi was taken aback. Was his son truly intent on destroying the Medicine Emperor sect? Alone? Fengqiu nodded. One is sufficient. Su Tianyi found it hard to recognize his son, who had suddenly developed such profound cunning and strategy. Though a father should trust his child, it was imperative not to do so blindly. "What gives you such confidence?" Fengqiu responded, "Last night, I scattered the soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder at the Medicine Emperor sect." Su Tianyi frowned. "Soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder? What is that?" "A 10th tier poison pill," Fengqiu replied. Su Tianyi was astonished. "Wait, the soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder." He pondered for a moment. He had seen it mentioned in ancient texts. Every grain of this invisible powder could incapacitate any martial artist in its vicinity, rendering them unable to act, colorless, odorless, and intangible, only detectable through special means. Fengqiu nodded. "Indeed, you must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity," Fengqiu affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. Good fortune." Su Tianyi clapped Fengqiu on the shoulder. However, he cautioned, the true stronghold of the Medicine Emperor sect consists of those who remain in seclusion for prolonged periods. They will not be affected by the soul-severing and spirit-dispersing powder. Thus, you cannot proceed alone. I will send someone to accompany you, to bolster your presence and assert the authority of the Su family. Su Tianyi was no longer apprehensive. Having witnessed Fengqiu single-handedly destroy the Misty Peak, the world now viewed the Su family's methods with great trepidation. Even if it attracted powerful enemies, they would think twice before acting recklessly. The Su family, having languished in decline for many years, required such an opportunity to rise once more. Fengqiu nodded. "Thank you, father, but there is no need for excessive assistance." At this moment, within the Medicine Emperor sect, the sect leader, Yao Wuchen, and several powerful figures convened in the Grand Hall. They were deliberating over the shocking news from the previous day. The Misty Peak had vanished. Fengqiu had issued a stark ultimatum. If the Medicine Emperor sect did not kneel and apologize to the Su family within a day, they would be eradicated from the 9 continents. To be honest, they were furious, yet there was an undercurrent of panic, for the Misty Peak had indeed ceased to exist. In a single night, the continent had lost over 20 immortal emperors. "What do you all think of this, Fengqiu?" Yao Wuchen scanned the assembly. An elder spoke up. The destruction of the Misty Peak by him alone was indeed unforeseen, but it was largely due to his element of surprise. "Now, we are prepared for the Xianxian poison artifact and have defenses against the spirit-dispersing hand. He cannot possibly unleash the full might of an ultimate immortal emperor. Theoretically, unless the entire Su family mobilizes, the Medicine Emperor sect is not at risk of annihilation. His proclamations are likely mere bluster, believing we would be intimidated into apologizing. How laughable, a mere boy attempting to outsmart us. I share the same concerns as the third elder. He wouldn't dare to come," another remarked. The Grand Elder, Yao Chongfeng, coldly stated, "If he does come, we will kill him." "Report." A figure rushed in. "Speak," Yao Wuchen commanded urgently. Fengqiu, accompanied by dozens of immortal emperors from the Su family, is en route to our sect. Upon hearing this, Yao Wuchen trembled. "What? He truly comes?" "Indeed. Yesterday, the ethereal summit fell to the hands of Fengqiu, leaving him profoundly astonished. The mere news of Fengqiu's approach instilled a considerable sense of trepidation within him. However, Yao Wuchen rose abruptly, hastily inquiring, "Are you certain it is only Fengqiu accompanied by several dozen celestial emperors? Who among them is the mightiest?" "The strongest should merely be a 6th-tier celestial emperor, and only one at that." With a resounding clap, Yao Wuchen struck the table, his countenance dark with fury. "Does one truly believe that my Yao Huang sect is to be trifled with?" All present, heed my command. Today, let Su Fengqiu and the numerous celestial emperors of the Su family come and go without return. The assembly rose in unison, affirming yes. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden wave of weakness washed over Yao Wuchan, causing him to collapse into his chair. Sectmaster. The crowd gasped, rushing to ascertain his condition. However, one by one, they too succumbed, their bodies growing slack, expressions etched with shock. What? What has transpired? Why do I feel utterly drained? I cannot even summon my spiritual power. What is happening? Poison. We have been poisoned. Yao Wuchan struggled to rise from his golden chair, panic flashing across his face. Could it be him, Su Fengqiu? Quickly. Summon our ancestors from seclusion. Chapter 29. There's no choice. The external aid is overwhelming. At this very moment, Su Fengqiu, flanked by 12 celestial emperors of the Su family, had arrived at the gates of the Yaohuang sect. Outside, a throng awaited, eager to witness this confrontation. Their numbers far surpassing those who had gathered for the conflict at the Ethereal Summit. The uproar from the previous day's battle had reverberated widely, and the sight of Su Fengqiu's arrival astonished many. Is Su Fengqiu truly here to engage? Observing the formidable contingent poised to annihilate the Yaohuang sect, it was evident that with Su Fengqiu included, the collective comprised 13 celestial emperors, the strongest merely as 6th tier. Was this not akin to a death wish? Yet, considering the Su family's current predicament, it was unlikely that the Su Tianyi lineage could deploy many powerful figures. How could this assembly possibly bring down the Yaohuang sect? Firstly, the Yaohuang sect was undeniably stronger than the Ethereal Summit. Secondly, they were already on high alert. Thirdly, Su Fengqiu could not utilize the power of a supreme celestial emperor again, unless, perhaps, assistance from a top-tier sect was forthcoming. Were there any reports of allied sects gathering? None had emerged. It appeared that this endeavor was indeed limited to these mere dozen celestial emperors. What, then, could possibly lead to the downfall of the Yaohuang sect? They might well be sacrificing their lives here. The truth was that he could hardly believe that Su Fengqiu could annihilate the Yaohuang sect. Lu Yunyan stood beneath a nearby tree, observing Su Fengqiu and his entourage as they approached. A powerful figure from the Su family stepped forward, bellowing, Yaohuang sect, come forth and meet your demise. From above, Yao Wuchan and his fellow sect members emerged. To the onlookers, this appeared unremarkable. Yet they understood the truth. Exerting themselves to stand in this moment had drained them of their last reserves of strength. Presently, nearly all members of the Yaohuang sect found themselves in this dire state. The only exceptions were those who had been in seclusion. With a cadre of celestial emperors and several dozen beings at the Tao level, the latter held no sway in this impending battle. Could these few celestial emperors withstand the onslaught from Su Fengqiu and his kin? If they could not, their fate was sealed. Yao Wuchan summoned all his strength to declare, Su Fengqiu, I offer you a chance. Depart from the Yaohuang sect now, and I shall spare your life. Su Fengqiu chuckled softly, Elder Yao Wuchan. Is it not foolish to remain obstinate when death is imminent? Is it not evident that you have exhausted your strength merely by standing here? You. Yao Wuchan pointed an accusatory finger at Su Fengqiu, exclaiming in anger, it is indeed you. Such despicable tactics. Despicable? Your Yaohuang sect has truly brought shame upon itself. As one of the continent's foremost medical sects, a cadre of top-tier physicians has failed to recognize that they have been poisoned. Tell me, can this truly be attributed to my alleged treachery? A collective gasp arose from the crowd at Su Fengqiu's revelation. What? Are you implying that everyone in the Yaohuang sect has been poisoned? But, this is the Yaohuang sect, renowned for its elite healers. How could they all fall victim to poison? Surely they can detect any toxin in the water or air. How is it feasible that the entire sect has been afflicted? After all, this is the Yaohuang sect. Whatever poison they face should not pose a significant threat, right? Humph. Boy, you will not go far relying on underhanded methods. Su Fengqiu replied, all I know is that the Ethereal Summit has fallen, and today the Yaohuang sect shall follow suit. With a thunderous roar, several figures soared from the Yaohuang sect. Su Fengqiu, prepare to die? Yao Wuchan shouted, ancestors, I beseech your aid. Prepare to die? Subsequently, the remaining celestial emperors of the Yaohuang sect surged forth, unscathed. Su Fengqiu remarked, gentlemen, I shall handle these 2 8th-tier celestial emperors. The rest, you manage. Sure. You intend to confront 2 8th-tier celestial emperors? A Su family warrior queried. Su Fengqiu smiled slightly, a trivial matter. While 8th-tier celestial emperors may stand atop the continent, Su Fengqiu's advantages were indeed formidable. Universal Equality Card. Universal Equality Card. For the next 3 minutes, the host shall achieve equality with all martial artists of higher realms, making every confrontation a 50-50 chance of victory, with opportunities to vanquish foes. System cost, 1 million, cooldown, 3 months. Thus, Despite Su Fengqiu currently being a first-tier celestial emperor, he was effectively operating at the strength of his peers. The fifth layer of the Void Sky transformation technique. Boy, no matter what martial skills you employ, they are futile against the absolute disparity of realms. The 8th-tier celestial emperor unleashed a formidable palm strike towards Su Fengqiu. Onlookers were left incredulous, pondering how Su Fengqiu could possibly survive such an assault. Rebound card. Rebound card. For the next 30 seconds. All attacks received shall be returned to the attacker in their entirety. System cost, 100,000. Usable once per day. This item card proved immensely advantageous, virtually guaranteeing that the opponent would suffer severe injury. Boy, you dare not evade? The 8th-tier celestial emperor sneered. The overwhelming disparity in realms rendered this blow certain to claim Su Fengqiu's life. With a resounding crash, the 8th-tier celestial emperor's strike landed squarely upon Su Fengqiu. Yet, Su Fengqiu merely staggered backward slightly. The attacking 8th-tier celestial emperor coughed up blood and was sent hurtling away. What? Witnessing this bizarre turn of events, the crowd gasped once more. They had seen this spectacle before. The celestial emperor at the ethereal summit had attacked Su Fengqiu, only to injure himself instead. The entire continent was abuzz with speculation regarding the cause, but no conclusions were reached. Who would have thought such an occurrence would manifest again? Ancestors. Yao Wuchan bellowed in desperation. The full force of the 8th-tier celestial emperor's power had crashed down upon him. Even an 8th-tier celestial emperor would not escape unscathed. Su Fengqiu unleashed his own variant of the 8th-tier celestial emperor's ultimate technique, the infinite Great Thousand Net Palm. What? My Yao Huang Sect's Great Thousand Net Palm. Yao Wuchan's pupils constricted. Another 8th-tier celestial emperor rushed to intervene. Boy, you dare? Su Fengqiu. Immobilization card. Immobilization card, capable of rendering a single target within the line of sight immobile for 10 seconds, disregarding their realm, usable once per day. Energy cost, 100,000 system points. Subsequently, he remained frozen in place. Whoosh. Su Fengqiu flickered before the flying Immortal Emperor, delivering a decisive palm strike. It was not that the 8th-tier Immortal Emperor was weak. Rather, he was utterly unprepared. Yet, everything unfolded precisely as Su Fengqiu had orchestrated. Su Fengqiu was extraordinarily swift. His strike, equivalent to that of an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor, landed squarely on the head of the ancestor of the Medicine Emperor sect. This blow was fatal. Bang! A deafening crash ensued as the two plummeted, creating a massive crater. The heavenly prison of 10,000 thunder. Crackle, crackle. Torrential heavenly thunder cascaded down. 8th-tier Immortal Emperor, slain. Ancestor. Yao Wuchen bellowed. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What is happening? On what grounds does Su Fengqiu, at the first tier of Immortal Emperor, slay an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor? Insanity. This world has lost its mind. What kind of prowess does Su Fengqiu possess? It completely surpasses my understanding after a millennium. To instantaneously annihilate an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor as a first tier, and to obliterate the misty peak yesterday, is Su Fengqiu truly defying the heavens? Is this the power of the heir of a 10,000-year imperial lineage? When did an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor become so easily dispatched? Such a figure should be a paragon, towering over the world. What manner of being is Su Fengqiu? Meanwhile, another 8th-tier Immortal Emperor found himself immobilized for 10 seconds. The immobilization card disregards realms. Even the Supreme Immortal Emperor must endure 10 seconds of confinement. Only 2 seconds have elapsed. 8 seconds are sufficient to slay him. Why can't I move? Despite exerting all his strength, he remained incapable of motion. However, it should be fine, right? He summoned the power of an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor for defense. Surely, Su Fengqiu could not harm him, could he? Su Fengqiu extended his hand, clutching a heavenly punishment needle. Upon seeing the needle, his pupils constricted in terror. You bastard. Whoosh. The heavenly punishment needle shot forth. Chapter 30. A bloodbath at the Medicine Emperor sect. Save me. The 8th-tier Immortal Emperor screamed. The heavenly punishment needle should not frighten him. Though it can disrupt spiritual energy, his realm still holds weight. The heavenly punishment needle has its limits. Under normal circumstances, the effects of the Tang sect's heavenly punishment needle are not particularly severe against an Immortal Emperor. Yet, yesterday, Su Fengqiu's heavenly punishment needle at the Misty Peak sent shockwaves throughout the continent, revealing that the 10th-ranked heavenly punishment needle of the Xianxian poisonous art could indeed breach an Immortal Emperor's spiritual power. Its poison could transform an Immortal Emperor into blood within mere seconds. Thus, as Su Fengqiu's heavenly punishment needle hurtled towards him, the 8th-tier Immortal Emperor trembled in fear, desperately calling for help. But no one could save him now. Under ordinary circumstances, someone might sacrifice themselves to shield him. Yet presently, every individual had their own adversary. The remaining fighters could barely stand. Who could protect him? Splat. The heavenly punishment needle struck true. Then, the terrifying poison erupted within him. No, no. His expression morphed into one of sheer horror. An 8th-tier Immortal Emperor. He had trained for millennia. He had the potential to ascend to Supreme Immortal Emperor. He did not wish to perish here. Ancestor. Yao Wuchen cried out, his eyes reddening. It's over. Thud. He fell to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. However, the heavenly punishment needle would not reduce an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor to blood. Or rather, he might still have a month or two left to live. After all, he was an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor. Yet, he had effectively lost all combat capability. The others stood in shock. 2 8th-tier Immortal Emperors, just like that? Huh. Witnessing this scene, the Su family warriors rejoiced. The young master is magnificent. Whoosh. A 6th-tier Immortal Emperor of the Su family landed before Su Fengqiu. Young master, we will handle these Immortal Emperors outside. You proceed to the Medicine Emperor sect. Su Fengqiu was unhurried. They could not escape. He intended to deal with these first. Understood. Su Fengqiu's gaze sharpened as he brandished his divine sword. Spirit binding card. Usable 10 times a day, immobilizing for 20 seconds. With 9 cards remaining, Su Fengqiu unleashed them upon the other 9 Immortal Emperors. They could not mobilize their spiritual energy. The Immortal Emperors of the Medicine Emperor sect were instantly shattered. The injured fled. Whoosh. Su Fengqiu then charged towards the Medicine Emperor sect. Sect leader. This is bad. Yao Wuchen's pupils dilated as he activated the protective array of the sect. However, with a mere wave of Su Fengqiu's hand, the array dissipated instantly. With the barrier gone, the efficacy of the remaining formations was negligible. Su Fengqiu, wielding his divine sword, unleashed a devastating strike towards the formidable beings of the Medicine Emperor sect. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated amidst a cloud of dust. The onlookers were left astounded, utterly speechless. Is the Medicine Emperor sect about to be annihilated? How? When did such a sect appear so feeble? When did 8th-tier Immortal Emperors become so easily erased? Is this still the Jiuzhou I know? Su Fengqiu is indeed defying the heavens. Within the Medicine Emperor sect, countless individuals lay poisoned, their mobility severely hampered. With Su Fengqiu, a dignified Immortal Emperor, entering, would it not be a massacre? Unless the Medicine Emperor sect could neutralize the poison, otherwise, dozens of Immortal Emperors and thousands of Taoists would be as ants. The Medicine Emperor sect would be no more. What methods has Su Fengqiu employed? As the dust settled, countless corpses lay strewn about. Numerous powerful beings writhed on the ground, grievously wounded. Su Fengqiu raised his hand. The heaven-subduing tower, originally belonging to Misty Peak, soared into the air, enveloping the Medicine Emperor sect in overwhelming power. 10,000 shadows. Swish. Countless avatars of Su Fengqiu appeared above the Medicine Emperor sect. Su Fengqiu's gaze grew stern. Spare none among the Medicine Emperor sect, regardless of age or gender. All shall perish. Whoosh. Tens of thousands of Su Fengqiu's avatars surged into the Medicine Emperor sect, commencing the slaughter. Ah! The screams echoed incessantly. The thick stench of blood filled the skies above the Medicine Emperor sect. The onlookers outside were filled with dread. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu gazed at the formidable beings of the Medicine Emperor sect, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. Whoosh. Ah! One by one, those once mighty figures fell beneath Su Fengqiu's sword. Thud. A terrified Immortal Emperor knelt before Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, Young Master Su. I am not a member of the Medicine Emperor sect. I am merely a powerful individual who joined the sect. I have never raised a hand against you, young master. I beseech you to spare me. Another elder crawled over. Young Master Su, I too am not a member. I am willing to serve you, young master. Please spare my life. Young Master Su, spare me. Had I known, I would have acted differently. As myriad swords converged, numerous powerful beings were swiftly exterminated. Such ruthlessness from Su Fengqiu. Lu Yunyan mused. He is establishing his authority, a strong figure remarked. Lu Yunyan cast a glance. The Lord of the Phoenix? A pleasure to meet you. It is truly remarkable how so many legendary figures have been drawn here. I find it curious that despite Su Fengqiu having killed Yi Feng, you, with your temperament, have yet to take action. Or is it that you were already aware of Su Fengqiu's methods? The Lord of the Phoenix inquired indifferently. Lu Yunyan replied calmly. I have stated that should Su Fengqiu issue a command, I too shall send aid. Do you believe me? The Lord of the Phoenix was secretly taken aback, then spoke with a slight parting of her crimson lips. It seems that Su Fengqiu's defiance goes beyond this. A great upheaval is imminent across the 9 continents. Lu Yunyan glanced at Luo Lioli. Having met Lu in the past, Luo Lioli offered a respectful bow. Indeed, Luo Lioli harbored considerable interest in Su Fengqiu. I have also encountered you at the Misty Peak, the Lord of the Phoenix remarked. I have brought Lioli here to learn. Before long, Su Fengqiu's countless avatars had wreaked havoc upon the Medicine Emperor sect. In the square, thousands of disciples from the Medicine Emperor sect huddled together in fear. These were the prodigies from various cities and empires who had entered the sect, and they were essentially innocent. Thus, Su Fengqiu had no intention of harming them. Additionally, there were over 1,000 members of the Yao family, brought by Su Fengqiu's numerous avatars, men and women, young and old. Their desperate wails echoed through the sky. They were all exceedingly weak, unable to move. Su Fengqiu approached an elderly man, and the man froze as if plunged into a frigid abyss. With a thud, he fell to his knees before Su Fengqiu, pleading, "Young Master Su, please do not kill me. From this day forth, I am no longer a member of the Yao family, and I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty." "Brother Yu," Yao Wuchen, drenched in blood, pointed an accusatory finger at his younger brother. Su Fengqiu chuckled coldly. "Your attitude is commendable." The elderly man displayed a flicker of hope. "Then allow me to grant you a swift end." In the next instant, Su Fengqiu severed his head. "Su Fengqiu!" Yao Wuchen screamed in desperation. Ding! Detected a child of destiny. Child of destiny, Yao Wujia. Destiny value, 880010. First tier child of destiny. Age, 8. Bloodline, human. Physique, celestial young body. Realm, first stage of Shintian. Combat score, 44. Description, grandson of Yao Wuchen, a promising future ahead. Ding! You have triggered the quest, destiny value reset. Quest reward, completion of the celestial array diagram. Celestial array diagram, mastery over all arrays in the world. Upon acquisition, one will become familiar with their settings and unravel all formations. Su Fengqiu then raised his hand, causing the 8-year-old Yao Wujia to levitate helplessly, kicking his legs and crying out, "Grandfather, save me. Grandfather Wu." Yao Wuchen's pupils constricted. Su Fengqiu, what do you intend to do? Release my grandson." With a snap, Su Fengqiu twisted Yao Wujia's neck. Ding! You have slain the child of destiny, Yao Wujia. Reward obtained. Completion of the celestial array diagram. Gulp. The crowd could not help but swallow hard, and the cries around them grew more frantic. "Ah, Su Fengqiu, may you have a terrible death. May you have a terrible death." Yao Wuchen roared, his eyes bloodshot. Su Fengqiu then entered the fray, dragging a woman by her hair, forcing her to witness Yao Wuchen. "Father." The woman wept, looking at Yao Wuchen. Su Fengqiu spoke coolly, "Let us play a game. I shall grant you a stick of incense worth of time to open all the treasures of your Medicine Emperor sect, but be swift. Every 10 breaths, I shall slay one member of your family." With that, Su Fengqiu struck the woman down with his sword. "Let the game begin." "No, daughter." Yao Wuchen howled. "Su Fengqiu, you are utterly ruthless. Retribution will come for you." "Ah!" Yao Wuchen screamed. Su Fengqiu remained unperturbed. "You spare neither child nor woman. Your actions are more brutal than those of the demonic sections. You will surely face consequences." Su Fengqiu stretched out his hand, and a small boy flew over. Su Fengqiu stood there, ruffling the boy's hair. "Grandfather, save me. Grandfather." The boy cried, paralyzed with fear. Su Fengqiu smiled slightly. Snap! Thud! The boy's lifeless body collapsed. 10 breaths have passed. Yao Wuchen trembled violently. A man flew over, but Su Fengqiu's sword was pressed against his throat. "Uncle! Uncle!" The man looked helplessly at Yao Wuchen. Trembling, Yao Wuchen stood up. "No, please, I will go. I will go. I shall do it at once. Do not strike." He dragged his weakened body away, but just a few steps later, another 10 breaths had elapsed. Su Fengqiu spoke monotonously, "Ah." A scream pierced the air. The man was executed by Su Fengqiu. Yao Wuchen shuddered, unable to look back, tears of blood streaming down his face as he hastened his pace. Chapter 31. The pressure falls on Yao Xinshan. Those watching from a distance beheld Su Fengqiu's atrocities. Truth be told, even among some powerful figures, a chill ran down their spines. Su Fengqiu, a young prodigy of 28, could be so merciless. They understood the principle that wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring winds bring new life. Yet, he could eliminate them all at once. Su Fengqiu's actions instilled an instinctive fear in these onlookers. Such methods were unparalleled in his generation. The Lord of the Phoenix remarked. Afterward, she turned to Luo Lioli and asked, "Lioli, do you consider his methods cruel? They are somewhat ruthless, yet it is acceptable. Wildfires cannot be extinguished. Spring winds bring renewal. Since ancient times, victors and vanquished have existed. Had young Master Su not possessed such means, he would have been the one slain, along with the Su family. This act also serves to intimidate the 9 continents and his next target, Yao Xinshan." However, Luo Lioli's delicate brows furrowed. "But what?" Luo Lioli replied. "For some reason, I feel that young Master Su possesses 2 faces. Just a few days ago, I heard that he was enjoying leisure with his maid, quite carefree. I wonder which of these is his true self." Soon, Yao Wuchen returned, and before him lay the familiar corpses of his Yao family members. Behind him, the The cries of other Yao family members, including his numerous wives and daughters, filled the air. Grandfather, save me. Father, save me. Woe is me. Husband, save our child. Su Fengqiu, you will face retribution. Yao Wuchen's blood-soaked tears fell as he pointed at Su Fengqiu. Howling, have you completed the task? Su Fengqiu asked coolly. Yao Wuchen gritted his teeth. I have opened everything. All the resources of the Medicine Emperor sect are yours now. I can die, but they are innocent. Spare their lives. Su Fengqiu replied, one arm for one life. Choose. With that, he tossed a sword before Yao Wuchen. Yao Wuchen picked up the sword, lowering his head. Swish. Ah, his arm flew off. Yao Wuchen clutched his severed limb, his face pale. Su Fengqiu queried, which will you choose? Yao Wuchen cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, tears of blood streaming down her face. She pointed at a girl of about 13 or 14 years of age. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow at the sight. Oh, it seems this girl holds great significance for you. Your granddaughter? Indeed. Yao Wuchen gritted her teeth in response. Come forth, Su Fengqiu commanded the girl. Grandfather, Wu grandfather. The girl, trembling, crawled towards Yao Wuchen in tears. Just as she neared Yao Wuchen, a swift motion ensued. With a flash, a sword pierced through her body. Yao Wuchen shuddered violently. No, he howled. Su Fengqiu, you are a man of broken promises. Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu erupted into laughter. Master Yao, did I not express earlier that this was merely a game? Surely, you grasp the concept that wildfires cannot be extinguished, for spring breezes give rise anew? With that, Su Fengqiu turned to the assembled warriors. You see, there are hundreds of formidable beings here, none of whom belong to the Yao family. They are merely powerful allies of the Yao Emperor sect. Su Fengqiu addressed them. You have 30 breaths. Anyone who possesses the head of a Yao family member shall be spared. This is not a game. It is a decree from me. Upon hearing this, the warriors lunged forth, grasping at a lifeline. Do not compete with me. Anyone who dares to snatch from me shall be slain. Ha ha. I have survived. Ha ha ha. Step aside. Scoundrels, I will take the kill. I will establish my resolve before young Master Su. The remnants of the Yao family were few, while the others were numerous. Many would find it impossible to secure a head within 30 breaths. If they did not act swiftly, it would be their own demise. No, no. Yao Wuchen gazed in despair at the unfolding scene. The surrounding warriors were equally shaken. How ruthless Su Fengqiu was, how merciless his methods. He could have directly slain these individuals, yet he chose this path. He was asserting his authority, instilling fear in those who coveted his life and the supreme bone within him, those who harbored ambitions against the Su family. Farewell, Su Fengqiu uttered, before cleaving Yao Wuchen down with a single stroke of his sword. Subsequently, a throng of warriors brandishing heads rushed to Su Fengqiu. Their expressions were filled with elation. Young Master Su, I hold a head. Young Master Su, please spare me. Spare me, young Master Su. Su Fengqiu pointed skyward. A deluge of thunder descended, annihilating all those who had failed to claim a head. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sent forth several pills. Those who consume this poison pill shall live. Do not attempt any trickery against me. In their desperation to survive, they had no choice but to hastily ingest the poison pills. This is the soul-severing poison pill. The primary pill resides within me. I can control your lives. Should I perish, so too shall you. Their pupils constricted. With a thud, one by one, they fell to their knees. I shall serve young Master Su like a loyal hound. I shall serve young Master Su like a loyal hound. Su Fengqiu nodded in satisfaction. These individuals included dozens of immortal emperors and over 100 beings of the heavenly Tao realm, forming a considerable force. Su Fengqiu waved his hand, causing the Tianjin Tower to descend. He then addressed his disciples. You may depart. Seek other sects for your cultivation. Yes, yes. Tens of thousands of disciples fled in haste. Su Fengqiu then tossed some pills to those warriors. This is the antidote. After consuming it, seek out the Yao Emperor sect. If you discover any remnants of the Yao family, eliminate them. Understood. Thereafter, Su Fengqiu made his way to the Yao Emperor sect's treasury and medicinal garden. Here lay the resources of a millennium-old royal sect, heavenly treasures, martial techniques, cultivation methods, mental arts, spiritual weapons, medicinal pills, spiritual stones, and the essence required for cultivation. All were priceless treasures. The onlookers were left in awe by the spectacle before them. The Yao Emperor sect was no more. Who could have foreseen this? Just yesterday, the mysterious peak was obliterated, and today Su Fengqiu has annihilated the Yao Emperor sect. In a certain sense, it was as if he single-handedly extinguished a royal sect. Nearly 100 immortal emperors, along with 2 peak 8th stage immortal emperors, were reduced to mere ants. Su Fengqiu was nothing short of extraordinary, a figure unparalleled in history. No one could compare to Su Fengqiu in this generation. These 2 battles have shaken the 9 continents. Su Fengqiu's name shall be immortalized. and the Su family is poised to reclaim its former glory. Collecting all the resources, Su Fengqiu stepped forth into the void. As long as I remain at the Su Yao Divine Mountain for another day, if the 9 heavens Yao Divine Mountain does not come to the Su family by noon tomorrow, I shall eradicate it. With that proclamation, Su Fengqiu strode away. Chapter 32, Su Chang'an's Opportunity, the Mysterious Woman. Su Buhui paced anxiously within the courtyard. His heart was heavy with impatience. He fervently wished for Su Fengqiu's failure, for him to perish within the Yao Emperor sect. He refrained from attending the scene, for as a member of the Su family, his presence there would be perilous and unnecessary. All he needed was to await news. At that moment, a transmission talisman flew before him. "Father." The voice of Su Chang'an rang out, filled with shock. "Speak." Su Chang'an had disguised himself and infiltrated the Yao Emperor sect. The Yao Emperor sect has been annihilated. Yao Wuchen and the others have all been slaughtered. What? Su Buhui's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sank down, dazed. The Mysterious Peak and the Yao Emperor sect, 2 prominent royal sects of the 8th layer. Not to say they were the strongest, but they were indeed royal. A terrifying sect with dozens of immortal emperors. To have destroyed the Mysterious Peak yesterday and the Yao Emperor sect today, the crux of the matter is, this was not the work of the Su family. It was the doing of Su Fengqiu alone. Could one individual truly obliterate 2 royal sects? Such claims would be met with skepticism. Even a supreme immortal emperor might struggle to accomplish such a feat alone. A sect's protective formation, dozens of immortal emperors, and an array of extraordinary spiritual artifacts would be enough to confound even a supreme immortal emperor. What gave Su Fengqiu the right? Yet, the reality was undeniable. This instilled a profound sense of trepidation. If one person could achieve such feats, what kind of means did he possess? How could they retaliate? How could they seize power? Su Fengqiu must have obtained tremendous fortune. You should return, and we shall probe his depths. Tread carefully and avoid rash actions. Understood. At the 9 heavens, Yao Divine Mountain, countless disciples were engaged in discussions regarding Su Fengqiu. Have you heard? The Su family's young master, Su Fengqiu, annihilated the Mysterious Peak yesterday. And today the Yao Emperor sect has also fallen. It's utterly shocking. Who hasn't he heard? Previously, I had only heard of Su Fengqiu advancing to Immortal Emperor at the age of 28, which was impressive, but I didn't think much of it. After all, our Yao Divine Mountain Saint was also an Immortal Emperor at 29. I even looked down on him a few days ago, but in these past 2 days, my heavens, it's simply outrageous. I suspect Su Fengqiu must be a reincarnation of some divine being or have acquired immense fortune. To single-handedly obliterate 2 royal sects is beyond comprehension. The power of the supreme bone of Yifeng has elevated him immensely. The millennium-long protective formation of a powerful sect has utterly failed. Now the pressure falls upon us at Yao Divine Mountain. It remains to be seen how we will respond. He cannot genuinely intend to eradicate our Yao Divine Mountain. Can he? He is merely putting on a facade. I do not believe he possesses such abilities. Within the Grand Hall of Yaoshan Mountain, a congregation of elite warriors sat in opulence, their expressions grave. They were undoubtedly aware of the news regarding the annihilation of the Yaohuang sect, and their mood was heavy. Upon entering, they fell into a profound silence. The sect master, Li Baishan, cast a glance at the formidable figures and commanded, "Speak." The Grand Elder cleared his throat and remarked, "In recent days, the downfall of the Piaomiao Peak and the Yaohuang sect has exceeded everyone's imagination. Su Fengqiu's methods are nothing short of defiance against heaven itself. Certain powers are, even to this day, beyond my comprehension." Another elder nodded in agreement. A 1st-tier Immortal Emperor vanquishing an 8th-tier Immortal Emperor, and the latter sustaining inexplicable injuries. The potency of the Xuani poison and its abilities to inhibit and immobilize are astonishing. To be frank, whether it be Piaomiao Peak or the Yaohuang sect, our Yaoshan Mountain would incur considerable costs to intervene. Su Fengqiu has accomplished all this with alarming ease. Anger flickered in Li Baishan's eyes as he inquired, "So, are you suggesting that our Yaoshan Mountain should apologize for declaring an attack on the Su family?" "Master," the Grand Elder responded solemnly, "the entire Yaohuang sect has been poisoned. You must be aware of the nature of this poison." Li Baishan pondered. "It must be the legendary 10th-tier Duanshang Ju Ling San." "Indeed, Duanshang Ju Ling San. Our Yaoshan Mountain lacks the means to discover or cure such poison. It is quite possible that we are already afflicted." A cacophony of discontent arose among the assembly. How did Su Fengqiu acquire such capabilities? Li Baishan's countenance darkened. It is likely he has obtained an unparalleled opportunity from the age of the gods. The Grand Elder concurred. This is of little consequence. What matters is that we cannot resolve the Duanshang Ju Ling San. If we are indeed poisoned, how shall we wage war tomorrow? If the Su family emerges in full force, Yaoshan Mountain shall surely face annihilation. Indeed, Su Fengqiu wields the hand of absolute spirit. and the time is too fleeting for us to contend with him. The elder continued, I believe it would be prudent to avoid his brilliance. After all, prior to this, no one believed he could destroy Piao Peak and the Yaowang sect. Everyone considered it a joke, yet the outcome has proven otherwise. Master, it is not fear, but rather a strategic consideration. Su Fengqiu's radiance is overwhelming. We must retreat. Li Baishan sighed. When did our esteemed Yaoshan Mountain, a god-level force, find itself coerced by a mere junior to such a degree? With but a stamp of our feet, the continent should tremble, yet here we are, lamenting. Silence enveloped the assembly. Li Baishan surveyed them and declared, if we apologize, the dignity of Yaoshan Mountain shall be utterly shattered. Dignity is temporary. We have ample time to counter Su Fengqiu's methods and reclaim our honor by extinguishing the Su family later. Li Baishan discerned the fears instilled by Su Fengqiu's ruthless capabilities that had shaken them all. He sighed heavily and cast his gaze upon the assembly. Is this the consensus? No one spoke. They dared not gamble. I understand now. Grand Elder, Second Elder, accompany me to the Su family. Understood. Not long after the news of Piao Peak and the Yaowang sect's destruction by Su Fengqiu spread, another astonishing revelation swept across the continent. Yaoshan Mountain had shown weakness. Sect Master Li Baishan, along with the powerful elders, publicly went to the Su family to issue an apology. A dignified power of the ninth heaven, whose overall strength far surpassed that of the Su family, was bowing before them. Coupled with Su Fengqiu's thunderous methods and miraculous feats, he had instilled fear in numerous powerful factions. The Su family, for a time, basked in unprecedented glory. Su Fengqiu's name resounded throughout the 9 continents. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the Su family. Su Fengqiu stood at the precipice, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant stars. It seemed a chapter had reached its conclusion. His reputation and fearsome legacy had been firmly established. For now, he could afford to set aside these matters. Now, he turned his attention to the tasks at hand, the missions of Xiao Li and Luo Liuli. There was no need for haste. The task concerning Chu Ran could also wait. Su Chang'an, Child of Destiny, Su Chang'an. Age, 29. Destiny value, 1,887,000, second-tier Child of Destiny. Physique, Undying Dao Body. Realm, first-tier Heavenly Dao Realm. Combat rating, 79. Introduction, the pure bloodline of the ancient imperial clan Su, possessing the Undying Dao Body and the Blood Spirit Pearl. Task, clear Su Chang'an's Destiny value. Task reward, Destiny value 500,000. Peak level sword intent, sealed sword technique. Killing him directly would suffice. Yet, with nearly 2 million Destiny values at stake, corresponding to almost 20 million system points, this system had crafted Su Fengqiu's legendary tale. Without it, how could he possibly have obliterated Piao Peak and the Yaowang sect? Moreover, Su Fengqiu could freely access Su Chang'an's history, understanding the origins of his Destiny value. The background provided by the Su family and his physique yielded little in terms of Destiny value, merely a few 100,000. The crux of his Destiny value stemmed from a woman, akin to the relationship between the medical sage Li Qianxiu and Yi Feng. However, why? On the day of the grand wedding, was Su Chang'an present at the Su family? The proximity was sufficient, yet Su Fengqiu did not trigger the Child of Destiny task. This was because, at that time, Su Chang'an did not qualify as a Child of Destiny. His Destiny value was only in the hundreds of thousands. Coincidentally, when Su Fengqiu ventured to the first heaven to slay Yi Feng, he encountered an opportunity, meeting that woman, which augmented his Destiny value by over 1 million, elevating him to the second-tier Child of Destiny. What Su Fengqiu needed to do was straightforward: dismantle the connection between him and that woman. Xiao Li, Su Fengqiu called out. Not far away, Xiao Li, who was amusing a spirit fox, hurriedly approached, cradling the creature. Young master, do you wish to go out? Su Fengqiu inquired. Yes, yes. Xiao Li nodded eagerly. Su Fengqiu gently stroked the spirit fox in her arms and said, At dawn, I shall take you to Liuzhou City. Chapter 33, Li Qianxia. At the break of dawn, in Liuzhou City, the closest city to the Su family, Su Chang'an arrived early with a plethora of food. Once I secure Xianxia, Su Fengqiu, what will you amount to? Su Chang'an's eyes narrowed. A few days prior, brimming with confidence, Su Chang'an was in a foul mood and had sought solace by slaughtering beasts in the demon god forest. During his journey, a colossal meteor descended from the heavens, landing not far from him. As he approached, he discovered a young woman lying unconscious in the deep crater. She was the most exquisite woman he had ever laid eyes upon. Even the top 20 celestial maidens he had previously encountered paled in comparison. She possessed an elegance and nobility that even the holy Yao Empress might find lacking. Initially, Su Chang'an believed her to be deceased. To be honest, even if she were, he would still be tempted. She was simply too beautiful, too regal. As he prepared to undress, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. startling Su Chang'an to the brink of disaster. Fortunately, he had not yet removed his garments. After a period of communication, Su Chang'an learned that this woman had lost all memories, only recalling her name, Xianxia. Xianxia was extraordinarily powerful. In a fleeting moment, she astonishingly halted the flow of time within a radius of 10 miles. Su Chang'an realized that his opportunity had arrived. Due to Xianxia's complete loss of memory, Su Chang'an deceived her into believing that he was her husband. He fabricated some reasons, claiming that she had mysteriously disappeared 5 years ago, and that he had searched for her during that time, only to find her now devoid of memories. His performance was nothing short of masterful, filled with heartfelt emotion. Xianxia, although skeptical, decided to accompany him. Su Chang'an, being a clever individual, understood that while he had temporarily secured the identity of her husband, he would not hastily attempt to take her hand. He knew that his immediate priority was to cultivate their relationship gradually, step by step. To truly penetrate her heart and make her his own, he arranged for Xianxia to reside in Luzhou City, assigning several maids to attend to her every need. Meanwhile, he exerted all his charm and gentlemanly demeanor to captivate her. Taking a deep breath, Su Chang'an knocked on the door. A maid opened it respectfully, bowing. "Young master." Is Xianxia inside?" "Yes." Su Chang'an smiled and walked in. In the courtyard lay a particularly beautiful back garden, which featured a small lake adorned with a pavilion. Within the pavilion stood a woman gazing at the breathtaking scenery. She wore a flowing blue celestial gown, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. Her noble and elegant demeanor resembled a snow lotus blossoming atop an icy peak, pure and unattainable. Her rosy lips were delicate, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if untouched by the tumult of life. Just her presence seemed to merge with the beautiful surroundings, creating a picturesque scene. Su Chang'an approached, entranced by her silhouette. "Xianxia," he called out with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Xianxia turned, slightly bowing, her lips parting to speak with an almost tranquil tone. "Young Master Su." Just catching a glimpse of her back inspired him to compose an impromptu verse. Celestial beings should dwell only in the heavens. Rare are the moments to hear of them on earth. Su Chang'an, unfamiliar with poetry, had learned this line specifically to enhance his allure. Xianxia displayed no visible emotional response, merely commenting, "Young Master Su is indeed a person of talent. Ha ha ha, many years ago, our acquaintance blossomed through poetry. I have brought you some delicacies, all your favorites from before, osmanthus cake and jujube wine." As Xianxia sat there, a hint of confusion flickered in her clear eyes. "I used to love these?" Su Chang'an replied with a chuckle. "Indeed, especially the osmanthus cake, which I had the servants prepare fresh this morning. Try it." Of course, Su Chang'an had no knowledge of her actual preferences, but osmanthus cake was a delicacy favored by most women, so he felt confident. Since she remembered nothing, if she enjoyed it, it would lend credence to his words. Xianxia picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, scrutinized it for a moment, and then slowly brought it to her lips. Su Chang'an gazed at her delicate mouth, unable to suppress a swallow. Truth be told, merely observing her made him feel unworthy. By heavens, he had to win her heart. The thought alone was overwhelming. "How is it?" he inquired. Xianxia nodded slightly. "Not bad, young Master Su." "Ah, Xianxia, in the past, you used to call me Brother Chang'an. This new address feels rather unfamiliar. I hope you can understand." Su Chang'an laughed. "Ha ha, it is of no consequence. Being able to find you is my greatest fortune." Xianxia set down the osmanthus cake, and then opened her palm to reveal a radiant 7-colored holy lotus. The sight of the 7-colored holy lotus startled Su Chang'an. Such a treasure was unheard of even in the Su family. In the entire 9 continents, it might take a century for a single bloom to appear. Its value was beyond imagination. For someone at the 10th stage of the heavenly path, possessing a 7-colored holy lotus could almost guarantee an ascension to the realm of an immortal emperor. To him, it was a priceless gem. Indeed, it was wise to foster a relationship with her, although she remembered nothing and could not yet accept the truth of their past as celestial partners. Her connection with him seemed genuine. She bestowed upon him formidable martial arts, techniques, and insights, even teaching him supreme swordsmanship. As a member of the Su family, he found these techniques and sword skills surpassed many within his clan. Xianxia should not feel indebted for young Master Su's kindness. Please accept this. Su Chang'an extended his hand. Then I shall not be coy with you, Xianxia. It is but fitting. Xianxia replied gracefully. Su Chang'an then sighed. What troubles you, young Master Su? She asked. He said, to be honest, I feel as though I have reached too high for you in the past. I do not know why Xianxia would have been drawn to me. Even now, I have only just begun to tread the path of the heavenly way. After the heavenly path comes the Immortal Emperor, Xianxia remarked. You should attain the Immortal Emperor realm within a few years. Such astonishing talent is indeed rare in this world. But you are incomparable to me, Xianxia. You, for reasons unknown, have your cultivation sealed at the Immortal Emperor level. No wonder you find it difficult to accept me now. Li Xianxia gazed at Su Chang'an, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Young Master Su need not belittle himself. If we were once celestial partners, you must possess extraordinary qualities. I simply cannot recall, but I can feel your genuine affection for me. It merely requires some time. Su Chang'an's heart leaped with joy. This divine woman, though noble and stunning, seemed quite innocent. It would not take long to win her over. There was no need to rush. Ha ha ha, it is nothing, merely a moment of reflection. Oh, by the way, I wish to inquire about a few matters with you, Xianxia. Li Xianxia nodded slightly. Please, young Master Su. There is a contemporary young prodigy who, at the age of 28, was forcibly elevated to the Immortal Emperor realm through various resources. Li Xianxia replied. In such a case, his foundation is unstable. Although he may possess the Immortal Emperor status, he might not be able to withstand a formidable opponent at the Heavenly Path level. What is peculiar is that, despite not being particularly strong, he has recently encountered some fortuitous opportunity and single-handedly annihilated 2 royal-level factions consisting of dozens, even nearly 100, Immortal Emperors. Li Xianxia's brows furrowed as she fell into contemplation. What means does he possess? Su Chang'an explained. He seized the supreme bones of other geniuses and obtained the absolute spirit hand. Li Xianxia responded. In this case, the protective formation of the sect would be entirely ineffective, but that alone is insufficient. He must also be able to unleash the might of a supreme immortal emperor. This must be the power of a strong inheritance, but he may only be able to utilize it once in this lifetime. Su Chang'an added, I understand this. Yet it is strange. He, at the first stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, easily slayed several at the 8th stage without the aid of a transcendent spiritual weapon or heaven-defying martial arts. Li Xianxia fell into deep thought. Do you not comprehend, Xianxia? She gently shook her head. If he truly lacks the support of a top-tier spiritual weapon, it is difficult to fathom. Thus, when you say he can single-handedly destroy royal-level factions, I find it hard to believe. Su Chang'an stated, but the truth is as such. Furthermore, he wields the Xiantian poison device, whose poison can reduce those at the Immortal Emperor realm to mere blood within moments. It is indeed quite normal. The challenge of the Xiantian poison device lies not in its crafting, but rather in the poison itself, which serves merely as an auxiliary function. Should one be able to concoct an even more potent toxin, the lethality of the Xiantian poison device would be significantly enhanced. Poisons capable of reducing an immortal emperor of the 5th rank or lower to mere blood within a few breaths are exceedingly rare, yet not non-existent. Su Chang'an nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, he was struck by an attack from an immortal emperor of the 8th rank, yet emerged unscathed, while the immortal emperor himself sustained injuries. What could this mean? Li Xianxia furrowed her brows. Could it possibly be a technique that reverses the flow of destiny? Su Chang'an's eyes brightened. Is there such a thing? Li Xianxia nodded. Indeed, there exists a technique that, when activated, allows one to reverse the attacks received back upon the assailant, an exceedingly profound skill. I recall its existence, though the specifics elude me. It makes sense now. As for the Xiantian poison device, I happen to possess the crafting methods for the heavenly punishment needle, falling flower tears, and the puppet doll. Would you be interested, young Master Su? Su Chang'an was taken aback. What? You actually have the methods for crafting the Xiantian poison device, and the puppet doll's crafting methods as well? That is ranked 3rd among the Xiantian poison devices. Even the Tang clan lacks this. He felt invincible. But, could it truly be feasible? Li Xianxia affirmed. Certainly. But the materials required for crafting the Xiantian poison device are the rarest in the world, so you may need to seek them out yourself. That is of no concern. He replied. Please allow me a few days. Of course, I shall not disturb you further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Very well, young Master Su. Take care. Su Chang'an extended his hand, wishing to grasp hers, but Li Xianxia deftly evaded. When can we hold hands? Su Chang'an inquired. Please grant me some time. She responded. That is fine. I shall return home for now. In a few days, I will take you to my family. Young Master Su, walk safely. Su Chang'an then left in a state of exhilaration. Su Fengqiu, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Ha! When I managed to craft the legendary 3rd-ranked puppet doll of the Xiantian poison device, you won't even comprehend how you meet your end. Ha! I shall indeed become invincible in this world. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu had arrived in Liuzhou City with Shaoli, Chapter 34. One can only say, what a tragic young lady. Liuzhou City was bustling with people, being a city of the 8th tier. Numerous formidable martial families resided there, and every corner of the city was filled with hidden talents. As they traversed the streets, Su Fengqiu and Shaoli overheard numerous discussions regarding Su Fengqiu himself. However, very few had actually laid eyes on him. Thus, As they walked through the city, they were often perceived as a young sect master, a holy child, or a young master from a prestigious family. Young master, have you ever tasted candied hawthorn? Xiaoli inquired eagerly. I have, Su Fengqiu replied with a smile. Then, would you like to have some more? Su Fengqiu chuckled. If it is you, Xiaoli, who buys it for me, then I would indeed like to indulge. Xiaoli's face flushed bright red. Ding. Xiaoli's affection for you increased by 1, current affection, 41. Xiaoli dashed over with coins in hand. Uncle, I would like 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Moments later, she returned, beaming, with 2 skewers in hand. Young master, here you go. Su Fengqiu smiled as he accepted them. Xiaoli looked at him with anticipation. Is it sweet? Su Fengqiu took a bite. Is it delicious? She asked eagerly. Quite good. Hee. Ding. Xiaoli's affection for you increased by 1, current affection, 42. Xiaoli was genuinely delighted. Previously, Su Fengqiu had treated her harshly, and she had been quite fearful of his tempestuous temperament. However, recently he had become notably gentle, and Xiaoli, captivated by his kindness and even a few tender words he had shared, found herself quite taken with him. Su Fengqiu led Xiaoli to a mansion. He possessed the ability to perceive Su Chang'an's past, and was fully aware of the events of the past few days and Su Chang'an's actions. It could be said that dismantling the bond between him and Li Qianxia would be remarkably simple. Knock, knock, knock. Su Fengqiu rapped on the door. Click. The door swung open, revealing a maid who regarded Su Fengqiu with surprise. Why, young master? To be honest, although they were both members of the Su family, this maid served the Su Buhui branch. Nonetheless, she certainly recognized Su Fengqiu. Is Su Chang'an in? Su Fengqiu asked nonchalantly. Ah, young master has just departed. The maid hurriedly replied, not daring to lie to Su Fengqiu, given his recent formidable reputation. His decisive actions and exceedingly ruthless methods made her cautious. She was merely a maid and understood her place. Having come to visit, I heard that Su Chang'an has a mansion here, so I thought I would take a look. Indeed, Su Fengqiu responded as he stepped inside. I shall rest for a moment. Please brew me a cup of tea. Yes. As Su Fengqiu entered the mansion, he made his way toward the back garden where Li Qianxia was situated. Young master, the back garden is not quite convenient, the maid cautioned. Oh, why is that? Su Fengqiu feigned ignorance. The maid's gaze flitted nervously. Young master has important guests. Su Chang'an's guests are my guests as well, and moreover, they are guests of the Su family. Therefore, I must pay them a visit. Lead the way. Yes. Li Qianxia sat in the back garden, savoring the works of various poets. She found great joy in the realm of poetry. Its beauty could illuminate her mind with a single phrase. Not only now, but throughout her memories, she had always cherished poetry, literature, and the arts, for they were methods of refining one's state of mind for a true cultivator. Hearing the commotion, Li Qianxia looked up and saw several figures approaching. Su Fengqiu casually glanced around the garden and remarked, Su Chang'an certainly possesses an exquisite taste. This back garden is quite lovely. Upon noticing the visitors, Li Qianxia's brows knitted together as she rose to her feet. Did young master not say that no one would disturb me? She regarded Su Fengqiu, who bore a faint resemblance to Su Chang'an, although he was not much older. The aura he exuded was more subdued and composed compared to Su Chang'an. Su Fengqiu's gaze fell upon Li Qianxia. Though she wore a veil, her otherworldly beauty was still evident. How to describe her? A beauty that could topple kingdoms? A vision that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall? No. Such phrases are insufficient. It seems that even the most elaborate idioms fail to encapsulate her visage, particularly the grace that accompanies her every smile and gesture. Damn! How fortunate is Su Chang'an to encounter such a divine sister. Ding! Detected the child of destiny. Su Fengqiu was taken aback. Her essence seems akin to Li Qianxia. Could she truly trigger the child of destiny as well? It appears that the title of child of destiny is not exclusive to the younger generation. Many who have lived for centuries or even millennia still embody the essence of the child of destiny, for they have always been so. The son of fortune, Li Qianxia. Destiny value, 9, 801, 312, 9th rank son of fortune. Age, 5, 500. Bloodline, 9-tailed celestial fox. Physique, ice divine body, 9-fold sacred spirit body. 3,000 paths of gods and demons. Realm, 5th stage celestial emperor, damaged. Combat power rating, 95. Introduction, one of the highest bloodlines in the world. The 9-tailed celestial fox clan, the absolute supreme of the demon race, originates from the demon god of the 8 desolations. 16 years ago, the daughter of calamity was born, and the beings of the 8 desolations suffered immensely. Li Qianxia united with the human, demon, and devil races of the 8 desolations to battle the daughter of calamity, ultimately slaying her. However, during the moment of deification, she failed to endure the 9-9 annihilation thunder tribulation, resulting in a catastrophic decline in her cultivation to the realm of celestial emperor, leading to amnesia and scattering across the 9 continents. Upon reading this introduction, Fengqiu shuddered. 9th rank son of fortune. 5th stage, celestial emperor. 500 years old. Demon god. What does it mean to plummet to the 5th stage of celestial emperor? And what exactly is the 8 desolations? Fengqiu was utterly bewildered. Furthermore, the daughter of calamity? Xiao Li is a body of calamity. Is there a connection between the calamity body and the daughter of calamity? Xiao Li is 16 years old. She also battled the daughter of calamity 16 years ago. Is there a connection? Probably not. Just a coincidence. Originally, Fengqiu was rather confident. But to be honest, after seeing Xianxia's introduction, he felt like a mere pawn in her presence. The realm was one aspect, but she seemed to exist beyond a certain level of comprehension. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the task, subdue Xianxia. When Xianxia's affection for you reaches 20, 40, 60, or 80, you will receive rewards. Reaching 80 will grant you the ultimate reward belonging to Xianxia. Initially, Fengqiu had no particular intentions. He merely intended to dissolve her relationship with Su Chang'an. However, now that a task had been triggered, the situation was different. After investigating Su Chang'an's life, he gleaned some insights from Su Chang'an's actions towards Xianxia. He could emulate Su Chang'an and play the role of the former celestial companion of this celestial sister. This would allow him to swiftly close the distance and garner her favor. Although his methods were undoubtedly shameless, he was, after all, a villain. Moreover, Fengqiu was not so depraved as to think of taking advantage of a woman who had perished. To be a qualified antagonist, he still needed to learn from someone like Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an, oh Su Chang'an, while you may possess skills in courting, it seems I must impart to you the true art of seduction. One could only say, what a tragic young lady. Why did you have to cross paths with me? So noble. Xiao Li's small mouth slightly agape as she gazed at Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia's attention was inexplicably drawn to Xiao Li. Her delicate brows furrowed, seemingly sensing an unsettling feeling. Fengqiu noticed her focus on Xiao Li and clasped his fist towards Xianxia. I am Fengqiu, and this is Xiao Li. Xianxia returned to her senses and slightly inclined her body. Xianxia. At that moment, a flock of birds took flight from the trees. Fengqiu glanced over and then smiled gently. The fish sinks and the wild goose flies. The beauty hides like the moon and the flowers tremble. Miss Xianxia truly astonishes this emperor. Upon hearing Fengqiu's poetry, a flicker of interest sparked within Xianxia. Su Gongzi flatters me. These couplets I seem not to have heard before. Fengqiu replied. They were merely inspired by the moment. Su Gongzi is indeed talented. The two of you. Please take a seat. Fengqiu sat down. Xiao Li, you too, take a seat. Xiao Li, understanding, said, Young master, I shall fetch you some immortal's drunkenness. Very well. Be careful. Yes. Xiao Li then departed. Xianxia, with her clear eyes, observed Xiao Li's retreating figure and then inquired, Who is Miss Xiao Li? Chapter 35. On the shameless methods of Fengqiu in courting. Fengqiu realized that Xianxia seemed more interested in Xiao Li than in himself. She is my maid. Miss Xiao Li does not appear to be ordinary, Xianxia remarked. Fengqiu smiled. That is only natural. May I ask what brings Miss Xianxia here? Fengqiu began to weave his web. Xianxia retorted. What is the relationship between Su Gongzi and Su Chang'an? Su Chang'an is my cousin from the collateral branch. Xianxia's expression shifted, and she no longer regarded Fengqiu's arrival as intrusive. Instead, she found herself eager to learn more from him. Su Chang'an Gongzi claimed that I was his celestial partner, separated 5 years ago. Fengqiu displayed an expression of surprise. How could this emperor be unaware of that? Xianxia's delicate brows furrowed. Su Gongzi means. Fengqiu explained. I am the young master of the Su family, having grown up alongside Su Chang'an. But Miss Xianxia and he. Could it be that Su Gongzi is simply unaware? Xianxia inquired. Fengqiu chuckled. Ha ha ha, that is indeed a possibility. However, despite being from the same family, my relationship with him is quite poor. Poor relationship? Yes, the Su family is an ancient imperial lineage, currently led by my father's line and Su Chang'an's line. I am the young master of the Su family. Understood, Xianxia nodded. Miss Xianxia, I have a request. Fengqiu suddenly stated. Please, Su Gongzi, speak. Fengqiu gazed at Xianxia and asked. May I ask if Miss Xianxia could remove her veil? Xianxia's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Fengqiu explained. The thing is, upon hearing Miss Xianxia's name, I felt quite moved. For I once had a confidant named Xianxia as well. Xianxia? I must admit, the plot is not too dissimilar from what Su Chang'an described. Xianxia remarked. That should not be the case. Although I have lost my memory, I can still recall certain things, and I should not be the same person. Fengqiu nodded. Indeed, my confidant belonged to the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. But like you, she was very innocent and easily deceived. Li Xianxia? Li Xianxia shook her head and replied coolly, I am not innocent, nor would I be easily deceived. Su Fengqiu sighed. Ha! Indeed, she hails from the 8 desolations. Although I am currently quite unclear about the nature of the 8 desolations, that is what she claimed. Li Xianxia? Her strength is formidable. It would be impossible for her to fall for me, yet due to some peculiar fate, we still ended up together. Oh, by the way, she had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. It was lovely. Li Xianxia? Su Fengqiu continued. She had a light pink birthmark on her posterior. It was quite beautiful. Li Xianxia? She also possessed the ice divine body. And it was because of this physique that we never reached the final step, for at that time, I was far too weak. Li Xianxia? Su Fengqiu smiled as he looked at Li Xianxia. By the way, she absolutely detested osmanthus cake, but at the beginning, when I offered it to her, she would still say she liked it. And Miss Xianxia, you have osmanthus cake on your table, so it is even less likely to be her. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Li Xianxia? Su Fengqiu chuckled inwardly. Su Chang'an, this is the difference between having connections and not having them. Teach you once, and you should learn well for the next life. Li Xianxia's expression subtly changed beneath her veil. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed at Su Fengqiu. What? Why does everything he speaks of resonate with her? Could it be that such coincidences exist in this world? Absolutely impossible. Yet, she indeed seems to originate from that realm of the 8 desolations in my memories. She is the 9-tailed celestial fox, endowed with the divine body of ice. A pale pink birthmark adorns her posterior. Indeed, she harbors a disdain for osmanthus cake. And who might Su Chang'an be? Miss Xianxia? Su Fengqiu remarked. Li Xianxia regained her focus. Su Fengqiu, that name rings a bell. Li Xianxia gazed at Su Fengqiu. In this period, I have indeed extinguished 2 sects. Perhaps my reputation has grown somewhat. Su Fengqiu responded. To slay an 8th-tier being as a 1st-tier celestial emperor? The Xiantian poison devices? Su Fengqiu nodded. Indeed, it is I. I must admit, the techniques for the Xiantian poison devices, Heaven's punishment needle, falling flower tears, and the puppet doll, were taught to me by her. Li Xianxia. It is herself. She just happens to know only these few methods of crafting the Xiantian poison devices. Then why did you part ways? Su Fengqiu sighed. She is returning to the 8 desolations, claiming there are urgent matters, and asked me to wait for her. I shall wait for her. Li Xianxia turned away, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. But what if she no longer remembers you? Li Xianxia inquired. Su Fengqiu asserted, if one can love once, then upon reuniting, love can surely blossom anew. Su Fengqiu then added, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell. With that, Su Fengqiu departed. Li Xianxia slowly turned. Watching Su Fengqiu's silhouette fade, Su Chang'an hurriedly approached, having received news from a maid that Su Fengqiu had arrived at his residence. This startled Su Chang'an. What is he doing here? This spells trouble. Xianxia, Xianxia, Su Chang'an shouted as he rushed to the rear garden. Li Xianxia stood by the lake, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth. Xianxia, did my cousin Su Fengqiu come by just now? Li Xianxia remained unmoved. Su Chang'an frowned, sensing something amiss. Xianxia? Li Xianxia nodded. Yes, we spoke for a while. He didn't say any ill words about me, did he? Ha ha, he did. Su Chang'an felt a jolt in his heart. Xianxia, do not believe what he said. Our bond as celestial partners is a secret, known to but a few in this realm, although my father is aware of it, which Su Fengqiu is not. Li Xianxia nodded. Why do I feel something is off with you? Su Chang'an queried. Li Xianxia replied. I merely seem to recall certain matters. Oh, is that so? Li Xianxia looked at Su Chang'an and stated, I remember we once traveled to the polar continent. The scenery there was exquisite. As she spoke, she produced a beautiful necklace. This was a gift from you. Su Chang'an. Ah, yes. I selected this necklace after much deliberation. The light blue suits your temperament perfectly. Li Xianxia's hair danced in the wind, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a bewitching purple hue. A chilling aura, reminiscent of an ice cavern, erupted from her. Su Chang'an was taken aback. Xianxia. Subsequently, Li Xianxia extended her hand, grasping Su Chang'an's neck from a distance, lifting him effortlessly. Why did you deceive me? Li Xianxia's tone was devoid of emotion. I did not. What did Su Fengqiu say? Li Xianxia stated, this necklace belongs to your maid. Not a gift from you to me. Su Chang'an. He hastily exclaimed. Ah, I must have misremembered. After all, I have gifted you so many things. Xianxia. We truly are celestial partners. Li Xianxia. Osmanthus cake, I do not like it. Well, perhaps you have lost your memory and your tastes have changed. Li Xianxia endeavored to contain her rising fury. Su Chang'an. In this world, no one can deceive me. I did not deceive you, whatever Su Fengqiu said. Do not believe him. He is a cruel, despicable scoundrel. Su Chang'an spoke in a panic. Li Qianxue's beautiful pupils transformed entirely into a mesmerizing purple, fury surging within her. Her crimson lips parted, each word uttered with icy disdain. You shall not speak of him. Su Chang'an. Chapter 36. The contrasting charm of Li Qianxue. Su Chang'an was on the verge of collapse. He had finally encountered such a formidable individual, such a grand opportunity. Why? Why must this be? Su Fengqiu. You are utterly cursed. With a flick of her wrist, Li Qianxue hurled Su Chang'an 100 meters away, crashing him into a cluster of houses. For your assistance these past few days, I shall spare your life this time. With that, Li Qianxue departed. Clattering. Su Chang'an, covered in dust and debris, rose from the rubble, his face etched with resentment. Su Fengqiu, clenching his fists, he vowed, I shall surely kill you. I will tear you to shreds. Oh! Su Chang'an roared. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu, accompanied by Xiao Li, was purchasing a multitude of delicacies, heading toward the Su family estate. Ding! The relationship between Li Qianxue and Su Chang'an has fractured. Su Chang'an's destiny value, 1,500,000. Your system value, 15,000,000. Ding! Li Qianxue's affection for you, 10. Current affection, 10. Delightful. The system value has soared to 50 million once more. Let us see what other treasures the third system store might hold. In any case, the greater the system value, the more advantageous it will be. In the future, you may leave the Su residence at will, without excessive concern. Yet remain vigilant for your safety. After all, I have made numerous enemies, and it is inevitable that some may harbor ill intentions toward you. Su Fengqiu cautioned Xiao Li. Xiao Li shook her head. Xiao Li is the young master's maid, destined to remain by his side to care for him, and will not depart easily. Su Fengqiu smiled gently, ruffling her hair. However, Xiao Li did not quite comprehend. Suddenly, Xiao Li remarked, What is it? Xiao Li, somewhat miffed, said, Why does Su Chang'an, who is so inferior to the young master, get to encounter such a beautiful and outstanding fairy? Ha ha! Su Fengqiu laughed heartily. Xiao Li glanced at Su Fengqiu and said, The young master is indeed a better match for her. How do you perceive her beauty? Su Fengqiu inquired with a smile. Well, although her face is veiled, her aura is astonishing, undoubtedly magnificent. The young master even composed a poem in a fit of inspiration due to her beauty. Su Fengqiu chuckled. Are you feeling jealous? Xiao Li blinked, hastily waving her hands. No, the young master misunderstands. Xiao Li is merely the young master's maid. How could I dare to feel jealous? She truly felt no jealousy. Or rather, Xiao Li has always been clear about her own position. Then how do you know that this emperor has not composed poetry for you? Xiao Li blinked. As Su Fengqiu continued forward, he recited, amidst the crowd, a single glance. The colors of the world seem like mere dust. Xiao Li paused, her cheeks flushed crimson. She adorably stomped her foot and playfully scolded. The young master is teasing Xiao Li again. Ha ha ha, keep up. In Liuzhou City, the veiled Li Qianxue walked through the bustling streets. Countless gazes fell upon her, yet none dared to look too long. The incident with Su Chang'an had little effect on Li Qianxue's heart. However, Su Fengqiu's impact on her was profound. Li Qianxue can be definitively recognized as having a celestial partnership with Su Fengqiu. Initially, she harbored some doubts about whether she truly shared a fateful bond with Su Chang'an, as she perceived that he did not possess any extraordinary qualities. However, Su Fengqiu was a different matter altogether. At the age of 28, he had already ascended to the rank of an immortal emperor. Even though he appeared somewhat weak during their time together, his brilliance was undeniable. With his singular strength, he vanquished 2 major imperial sections. He was not only handsome and charming, but also possessed remarkable talent. In moments of tenderness, he was exceedingly gentle. Yet during acts of decisiveness, he displayed unparalleled courage. Furthermore, he was profoundly devoted. Li Qianxue could scarcely recall her own essence. Yet she believed that with someone as exceptional as Su Fengqiu, if fate were to align, coupled with shared experiences and interactions, love between them would not be beyond possibility. At present, Li Qianxue found herself in a quandary. Should she seek out Su Fengqiu? Her initial inclination was to refrain, yet his words, I will wait for her, stirred the most vulnerable recesses of her frozen heart. Perhaps this was one of the reasons she had once been captivated by Su Fengqiu. Sister, would you like to have some candied hawthorn? A little girl timidly inquired, struggling to hold a stick laden with candied fruit. Li Qianxue paused, casting a glance at the girl before her eyes fell upon the enticing treats. Are they delicious? She asked. Sister hasn't tea tried them before. Yaya can let you have a taste, the girl offered, extending a piece towards her. Li Qianxue accepted it, examining it thoughtfully as if contemplating how to indulge. She gently lifted her veil, tentatively extending her delicate tongue to taste. So sweet, she remarked. Sister, you have to take a bite. Oh, Li Qianxue nibbled a small piece. Is it good? Yaya asked expectantly. Delicious, Li Xianxia affirmed. Would you like to buy some? Li Xianxia nodded. Yes, I would. He just one? All of them. Yaya exclaimed in surprise. Li Xianxia produced a violet heavenly spiritual herb and inquired, but I have no money. Will this suffice? The surrounding warriors gasped in astonishment. Heavenly purple tang. This is at least a millennium-grade heavenly purple tang. Who is this woman? What? Trading heavenly purple tang for some candied hawthorn? Yaya appeared flustered. Ahem, an elder approached and said, Esteemed guest, I can accept the heavenly purple tang. Li Xianxia shook her head. It's for her. The elder then forced a smile at Yaya. Little girl, how about I exchange it for 10,000 taels of silver? Li Xianxia walked away, clutching a large bundle of candied hawthorn. Flower thief. At last, I have caught you. A man shouted as he relentlessly beat a flower thief in the street. Well done, cheered a crowd of onlookers. Meanwhile, Li Xianxia carried her bundle of candied hawthorn, a bag of baked cakes at her waist, and held a large coconut in her hands, from which she sipped through a straw-like instrument. As she quietly passed through the throngs, she exuded an unexpectedly charming contrast, an ethereal beauty with an endearing innocence. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Li Xianxia shook her coconut, only to discover it was empty. She extended her hand, conjuring another coconut, and resumed drinking. At that moment, a man named Gu Changsheng was entering the city, and his gaze was immediately drawn to Li Xianxia. What a beautiful woman, he thought, his eyes sparkling with delight. He had not anticipated encountering such a breathtaking celestial being on his descent from the mountain. With a gentlemanly smile, he approached her. Suddenly, Li Xianxia halted. Had she forgotten something? The thought resurfaced. Fengqiu. She approached an elderly man heading into the city. Excuse me, do you know where Fengqiu is? Fengqiu, the elder replied. As Li Xianxia prepared to offer him something in return, she found her hands full. Beautiful lady. Gu Changsheng smiled as he stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Hearing the commotion, Li Xianxia handed him her coconut. Here. Gu Changsheng was taken aback for a moment, but instinctively accepted it, his heart swelling with joy. Could it be that this enchanting lady has taken a liking to me? Then, Li Xianxia produced a crystalline stone and handed it to the elder. The elder accepted it and pointed in a direction. There, the Su family is 50 miles away. A lineage of millennia. Thank you, she replied. Gu Changsheng stood nearby, momentarily lost in thought, contemplating how to continue the conversation. Miss, he finally called out. But when he looked down, the coconut was gone. He quickly glanced back to see Li Xianxia cradling the coconut while making her way toward the Su family. How intriguing. Gu Changsheng smirked slightly. In Chapter 37, A Father's Love, Su Fengqiu sat within the courtyard of the Young Master Pavilion. Having obtained the heavenly communication array diagram by vanquishing the luckiest son of the Medicine Emperor sect, Yao Wuji, Su Fengqiu's medical prowess had reached unparalleled heights, and his mastery of formations was unmatched. It was time to seek an opportunity to eliminate Su Chang'an, a child of fortune who could be effortlessly extinguished without taxing Su Fengqiu's energies too greatly, far easier than dealing with Yifeng. Meanwhile, outside the Su family estate, Li Xianxia arrived, holding her coconut aloft while gazing at the grand edifice of the time-honored Su family. She felt increasingly convinced of her connection to Su Fengqiu. Despite his initial weakness during their romance, his lineage was indeed remarkable. The members of the Su family noticed Li Xianxia, a celestial being, oddly burdened with numerous candied hawthorn skewers and a coconut. Miss, who are you looking for? A guard from the Su family inquired curiously. Gulping, Li Xianxia sipped from her coconut and replied, I seek young master Su Fengqiu. May I ask what your relationship is with our young master? The glimmering beauty blinked her eyes, hesitating for a moment before answering. Friends. Please, miss. Thank you, she said, handing a candied hawthorn to him. He was momentarily stunned but accepted it, bowing slightly. Thank you. In the Su family's reception hall, Li Xianxia took a seat. A maid served her tea and spiritual fruits. Su Tianyi hurriedly approached upon hearing that a peculiar lady was seeking his son, uncertain of the potential danger. He intended to assess the situation before Su Fengqiu arrived. Upon entering the hall, Su Tianyi caught sight of Li Xianxia. With just a glance, he recognized her extraordinary presence, a sensation that made him feel as if he dared not breathe too loudly. Despite the incongruity of a wooden stand laden with candied hawthorn beside her, Li Xianxia rose to her feet. Su Tianyi gestured. My lady, please take a seat. I am Qiuer's father. Li Xianxia inclined her body slightly. Head of the Su family. Haha, no need for such formality. And what brings you here? Su Tianyi glanced curiously at the candied hawthorns. Li Xianxia plucked one and handed it over, a delightful treat. Thank you. Su Tianyi accepted it with a smile, took a bite, and exclaimed, indeed. Quite splendid. Please, make yourself comfortable. The two settled down. I hear you are a friend of my son. Li Xianxia pondered for a moment. I suppose that would be accurate. I suppose so indeed. Haha, I have already sent for him. Li Qianxia nodded. Thank you, head Su. Please bear with me for a moment. She then extended her hand, revealing a rare celestial herb in her palm. Su Tianyi gasped, the celestial mushroom. Li Qianxia explained. I apologize for intruding unexpectedly. I hope you do not mind, head Su. No, my lady. You are being too modest. As a friend of Qior, you are a guest of the Su family. There is no need for such courtesy. A small token of appreciation, I ask you to accept it, head Su. Su Tianyi chuckled. Very well, I shall not refuse. He had already formed a favorable impression of Li Qianxia. Although he was unaware of her relationship with Su Fengqiu, he could not help but dream of her becoming his daughter-in-law. He must assist this young man, who knows what might blossom. How did you come to know my son? Miss Qianxia? Su Tianyi inquired. Li Qianxia hesitated for a moment, her lips parting as she spoke truthfully. We were once partners in the celestial realm. What? Su Tianyi exclaimed in astonishment. My son managed to win the heart of such a divine being? Wait, what do you mean by once partners? Does that imply they parted due to some conflict? This simply would not do. Despite Su Tianyi's ignorance of Li Qianxia's true identity, he felt compelled to mend his son's relationship. After all, she had taken the initiative to seek out Su Fengqiu, indicating that reconciliation was indeed possible. It was only at this moment that he began to grasp an important truth. Li Qianxia gazed earnestly at Su Tianyi. Previously, Qior mentioned encountering the woman he loves most in this world. It seems that must be you, Miss Qianxia. A stir of emotion flickered within Li Qianxia. Su Tianyi continued. I am not entirely aware of the details, but while Qior is absent, I implore you to speak candidly. Please, do share. Su Tianyi remarked. My son possesses many admirable qualities. He is gifted, decisive in action, and possesses a meticulous mind. As his father, I am immensely proud to have such an exceptional son. Qior is also well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and prose. He can be considered a true prodigy. Of course, this was Su Tianyi boasting somewhat. He had a vague understanding of the matter, for Su Fengqiu had once composed a poem spontaneously. Su Tianyi thought to himself, how on earth did his son manage to win her over? What music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and prose? His son had no knowledge of such things. Su Fengqiu had never pursued them. How could she claim to have a slight understanding? Su Tianyi mused. This young man must have stolen someone else's verses and passed them off as his own. Su Tianyi continued. However, there is one thing that particularly concerns me. My son is simply too sentimental. The emphasis on too was palpable. Being sentimental is not inherently bad. But the more one is bound by emotion, the more vulnerable one becomes. Li Qianxia nodded in agreement. To her, Su Fengqiu was indeed deeply emotional. Thus, despite her lack of memories, she felt compelled to meet him. She did not wish to cause him pain. Do not be deceived by Qior's decisiveness in battle. That is merely him protecting his beloved. He possesses a softer side as well. Whenever he sees an injured animal, he feels sorrow for a long time. And he always lends a helping hand to beggars in the city. Truly, I fear for his well-being. Li Qianxia remarked, such talent, virtue, and character are indeed rare in this world. Indeed, it is no wonder that so many remarkable women are enamored with him. Saintesses from various sects, princesses from empires, and celestial beings all vying for his affection. Yet, throughout these years, he has never accepted any of them. His heart is solely devoted to you, Miss Qianxia. This speaks volumes about your superiority over those saintesses and celestial beings. Just then, Su Fengqiu arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall. Ding! Li Qianxia's favorability toward him increased by 5, current total, 15. Huh. Su Fengqiu was taken aback. He pushed open the door and was surprised to see Su Tianyi present. Father? Su Tianyi hurriedly stood, chuckling. You two continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. As he passed by Su Fengqiu, Su Tianyi winked and whispered, I can only assist you this far. Consider this a manifestation of my paternal love. Su Fengqiu. Huh. Chapter 38. What? Am I a clown? Su Fengqiu approached Li Qianxia, taken aback by her unexpected presence. Miss Qianxia. Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. Li Qianxia inclined her body slightly. Su Gongzi. My father didn't he speak ill of me, did he? Su Fengqiu asked with a smile. Li Qianxia gently shook her head. Of course not. She then offered him a candied hawthorn. It is quite delicious. Su Fengqiu accepted it, laughing. Haha, you two are quite similar. She also loved candied hawthorns the first time she tried them. Li Qianxia was slightly moved. Su Gongzi. Li Qianxia's beautiful eyes regarded Su Fengqiu. Please, speak. Miss Qianxia. Slowly, Li Qianxia removed her veil. In truth, Su Fengqiu found himself momentarily entranced by her visage. Su Fengqiu gazed intently at Li Qianxia. Qianxia. Li Qianxia's red lips parted. Perhaps I am the person you speak of, but I recall nothing. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly. In truth, I had already suspected it was you at Su Chang'an's residence. yet I feared I might come across as too presumptuous. Xianxia was not naive. She could discern that Su Gongzi's detailed observations were intended for her understanding. Su Fengqiu chuckled and said, "But it matters not. As I said, since we have loved once, we can love again. Shall we start anew?" Xianxia nodded. "Thank you for your understanding, Su Gongzi. Come, allow me to introduce you to the Su family. You may stay here for now." "Very well." Meanwhile, Su Chang'an returned to the Su residence, his appearance disheveled. He made his way to the location of Su Buhui's lineage. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Several people gasped at the sight of Su Chang'an's disheveled state. In this current climate, who would dare to harm a member of the Su family? Let alone Su Chang'an. Silence. Su Chang'an snapped irritably before approaching his father, Su Buhui. Su Buhui had been restless of late. The sudden rise of Su Fengqiu, which was rather exaggerated, left him unable to accept the reality. He contemplated ways to eliminate Su Fengqiu, but was at a loss regarding how to proceed. "Father." Su Chang'an approached. Su Buhui furrowed his brow. "What has happened to you?" Su Chang'an clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. "Father, I truly wish to kill Su Fengqiu." "Father." He then recounted the sequence of events to Su Buhui. "Are you not afraid that she might regain her memories and, in a fit of rage, take your life?" Su Chang'an remarked. "By that time, the child will already be conceived. Even if she remembers, it will be too late. We have developed feelings for each other, father. It is futile to discuss this now. Su Fengqiu has ruined my good fortune. You are unaware. But she is even capable of imparting the method to refine the Xiantian poison vessel. She can effortlessly produce divine artifacts like the 7-colored sacred lotus." "What? What did you say?" "I speak not a word of falsehood." Su Buhui furrowed his brow. "Wait, Xianxia?" A realization struck him. "Yes, her name is Xianxia." Su Buhui rose, his brow furrowing further. "It seems that not long ago, a woman named Xianxia visited." "Ah, she came? Was it to see me?" "No. She was looking for Su Fengqiu." "Su Chang'an. What does she want with Su Fengqiu? It appears they are immortal companions." "What?" Su Chang'an was taken aback. "Father, are you certain?" Su Buhui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Su Chang'an burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Su Fengqiu, you and I are but two of a kind. Upon seeing my effective methods, you have resorted to the same tactics? Seizing the opportunity, are we? You are finished. You are utterly done for." Su Chang'an exited in a state of exhilaration, realizing he could never reach the heights of Xianxia. "Neither shall you, Su Fengqiu." At that very moment, Su Fengqiu and Xianxia were seated in the courtyard of the young master's pavilion. "Make yourself at home here, should any issues arise. Feel free to seek me or Xiaoli," Su Fengqiu said, gazing at her. Xiaoli nodded earnestly. Xianxia slightly inclined her head. Just then, Su Chang'an approached. Witnessing Xianxia and Su Fengqiu appearing to share a close bond while enjoying tea together. Upon hearing movement, Xianxia turned her gaze towards Su Chang'an, a chilling aura of rejection emanating from her. "Ha ha, Miss Xianxia, there is no need for such hostility," Su Chang'an mocked as he approached, pouring himself a cup of tea and gulping it down. Su Fengqiu calmly interjected, "Leave." "Su Fengqiu, what is it? Afraid I might ruin your good fortune? Eager to send me away?" Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Taking a seat with his legs crossed, he regarded Su Fengqiu with disdain. "Su Fengqiu, imitating me? Ha ha, that's laughable. What do you mean by imitating you?" Su Fengqiu inquired nonchalantly. "Su Fengqiu, I ask you, what is your relationship with Miss Xianxia?" Su Chang'an sneered. "Once immortal companions. Now close friends," Su Fengqiu replied. "Ha ha. Su Fengqiu, you cannot possibly be unaware that I have employed this very tactic before, can you?" He turned to Xianxia. "Miss Xianxia, I admit I have resorted to underhanded means, but do you not see that Su Fengqiu employs the same tactics? He deceives you by claiming to be your former immortal companion while you are oblivious to everything. I have used this ploy before, and I need not remind you further." "Leave." Xianxia's voice was frigid. Su Chang'an's expression froze. "Leave? What do you mean?" "No, Miss Xianxia, do you truly believe Su Fengqiu is your former immortal companion?" Su Chang'an asked, bewildered. "Yes," Xianxia replied. Su Chang'an. "What? On what basis? Why does she trust Su Fengqiu? What sweet words could he have possibly used to deceive her? It is unimaginable, especially considering my own prior experience. There is no way Su Fengqiu could succeed." "Then why?" Su Chang'an urged. "Miss Xianxia, you cannot be serious. Regardless of what he said, he has deceived you. Why do you believe his words? And why do you not trust me?" "Xiaoli, show him out," Su Fengqiu stated coolly. "Young Master Su, please leave," Xiaoli urged, as she guided Su Chang'an away. He exclaimed in confusion, "Miss Xianxia, he is deceiving you. The same tactics, do not fall for it twice. Why do you trust him?" "Miss Xianxia," Su Fengqiu silently chuckled. With or without attachment, the outcomes were divergent. Su Chang'an stormed through the Su residence, his face twisted with malevolence. He could not comprehend. Li Xianxia was no ordinary woman. Perhaps she was the supreme immortal emperor, or one of the 8 supreme beings spoken of in the legends of the 9 continents. After all, she could effortlessly produce artifacts that the Su family could not even acquire. Thus, even if her memories were lost, she was not foolish. If I could deceive her, it would only be due to my acting skills and sheer coincidence in appearing before her. She has seen through my schemes. Now, Su Fengqiu appears, claiming to be her former immortal companion. Is this not merely a pawn's folly? A death wish? Indeed. But why would Li Xianxia believe Su Fengqiu? What could he possibly say to earn her trust? Moreover, given my prior experiences, it should be impossible. This entire situation is illogical. Why is this happening? Su Chang'an let out a despairing howl. Chapter 39. The Power Struggle of Su Buhui's Lineage. Li Xianxia and Su Fengqiu walked along the picturesque lakeside, enveloped in silence. Young Master Su, Li Xianxia's voice broke the stillness. I will need to enter seclusion for a period, from a month to possibly half a year, Su Fengqiu stated. There are places available. Thank you. It is no trouble. Your cultivation has plummeted, your body is injured, and your energy is chaotic. You truly require proper recuperation. Rest assured. I will find a way, he reassured her. Li Xianxia slightly bowed. Thank you. Su Fengqiu smiled and shook his head. Young Master Su. Su Fengqiu turned to her. If you have other beloved women, there is no need to consider my feelings. Su Fengqiu shook his head. That cannot be. Li Xianxia replied. Regarding this matter, I hold a light perspective. A capable man having multiple wives is entirely normal. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. Very well, I promise you. Wonderful. Oh, a reasonable woman is simply delightful. I shall arrange a place for you to rest. Rest assured, no one will disturb you. Thank you, Su Fengqiu said. After all, you are my Xianxia. Li Xianxia remained silent as they walked side by side. Su Fengqiu's hand subtly reached for Li Xianxia's slender waist. Young Master Su. Li Xianxia suddenly spoke, causing Su Fengqiu to halt his movement. Can we wait a little longer? Su Fengqiu understood that Li Xianxia had noticed his gesture. All right, he nodded, retracting his hand. There is no time to lose. I will make the arrangements for you. Thank you. Li Xianxia offered a courteous bow. Su Fengqiu departed, while Li Xianxia returned to the courtyard. Sister Xianxia, where is the young master? Xiaoli inquired sweetly. Young Master Su has gone to arrange a place for my seclusion. Oh, Xiaoli nodded in understanding. Xiaoli. Xiaoli tilted her head inquisitively. Li Xianxia, may I trouble you, dear Xiaoli, with a request? Xiaoli, please. Speak, Sister Xianxia. Li Xianxia, during this period of seclusion, which may last no less than 3 months and possibly extend to 6, I cannot help but worry. If there arises a significant matter concerning young Master Su, or should he require my presence, would you be so kind as to relay a message to me, Xiaoli? Xiaoli nodded. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Li Xianxia, thank you. Suddenly, Su Chang'an rushed in, exclaiming, Father, trouble has arisen. Su Buhui demanded, speak. Su Chang'an, Father, Su Fengqiu has somehow managed to convince Li Xianxia that they were once celestial partners. Her methods are astonishing. And she even possesses the formula for the Xiantian poison puppets. Should Su Fengqiu's lineage gain her assistance, we may find ourselves unable to resist. Su Buhui's gaze sharpened as he sipped his tea. Thus, we must act. Otherwise, the opportunity will be lost. Clearly, Su Buhui had already devised a plan. Su Chang'an asked, Father, what do you mean? Su Buhui replied calmly. In fact, I have been secretly in contact with the medicine god mountain these past few days. And just now, I received confirmation that we must take action. Su Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Su Buhui continued. The medicine god mountain has uncovered a long-lost recipe for a 9th-tier elixir left by Master Yi Feng and Li Xianxiu. Su Chang'an inquired, what is this recipe? Su Buhui explained, it is the nearly forgotten Jiuzhong Shueshi San. Su Chang'an asked, what effects does it have? Su Buhui elaborated. It is similar to Su Fengqiu's Duanshang Juling San used against the Medicine Emperor sect. It is exceedingly difficult to detect. Once poisoned, one will swiftly lose combat capability. Even those below the 5th tier of the Celestial Emperor will find it hard to escape. The 8th tier Celestial Emperor, once poisoned, will experience a significant reduction in combat effectiveness in a short time. Su Chang'an's eyes lit up. Therefore, if they all fall victim to the poison, they will merely struggle to survive. When we strike, we can eliminate them all, seizing control of the Su family and becoming its master. Should the ancestors, who have been in seclusion for centuries, not be informed in advance, even if the Su family met its demise, they would remain oblivious to the outside world. By the time they emerge from seclusion, the winds of the Su family will have shifted, and it will be too late for them to say anything. Su Chang'an was filled with excitement, but suddenly furrowed his brow. But how can we ensure they are poisoned? Su Buhui revealed a sinister smile. What day is it 2 days hence? Su Chang'an's eyes brightened. It is my 30th birthday. Su Buhui replied. Although the Su family is at odds, we have not openly severed ties, nor would it be wise to do so. On such an important day as your 30th birthday, Su Tianyi and his kin will undoubtedly attend the banquet. It would be impossible for them not to. Just as countless celestial emperors attended when Su Fengqiu ascended. Su Chang'an laughed heartily. Father, brilliant, simply brilliant. Su Buhui sneered. With the aid of the medicine god mountain, victory in this battle is assured. We need not concern ourselves with Su Fengqiu's tactics. They are futile. Su Chang'an declared. At that time, I shall torment him, slaying his family before his very eyes. Ha ha ha. But father, could there be any unforeseen circumstances? Su Buhui reassured him. There will be no unforeseen events. The Jiuzhong Shueshi San will not be discovered. Can our family's physicians rival those of the medicine god mountain? Although Su Fengqiu has produced the Duanshang Juling San, it was a stroke of fortune for him, not a testament to his medical prowess. His ability to annihilate the Misty Peak was due to the might of the Supreme Celestial Emperor and an element of surprise. His extermination of the Medicine Emperor sect was fundamentally reliant on the Duanshang Juling San. At his core, he is but a first-tier Celestial Emperor, even with some extraordinary means. Having exhausted his trump cards, we are well prepared, and one first-tier Celestial Emperor cannot stir up much trouble. Su Chang'an interjected. But what of xianxia? Su Buhui dismissed. Even if she is extraordinary, what tier of Celestial Emperor can she possibly be? You have mentioned her chaotic aura. She poses no threat. Su Chang'an resolved. I must devise a way to summon her to the banquet on the day of my birthday. Father, I hope to spare her life. I have seen her beauty and am captivated. I would rather not take her life. Su Buhui responded. Well, when the time comes, we shall strip her of her cultivation. You may keep this mortal shell for your use. Su Chang'an rejoiced. Yes. Su Fengqiu traversed the expansive Su estate, preparing to gather herbs from the medicinal garden to concoct a pill for xianxia, which would aid in calming the turbulent blood energy within her. The Su family boasted 8 peaks, each housing numerous powerful individuals. 4 of these peaks were primarily occupied by Su Fengqiu's lineage, while the other 4 belonged to Su Buhui's young master. Young master. As he walked, several individuals bowed in respect. Su Fengqiu nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Qiao spotted Su Chang'an ahead. Ha ha ha, he is coming. Su Chang'an laughed. Indeed, a 30th birthday is a momentous occasion, an elder remarked. Su Chang'an nodded. Then noticed Su Fengqiu. Humph. Su Chang'an scoffed, concealing his current delight to avoid arousing Su Fengqiu's suspicion. Su Chang'an approached. Su Fengqiu, will you attend my 30th birthday celebration in 2 days? Su Fengqiu replied. I shall. Su Chang'an coldly retorted. I expected you would not come. Though our relationship is strained, we are both members of the Su family. It is only proper to attend. When I ascended at 20, did you not attend? Whether you come or not is up to you. In any case, I am not particularly welcoming of you. Su Chang'an employed a strategy of feigned indifference. Su Fengqiu smiled slightly. Moreover, how did you deceive xianxia? She trusts you, and I am well aware of it. You have obstructed my endeavors, and I shall remember this. Su Fengqiu raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, I have yet to seek you out for this matter. You nearly took advantage of my woman. Is that not somewhat unreasonable? Preposterous. Su Fengqiu replied nonchalantly. Kneel and apologize, and I shall not hold it against you. You. Su Chang'an exclaimed. Do not overstep your bounds. The imposing aura of the Celestial Emperor erupted from Su Fengqiu. With a thud, Su Chang'an found himself forced to his knees by the overwhelming power. Apologize within 3 breaths, or I shall sever an arm, and you will attend my birthday celebration with a handicap. I speak only the truth. When you. Su Fengqiu. Su Chang'an's expression contorted in rage as he gritted his teeth. Very well, it is my fault. Su Fengqiu let out a cold laugh and turned away. Su Chang'an rose, his eyes filled with malice. Su Fengqiu, I shall grant you 2 more days of life. This debt, I shall have you repay 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Su Fengqiu's gaze narrowed slightly. As the fated child to trigger the task, he could perceive the essence of Su Chang'an's life, including his thoughts and their encounters. Su Fengqiu sneered. The Jiuzhong Shueshi-san, is it? Chapter 40. This woman is profoundly mysterious. 2 days later, a multitude of Su family members gathered at the peak belonging to Su Buhui's lineage. The grand square was adorned with hundreds of tables. Su Fengqiu and Su Tianyi occupied the high seats, surrounded by celestial emperors from both branches of the Su family, totaling nearly 200. Xianxia was also present, seated beside Su Fengqiu, creating an appearance of harmony. Yet, beneath the surface, the internal strife within the Su family, like any battle among powerful sects, ultimately boiled down to a contest of strength. The victor among the strong would dictate the fate of the clan. Some members of the Su family whispered amongst themselves, Su Chang'an's birthday celebration seems excessively grand today. Something feels amiss. Indeed, theoretically. There is no need for so many celestial emperors to attend Su Chang'an's birthday. A few representatives would suffice. It is not as though he is ascending, another remarked. Though there is some logic to this, Su Chang'an lacks the clout to warrant such a display. It is indeed reasonable. Recently, the head of the family and the young master have been in the limelight, and Su Buhui has grandly organized this birthday banquet, with a greater number of attendees. It serves to enhance his status and reputation. Why, one might wonder, would so many celestial emperors give Su Buhui such deference? After all, our Su family is currently the target of much criticism, and the internal discord is well known. The head of the family likely hopes that his demeanor will bring a semblance of stability to the Su family for a time. Quite logical, isn't it? Who is that woman beside the young master? Many have taken notice of Li Xianxia. It is impossible not to. All present are formidable beings. Even among the elite celestial emperors of the continent, Li Xianxia sits there, silent and motionless, yet one cannot help but sense her extraordinary presence. An elderly gentleman furrows his brow. This woman is unfathomable. Despite being amongst the celestial emperors, I cannot shake the feeling that she does not quite blend into this scene. She seems more like a solitary figure in a painting. Could she be a supreme celestial emperor? How strange. I have encountered supreme celestial emperors before. Yet this woman's aura feels more restrained. What a curious affair. Su Buhui stepped forward with a wine cup in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, today I am exceedingly joyful. For my son, Chang'an, celebrates his 30th birthday. While we could have held a modest gathering, given the recent notoriety of the Su family, I thought, why not seize this opportunity for a grand celebration? I am most grateful to all of you for honoring me, Su Buhui, with your presence. The number of guests here today rivals that of Qiuer's ascension to the capital. At that moment, a throng of maidens began pouring wine for the guests. Su Tianyi stood and said, "Allow me to take this opportunity to say a few words." "Please, head of the family," Su Buhui replied. Su Tianyi continued. "Upon learning of Chang'an's 30th birthday, I was filled with joy. Thus, I convened everyone yesterday to discuss this very occasion, resulting in today's grand assembly of nearly 200 celestial emperors from the Su family. Indeed, Su Tianyi had summoned all the celestial emperors from their lineage. He merely communicated the necessity of their attendance without disclosing his awareness of Su Buhui's schemes, fearing the presence of a traitor among them. In truth, the wine they consumed had already been laced with the antidote to the ninefold blood breath powder concocted by Su Fengqiu. Today, they intended to turn the tables and unify the Su family. Su Tianyi declared, "The world speaks of turmoil within the Su family. Yet today, on Chang'an's birthday, with 200 celestial emperors and thousands of heavenly beings gathered together, those rumors shall be dispelled." Su Buhui laughed heartily. My son's birthday. And the head of the family has brought so many celestial emperors to celebrate. This demonstrates the depth of our camaraderie. We are all members of the Su family. Even after 10,000 years, the blood that flows within us is the same. Li Xianxia, seated beside Su Fengqiu, elegantly sipped her tea, her eyes widening at the intricate schemes and pleasantries exchanged among the human race. Su Tianyi proposed, "I suggest we raise our glasses to wish Chang'an a swift ascension to the throne, to reach the pinnacle of the 9 continents. The future of the Su family depends on you young ones." The guests promptly lifted their cups and stood. Su Buhui boomed, "Come. To this toast, let us all drink." Then, Su Buhui and Su Chang'an tilted their heads back and downed their wine. Everyone followed suit. As they finished their drinks, a cold smirk crept across Su Buhui's face. "Su Tianyi, Su Fengqiu, today marks your end." Su Tianyi laughed heartily. Today is a joyous occasion. Bring forth the special cask." 2 members of the Su family approached with a large vat. "Oh, head of the family, what is the meaning of this?" Su Tianyi replied with a smile. "Buhui, you must know of xianxiaaudiobooks, right? Indeed, the favorite wine of connoisseurs across the 9 continents, cherished by the immortal wine sage. On the day of Qiuer's ascension, he savored a cup and was utterly captivated." Su Buhui chuckled. Su Tianyi continued, "Today, this very xianxiaaudiobooks is before us." "Oh, the head of the family has privately kept such a large cask of xianxiaaudiobooks?" Su Buhui responded with mirth. Su Tianyi addressed the crowd. "Over the years, I have kept some aside. Qiuer consumed a vat, and today being a fortuitous day, this last vat shall be shared. Half a cup each, for excess there shall be none." "Thank you, head of the family." The crowd chorused. Let us distribute it," Su Tianyi said. Yet within Su Buhui's heart, a cold laughter echoed. Su Tianyi appears to be showing weakness. He is clearly too fearful to allow discord to erupt within the Su family. Hence, he extends favors, bringing forth so many celestial emperors and presenting xianxiaaudiobooks. It is merely to placate Su Buhui, ensuring a temporary calm and preventing any rebellion. It is too late. Su Chang'an also smirked inwardly. He cast a glance at Su Fengqiu, particularly noting the radiant Li Qianxiu seated beside him. It would not be long before Su Fengqiu would come to regret it. Truly, this Junzi Xiao is remarkable. Head of the family, I would prefer not to drink this half cup, for I fear it would consume my thoughts night and day, a certain elder joked. Oh, that will not do. Su Fengqiu took a sip of Junzi Xiao, a smile gracing his lips. Li Qianxiu raised her cup, intending to take a taste. Unfamiliar with the wine sage, she sensed that Junzi Xiao was quite renowned. Qianxiu, perhaps it is best you refrain from drinking this wine, Su Fengqiu advised. Li Qianxiu set down her jade cup. Why? Su Fengqiu replied, it is toxic. In an instant, Li Qianxiu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After a moment, Su Buhui stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. At this proclamation, many in the assembly were taken aback. The head of the family is Su Tianyi. What does Su Buhui mean by claiming to be the head of the family? A smirk tugged at the corners of Su Tianyi's mouth. Su Buhui sneered coldly and shouted, from this day forth, I, Su Buhui, shall be the head of the Su family. Su Tianyi, the Grand Elder, do any of you dissent? Chapter 41, Who will ultimately laugh last? As Su Buhui's declaration echoed through the hall, nearly 100 celestial emperors aligned with his faction were taken aback. Is Su Buhui finally staging a rebellion? They wondered. Yet, why had he not informed them in advance? Indeed, the powerful figures from Su Buhui's faction were unaware, as he had feared leaks. This scheme was known only to him. His son, and 2 celestial emperors he absolutely trusted. As Su Buhui's words settled, an elder rose to his feet. Su Buhui, how is this? After enduring for so many years, have you finally reached your limit today? Su Buhui laughed heartily. Huh? Yes. Today, I can endure no longer. But what gives you the right? A smirk of triumph crossed Su Buhui's face. Grand Elder, I have witnessed your diligence for the Su family over the years. Your bond with Su Tianyi's lineage has diminished over the millennia. I could accept you. Today, I shall spare your life. And you may continue as the Grand Elder of the Su family. The Grand Elder responded, Su Buhui, according to the family rules. Your actions today warrant the forfeiture of your cultivation and expulsion from the Su family. Ha! The Su family rules? From this day forth, the family rules established by my bloodline shall be the true family rules. Ladies and gentlemen, after enduring for so many years, today, I call upon you to join me in a battle to seize the power of the Su family. As the words fell, the celestial emperor's strength from Su Buhui's lineage erupted forth. Simultaneously, the celestial emperors from Su Fengqiu's lineage unleashed their powers. In the distance, those from the heavenly Tao, though perplexed, found themselves at odds, for differing paths do not lead to cooperation. Thus, they quickly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Beneath their feet, atop the vast mountain peak, formidable formations activated. This was the ninefold ceiling formation. Once it was set in motion, no one could escape unscathed, irrespective of victory or defeat. Even Su Fengqiu's legendary hand would be of no use against this array, Su Buhui coldly remarked. He then cast a glance at Su Tianyi and Su Fengqiu, questioning, do you still have the leisure to sit here and drink? Su Tianyi took a sip of his wine and replied nonchalantly, Su Buhui, do you believe your people are stronger than mine today? A hearty laugh followed. Well, perhaps they are comparable, but what if all of you were to succumb to poison? Su Buhui guffawed. What? Upon hearing this, the powerful figures from Su Tianyi's lineage were taken aback. Nearly 100 celestial emperors from Su Tianyi's side were unaware that they had consumed the antidote the previous day. Su Buhui, you despicable fiend. Did you poison the wine? The elder scolded, pointing an accusatory finger. Ha! If Qiu'er poisons the drug emperor's sect, it's acceptable, but if I poison, it's despicable? Su Chang'an laughed heartily, declaring, today, I shall reclaim everything I've lost. Su Fengqiu, wiping his mouth with a handkerchief, stood up, squinting his eyes at them. Let this be the end for today. We shall see what the next life brings. Su Chang'an laughed once more, then pointed at Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu, do you know what I find most loathsome about you? It's your demeanor, always so nonchalant, regardless of the perilous situation. Bah, what are you pretending for? Furthermore, Li Qianxiu. Su Chang'an fixated on Li Qianxiu's silhouette. Everyone rose to their feet. Li Qianxiu sat with her back to Su Chang'an, savoring her tea. I have not denied you opportunities. Though you are indeed exceptional. You are aware of your own circumstances. You are not at your peak, merely a 5th-tier celestial emperor. No matter how remarkable you are, how can you overturn fate? After today, your actions shall no longer be your own. Su Chang'an's gaze sharpened. Aren't you noble? Aren't you pure? Aren't you aloof? Then I shall reduce you to a mere plaything. Ha! Enough, Chang'an. Speaking such things is rather undignified, Su Buhui interjected, reveling in his moment of triumph. Li Qianxiu offered no response, calmly sipping her tea. Witnessing this, Su Chang'an erupted in fury, truly vexing. Su Fengqiu and Li Qianxiu, both maintaining this air of nonchalance. I shall see how you remain so calm. At this moment, Su Buhui addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are beginning to feel the effects of the poison. I shall only eliminate Su Tiany's 3 generations. As for the rest, if you wish to live, I, Su Buhui, shall spare you, for we are all family. The powerful figures exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. Have we been poisoned? No, it seems we feel fine. Su Buhui's brow furrowed as well. Something feels amiss. Why do they appear unaffected? Suddenly, several celestial emperors besides Su Buhui spat out black blood, staggering backward. Su Buhui was taken aback. Su Baiming, Chang Tian, what is happening? The 2 men, faces contorted in pain, gasped, poison, we are poisoned. What? Su Buhui was left in shock. No, how could my own people be poisoned? They had consumed the antidote for the 9-fold blood-breathing powder. Why were Su Buhui's side seemingly unscathed? At the same time, those from Su Buhui's faction began to vomit black blood. You. Su Buhui stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Ah, Su Tiany sighed. Su Buhui, you have given birth only to sons. Which speaks to the fact that my son has inherited all the virtues of his esteemed father, while yours has taken on all your shortcomings. The disparity between our sons is evident. Su Fengqiu's lips twitched. His father truly had an impenetrable facade. Suddenly, Su Buhui coughed up a mouthful of black blood, trembling as he pointed at Su Tiany. Su Tiany, you are insidious. Your Junzi smile is laced with poison. Did you also poison us? They had only consumed the antidote for the 9-fold blood-breathing powder, but unbeknownst to them, Su Tiany had also poisoned them through his Junzi smile. Su Tiany echoed Su Buhui's words. Is it not acceptable for you to poison? Yet if the head of the family does so, it is deemed despicable? Impossible, impossible. Su Chang'an's face was one of disbelief. Why has their plan failed? Why were Su Fengqiu and the others unaffected by the poison? Unless they had taken the antidote beforehand. But for them to know such events would transpire, how could they possibly foresee that? Moreover, several celestial emperors from Su Tiany's side were actually on their side. They had not relayed any news of having consumed the antidote, nor had they indicated they were aware of their plans. How could this be? Su Tiany spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, during our discussion in the Great Hall yesterday regarding attending Su Chang'an's birthday banquet, the wine served to you contained the antidote for today's 9-fold blood-breathing powder. The crowd suddenly understood, their spirits lifting. The head of the family is wise. The head of the family is wise. Su Tiany clarified, it is not I, but Xiaor. The young master is indeed astute. Su Tiany continued, I am aware that some among you have defected to Su Buhui's side. It is understandable. Merely a matter of choosing the wrong side. However, you are still members of the Su family, and thus, I shall let bygones be bygones. Since Su Buhui's faction has shown no regard for familial ties, I shall take this opportunity to thoroughly eradicate these parasites from the Su family. Coughing. An elder who had succumbed to the poison stepped forward. Head of the family, I chose the wrong side. I implore your forgiveness. From this day forth, the Su family shall be unified, and we shall all strive together for the rise of the Su family. Head of the family, we shall fight for the rise of the Su family. They were all members of the Su family, though their blood ties had grown distant over millennia. Generations have passed, and after 3 generations, marriages can occur, rendering these centuries-old blood ties rather tenuous. It was merely a matter of differing allegiances. Some believed that the Su family was now ruled by Su Tiany, while others felt that Su Buhui would inevitably seize power. A confrontation was inevitable. In this current situation, for whom they fought mattered not. They were all members of the Su family. Su Tiany's eyes narrowed as he declared, Su Buhui, within 3 generations, all shall perish. Those from the 3rd to the 10th generation shall be expelled from the Su family. As for the rest, should you harbor no treachery, from this day forth, you shall receive equal treatment under my leadership. Su Buhui, Su Chang'an, and others felt their pupils constrict. Su Tiany commanded, everyone, heed my call, slay them. Yes. A multitude of celestial emperors unleashed their might, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes descended from the void, rapidly encasing the ground in ice. The overwhelming pressure left hundreds of celestial emperors trembling in fear. Even several 6th-tier celestial emperors could not help but feel astonished. Chapter 42. The Might of Xianxia. Is this truly a celestial sister? All eyes turned towards the ever-seated Xianxia. At this very moment, Xianxia's flowing hair danced gracefully. Behind her, 9 colossal ethereal fox tails swirled, radiating a brilliant white light. This scene left everyone in astonishment. Such terrifying majesty, such formidable power. This aura seemed to belong solely to a 5th-tier immortal emperor. Yet, why did it evoke a sensation in the old man that even a supreme immortal emperor could not possess? Who exactly is this woman? The 9 tails, could she be the legendary celestial 9-tailed fox deity? Is it truly possible that the nine-tailed fox lineage still exists in this world? Wait, why do I perceive the faint semblance of 10 tails? The presence of xianxia caused nearly 200 immortal emperors to shudder in disbelief. Her singular essence suppressed hundreds of immortal emperors. This was utterly absurd. Fengqiu gazed at xianxia, unable to suppress a gulp. How exaggerated! The aura of one person overshadowed that of nearly 200 immortal emperors. Immortal emperors already looked down upon the masses, yet she seemed to transcend their realm entirely. In Fengqiu's eyes, xianxia at this moment embodied the very essence of a celestial fairy. Although she might appear endearingly innocent, indeed, she was rather naive and lacked memories. She was, nonetheless, a divine being. If she were to discover that he had deceived her into believing they were immortal partners, would she not flay him alive? Xianxia stood, her pupils shimmering with an otherworldly violet hue. Regal, elegant, and chillingly aloof. A voice, ethereal and noble as if emanating from the void, spoke. Su family head, if xianxia were to eliminate them, would it be unjust? Su Tianyi was taken aback. Good heavens! When did his son manage to court such a celestial beauty? Is this truly someone his son could win over? Su Tianyi had long sensed that xianxia was extraordinary. Initially, he had thought her to be a saintess from a powerful sect, or perhaps a peak master or elder. At the very least, she could be akin to someone like Lu Yunyan. How could it get any better than this? Now it seemed, my goodness. Not only was she potentially his daughter-in-law, but this nine-tailed fox might even be older than his illustrious ancestors. This was the genuine embodiment of a celestial fairy. His son was remarkable. And no injustice, Su Tianyi replied. Su Fengqiu inquired, are you prepared to act? Xianxia's tone was calm. I have long been unable to restrain myself. Su Fengqiu smiled inwardly. This Xianxia was truly adorable. She was regal, cold, and distant, yet she would suddenly reveal her innocent and endearing side. Furthermore, she was refreshingly straightforward. Who among them would casually declare, I have long been unable to restrain myself at such a moment? Initially, Xianxia had been deceived by Su Chang'an and contemplated taking lethal action, yet she had held back. Killing was not imperative. However, Su Chang'an had just spoken disrespectfully to her, even intending to strike her down alongside him and make her a mere plaything. Such audacity was infuriating. Had she lacked strength? Had Su Fengqiu faced defeat today, the consequences would be dire. Were all these individuals truly deserving of death? Xianxia turned her gaze towards the 30-odd immortal emperors before her and inquired of Su Fengqiu. He nodded. Indeed, but you must exercise caution, though they are poisoned. They still possess the will of immortal emperors and may resist fiercely. I alone am sufficient, Xianxia replied indifferently. In the next instant, a flash of cold light surged forth. Su Fengqiu and the others felt their hair and garments whip violently in the gale. Upon glancing again, their clothes and hair were coated in a layer of frost. This chilling force, merely sensed from a distance, instilled a primal terror within Su Fengqiu's very soul. Su Buhuai roared, everyone, today leads to death. We might as well fight to the last breath. Perhaps there lies a path to survival. Follow me, kill. Kill. Su Tianyi frowned and said to Su Fengqiu, Xiaoer, encirclement must not be forced. Do not push the desperate foe. Miss Xianxia may be in danger. Su Fengqiu nodded, but if Xianxia insists, I cannot stop her. The phrase encirclement must not be forced implies that even with absolute certainty of victory, one should leave an avenue for retreat for the enemy, lest they fight back desperately or retaliate. Su Fengqiu harbored similar concerns, though poisoned and the situation dire. If the 30-odd immortal emperors fought to the death, they could still inflict harm. Yet in the next moment, Su Fengqiu opened his mouth in astonishment. Xianxia, facing the 30-odd immortal emperors fighting desperately, appeared to be effortlessly gathering her formidable might, simply extending her hand to easily block their attacks. The hand of absolute spirit. She too possessed the supreme bone, and with it, the hand of absolute spirit. Wherever Xianxia extended her reach, regardless of the tier of the immortal emperor or the strength of their power, she encased them in ice with a mere glance. The immortal emperors, who had initially intended to resist fiercely, were now utterly paralyzed with fear. The 9 tails, each 100 meters long, behind Xianxia, danced menacingly, releasing a terrifying chill as she advanced step by step towards the immortal emperors. They instinctively recoiled in terror. Let this emperor slay. What is there to fear? Roared an 8th-tier immortal emperor. Storms brewed, and thunder clashed. A dreadful force surged towards Xianxia, yet she walked towards them with an elegant, cold grace as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Those assaults, as they approached, were all encased in ice. I refuse to believe this curse. You are but a 5th-tier immortal emperor. The 8th-tier immortal emperor bellowed, charging forth with a sword and 9 fire dragons. However, as he neared Xianxia, The 9 fire dragons transformed into ice dragons. The 8th tier Immortal Emperor found himself unable to advance even an inch. Conversely, with each step Xianxia took, his sword, hand, and arm were swiftly encased in ice. With a crack, his body crumbled into an ice sculpture, crashing to the ground. Fengqiu, this is absolutely extraordinary. Even a supreme Immortal Emperor cannot achieve such feats, let alone she who is merely a 5th tier. Could it be that you possess a system as well? This is simply outrageous. Is this the essence of a child of fortune at the 9th tier? Achieving the rank of Immortal Emperor is indeed no small feat. The Su family boasts over 100 Immortal Emperors, yet they are a lineage of eternal royalty. Immortal Emperors are categorized into different ranks, and a single tier can mean the difference between heaven and earth. Ascending a tier as an Immortal Emperor could take thousands of years. Thus, while any sect may have several Immortal Emperors, they are generally at the 1st tier. With a swift motion, Xianxia darted behind a group of Immortal Emperors. In that instant, all became statues, motionless. Then, their bodies were rapidly encased in ice. The next moment, Xianxia stood regally, her 9 tails unfurling dramatically. With a crash, the encased Immortal Emperors shattered into nothingness. Ding! The child of fortune Su Chang'an has been slain. You have received rewards. Fate value 500,000. Peak level sword intent. Sealing sword technique. All gazed in shock at the scene unfolding before them. How does it feel? Can a single woman bring ruin upon the Su family? The violet hue in Xianxia's eyes vanished, her fox tails retracting as tranquility enveloped the scene, though the hearts of the onlookers remained tumultuous. At that moment, Xianxia staggered slightly. In a flash, Su Fengqiu rushed forward, promptly supporting her. Are you all right? He inquired anxiously. Xianxia weakly shook her head, fainting in Su Fengqiu's embrace. Father, I leave this to you, Su Fengqiu declared. Yes, no worries. You take care of Miss Xianxia, he replied. Su Fengqiu carried Xianxia away. Chapter 43. Treat the deceived bride well, it can never go wrong. Su Fengqiu entered his secret cultivation realm, cradling the unconscious Xianxia. Her delicate form was cool to the touch, soft, smooth, and faintly fragrant. Reluctantly, Su Fengqiu laid her on a bed of cold jade, removing her shoes. What a pair of flawless jade-like feet they were. Alas, it was too much to bear. Su Fengqiu hastily averted his gaze. Despite the perfection of her form, he harbored no impure thoughts at that moment. He took her pulse, his brow furrowing. Could it be this grave? He had always known that Xianxia's breath was erratic, and her body bore wounds, but he did not perceive the severity. Her complexion was not pale, suggesting the impact on her was not significant. However, upon inspection, it was evident that the situation was more complicated than mere injury. He recalled that she had suffered during a failed ascension to divinity, wounded by the heavenly tribulation. Although her injuries had healed, the countless latent ailments stemming from this trauma continued to affect her incessantly. Her pulse was weak, her vital energy roiling. Earlier, in an attempt to alleviate her immediate distress, he had inadvertently exacerbated her condition, causing her to faint. The effects were not dire. She would awaken shortly. Yet, she would frequently find herself in a state of considerable suffering. Xianxia was undoubtedly aware of this, though she had never shown it. From this perspective, it appeared that at least a heavenly heart blood spirit pill would be required to effectively suppress her turbulent energy. The heavenly heart blood spirit pill, a 9th tier elixir, was likely known to only a handful across the 9 continents. Su Fengqiu was indeed capable of crafting it, having been rewarded with the heavenly physician's sacred technique. He was a physician of unparalleled skill. However, the materials required were exceedingly rare. The others were manageable: Bodhi spirit fruit, Phoenix featherfire hawthorn, and the sacred transformation immortal ginseng were particularly elusive. Su Fengqiu pondered for a moment. 1st to 8th tier materials were relatively commonplace, but those of 9th and 10th tiers, as well as celestial and sacred varieties, were nearly extinct or exceptionally rare. The Phoenix featherfire hawthorn might be obtainable, particularly since she was the future bride he had deceived. A little extra effort would not go amiss. Su Fengqiu began to concoct a pill, utilizing the existing materials to create something that could temporarily help stabilize her energy. Before long, Xianxia regained consciousness. She sat up, gazing at Su Fengqiu, who was nearby refining pills. 9 fire dragons circled around the cauldron, performing the 9 dragons burning heaven pill refinement technique. Xianxia furrowed her brows slightly. Although she could not recall anything, her amnesia was limited to her personal experiences. Was this also taught by me? She mused aloud. After all, according to Su Fengqiu, his Xiantian poison artifact was indeed of her instruction. The 9 dragons burning heaven pill refinement technique was the pinnacle of alchemy in the continent, and she was capable of it as well. Countless physicians would risk their lives to obtain it. Elixirs were classified from the 1st to the 10th tier, with the 10th tier being divine pills. The same elixir, produced by different physicians, varied in quality. The better the quality, the stronger the efficacy, and even a slight difference could yield vastly different results. This was intrinsically linked to the alchemist's skill. The 9 dragons burning heaven technique significantly enhanced the quality of the elixirs and facilitated the refinement of potent ones. Xianxia stood, observing Su Fengqiu from a distance. His medical prowess was indeed formidable. No wonder she had once favored a human youth. He was undeniably exceptional. As the pill lightning struck, Su Fengqiu's palm shielded him, signifying the completion of the elixir. The cauldron opened, releasing a surge of spiritual energy and fragrant aroma. Su Fengqiu approached, holding several pills. These are 7th tier Great Return pills, which will temporarily stabilize your condition. For a more effective cure, the Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit pill is necessary. Xianxia accepted the pills, her brows knitting together. The Heavenly Heart Blood Spirit pill seems to be a recipe lost to time. I happen to know it, Su Fengqiu replied. Xianxia regarded him with a glance. Yet the required ingredients were indeed rare, while others were manageable: the Bodhi Spirit Fruit, Phoenix Featherfire Hawthorn, and Sacred Transformation Immortal Ginseng had not been seen on the continent for many years. Xianxia extended her hand, revealing a golden fruit in her palm. I have only the Bodhi Spirit Fruit. Su Fengqiu responded, that will suffice. Keep it for now. Stabilize your energy over the next few months, and I will search for the others. Thank you, Xianxia replied with a slight bow. Su Fengqiu smiled, saying, there is no need for formalities between us. You are welcome to stay here. This is my cultivation area, and I alone may enter and exit. Xianxia nodded in acknowledgement. Then I shall not disturb you. Please take care of your health. Having said this, Su Fengqiu turned to leave. Young Master Su, Xianxia suddenly called out. If you have any matters, feel free to inform me. Su Fengqiu glanced at her. Xianxia walked closer to him. In an instant, her 9 fox tails materialized behind her, spreading wide. Then, the ethereal tails converged, enveloping both Xianxia and Su Fengqiu, creating an enchanting scene. As the fox tails dissipated, Xianxia's delicate finger touched Su Fengqiu's forehead. A radiant light of sacred tear slowly fading away. Why did you transmit the power of the 9-fold sacred spirit body to me? Su Fengqiu asked with a smile. The 9-fold sacred spirit body was one of Xianxia's innate attributes. Besides other effects, it was the purest body in existence. All forms of impurity could not harm the 9-fold sacred spirit body. Spiritual restrictions, mental manipulations, enchanting spells, and curses were all rendered ineffective against it. Particularly, those sinister forces, such as the terrifying abilities of ghostly infants created through dark sorcery, dared not approach the 9-fold sacred spirit body in the slightest. Simply put, while evil forces in this world were indeed powerful and difficult to guard against, they could not inflict harm upon the 9-fold sacred spirit body. By transmitting her power to Su Fengqiu, Xianxia had bestowed him with a protective charm against unknown malevolent forces. This power could only be passed once in a millennium. Xianxia withdrew her hand, not directly answering Su Fengqiu's query, but rather stating calmly, be cautious of danger. Xianxia acknowledged that during their brief time together, combined with her belief that Su Fengqiu was her former celestial partner, her once sealed heart had stirred with emotion. Rest assured, focus on your recovery. Yes, young Master Su. Take care, she replied as Su Fengqiu exited the secret realm. Ding, Xianxia's affection for you is at 15, current affection, 30, friendly. Ding. Xianxia's affection has reached 20, reward obtained, heavenly retribution technique. A seemingly simple heavenly retribution technique, yet it hints at the extraordinary. Su Fengqiu understands that such affection rewards are typically quite formidable. Heavenly retribution technique. Named for its contrarian nature, it draws upon the heaven's wrath through slaughter, using that wrath to validate the heavenly path. By wielding the heavenly retribution technique, one can absorb the strength of all recently deceased warriors in the vicinity to enhance their own cultivation. The stronger the warrior, the greater the augmentation. Su Fengqiu furrows his brow slightly. Chapter 44. Child of Destiny of the 6th Order, Gu Changshan. According to the description of this heavenly retribution technique, does it not equate to a form of malevolent practice? Common malevolent practices rely on consuming the vital essence, blood, and cultivation of others to elevate oneself, even devouring souls. In essence, the cost is murder. The heavenly retribution technique, on the surface, is indeed a method of self-enhancement through killing. It certainly possesses great power, albeit lacking in subtlety. However, unlike typical malevolent practices, this heavenly retribution technique appears devoid of side effects. It is a method of elevation granted by the system. Alas, it comes too late. Had the heavenly retribution technique arrived sooner, with the likes of the Miao Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect, there were so many formidable beings, even celestial emperors, Su Fengqiu cannot fathom how much his cultivation could have ascended. Yet, it matters little now. The Su family has already been purged. Su Tianyi will be quite occupied in the forthcoming days. The three powerful members, Su Chang'an and Su Buhui, have all been slain. Women and children, or those deemed unimportant, have been expelled from the Su family. The resources of the Su Buhui lineage have all been consolidated by Su Tianyi, along with the resources from the Miao Peak and the Medicine Emperor sect. In just a few days, the Su family has reaped considerable benefits. Moving forward, the family's strength will rely on the allegiance of other powerful beings. In recent days, aside from the formidable individuals from the Medicine Emperor sect that Su Fengqiu has subdued, no other strong figures have rallied to their cause. This is because many perceive the Su family as the target of collective resentment. Despite their might, their prominence is daunting. Who knows when their downfall might come? For now, they hesitate to join the Su family's ranks. Su Fengqiu sits in the courtyard of Shaoli, the peak-level sword intent. The ceiling dust sword technique. This was a reward from Su Chang'an. For a swordsman, sword intent is paramount. The ceiling dust sword technique is a formidable swordsmanship. Su Fengqiu's strength has once again received a significant boost. At the Medicine God Mountain, Su Fengqiu rhythmically taps on the table, deep in contemplation. In truth, he must express gratitude to the Medicine God Mountain. Without their instigation, the Su Buhui lineage would not have acted, nor would it have led to the unification of the Su family. However, their ulterior motive was to eliminate Su Fengqiu. The Medicine God Mountain will need to remain for a while longer. After all, a divine-level force is not easily provoked. There is no rush. Su Fengqiu can begin to prepare for what lies ahead. Just then, ding, a child of destiny has been detected. Oh, Su Fengqiu raises an eyebrow. Child of destiny, Gu Changsheng. Destiny value, 6, 890, 000, 6th order child of destiny. Age, 29. Bloodline, human. Physique, heavenly absolute divine bloodline. Realm, 8th stage of heavenly path. Combat power rating, 88. Introduction, a 6th order child of destiny with a heavenly absolute divine bloodline. The young master of the ancient imperial Gu family. Known for rapid cultivation and hailed as one of the 4 great talents of the 9 continents. Destined to be a cultural sage of the 9 continents. With an extraordinary background, Gu Changsheng. This name carries significant weight. Su Fengqiu is relatively familiar with him. They can be considered contemporaries, both belonging to the same echelon of prodigies. Even after Su Fengqiu ascended to Celestial Emperor, they were still regarded as part of the same tier. After all, Gu Changsheng has already reached the 8th stage of heavenly path. It will not be long before he ascends to the realm of Celestial Emperor. Both the Gu and Su families are ancient imperial clans of the 8th heaven. However, in recent years, the Gu family has been on the rise while the Su family has been in decline, leading to an ever-widening gap between them. Oh, how I wish to trigger the fortune of a child of destiny like Yi Feng. Su Fengqiu laments. The narrative of a cancelled engagement or a wasteful start sounds so appealing. For some reason, Su Fengqiu feels a sense of gratification in dealing with this type of male protagonist among the children of destiny. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the mission. Gu Changsheng's destiny value returns to 0. Mission rewards. 1 million destiny value. 50 million system value. A random Xianxian sacred artifact. A Xianxian sacred artifact. Su Fengqiu's eyes light up. Legends of the continent speak of 10 Xianxian sacred artifacts, all of which are extraordinary. One can only imagine the magnitude of the Xianxian poison artifact. However, half of these 10 Xianxian sacred artifacts are scattered across the world, their whereabouts unknown. Only a few are held by top-tier forces. This reward could grant him a Xianxian sacred artifact. At this moment, Shaoli approaches, cradling a spirit fox. Her eyes slightly reddened. She is surprised to see Su Fengqiu seated in her courtyard. Shaoli hastily turns to leave. Come here, Su Fengqiu's voice calls out. Shaoli sets down the spirit fox and slowly walks to stand before Su Fengqiu, her head bowed. Young master, she speaks softly. Su Fengqiu rises and walks towards her, gently lifting her delicate chin. He sits back down and says, speak. It's merely a trivial matter. Young master need not worry, Shaoli replies. Without her saying, Su Fengqiu already understands the cause, for he can hear her thoughts. Gu Changsheng is it? Su Fengqiu inquires. Ah, how do you know, young master? Shaoli exclaims, her eyes widening. Su Fengqiu squints slightly. Come, this emperor shall seek justice for you, he declares. Shaoli, flustered, protests, young master, there's no need. It's not a significant issue, truly. She perceives herself merely as a maidservant, believing it to be a trivial matter. Just a slight grievance she had not intended to share with anyone. Shaoli had not anticipated Su Fengqiu's presence in her humble courtyard. Moreover, she is aware of the Gu family's formidable status. Knowing Su Fengqiu's temperament, she fears that her minor issue might invite trouble. Su Fengqiu remains silent, instead walking away. Why, young master? Xiao Li anxiously follows after him. Inside the Su family hall, Gu Changxing sits there, a servant pouring tea. The elder Su Tianhai is attending to him. After all, he is the young master of the Gu family, and his status is indeed elevated. However, it is not within Su Tianyi's purview to entertain him. Su Tianhai manages the situation adequately. Young friend Changxing, you arrive at my Su family without prior notice. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Gu Changxing smiles and replies, Esteemed elder Tianhai, I merely came to catch up with Brother Su. It has been a year since our last meeting. Recently, I have heard of Brother Su's legendary deeds and wish to express my admiration. I see, the elder responds. I am uncertain if the young master has time. Let me send someone to inquire. No need for formality. It is merely a visit from a junior, and I fear I might disturb Brother Su. By the way, I have heard that a remarkable woman entered the Su residence a couple of days ago. Is there any truth to this? Su Tianhai understood his intent. Do you know the young friend Changxing and Miss Li? Ha ha ha. It's merely a fleeting acquaintance, just inquiring out of curiosity, Gu Changxing replied nonchalantly. I do not possess much knowledge on the matter. Perhaps you should inquire with the young master. With a sudden push, Su Fengqiu entered the grand hall. Upon seeing Su Fengqiu, Gu Changxing stood up with a smile and clasped his fist in greeting. Brother Su, it has been quite a while. However, Gu Changxing's expression abruptly changed as he noticed Xiao Li following closely behind Su Fengqiu. In chapter 45, if you are a dragon, you must also coil around me. Outside of Liuzhou City, Gu Changxing encountered the ethereal Li Xianxia. Though her face was veiled by a delicate fabric, he could sense her extraordinary essence. A woman, with merely a hint of her grace, stirred something profound within Gu Changxing. Soon after, he saw Li Xianxia arrive at the Su residence. He had waited outside for 2 to 3 days, but had yet to see her emerge. During that time, he sensed a powerful force erupting from within the Su family. Today, unable to contain his curiosity, Gu Changxing resolved to visit the Su residence to ascertain the identity of this enigmatic lady. He desired to make her acquaintance. Then, he beheld a young girl. Although simply attired, her beauty was astonishing upon closer inspection. Even without the embellishment of fine garments, Gu Changxing found her visage to be breathtaking. With just a bit of adornment, one could easily mistake her for a celestial being among the ranks of the divine. Gu Changxing approached her to strike up a conversation, only to discover that she was a mere maidservant of the Su family. This revelation left him astounded. Acknowledging her status, Gu Changxing revealed his true intentions. He boldly stated his desire to request Xiao Li to serve as his maid. He even reached out to caress her cheek, but Xiao Li, frightened, quickly retreated towards the Su residence. Seeing her timid demeanor brought Gu Changxing a sense of delight. With a lewd tone, he remarked, You have no choice in the matter. As a mere maid, the Su family will hardly concern themselves with you. Soon, I shall take you back to be my devoted servant, to cherish and adore you. After all, she was only a maidservant, and he felt no qualms about revealing his true self. No one would pay attention to a maid, nor would they heed her words. A lowly maid had no say in such matters. Xiao Li felt humiliated, a mix of sorrow and fear welling within her. Given her naturally delicate disposition, she could not hold back her tears, which caught Su Fengqiu's attention. Gu Changxing did not anticipate that Su Fengqiu would bring her forth. Could it be that she was Su Fengqiu's maid? Gu Changxing's frown relaxed slightly. But so what? She was merely a maid. Brother Su, it has been a long time since we last met. Why do you ignore my greetings? Gu Changxing smiled. Su Fengqiu, approaching Gu Changxing, suddenly struck him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the hall, sending Gu Changxing sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth. Xiao Li gasped, her small hand covering her mouth. Shock and fear etched across her face as she regarded Su Fengqiu in disbelief. The young master had struck Gu Changxing on her behalf. The elder Su Tianhai was equally taken aback. What on earth is happening, young master Su? Gu Changxing rose, fury igniting in his expression as he pointed at Su Fengqiu. What is the meaning of this? Su Fengqiu sneered coldly. The so-called 4 great talents of the 9 continents, the distinguished and refined brother Gu, has sunk so low as to utter filthy words towards a young girl? Gu Changxing was renowned across the 9 continents for his gentlemanly demeanor and low profile, often taking in stray animals and caring for them atop his peak. Many women admired him, deeming him a paragon of male perfection. Gu Changxing's gaze sharpened, casting a glare at Xiao Li. How dare she divulge this matter to Su Fengqiu? Did she not consider the repercussions of tarnishing his reputation? He narrowed his eyes at Su Fengqiu. Regardless, Su Fengqiu, this is not your concern. I shall remember this slap. You dare say it has nothing to do with me? Su Fengqiu retorted. You have insulted my maid, and you claim it does not involve me? A mere maid. Yet you, Su Fengqiu, could have sought another reason if you had grievances. Is Brother Gu not being disingenuous? With another swift motion, Su Fengqiu struck Gu Changxing once more. Gu Changxing spat out bloodied teeth, fury boiling within him as he shouted, Su Fengqiu, what do you intend to do? Su Fengqiu replied coolly, a mere maid? Tomorrow, I shall marry Xiao Li. Do you still consider her a mere maid? Xiao Li's eyes brimmed with tears, her mouth agape as she gazed at Su Fengqiu's retreating figure. Su Tianhai's mouth fell open in shock. What? Gu Changxing's pupils constricted. The girl was indeed Su Fengqiu's intended? No. This meant Su Fengqiu was to marry his maid. Wait, that was not the crux of the matter. The important thing was that Xiao Li was to become Su Fengqiu's celestial companion. Even as a concubine, she would still be a celestial partner. If this news were to spread, Gu Changxing would become a laughingstock throughout the 9 continents. Su Fengqiu declared, you have insulted my celestial companion, Brother Gu. Do you have any objections to these 2 slaps? Gu Changxing's face darkened. Brother Su, do you not fear the ridicule of marrying a maid? Su Fengqiu chuckled. Would you like to test that? Gu Changxing understood Su Fengqiu's meaning. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his fury and clasped his fist in a salute. Brother Su, I deserve these 2 slaps. Has Brother Gu realized the error of his ways? Gu Changxing gritted his teeth. Indeed, I beg for your understanding. For I was unaware of the facts and acted inappropriately. I shall take my leave. Having said this, Gu Changxing turned to depart. Su Fengqiu stood with his hands clasped behind him. Did I permit you to leave? Gu Changxing halted, frowning. Does Brother Su have further matters to discuss? Su Fengqiu replied. I am not yet satisfied with these 2 slaps. Will you strike me, or shall I? You. Gu Changxing pointed at Su Fengqiu, teeth clenched in anger. Su Fengqiu. One should leave a line for future encounters. Su Fengqiu smirked slightly, gesturing for an incense stick to be placed against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Changxing. You have 1 stick of incense this time. If my anger is not quelled by then, I shall have no choice but to inform the Gu family to come collect your corpse. Elder Su Tianhai was taken aback. Gu Changxing had considered retorting, questioning Su Fengqiu's worth and daring to threaten him, but reflecting on Su Fengqiu's recent actions, he dared not voice such thoughts, because he genuinely feared that Su Fengqiu might resort to violence. All right, very well. Gu Changxing clenched his fists. I shall handle this myself. Su Fengqiu chuckled, please. With that, Gu Changxing delivered a resounding slap to his own face, the force sufficient to draw blood. Smack, smack, smack. He continued to strike himself repeatedly. Su Fengqiu sat there, sipping his tea, and remarked nonchalantly, Brother Gu, you haven't unleashed your spiritual power. I find myself questioning the sincerity of your apology. Crack, crack. Gu Changxing tightened his fists and then released his spiritual energy. Smack. This slap nearly rendered him unconscious. He glanced at Su Fengqiu, who was calmly blowing on his tea. Smack. Gu Changxing struck himself again, losing a few more teeth in the process. Su, is that satisfactory? Gu Changxing inquired. Su Fengqiu did not respond, instead casting a glance towards the incense. Gritting his teeth, Gu Changxing delivered another slap. The force propelled him backward. Xiao Li stood there, head bowed, too timid to look up. Coughing, Gu Changxing spat blood and climbed to his feet, gazing at Su Fengqiu. Yet, Su Fengqiu remained utterly unfazed. Gu Changxing clenched his fists tighter, gritting his teeth as he increased the intensity of his self-inflicted punishment, slapping himself once more. His body spun several times before crashing heavily against the wall of the grand hall. Bloodied and battered, Gu Changxing struggled to open his eyes and look at Su Fengqiu, only to find him still unresponsive. He cast a glance at the burning incense. With a flick of his wrist, Su Fengqiu tossed a sword towards him. You. Gu Changxing gritted his teeth, trembling as he picked up the sword. Resolutely, he plunged it into his thigh. He screamed, looking at Su Fengqiu, who remained indifferent. Su Fengqiu. Gu Changxing's fists were clenched tightly. Once more, he grasped the sword, this time aiming for his abdomen. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through his lower belly. Uffed. Gu Changxing coughed up blood, staggering backward. I won't die, he thought, knowing he could target a non-lethal area. Xiao Li, I ask you, is that spot a vital one? Su Fengqiu inquired coolly. And no, it isn't. Xiao Li shook her head. Su Fengqiu nodded. And the implication of his words was clear to Gu Changxing. Did he intend for him to strike at a vital area? Though he was certain he would not perish, the ramifications would be far graver. Crack. Gu Changxing tightened his fists and grasped the sword, his right hand trembling slightly. With determination, he thrust the blade into his internal organs. Su Fengqiu smiled, and then stood, walking over to him. Brother Gu, I see your sincerity. Rise. Su Fengqiu extended his hand. Gu Changxing weakly lifted his hand. However, Su Fengqiu suddenly released his grip. Thud. Gu Changxing fell to the ground with a cry of despair. Sorry, my hand slipped, Su Fengqiu remarked. Gu Changxing struggled to stand, swallowing a healing pill and stumbling bloody towards the exit. His head had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Take care, Brother Gu, Su Fengqiu said with a smile. Chapter 46, Xiao Li's Hidden Affection. The Grand Elder Su Tianhai dared not speak. Ordinarily, his authority and status as the Grand Elder of the Su family surpassed that of Su Fengqiu. However, Su Fengqiu's recent displays of might rendered him hesitant to intervene. Although he believed Su Fengqiu's actions were excessively reckless, he could not bring himself to stop him. Cough. Qiu'er, the Grand Elder began. Su Fengqiu cupped his fist in salute. I shall refrain from further comment. I trust you will make the right judgment. If any matters arise, consult with the family head. Su Fengqiu nodded. Please rest easy. Grand Elder. Very well. Su Tianhai glanced at Xiao Li before exiting the Grand Hall. Su Fengqiu ruffled Xiao Li's hair, saying, It's all settled now. If anyone bullies you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. If you can handle it yourself, feel free to eliminate them. You have my support. Xiao Li, her voice trembling softly, replied, Thank you, young master. She followed obediently behind Su Fengqiu. Xiao Li was utterly astonished that Su Fengqiu would go to such lengths to teach Gu Changxing a lesson. Gu Changxing was not a trivial figure. Su Fengqiu's actions left her both flabbergasted and profoundly moved. Particularly, when he mentioned their impending marriage, her heart raced with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Ding. Xiao Li's affection for you has reached 50, secretly developing feelings. The higher the affection, the more challenging it becomes to increase. However, Su Fengqiu's kindness towards Xiao Li was not merely a means of gaining favor. It stemmed from genuine feelings. In a cave, bloodied and battered, Gu Changxing opened his eyes. Filled with resentment, he, Gu Changxing, stood on equal footing with Su Fengqiu in terms of status and background, with the Gu family far surpassing the Su family in strength. Yet, he was treated by Su Fengqiu as if he were an insignificant insect. This was an affront that Gu Changxing could not accept. Half of his life was entwined with the Su family, yet he endured such humiliation, unable to voice his grievances or seek retribution from the Gu family, at least publicly. He could not confront Su Fengqiu. Why? His vulnerabilities lay in Su Fengqiu's hands. In the eyes of the world, Gu Changxing was viewed as a paragon of a gentleman. Should he sever ties, Su Fengqiu would make this matter public, and Gu Changxing would be reduced to a disgrace for the Gu family and a laughingstock among the people. His aura would be extinguished. This was one reason why he acquiesced to Su Fengqiu in the Grand Hall. Crack. Gu Changxing clenched his fists. You wait. I will find a way to repay today's humiliation 1,000-fold. Yet, he was too injured. He needed to return to the Gu family, or he might perish. The ancient imperial clan, the Gu family. A host of powerful figures gathered at the show master peak. Gu Changxing's father, Gu Fengqiu, hurriedly arrived. Family head. The crowd bowed in respect. How is Changxing's condition? Gu Fengqiu asked anxiously. An elder shook his head. His life is not in danger, but what? Gu Fengqiu pressed. The elder replied. The young master appears to have endured prolonged abuse. The assailant did not intend to take his life, but sought to torment him. It seems to be someone who harbors a deep-seated hatred for the young master, or our Gu family. A murderous intent surged in Gu Fengqiu's eyes as he hastened into the chamber. Changxing. Father, Gu Changxing said weakly, his pallor evident. Who did this? He inquired. Gu Changxing wanted to say it was Su Fengqiu, but he dared not. His reputation and influence were too important to him. Gu Changxing shook his head slightly. I do not know him. You are a person of integrity, championing the weak, possessing a kind heart, and never harboring enmity. It is inconceivable that you would provoke adversaries. Gu Fengqiu pondered for a moment. Such torment is not aimed at his demise. What, then, is the objective? The intent is to threaten the Gu family, to instill fear within them, or perhaps to intimidate a specific individual, namely Gu Fengqiu himself. What characteristics does this person possess? Gu Changxing inquired. Gu Changxing casually fabricated a response. Clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, the child truly knows not. If one dares not reveal their true visage, then they must be someone familiar to us. Well, rest well. After Gu Fengqiu concluded, he exited. Gu Changxing clenched his fist. Even if his father were to expend resources in investigation, it would be of no consequence. This matter, he would seek his own opportunity for vengeance. After Gu Fengqiu left, his face was etched with fury. By the decree of the family head, he rallied the Gu family to annihilate the Shi family. The Shi family, a millennia-old imperial clan, had long been adversaries of the Gu family, with numerous grievances rooted in resource competition and worldly disputes. Moreover, the head of the Shi family had once pursued the same woman as Gu Fengqiu, thus becoming mortal enemies. Ultimately, Gu Fengqiu succeeded in winning her affection, resulting in the birth of Gu Changxing. However, in the years that followed, for the sake of development, they refrained from direct confrontation. Just days prior, at an auction, Gu Fengqiu clashed with Shi Sandao over a coveted treasure, frequently raising the bid. In the end, it was Gu Fengqiu who secured the item. After the auction concluded, he took pleasure in humiliating Shi Sandao, taunting him about their past rivalry over a woman, now rendered futile with the birth of his child. In terms of resource contention, he had triumphed, yet in the auction, he still outbid him. Subsequently, Xianxiaodao, filled with rage and humiliation, engaged in battle with several formidable warriors from both families. After the skirmish, Xianxiaodao, seething with indignation, vowed retribution. Reflecting now, it dawned on him that Xianxiaodao was indeed retaliating against him. Fearing to harm his son Gu Changsheng, lest Gu Fengqiu act recklessly, he felt compelled to act. Yet now, Gu Fengqiu was determined to make Xianxiaodao aware that he had chosen the wrong adversary. Family, master, it's terrible. The Gu family has gone mad. Gu Fengqiu, accompanied by over 1,000 warriors and more than 100 celestial emperors, along with the ancestral elders of the Gu family, is heading straight for us. What? Xianxiaodao sprang to his feet. Is Gu Fengqiu out of his mind? Although our families are foes, we understand that conflict would be detrimental to both sides. What has transpired? Xianxiaodao furrowed his brow. Why would the Gu family suddenly strike against us? Are they not afraid of mutual destruction? What on earth is happening? Does anyone know? Gu Fengqiu, with his entourage of over 100 celestial emperors, arrived with an imposing presence, shaking the very continent. Fengqiu had just stirred the 8th heaven into chaos. How could the Gu and Shi families be on the brink of battle again? Xianxiaodao, come out and face me, Gu Fengqiu bellowed. The Shi family's protective array had been activated, with Xianxiaodao and his formidable allies surveying them from a position of superiority. Gu Fengqiu, have you taken leave of your senses? Xianxiaodao thundered. Xianxiaodao, a fitting name for one who wields double-edged blades. Do you still possess any shame? You nearly beat my son to death, and you think that sparing his life will prevent me from moving against your Shi family? Today, I will make you regret your actions. Xianxiaodao's brow furrowed. Gu Fengqiu, what do you mean? When have I ever laid a hand on Changsheng? Do not slander me with false accusations. Are you bold enough to act, yet cowardly enough to deny it? Today, I, Gu Fengqiu, shall wash your Shi family in blood. Xianxiaodao grit his teeth. Very well, Gu Fengqiu, you seek to fabricate a crime where none exists. If you wish to attack my Shi family, at least present a plausible reason. Regarding the auction incident, you mocked me before. I have yet to recover from that. And now you dare to come for my family again, thinking me easy prey? Upon hearing this, Gu Fengqiu's fury ignited. So it was indeed about the auction. I knew it. Kill. Kill. Chapter 47. Because this is the most precious. The battle between the Gu and Shi families in the 8th heaven raged on, causing chaos and celestial phenomena to persist. For 2 days and nights, the conflict continued. The ultimate outcome was one of severe casualties on both sides, with the Shi family suffering slightly more, yet the Gu family failed to conquer the Shi stronghold. Despite the Gu family's superior strength, the Shi family benefited from the protection of their millennia-old defensive array. In a straightforward confrontation, it was indeed challenging to breach such a stronghold. As the attacking party, the Gu family managed to inflict greater losses upon the Shi family, thus declaring victory in this battle. The situation was further diffused by the intervention of the celestial feather sacred land, coupled with the immense losses incurred by both sides, leading to a moment of calm. This clash of such powerful factions underscored a crucial truth. Achieving a decisive victory without extraordinary means is exceedingly difficult. Celestial emperors are indeed formidable and rarely fall. Simultaneously, it affirmed just how astonishing Fengqiu's single-handed destruction of an imperial-level sect truly was. Ding. The Gu family has suffered significant losses. Gu Changsheng's destiny value has diminished to 500,000, while your system value stands at 5 million. Fengqiu, who had been cultivating, opened his eyes. The Gu family's substantial loss and Gu Changsheng's destiny value decrease were to be expected. The losses were not excessive, as they had not been entirely vanquished. It was inconsequential. After all, Fengqiu had yet to make a formal move against Gu Changsheng. He intended to visit the Phoenix Terrace to acquire the Phoenix feather fire fruit needed for refining the Tianxin blood spirit pill, which could only be found there. Another ingredient, the creation immortal ginseng, would require further time to locate. Fengqiu rose to his feet. Xiaoli rushed over, standing demurely before Fengqiu. Young master, come with me to a place. Yes, the Su family, Anning Peak. In front of a tomb, Su Tianyi sat there drinking, his eyes slightly reddened. Yitter. Su Tianyi gently caressed the gravestone, as if stroking a woman's hair. Recent affairs in the Su family have been numerous, and I have visited less frequently. Last time, I told you that our Qiu'er has ascended to the rank of Celestial Emperor. This time, I have even more good news to share. Our Qiu'er has grown up, and is now capable of standing on his own. With his strength, he can eliminate an imperial-level faction and has saved our lineage from peril. The Su family is now unified. Do you know? Ha ha ha. That rascal Qiu'er has taken a liking to Xiaoli. Do you remember Xiaoli? The abandoned infant we brought back 16 years ago? She has grown into a beautiful young lady, It's no wonder Qiu'er has fallen for her. As he spoke, tears streamed silently down Su Tiany's face. Yet why? Oh, why must Qiu'er be so smitten with Xiaoli? I have always harbored resentment towards her, knowing it is unwarranted. But alas, Yair Su Tiany leaned against the gravestone, his drunkenness giving way to quiet sobs. Why must you be so cruel? 16 years. You occupy my every thought. I cannot focus on cultivation, and each night I drown my sorrows in drink, yearning to see you once more. Why? Why have you never appeared in my dreams? I beseech you, come to me in my dreams, Yair. In that moment, he bore no semblance of the Su family head capable of bearing burdens alone. After a while, Su Tiany exhaled deeply and stood. That rascal Qiu'er bears no resemblance to me at all. Despite his bachelorhood, he seems to be quite the romantic. Perhaps that is for the best. Once Qiu'er truly takes charge of the Su family, I will come to keep you company. It won't be long now. In the distance, Su Fengqiu and Xiaoli stood there, gazing at Su Tiany. Although Xiaoli was unaware of the specifics, she could surmise the gravity of the situation. The head of the family, Su Fengqiu, remarked, "For years, my father has remained ensnared in the shadows cast by my mother's departure. Yet, the family head appears." Su Fengqiu continued with a bitter tone, "That is because he bears the weight of being the patriarch, a father, a man. He has a multitude of lives to protect. Should he falter, Su Buhui, who covets the Su family's power, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. He must maintain a facade of strength before the world, while in truth, every night he succumbs to slumber under the influence of wine, only to awaken the next day with the aid of his spiritual energy to dispel the effects." Su Fengqiu added, "This is a discovery I made unintentionally." He approached, cradling flowers in his arms, with Xiaoli following closely behind. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Tiany rose hastily, wiping his eyes. Su Fengqiu and Xiaoli placed the flowers before the tombstone. "The wind is particularly fierce today, stirring up sand to assault our father's eyes. Xiaoli, have you also been caught by the sand?" Su Tiany inquired, looking toward Xiaoli. With teary, reddened eyes, she gazed up at Su Tiany, her lips quivering as tears streamed down her cheeks. Family head. Xiaoli, being inherently sentimental, found herself easily moved to tears by even the slightest provocation. Lacking the demeanor expected of a formidable figure in the sea of divine spirits, she was also touched by Su Tiany's deep affections. "Qiu'er, quickly comfort Xiaoli," Su Tiany urged. Su Fengqiu nodded in agreement. Su Tiany waved his hand and then stepped away. Su Fengqiu enveloped Xiaoli in his embrace. "Young master, why did the matriarch leave?" she asked. "That was 16 years ago. I was not present at the time. My father claimed she was murdered by an enemy, and he has since avenged her." However, Su Fengqiu shook his head. "It feels as though the truth is far more complex." A faint smile graced Su Fengqiu's lips as he reminisced. "I recall my father mentioning that my mother was once renowned as the foremost fairy of the 9 continents. In my memories, she was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, young master must seek to wed the current foremost fairy of the 9 continents. The matriarch would surely be delighted." Xiaoli softly remarked. Su Fengqiu playfully pinched Xiaoli's cheek. "Are you indirectly rejecting this emperor's intentions?" "No." Xiaoli hastily shook her head. "How could I, Xiaoli, ever be worthy of the young master? I simply wish to serve by your side, and that alone would suffice. But this emperor is not easily satisfied." Xiaoli bashfully lowered her head. Su Fengqiu turned his gaze toward the tombstone. "Mother, rest assured, I shall find a way to guide my father out of this gloom." A month later, Su Fengqiu had solidified a significant portion of his realm. His rapid ascension necessitated the aid of superior spiritual materials or elixirs to complete the remaining steps. A notification sounded. Ding. Chu Ran's realm has advanced to the realm of laws. The killing god technique and dustless sword art have both reached preliminary mastery. Destiny value 100,000. System value 1,000,000. Su Fengqiu nodded in satisfaction. Within a month, Chu Ran successfully ascended to the realm of laws, and his destiny value was on the rise, awaiting the moment he could elevate to the 4th tier of the Child of Fortune, which would grant Su Fengqiu further rewards. Exiting the secret realm, Su Fengqiu arrived at the courtyard of the young master pavilion. "Brother Su." Chu Ran rushed over, bowing swiftly. Chu Ran has advanced to the realm of laws. Both the killing god technique and dustless sword art are now at preliminary mastery. Su Fengqiu nodded. "Excellent. You have solidified your realm?" "Indeed, it is well established." "Well, the realm of laws signifies a preliminary entry into the realm of minor powerhouses, though it remains insufficient in the 8th layer of heaven. The realms include Qi refining realm, body refinement realm, enlightenment realm, divine ability realm, Xiantian realm, Xianwang realm, realm of laws, domain realm, sea of divine spirits realm, celestial sovereign realm, divine emperor realm, Dao realm, Each realm consists of 10 tiers. Breaking through the Tao grants one the title of Immortal Emperor. Take a trip to the 4th layer of heaven for some tempering. I grant you 1 year. In this time, I hope to hear the name Chu Ran resonate throughout the 8th layer of heaven. His killing god powers are gradually awakening. Su Fengqiu provided him with the appropriate sword techniques and the killing god technique. The rest must rely on his own efforts. Yes, I shall depart immediately. Chu Ran hesitated briefly. If you have something to say, speak. No, I shall set off right away. Su Fengqiu nodded in acknowledgement. Outside the Su residence, Chu Ran glanced back reluctantly. This journey was to last a year, and he was uncertain of his survival. Before departing, he still had not seen Xiaoli. Perhaps this would be their final encounter. Chu Ran retrieved the flask of fairy's drunkenness that Xiaoli had gifted him, carefully placing it within his spatial ring. I cannot disappoint Brother Su. With that, Chu Ran turned and set forth. Chu Ran. A voice suddenly called from behind. He jolted, turning to see Xiaoli descending from the void. This is a token from the young master for you. Not much, just a few pills and talismans for emergencies, along with a set of martial techniques. The rest is up to you. Chu Ran accepted the items and bowed. Thank you, Lady Xiaoli. No need for thanks. Just be cautious. We shall meet again in a year. Indeed. Chu Ran nodded vigorously. By the way, is the fairy's drunkenness to your liking? Xiaoli inquired with a smile. Chu Ran scratched his head. It is delicious, truly delightful. Have you finished it? Xiaoli asked. Chu Ran produced the flask of fairy's drunkenness. Not yet. Xiaoli took it and gave it a shake. Oh, why is there less than a sip left? Do you not enjoy it? No matter, there are many other fine wines. I shall return now and await your good news. She handed the flask back to Chu Ran, waved and departed. Holding the flask of fairy's drunkenness, Chu Ran watched Xiaoli's retreating figure, murmuring softly, it is not that I dislike it. Rather, I adore it. This is the finest wine in all the world, and there is but this one flask. After securing it, he bowed to the Su family before hastening away. Chapter 48. Invitation to the Poetic Gathering of Empress Fengqiu. The following day, Lu Yinyan arrived at Su Fengqiu's young master pavilion. Su Fengqiu had previously conferred with Su Tianyi. Otherwise, Su Tianyi would never have dared allow Lu Yinyan to seek out his son. This has perplexed the entire Su family and the 9 continents alike. Lu Yinyan's disciple, Yi Feng, had been slain by Su Fengqiu. Known for her protectiveness over her students, Lu Yinyan had surprisingly taken no action, which was quite peculiar. Even more astonishing to the Su family was Lu Yinyan's visit to their household. In fact, this was her second visit within the month. During her first attempt to meet Su Fengqiu, he was in seclusion. Today, she returned. Veiled in light gauze, Lu Yinyan approached gracefully. Even though Su Fengqiu had witnessed the ethereal beauty of Li Qianxia, the sight of Lu Yinyan still left him momentarily awestruck. Senior Yinyan, please take a seat. Su Fengqiu offered, pouring tea as a greeting. The address of Senior Yinyan caused Lu Yinyan's delicate brows to furrow slightly. Su Fengqiu, being of an age comparable to her disciple, referred to her as Senior. It seemed as though he was reluctant to acknowledge her as a peer. However, she chose to remain silent on the matter. Lu Yinyan settled before Su Fengqiu, accepting the tea. I trust that the young master is aware of my purpose for visiting. Naturally, having discussed the matter with Senior Yinyan, how could I contradict myself? What of the cold, ethereal soul? Lu Yinyan responded, it is within the nurturing heart jade. In a dire state, were it not for the jade, it would have long succumbed. Therefore, what method do you propose, young master? Su Fengqiu extended a finger, its tip coalescing with myriad symbols from heaven and earth, forming a talismanic parchment. Might Senior Lu Yinyan have heard of the spirit gathering formation? Lu Yinyan nodded slightly, indeed. But if the method you speak of is the spirit gathering formation, then I can only conclude that I have been deceived. It is certainly not so simple. If one employs the spirit gathering formation to gather spirits, and the 9 heaven soul returning formation to gather souls, combined with the sacred artifact, the heavenly soul lantern, what then? The 9 heaven soul returning formation has been lost to time for millennia. Su Fengqiu smiled faintly, pushing the talisman paper forward. This is the schematic of the 9 heavens soul returning formation. Lu Yinyan's delicate brows furrowed. The heavenly soul lantern is in the possession of my Su family. She glanced at the formation diagram before rising. Thank you. As she turned to leave, she seemed to recall something, her voice echoing. During the conflict between the Su and Gu families, I shall lend my assistance. With that, she vanished from Su Fengqiu's side. Truly, intelligent individuals are formidable. She could discern the connection between the conflict of the Gu and Shi families and Su Fengqiu himself. It stands to reason that Lu Yinyan would also trigger the mission of the Child of Destiny. Su Fengqiu, however, was unaware as to why he had not triggered it. Perhaps it is for the best. He currently lacked the time for such matters. Xiaoli approached, holding an invitation in hand. Young master, Su Fengqiu inquired. Glancing at the invitation, what is this? Xiaoli replied, "On my return to the Su family, I encountered someone from Empress Xingyao's court. This is an invitation from Her Majesty." Su Fengqiu accepted it and opened it. A poetry gathering. Wow. Is Her Majesty inviting the young master to a poetry gathering? Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. However, this gathering is not an ordinary one, otherwise it would not extend an invitation to Su Fengqiu. Although Su Fengqiu is a promising youth at 28, he is still an immortal emperor. What need would a dignified immortal emperor have to attend a commonplace poetry gathering? This gathering occurs every 4 years and is arguably the most anticipated poetry event across the 9 continents. The sage of poetry will be in attendance. The sage, who years ago transcended through poetry, is a true powerhouse. When reciting poetry, extraordinary phenomena accompany him, transcending the mortal realm. It is rumored that his realm may have reached the supreme immortal emperor level, equivalent to the 10th tier of immortal emperors. Even if he has not achieved that, he must surely be among the rare immortal emperors of the 9th tier. What does it mean to be an immortal emperor of the 9th tier? Within the entirety of the 8 heavens, among all sects and the royal families of the 5 great empires, there are likely no more than a handful. Even in the 9th heaven, a formidable place like the Phoenix platform might host only 2 or 3 immortal emperors of the 9th tier. As for the supreme immortal emperors, there are only 8 known publicly across the 9 continents. Beyond that, it should not exceed 20. Thus, the 9th tier of immortal emperors essentially represents the pinnacle of achievement. For reaching the immortal emperor realm, a single tier's difference can be as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, especially beyond the 5th tier of immortal emperors. The strongest in the Su family are 2 immortal emperors of the 8th tier. Even among immortal emperors of the same realm, there are distinctions in prowess. Some immortal emperors can engage in battles across tiers, while others can only contend with those beneath their level. Talent also varies greatly. Some are hailed as geniuses, yet remain unable to ascend to the immortal emperor realm in their lifetimes. Others become immortal emperors after millennia of effort. Then there are those who achieve it in mere decades, or even years. The difference between a decades-old immortal emperor of the 1st tier and a millennia-old one is not a mere detail. Thus, 2 phrases ring particularly true. Upon reaching a certain realm, talent cannot compensate for effort. And after a lifetime of striving to attain immortality and break free from the mundane, one may find themselves just a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Pursued by the likes of Sun Wukong, the sage of poetry is undoubtedly a true genius. But what is most crucial? Gu Chongxing possesses a significant portion of his destiny attributed to the sage of poetry. For years ago at the poetry gathering, Gu Chongxing gained renown. The sage even contemplated taking him as a disciple and visited the Gu family. This intention directly propelled the Gu family to unprecedented heights over the past 4 years. The sage boldly declared that if Gu Chongxing could astonish him once more at the next poetry gathering, he would take him as a disciple. Thus, it is generally accepted that the sage will indeed take Gu Chongxing as his pupil at this gathering. Therefore, Gu Chongxing will undoubtedly participate. By now, his injuries must have healed. I find myself rather intrigued. Su Fengqiu revealed a smile. The young master is also quite talented, Xiaoli remarked with a hint of admiration. Su Fengqiu playfully pinched her cheek. Would you care to accompany me? Xiaoli shook her head. I am but a dullard. In such a grand setting, I would not dare to attend. Su Fengqiu ruffled her hair. Stay and diligently cultivate at the Su family. I shall return in a day or 2. Yes. The poetry gathering is to be held tomorrow evening, within the holy Yaotian city of the Xianxiao Empire, inside the imperial palace of Empress Xianxiao. It appears that Empress Xianxiao has intentions to cultivate a rapport with me. Su Fengqiu pondered. He has never been known for a fondness for poetry and literature. This gathering is not a venue suited for him. Nonetheless, the invitation still came, indicating that Empress Xianxiao wishes to meet him at this gathering. Perhaps there are matters she wishes to discuss. This occasion serves merely as a stepping stone. It matters little. In the Gu family, at the young master peak, the courtyard was filled with various small creatures, spirit foxes, spirit cats, and puppies, all of which were cared for by Gu Chongxing. Gu Chongxing gazed at the invitation in his hand, overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 49, Holy Yaotian City, the World Poetry Gathering. Gu Chongxing stared at the poetry gathering invitation. For years prior, the sage of poetry had shown him favor and entertained thoughts of accepting him as a disciple. Following the conclusion of that gathering, many factions sought to befriend the Gu family. The development of the Gu family in just 4 years was comparable to that of the previous century. This is the influence of an immortal emperor of the 9th tier. He need not lift a finger. A mere word or action could sway the 8 heavens. The disparity between an immortal emperor of the 8th tier and one of the 9th tier is staggering. In fact, within the realm of immortal emperors, a single tier's difference can be monumental. This time, I, Gu Chongxing, will undoubtedly become the disciple of the sage of poetry. If I succeed, it will elevate my standing. Though I am the esteemed young master of the Gu family, a status, position, talent, and power that many admire, there are still a select few stronger than I. The holy son of the immortal palace, the holy maiden of the Phoenix platform, and others. If I can become a disciple of the sage of poetry, I will have drawn closer to them. At the very least, in future gatherings, I shall be seated among their ranks. The sage of poetry himself possesses an immensely powerful background. Fengqiu? What nonsense. The title of Immortal Emperor holds little weight. In no time, Gu Changxing too will attain the rank of Immortal Emperor. In terms of true strength, Fengqiu cannot compare to him. Moreover, with the sage of poetry's lineage, his status would far surpass that of Fengqiu. Fengqiu. The mere thought of him twisted Gu Changxing's expression into a grimace. Gu Changxing effortlessly cradled a nearby spirit fox in his arms, gently caressing its soft fur. Yet, the spirit fox exhibited no semblance of docility. Instead, its eyes brimmed with terror, rendering it motionless within Gu Changxing's embrace. Gu Changxing was adored by the young women of the continent, for he was renowned for his benevolent heart. He was the singular genius known for adopting stray animals. People perceived him as strikingly distinct from others, an epitome of gentility, handsome in appearance, and endowed with profound kindness. As he stroked the spirit fox, he murmured softly, "Little creature, do you think that Fengqiu, that scoundrel, deserves to die?" The spirit fox remained still, quaking in fear. "Why do you not respond to me?" Gu Changxing halted his caress, and the spirit fox struggled to escape his grasp. However, Gu Changxing's grip tightened resolutely. Why? Why do you resist? What is there to flee from? I have taken you in, provided you with sustenance, and given you a sanctuary amidst the rich spiritual energy of the Gu family. What do you have to run from? His countenance darkened as he gripped the spirit fox even more forcefully. I shall kill Fengqiu. I shall flay him alive, and before his very eyes. I will ravage his woman. How dare he show me such disrespect? On what grounds does he presume to do so? Gu Changxing's visage twisted into a grimace, his grip growing ever stronger. The spirit fox's struggles weakened, its limbs growing limp as Gu Changxing's fingers sunk into its flesh. Blood trickled through his fingers. Yet he seemed oblivious, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, Fengqiu, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. The spirit fox's body lay contorted in his hands, crimson staining his garments. The stench of blood jolted Gu Changxing back to reality. He glanced at the lifeless form of the spirit fox, then tenderly stroked it. In your next life, be more obedient. Subsequently, flames erupted, incinerating the spirit fox's remains to ashes. The following day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Fengqiu arrived discreetly at the sacred Yao Heavenly City, the residence of the Holy Empress. As the capital of the Eightfold Heaven's sacred Yao Empire, the city was immense and bustling with life. Within its confines resided innumerable formidable beings and martial families. Many of the invited guests made grand entrances, while various spirit beasts soared through the skies towards the imperial palace. And powerful warriors arrived riding swords, accompanied by grand processions. The entire city was festooned with lights and throngs of people, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary revelry. The populace engaged in reciting poetry, engaging in couplets, and composing verses, akin to celebrating the Lunar New Year. In the 9 continents, martial prowess was revered above all. However, the arts of poetry, calligraphy, and painting also held significant popularity, as some could attain enlightenment through these mediums. Although few had succeeded in this endeavor over millennia, the possibility remained. For those with lesser martial gifts, the literary path offered an alternative. If one could not attain enlightenment, at least there was a chance to secure a minor official position. Fengqiu ambled along the street, remarking to his grandfather, "Grandfather, today is so lively. With so many people." It was the sacred Yao Empire's quadrennial poetry gathering, a spectacle present in every city of the empire. As the Holy Empress held a deep affection for poetry and maintained close ties with the Sage of Poetry. Wow, is the Sage of Poetry coming as well? Indeed. He must already be within the imperial palace. Look at the skies filled with various invited factions. Among them are the young master of the Gu family, the celebrated talent Gu Changxing, and the holy son of the medicine god Mountain. Grandfather, will the recently renowned young master Fengqiu be attending? I have never heard of him expressing an interest in poetry. He likely will not attend, and certainly will not be invited. If he comes, it would merely be to observe, for the palace gathering is attended by individuals of exceptional talent, a setting that does not suit him. Ahead loomed a colossal and majestic edifice, reminiscent of a smaller Huanghe Tower from Fengqiu's memory. This grand structure stood over a vast river, incredibly beautiful, with lights blazing within. Countless talented individuals entered and exited. This place was known as the Poetry House of the World. Passers-by could freely leave their works or couplets within. If written well, talents from across the realms would certainly take notice. The Holy Empress often collected fine poetry from this establishment, and those whose verses were left there might unexpectedly rise to fame, echoing throughout the 9 continents. Fengqiu entered with keen interest, for his primary objective in attending the poetry gathering was to sever Gu Changxing's destiny. By diminishing his chances of becoming the sage of poetry's disciple, his fated prospects would plummet. At the same time, Fengqiu sought to indulge himself, for his mind brimmed with poetic thoughts. Inside the poetry house of the world, the spacious interior was adorned with countless poetic works affixed to the walls. A multitude of people admired the verses. The higher the floors ascended, the more refined the poetry became. Fengqiu proceeded to the upper levels, and a staff member furrowed his brow, following him to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Fengqiu directly aimed for the 3rd. "Hey, young hero," called the staff member, blocking Fengqiu's path. "The 2nd floor is sufficient. The 3rd is reserved for esteemed poets." Fengqiu smiled. "Once I finish my piece, you may assess whether it belongs on the 3rd floor." With that, he ascended. Self-proclaimed as an emperor, the staff member's expression shifted, and he hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Fengqiu commanded, "Bring me a pen." The staff member respectfully handed him a pen, and Fengqiu leaped before a blank section of the wall, swiftly inscribing a couplet on the paper. "Here." He passed the pen back to the staff member of the poetry house, and strode away. Who was that? What verse did they leave? It was not poetry, but rather an upper line. "Gazing at the river tower, gazing at the river's flow, beneath the river tower, gazing at the river's flow, the river tower is eternal. The river flows eternally." What an exquisite line. It corresponded perfectly with the river upon which the poetry house stood. Who was this? They forgot to leave their name. The staff member of the poetry house stood in shock. "Young hero, you forgot to leave your name." He rushed out, but Fengqiu's figure had already vanished. Chapter 50. Today, Fengqiu's reputation shall be thoroughly tarnished. Fengqiu made his way directly to the imperial palace. The vast and magnificent imperial palace was adorned with brilliant lights, with a floating island suspended in the sky. This beautiful island was the true residence of the sacred Yao Empire's royal family, a forbidden place accessible only to the empress and core members of the royal family. Here, they rested and cultivated. Presenting his invitation, Fengqiu successfully entered the palace, guided by an attendant. The imperial palace was immense and resplendent, brightly lit and festooned with decorations, suggesting an occasion of special significance. Numerous maidens frolicked and jested as they made their way to the poetry gathering. Ahead stood a grand hall, magnificently imposing. Though night had fallen, it shone as brightly as day, with rows of ancient trees leading to the steps of the hall. Upon the ancient tree hung numerous scrolls of poetry and prose, radiating a luminous glow. Figures meandered nearby, engrossed in the verses while conversing as they made their way toward the grand hall. "Ha ha ha, Brother Ji, it has been quite some time," exclaimed a dashing figure clad in white, fanning himself as he greeted those ahead. Ji Buchang replied with a smile, "Brother Huang, what a pleasure to see you." Li Sheng's face lit up with mirth. "I truly envy Brother Ji. Your poem ode to Chang'an has garnered the admiration of Her Majesty the Empress." Ji Buchang responded, "Brother Li, you are too modest. Lacking in martial talent, I must rely on my literary gifts to carve a path, yet I cannot compare to you. Having achieved the top rank in last year's poetry examination at merely 25, I am in awe." Li Sheng shook his head, lamenting, "But tonight, we are ultimately mere bystanders. Such a grand assembly, with the legendary sage of poetry in attendance, and Her Majesty the Empress herself. What esteemed figures have graced us. The young master Gu Changsheng is among them, and here we are, Sai." Ji Buchang countered, "No, while they may be beyond our reach. This poetry gathering is a celebration of camaraderie through verse, a platform for exchange. Today, all participants are equal, regardless of rank, even if their status is lofty. As long as our poetry is exceptional, we can still stand proudly. My aspirations are modest. I seek merely the appreciation of Her Majesty and others, to forge a path toward success." Li Sheng nodded in agreement. At that moment, Fengqiu sauntered past them. "This young man is rather unfamiliar. May I inquire your name?" Li Sheng asked curiously. Fengqiu clasped his fist in greeting. "Su family, Fengqiu." A chill ran through both men, prompting an involuntary gasp. "My goodness, the Immortal Emperor Fengqiu? Such a legendary figure, and he too walks into the grand hall alongside us?" They immediately bowed deeply. "Immortal Emperor Su. No need for such formality," Fengqiu replied before stepping into the hall, leaving the two drenched in cold sweat. They were worlds apart in status. In terms of strength and background, they were leagues away. Though tonight's poetry gathering espouses equality, Li Sheng sighed. Ji Buchang's face darkened. "Why must we bow and scrape before him? It feels so demeaning. It is truly unfair. This world is inherently unjust," a voice echoed from behind. The two turned to see Gu Changxing. Young Master Gu. They immediately paid their respects. Gu Changxing's gaze sharpened as he observed Su Fengqiu entering the hall. He has actually come. He had been wandering the city, hoping to encounter a beautiful maiden, when he inadvertently spotted Su Fengqiu's figure and followed discreetly. Although Gu Changxing harbored animosity towards Su Fengqiu, what occasion was this? It was a poetry gathering, a revered assembly of elegance. He knows nothing of poetry and prose. Gu Changxing chuckled darkly. Today, I shall ensure Su Fengqiu's reputation is utterly tarnished. Ah, I have heard much about both of you. I have read your works, Ode to Chang'an, the River and the Moon, correct? Ji Buchang clasped his fist. It has long been said that young Master Gu possesses an ethereal demeanor, refined and unconventional. Today, it is indeed as rumored. You find time to converse with us, mere mortals. Gu Changxing smiled slightly. All living beings are equal. Distinctions of strength exist, but not of worth. Today's gathering features esteemed individuals such as the Sage of Poetry and Her Majesty the Empress, alongside talented individuals like yourselves, reflecting their intentions. Indeed, Her Majesty has stated that today, regardless of status, we are all equals, united through poetry. Ha ha ha. Precisely, Gu Changxing laughed, then added. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you both. Please, young Master Gu, go on. Gu Changxing sighed. I am too gentle by nature. While Su Fengqiu is steeped in sin and wholly ignorant of poetry, thus violating the sanctity of this grand assembly. The two men dared not respond. Gu Changxing continued. Su Fengqiu possesses a vile character, arrogant and dismissive, and I harbor a grudge against him. The two remained silent, for what could they say? What status did Su Fengqiu hold? If not for this poetry gathering, they might never have crossed paths, nor would Gu Changxing. Hence, they dared not breathe a word. Su Fengqiu had snatched away the woman Gu Changxing cherished, employing despicable means to rob her of her virtue, leading to her disgrace and suicide. The two gasped in shock. Gu Changxing declared, I seek vengeance, yet I am bound by limitations, powerless to act. Now that Su Fengqiu is here, I ask you both to create difficulties for him, to ensure he loses face. In doing so, I shall have fulfilled my obligation to her. The two were even more taken aback. Thud. Ji Buchang dropped to his knees in terror. Gu, young Master Gu, we are but ordinary martial artists, barely in our 20s, with cultivation only just reaching the Xianxian realm, and lacking any background. How could we dare to trouble Su Fengqiu? If not for today's poetry gathering, Su Fengqiu was someone they could only dream of meeting. To trouble him? It would be akin to inviting death itself. Gu Changxing helped him up, saying, I understand your predicament. Rest assured, I will protect you. Once this is accomplished, I shall bring you both back to the Gu family, bestowing upon you powerful techniques, martial skills, and resources for cultivation. From henceforth, the Gu family shall be your stronghold, and we shall be brothers. They gasped in astonishment. To accomplish this task would mean aligning with Gu Changxing, even to the point of being called brothers. The bond of brotherhood might not be profound, but it was a significant opportunity nonetheless. The Gu family, a millennium-old imperial lineage, offered unimaginable resources. Though talented, their literary path was fraught with challenges. Who would not prefer to tread the martial path? Who would not aspire to become a formidable force? To take a step back, higher cultivation equated to longevity. Gu Changxing too found himself in a quandary. The world perceived him as a refined gentleman. He could not continuously trouble Su Fengqiu, nor did he dare, knowing Su Fengqiu held leverage over him. Why would they provoke Su Fengqiu, a figure of such stature? Unless they were entirely unafraid of him? Such individuals were rare, and Gu Changxing was uncertain whether any were present at tonight's poetry gathering. Even if he recognized someone, his status was unlikely to surpass theirs, leaving him hesitant to solicit their aid. Thus, employing these two as his pawns was the most prudent course. I implore you both. Gu Changxing clasped his fist. Given the status he held, this was a straightforward request, easily achievable. How could they resist such temptation? Moreover, they could not guarantee that they would encounter anyone of significance at the gathering. Even if they did, it would pale in comparison to the opportunity presented by aligning with Gu Changxing. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Ji Buchang steeled himself and clasped his fist. Su Fengqiu is utterly despicable. Young Master Gu, I shall not shirk from this task. Li Xing added, rest assured, young Master Gu, I, Li Sheng, shall ensure that Su Fengqiu's reputation is shattered, avenging you. Thank you, thank you. Gu Changxing replied with a smile. Su Fengqiu, tonight, prepare to be the subject of mockery. Chapter 51, The Daughter of Fortune, Lin Qingzhu. Su Fengqiu stepped into the grand hall of the imperial palace. Within its confines, the space bore little resemblance to what one might expect. Numerous tables were meticulously arranged, each adorned with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, evoking the atmosphere of an expansive scholarly retreat, brimming with the essence of erudition. At the forefront of the hall stood a dragon throne, centrally positioned, flanked by several tables on either side. The throne was naturally reserved for Her Majesty, the Empress. The tables beside her were likely occupied by distinguished guests of this poetry gathering. The walls were embellished with renowned verses, and the hall was filled with an assembly of 200 to 300 individuals. Scholars donned long robes and carried folding fans, while the talented ladies exuded grace and poise. In one area, a cluster of figures surrounded a particular seat. What exquisite poetry! It is indeed the work of Miss Lin. How breathtaking! After all, she was Miss Lin, the foremost among the 4 great talents, a disciple of Her Majesty the Empress. Even my father indulges in her poetry. In the previous poetry conference, the esteemed poet sage had intended to take her as his student, yet she had already pledged herself to the Empress, leaving the poet sage to lament in silence. Truly, Miss Lin embodies the ethereal muse of countless admirers, and today, I am fortunate to behold her. Su Fengqiu's entrance captured the attention of nearly everyone present. Yet none recognized him, sensing only that he was extraordinary. Upon entering, Su Fengqiu did not spot any familiar faces. Most were gifted individuals from prominent families, primarily warriors. Far removed from his own standing, his gaze soon fell upon a figure encircled by admirers, clad in a simple yet elegant white gown, veiled in delicate gauze. Her hair was intricately styled, adorned with a wooden hairpin seemingly crafted by her own hand. She sat with an air of refinement, her every movement radiating grace. Ding! Detected the daughter of fortune. Name, Lin Qingzhu. Destiny value, 6, 900, 190, 6th tier daughter of fortune. Age, 26. Bloodline human. Physique, celestial Bodhi heart. Realm, first stage of heavenly Tao. Combat rating, 80. Description, the possessor of the celestial Bodhi heart is the purest existence in the world, untainted by the slightest impurity. With extraordinary talents, likely to become the youngest to attain the Tao through poetry. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the quest, Lin Qingzhu's affection. Rewards will be granted upon reaching levels of 20, 40, 60, and 80 in Lin Qingzhu's favor, with a special reward at level 80. Lin Qingzhu? Su Fengqiu's brow arched. She is a remarkably famous contemporary muse, ranked among the top 10 of the celestial maidens. If the icy mountain is the object of a man's conquest, then Lin Qingzhu is the epitome of a wife every man yearns to bring home. She is unparalleled in beauty, possessing both grace and intellect, embodying the virtues of a cultivated woman. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she is particularly enamored with poetry and possesses remarkable talent. 2 or 3 years younger than Su Fengqiu, her verses are read by the most esteemed masters of poetry, garnering praise from the poet sage himself. For years ago, the poet sage left a remark. Lin Qingzhu and Gu Changsheng are the only 2 he believes could inherit the Tao through poetry after him. Su Fengqiu settled at a nearby table, pouring himself a cup of tea. Miss Lin, I have composed a poem that I would be honored to have you critique. Lin Qingzhu gracefully set down her brush, her lips parting slightly. Young Master Shun is too modest. What merit do I possess to critique? However, I would be delighted to appreciate young Master Shin's masterpiece. She then took the poem and read it thoroughly several times. Young Master Shin possesses great talent. The essence of this poem is exquisite. Oh, Miss Lin, you flatter me. Might I inquire if you have any suggestions? Lin Qingzhu rose slightly and bowed. If I may be so bold, I believe that substituting xianxiaaudiobooks might enhance the poem's beauty. A chorus of admiration arose around them. Upon hearing this, young Master Shun's eyes sparkled. Wonderful. Merely changing a word has rendered my poem even more beautiful. Thank you, Miss Lin. Forgive my presumption. Lin Qingzhu replied with a slight bow. Those seated near Su Fengqiu could not help but exclaim, Miss Lin is truly exceptional, so radiant and graceful. She and Gu Changsheng are indeed a match made in heaven, sharing both noble qualities and extraordinary backgrounds. Where have the elder poets gone? Are we the only young generation present? It was likely that the esteemed poets from various factions, such as the Grand Elder of the Nine Heavens Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Elder Wei from the Nine Heavens Celestial Sect, and the Poet Sage, had gone to reminisce with the Empress, considering the poetry gathering had yet to commence. Gu Changsheng entered, his gaze immediately falling upon the encircled figure, Lin Qingzhu, the woman he most admired. Her purity, excellence, and grace captivated him utterly. Young Master Gu, it is an honor to meet you. To have the privilege of encountering you in this lifetime is a great blessing. I recently read your work and was astounded. Gu Changsheng smiled. You flatter me. All who attend this gathering are equally talented. Ji Buchang remarked. Young Master Gu is too modest. While we all gather here, there certainly exists a hierarchy of talent, for we have not yet received accolades from the Poet Sage or Her Majesty. Li Sheng concurred. Indeed. Young Master Gu and Miss Lin are figures we can only aspire to. Gu Changsheng found it difficult to boast himself, but he relished the compliments from others. Ha ha. You are too kind. He discreetly glanced at Su Fengqiu, who was savoring tea not far away. Subsequently, Gu Changxing approached Lin Qingzhu. Miss Lin, she stood, offering a slight bow. Young Master Gu. Ha ha ha, it has been quite some time. However, I have frequently had the pleasure of reading Miss Lin's works and have greatly benefited from them. Lin Qingzhu responded. You are too kind, young Master Gu. Just as Gu Changxing was about to speak, a group of figures entered from the far end of the hall, capturing everyone's attention. Su Fengqiu turned his gaze as well. Leading the procession was a noble woman veiled in gauze, clad in a modest blue celestial gown, the Empress of the Holy Yao Empire. Today, for the poetry gathering. The Empress had opted for simplicity, yet her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. Her regal aura rendered it nearly impossible for anyone to meet her gaze. Even Gu Changxing dared not look directly at her, let alone the other gifted scholars present. Behind the Holy Yao Empress followed a cadre of dignified elders. Exuding an air of scholarly grace, Grand Elder Zhuge Chun of the Nine Heavens Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Grand Elder Wei Yani of the Nine Heavens Celestial Sect, and the esteemed poet Huang Jingshan, among others. Greetings, Your Majesty. It is an honor to see you, Elder Zhuge. Greetings, Elder Wei. Greetings, Elder Huang. The assembly bowed in unison. The Holy Yao Empress took her seat, nodding slightly. There is no need for formality. Today, we gather for poetry. Let us engage in camaraderie through literature and showcase our talents. Beyond customary etiquette, we shall not discuss our respective statuses. With that, her calm, clear eyes swept across Su Fengqiu. I wonder what surprises you talented scholars will bestow upon us tonight. Wei Yani stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, Gu Changxing, please step forward. Gu Changxing replied, I do not presume to claim such honor. I merely wish to learn even a fragment of wisdom from esteemed seniors. And that would suffice. Wei Yani smiled at Gu Changxing. Gu Changxing, my young friend, I hold great expectations for you. Thank you, Elder Wei, Gu Changxing responded. Empress Xianxiao cast a glance at the assembly, her crimson lips parting slightly. It seems our poet sage has indulged a bit too much. Zhuge Chun took a seat and chuckled. The poetry gathering has only just begun, so there is no need to rush. Everyone, feel free to engage in casual conversation. The voices of the attendees were subdued, and their movements were gentle. At that moment, Gu Changxing exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Bochong, who understood the unspoken intent. Young Master Su Fengqiu, I have a poem I would like you to critique, Ji Bochong announced, deliberately raising his voice. The declaration startled the entire gathering, including the formidable Zhuge Chun and others on the platform. Su Fengqiu, Chapter 52. The poem is rather ordinary. I assent it. Zhuge Chun, Wei Yani, and the others were unaware of the identities of all the participants in this poetry event. However, it was generally accepted that anyone attending must possess considerable talent. Apart from the individuals they were already aware would be present, it was ultimately an invitation from Empress Xianxiao that brought them here. After all, they had all been summoned by her. Yet Su Fengqiu, what? The young master of the Su family, Su Fengqiu, is attending the poetry gathering? I have never heard of this esteemed young master having any interest in poetry or literature. Indeed, I have been led to believe that he showed little interest in such pursuits. Typically, individuals of his standing at this age devote their energies solely to martial arts. With only a handful, such as young Master Gu, Miss Lin, and the Phoenix Holy Maiden, having the leisure to explore poetry and literature. Even among those few, it is exceedingly rare for one to possess the talent to participate in a gathering of this nature. Could it be that he has come with malevolent intentions? His notorious reputation has certainly made the rounds recently. Why would he grace such an esteemed assembly with his presence? Whispers of curiosity rippled through the crowd. Gu Changxing suppressed a cold chuckle in his heart. This was precisely the effect he desired. Su Fengqiu likely had no understanding of poetry and literature. His motive for attending might be connected to Empress Xianxiao or the esteemed elders, but in this setting, Gu Changxing was determined to seize the opportunity to humiliate him. Miss Zhao, is that the esteemed young Master Su Fengqiu? Lin Qingzhu quietly inquired of a talented young woman beside her. Indeed, it is, she replied. Lin Qingzhu regarded Su Fengqiu with curiosity. As a disciple of Empress Xianxiao and the daughter of General Lin from a prestigious lineage, Lin Qingzhu's status was anything but ordinary. The Lin family had played a pivotal role in assisting the Xianxiao Empire in its rise to power. It could be said that the Empress's ascension to the throne was largely due to the Lin family's contributions over generations. The Lin family also produced numerous prodigies, with their bloodline predominantly yielding sons endowed with the blood of war gods, whose combat prowess was remarkable. Thus, Lin Qingzhu was cherished by her family, especially by her brothers, who regarded her as a treasure. In her generation of youthful talents, she distinguished herself among the elite, having encountered various top-tier prodigies from the 8 and 9 heavens. Su Fengqiu was among these luminaries. Lin Qingzhu had not thought much of it before, but recently, Su Fengqiu's reputation had soared, with tales of his extraordinary feats echoing far and wide. Her mentor, Empress Xianxiao, had personally attended his battles multiple times. Consequently, Lin Qingzhu felt a spark of curiosity about Su Fengqiu, sensing that he was unlike other prodigies, possessing a remarkable defiance of convention that could shatter common perceptions. Su Fengqiu was well aware of Gu Chongqing's intentions. Enjoy playing? Then let the games begin, he mused. Taking a sip of tea, he casually inquired. With so many esteemed poets gathered here, why seek my critique, when I am but a novice? Jibuchang hastily clarified, young Master Su, this being your first poetry gathering. It is only fitting that I seek your insights, for I believe you possess exceptional talents. Empress Xianxiao seemed to sense something amiss. Her invitation to Su Fengqiu aimed to cultivate a closer relationship, as she required his assistance, not to subject him to disdain or ridicule. In theory, what status did Su Fengqiu hold? Even if others perceived him as lacking in knowledge of poetry and literature, none would dare voice such sentiments. Who could have anticipated that someone would inadvertently touch upon a sensitive topic? This was clearly unreasonable, suggesting that someone was orchestrating discord. Empress Xianxiao composedly declared, let us present the poem. I shall review it alongside my fellow poets. Su Fengqiu stood, clasping his fist in gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. But there is no need for such trouble. Very well, young Master Su, please proceed. Su Fengqiu glanced at the poem before passing it to Jibuchang. What do you think, young Master Su? He inquired. Su Fengqiu nonchalantly remarked, it strikes me as rather ordinary. Upon hearing this, many were tempted to laugh, but dared not do so. To laugh in such a setting might invite dire consequences. Ahem. Gu Chongsheng cleared his throat, hastily stifling his almost involuntary laughter. Li Sheng approached and took the poem, stating, I find Jibuchang's poem rather striking, young Master Su. Would you care to examine it more closely? They understood the implications of provoking Su Fengqiu, yet they also knew Gu Chongsheng would shield them. Moreover, in such a gathering, even if Su Fengqiu harbored anger, he would not resort to violence. Even if he did, the presence of so many formidable figures would serve as a deterrent. A figure entered the grand hall, fanning himself. Is it truly necessary to put young Master Su in a difficult position? The crowd turned their attention to the newcomer, Li Mufeng, the saint son of Yaoshan Mountain. Ding. Detected a child of fate. Child of fate, Li Mufeng. Destiny value, 7. 101, 023, 7th tier child of fate. Age, 35. Bloodline human. Physique, supreme divine body, sacred fire spiritual aperture. Cultivation realm, first stage of Immortal Emperor. Combat rating, 90. Introduction, 7th tier child of fate, supreme divine body, unparalleled medical skills, hailed as the only one likely to surpass the medical sage, medical god, and medical immortal, an extraordinary prodigy of healing arts. Ding. Congratulations on triggering the task. Li Mufeng's destiny value reset. Task reward. Heavenly Poison Pearl, 1 million destiny value. Su Fengqiu was taken aback. A 7th tier child of fate is only rewarded with a Heavenly Poison Pearl? What is this Heavenly Poison Pearl? Su Fengqiu genuinely had no prior knowledge of it, but it seemed to be something extraordinary. Li Mufeng closed his fan and bowed to Empress Xianxiao and the others. I am Li Mufeng, honored to meet your majesty, Elder Wei, and Elder Zhuge. They nodded in acknowledgement. Li Mufeng then turned to Su Fengqiu, offering a fist salute. Young Master Su. Afterward, he directed his gaze at Jibuchang. Might I inquire whether you are intentionally trying to make things difficult for young Master Su? Or are you genuinely unaware that he lacks knowledge of poetry and literature, hence presenting him with a poem? It could be said that Li Mufeng was perhaps the most astute child of fate Su Fengqiu had encountered. He appeared to be quite courteous, uttering words devoid of any fault. There were no sharp remarks directed at Su Fengqiu. Instead, he questioned Jibuchang's motives for inviting Su Fengqiu to appreciate poetry, seemingly aligning himself with Su Fengqiu. Yet, in reality, he had articulated everything that needed to be said, leaving no stone unturned. Gu Chongqing felt a surge of joy within him. He had not anticipated that Li Mufeng from Yaoshan Mountain would make an appearance. He was well aware of the enmity between Su Fengqiu and Yaoshan Mountain. The latter had shown signs of weakness, and Li Mufeng was certainly displeased. How could Gu Chongqing not discern the underlying implications? Li Mufeng was on his side. Splendid. With such a figure, whose status was not inferior to Su Fengqiu's, assisting him, today would surely spell disaster for Su Fengqiu. He had not expected Li Mufeng to dare to step forward, evidently, after more than a month. Yaoshan Mountain no longer feared Su Fengqiu. Jibuchang hastily bowed to Su Fengqiu. Young Master Su, I genuinely believe that someone of your stature would attend the poetry gathering. And I am perplexed as to why you do not comprehend poetry and literature. I beg your pardon, young Master Su. Li Mufeng turned to Su Fengqiu and remarked, Brother Su, His argument seems rather reasonable. There is no need for anger. The Empress Xianxiao frowned slightly. Recently, Yaoshan Mountain had shown deference to the Su family. Theoretically, they should now avoid conflict with Su Fengqiu. She had not anticipated that Li Mufeng would so brazenly attempt to humiliate Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu chuckled. Why should I be angry? Those who attend the poetry gathering are all individuals versed in poetry, are they not? I have merely offered my commentary. Surely, Brother Li does not believe I feign ignorance? Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng exchanged disdainful smiles internally. Whether one feigned ignorance or not was something one must ascertain for oneself. Very well, let us play along. The poetry gathering has yet to commence. There is no rush. I am keen to see how you will maintain your facade. Li Mufeng laughed heartily. Of course not. It appears that Brother Su has diligently studied poetry and literature during these past few days. I am most impressed. After this, he glanced at Ji Buchang's poem. The poem had its merits, and he said, Brother Su, you should not be of merely ordinary talent, should you? With a raised eyebrow, he added with a smile, naturally. It is possible that Brother Su is so exceptionally gifted that he finds this poem rather commonplace. Many in the audience inwardly lamented, though the poetry gathering seemed tranquil. It was rife with undercurrents. Today, Su Fengqiu would likely lose face. Ji Buchang nodded. Indeed, that must be the case. I wonder, Brother Su, if you have composed anything remarkable in recent days, might you share it with us? Li Mufeng smiled at Su Fengqiu and inquired. At that moment, a figure entered from outside the grand hall. I sincerely apologize for my tardiness, the figure said. All eyes turned toward him. The sage of poetry. He appeared to be an elderly man of around 60, clad in an ill-fitting, oversized white robe. He held a wine gourd and walked with a somewhat unsteady gait. His eyes slightly glazed, an aura of alcohol surrounding him. It seemed he had indulged too much. For many strong individuals, the notion of becoming intoxicated was a distant one. Yet they relished the sensation of inebriation. Even if he appeared drunk, he could instantly regain his composure. Nonetheless, he emanated an aura that transcended the mundane, exuding an inscrutable depth. Sage of poetry. The crowd bowed in unison. The sage waved his hand dismissively. No need for excessive formalities. Today, I am merely here to enjoy poetry as a spectator. Ha ha ha. With a carefree laugh, he tilted his head back and took several hearty swigs of fine wine. Gu Changsheng, my young friend, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Care for a drink? The sage approached Gu Changsheng, swaying slightly, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Gu Changsheng returned the gesture. I shall abstain from drinking. Thank you. Ha ha ha. Where is the young lady Qingzhu? Lin Qingzhu responded, sage of poetry. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. With a swift leap, he bounded to where Empress Xianxiao and the others stood. Your Majesty, Elder Wei, Elder Zhuge, what a pleasure it is to see you. Elder Zhuge inquired, sage of poetry, have you encountered some delightful news? Ha ha ha. To be honest, as I passed by the Tianxia Poetry Tower, I glanced through a few verses, and one couplet caught my eye. I spent some time crafting a few corresponding lines, which caused my delay. Empress Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. Sage of poetry, what is this couplet? Rising to his feet, the sage lifted his hand, and his previously dazed gaze transformed into one of clarity and profundity. He waved his hand in the air, and a series of ethereal, exquisite characters materialized, coalescing from his spiritual essence. Wang Jiang Lu, Wang Jiang Lu Xiao Wang Jiang Lu, Jiang Lu Qiangu, Jiang Lu Wan Yen. Su Fengqiu was momentarily taken aback. Upon the emergence of this couplet, the crowd furrowed their brows. Exquisite. A remarkable talent. Is this couplet inscribed at the Tianxia Poetry Tower? Truly magnificent. It appears that the tower is situated above the river itself. One can surmise that the author must have been inspired by the sight of the Tianxia Poetry Tower, crafting this impromptu verse. Such talent is truly admirable. A splendid couplet. Elder Zhuge stroked his beard, sighing in admiration. Sage of poetry, might I inquire who penned this couplet? Gu Changsheng bowed and asked. The sage shook his head. This couplet bears no signature. Empress Xianxiao queried. To compose a corresponding line for this couplet within a short span would be no small feat. Might we know what your corresponding lines are, sage? Ha ha ha. The sage laughed heartily, quickly inscribing his own lines beneath the couplet in the air. Sai Shir Tai. Sai Shir Kai, Sai Shir Tai Shang Sai Shir Kai, Shir Tai Ju Shir, Shir Kai Ju Shir. Excellent. A truly extraordinary poetic talent. No wonder you are the sage of poetry. I am in awe. Elder Wei stood, his face flushed with excitement, exclaiming. The exceptionally talented individuals among them had already begun to mentally construct their own lines upon seeing the couplet, only to realize that it was far from simple. Upon witnessing the sage's lines, they could not help but marvel at the meticulousness. The sage shook his head. While it is indeed well structured, the beauty of the first couplet is such that it evokes an immediate visual image, and the poetic talent and eternal essence do not align perfectly. Thus, My corresponding lines still fall short. Elder Zhuge remarked. In that case, shall we commence today's poetry gathering with this couplet from Wang Jianglu? Splendid, splendid. However, this couplet is truly challenging to correspond with. I have pondered for a while, and it is indeed difficult, sighed Elder Chao, a master of poetry. If even the sage of poetry finds it challenging, we shall undoubtedly find it even more so. Let us pool our thoughts. We are all gifted individuals. And surely one among us will be able to create a line today? Ha ha ha. Li Mufeng glanced at Su Fengqiu with a smile. Brother Su, you have a profound understanding of poetry. How about showcasing your talent? The crowd looked at Su Fengqiu with a sense of eager anticipation. Would he dare to respond? Gu Chongqing felt a thrill of excitement. Li Mufeng's arrival was perfectly timed. Just moments ago, the sage of poetry had interrupted their effort to humiliate Su Fengqiu. Now, he had returned again. Su Fengqiu remained silent, merely placing his left hand behind his back and swiftly gesturing with his right hand in the air. One character after another gradually appeared beneath the couplet. In Yu Jing, In Yu Ying, In Yu Jing Zhong In Yu Ying, Yu Jing Wan Yin, Yu Ying Wan Yin. The crowd initially gazed at Su Fengqiu's couplet with a sense of amusement. However, in the blink of an eye, their expressions shifted to one of grave seriousness. The revered poet sage inhaled deeply, squinting as he examined Su Fengqiu's line. The once dreamy gaze abruptly transformed into one of stern focus. His actions froze as he could not help but recite. Imprint of the moon in the well, the moon's shadow in the well, the moon well everlasting. The moon shadow everlasting. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he declared, this couplet is truly exquisite. Astonishment rippled through the crowd as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhuge Chen rose to his feet, unable to suppress his admiration. This line is indeed remarkable. The Jiang Tower and the moon well, they align perfectly across the ages. This is precisely what the poet sage meant when he spoke of a scene that paints itself at a glance. What? Li Mufeng, who had come to witness Su Fengqiu's folly, was utterly taken aback. How could he compose something so meticulously crafted? How is this possible? Isn't Su Fengqiu supposed to be ignorant of poetry? Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow tightly. Is this for real? This brute possesses such talent? The poet sage's creation was not as refined as this. Ji Bochong and Li Sheng exchanged glances and then looked at Gu Chongqing, their meaning unmistakable. Is this truly the Su Fengqiu you described as lacking talent, young Master Gu? Lin Qingzhu lifted her gaze towards Su Fengqiu's couplet. Unable to restrain a soft exclamation, the Jiang Tower eternal, the moon shadow everlasting. How beautiful. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you has increased by 5. Excellent. Excellent. How splendid is the moon well. How magnificent the moon shadow everlasting. The poet sage's eyes sparkled as he turned to Su Fengqiu. Young friend Su? May I inquire as to your origins? Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. I am Su Fengqiu, a junior who pays his respects to the esteemed poet sage. The poet sage regarded Su Fengqiu with a slight nod. I have often heard of your exceptional talent, yet I was unaware that you possessed such artistry. You have certainly opened my eyes. Might you compose another couplet? The old man looked on with anticipation. Gu Chongqing gritted his teeth. Damn it. Today's poetry gathering. He aims to become a disciple of the poet sage, while I am being upstaged by this Su Fengqiu. Is this true? Can Su Fengqiu truly have such talent? Su Fengqiu replied. I am but an unworthy junior. This upper line was indeed composed by me. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. What? The upper line, which mesmerized the poet sage, was penned by Su Fengqiu, and he simultaneously crafted the moon shadow, everlasting, as the lower line? The crowd was engulfed in shock. Wasn't it rumored that Su Fengqiu held no love for poetry and was not a person of remarkable talent? This display was nothing short of stunning. Gu Chongqing's brow knitted in confusion. He composed the upper line. Wait. Both he and Li Mufeng suddenly realized something. They were certain Su Fengqiu was not an aficionado of poetry and possessed little talent. The lower line indeed astonished them. But now, to learn that he authored the upper line, that simplifies matters. Su Fengqiu remains the talentless individual everyone claims. He merely prepared this upper and lower line in advance. The lower line was not something he spontaneously created upon seeing the upper line. He had long since prepared it. It was likely that he had known he would attend the poetry gathering and had commissioned someone skilled to compose it, merely memorizing it. This reasoning made the earlier shock dissipate entirely. So this is how it is. Engaging in deception? Lacking talent is one thing, but aspiring to shine at the poetry gathering? Without talent, the truth will ultimately reveal itself. Gu Chongqing smirked inwardly. This is rather good news. Initially, I could only slightly humiliate him. But if Su Fengqiu is indeed talentless and deceitful, once this is uncovered, he shall be utterly humiliated. Is it true you composed the upper line? The poet sage inquired of Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu nodded. This is my first time visiting the renowned poetry pavilion, and I was inspired. So I forgot to sign my name. Li Mufeng clapped enthusiastically. Brother Su, you are remarkable. So, it follows that upon seeing the poetry pavilion by the river, you spontaneously created the couplet, gazing at the Jiang Tower, gazing at the river flow. You composed the line Moon Shadow, everlasting on the spot. Something even the poet sage could not achieve. Brother Su, your talent is extraordinary. No wonder you remarked that this gentleman is merely ordinary in poetry. It is only logical. Li Mufeng's words carried an undercurrent. The poet sage and many esteemed poets could not quickly compose a lower line. Yet, here was Su Fengqiu, who spontaneously crafted the upper line upon viewing the poetry pavilion. The lower line, too, conceived in an instant? How impressive! He surpassed the poet sage, the empress, Zhuge Chun, and Wei Yani. Thus, upon hearing Li Mufeng's statement, the crowd began to grasp its implications. Su Fengqiu was evidently putting on a facade. The poet sage, discerning the subtext in Li Mufeng's words, posed an inconsequential question. Oh? Which poem is ordinary? Ji Buchang presented his poem respectfully. The poet sage took a glance and remarked, there is indeed talent here, yet when compared to the artistry displayed by young friend Su in this couplet, it is rather commonplace. Thank you, esteemed poet sage, Ji Buchang said respectfully. With that, the poet sage returned to the dais. Your Majesty, the poetry gathering may commence, he stated. The empress nodded. Young Master Su has set a splendid precedent. Now, everyone, the poetry gathering officially begins this evening. The crowd bowed in unison. The poet sage added, allow me to say one more thing. This year, I have entertained thoughts of taking on a disciple. Therefore, the individual who performs best at this gathering, I hope to accept as my student. Many gazes turned towards Gu Changsheng. The poet sage also looked at Gu Changsheng. Changsheng, I hope you can astonish me as you did 4 years ago. Gu Changsheng bowed. I will not disappoint the esteemed poet sage. He indeed possessed talent. However, the poem that had previously captivated the poet sage was one he had long prepared. In truth, he had stumbled upon an impoverished scholar with a poetic fervor, who had penned numerous timeless masterpieces. Gu Changsheng had eliminated him, collecting all his poems and memorizing them. One of these had astounded the poet sage at the last gathering. He believed that the many poems he had memorized across various themes would surely serve him well tonight. First, he aimed to become the poet sage's disciple. Though he recognized that his actions mirrored those of Su Fengqiu, the latter was the target of scrutiny, while no one would question Gu Changsheng. Moreover, he indeed had talent. Everyone, what shall be the theme for the first round of poetic exchanges? Zhuge Chun inquired. The empress gazed out the window, reflecting, the moonlight is particularly beautiful tonight. The poet sage chuckled heartily. Your Majesty praises the moon, and fortuitously, young friend Su has just composed the line Moon Shadow Everlasting. How about we make the theme of the first round the moon? Absolutely no objections. Throughout history, the number of poems and literary compositions inspired by the moon is truly staggering. The abundance of timeless verses devoted to this celestial theme only amplifies the challenge of crafting a piece that captivates all. Therefore, esteemed poets, let us strive with fervor. Within the span of a single incense stick, all forms of poetry are welcome. Some individuals have taken their seats, poised with brushes as they contemplate their creations. Others have wandered to the side of the grand hall, gazing at the external scenery and the full moon, lost in thought. A few engage in hushed discussions among themselves. Brother Su, I never anticipated your remarkable talent. I am genuinely impressed, remarked Li Mufeng with a grin. You flatter me, brotherly. Please extend my regards to Master Li of the Medicine God Mountain, Su Fengqiu replied, fully aware of the underlying meaning in Li's words. Must our personal matters escalate to the level of sects? Li Mufeng inquired. Merely a friendly greeting. Why such insinuations, brotherly? Su Fengqiu responded with a slight smile. Ha ha. Li Mufeng chuckled, his gaze sharpening. Brother Su, the Medicine God Mountain eagerly awaits your arrival. Li Mufeng, the harbinger of Su Fengqiu's tasks, understood that his audacity to confront Su directly was sanctioned by the Medicine God Mountain. In simpler terms, the Medicine God Mountain had recently shown signs of weakness, but now they no longer feared Su Fengqiu. The rationale was straightforward. The ancestral figure of the Medicine God Mountain had ascended to the rank of supreme Immortal Emperor. This bestowed them with newfound confidence. However, they were not entirely assured in taking the initiative against the Su clan. They merely no longer dreaded retaliation from Su Fengqiu. I shall make my visit, Su Fengqiu declared. We await your presence. And a word of caution, Brother Su. Li Mufeng's lips curled into a smirk. Tonight's poetry gathering features esteemed poets from across the continent, including Her Majesty the Empress and the revered sage of poetry. Any momentary cleverness may easily be unmasked. With that, he departed, shedding pretense and laying his cards on the table. Su Fengqiu chuckled inwardly before settling down to write. Nearby, Gu Changsheng observed the scene with a dismissive smile. Is that all it takes to begin? I wonder what nonsensical verses he will conjure. Subsequently, Gu Changxing also put pen to paper. Poem of the Moon. This composition shall undoubtedly render me the star of tonight's poetry gathering, and I shall secure my place beneath the tutelage of the sage of poetry. Success is inevitable. Gu Changxing brimmed with confidence. Chapter 55. Wishing for eternal togetherness, sharing the moonlight across 1,000 miles. The aspiring poets around began their creative endeavors in earnest. Your Excellency, Sage of Poetry, murmured old Chow beside him. The Sage of Poetry, his bravado slightly slurred, wiped his lips and responded, Please, old Chow, proceed. I am well acquainted with Su Fengqiu. He has never shown a penchant for the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, or poetry. At the age of 28, this immortal emperor dedicates all his energies to cultivation. The implication was clear. Doubts lingered regarding Su Fengqiu's ability to craft profound couplets. The Sage of Poetry responded ambiguously, choosing not to elaborate. I merely believe such conduct tarnishes the elegance of this gathering, yet I dare not voice my concerns. Alas, old Chow sighed, harboring a deep disdain for such behavior, yet feeling unable to speak out due to Su Fengqiu's esteemed status. Fortunately, both Li Mufeng and Gu Changxing were present. They would inevitably expose Su Fengqiu's shortcomings. As the incense burned down, participants began to sign and present their works. Your Majesty, the Empress, Lin Qingzhu elegantly bowed, offering her creation to the Holy Empress. I eagerly anticipate your work, hoping it will not disappoint me or the esteemed elders, she said before stepping away. As she descended, she encountered Su Fengqiu, to whom she offered a gentle greeting. Young Master Su. Su Fengqiu halted, responding, Miss Lin, a pleasure. Your recent couplets were exquisite, young Master Su. I am in admiration, Lin Qingzhu remarked. Su Fengqiu chuckled. Might you not assume, as others do, that this was a premeditated effort? Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback by his question. I have heard that young Master Su is not fond of poetry, yet true talent can manifest in a fleeting moment. Perhaps you embody this? She expressed, her anticipation for his work evident. Thank you, Su Fengqiu replied, proceeding to submit his poetry to the Holy Empress before stepping back. Gu Changxing cast a glance at Su Fengqiu, then presented his own work to the Sage of Poetry. The crowd settled back into their seats. Very well. Let us each select a few pieces we deem worthy of showcasing, announced the Holy Empress. Indeed, the assembly acknowledged with a bow. Oh, young friendly Mufeng's The Moon Over the World is indeed a grand and magnificent piece. What a poem, exclaimed old Huang in admiration. Li Mufeng's lips curved into a smile as he returned a fist salute. Old Huang stood, declaring, Allow me to recite it for everyone. As he completed the poem, applause erupted throughout the hall. Excellent, excellent, the Sage of Poetry exclaimed, taking a sip of wine. This poem may very well be the first exceptional work of the evening. You flatter me, Sage, Li Mufeng replied humbly. And now, the second piece, the Sage announced, unsteadily rising with a sheet of paper in hand. And with a hint of inebriation, recited, Poem of the Moon, by Gu Changxing. Joy radiated from Gu Changxing as all eyes turned toward him. The moon reflects in 100 rivers, he recited. Upon finishing, applause erupted once more. Truly the young Master Gu, immensely talented. What a beautiful poem of the moon. I am in awe. This piece seemed to surpass Li Mufeng's, establishing Gu Changxing as the Sage of Poetry's foremost disciple of the evening. Bravo, bravo, Gu Changxing. You have not disappointed me, the Sage praised. To have the elders' recognition is an honor. Yet I believe the poems of Miss Lin and other talented individuals will be equally admirable, Gu Changxing remarked, his heart elated. Although the poetry gathering had only just commenced, he felt his status as the Sage's disciple was secure. Young Master Gu is exceptionally gifted. I am humbled, Lin Qingzhu acknowledged with a bow. The Holy Empress concealed a faint smile beneath her veil. Miss Qingzhu's composition is indeed comparable to that of young Master Gu. Oh, ha ha ha, I implore Her Majesty to share, the Sage exclaimed, laughing heartily as he took another hearty sip. The Holy Empress gestured gracefully, and a poem materialized in the air. Gu Changxing peered at it, his brow furrowing. Lin Qingzhu's talent was remarkable, truly deserving of the Sage's unreserved desire to accept her as a disciple, even stating she was among the most likely to achieve enlightenment through poetry. Gu Changxing felt himself lacking in comparison. Fortunately, Lin Qingzhu had already pledged herself to the Holy Empress, showing no interest in wandering the realms with the Sage of Poetry. Ah, Holy Empress, the Sage remarked, his eyes glimmering as he admired the poem. I am envious of you. How I wish to take Miss Qingzhu as my disciple. This poem would require considerable effort for me to compose. Your praise is unwarranted, Sage. I have always considered you my role model. And your influence is woven throughout my writing, Lin Qingzhu responded. No, you are uniquely yourself. This poem is the finest of today. The sage lamented. Indeed. This year has seen a plethora of splendid poetry. Let us see if there are more pieces that dazzle the eye. The Empress Xianxiao presented the next piece. Upon realizing it was composed by Su Fengqiu, she paid it a bit more attention. This time, Su Fengqiu found himself in a rather precarious situation during the poetry gathering. However, when she glimpsed the content of his poem, she couldn't help but be taken aback beneath her veil. "Poet sage, please take a look," she said, handing over the poem. The poet sage, holding a wine gourd in one hand, casually glanced at it, only to become transfixed. After a moment, he rose, his gaze ablaze as he regarded Su Fengqiu. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What kind of poem could elicit such a reaction from the poet sage? Gu Chongqing furrowed his brow, following the poet sage's gaze towards Su Fengqiu, and then smiled inwardly. Surely, the poem he penned couldn't provoke the poet sage to such anger. Could it? Li Mufeng fanned himself, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Nearby, Zhuge Chen picked up the poem from the table, took a glance, and recited aloud. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the azure heavens." The initial lines left him momentarily speechless, and he continued with barely contained excitement. "I know not the heavenly palaces above. What year is it this evening?" "Ah." He cast a glance at Su Fengqiu and then back at the poem, his tone growing serious. "I wish to ride the wind and return. Yet fear the jade towers and crystal palaces, high above, are too cold to endure. To dance and sway in the clear shadows, how unlike, to be among mortals." The audience collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment directed at Su Fengqiu. "What?" Gu Chongqing regarded Su Fengqiu with disbelief. How could this be? Zhuge Chun was momentarily taken aback. Glancing again at Su Fengqiu, beside them, the esteemed elder Wei Yannian from the Xianxia sect took the poem from Zhuge Chen's hand, turning the vermilion pavilion, lowering the intricately woven curtains, casting light on the sleepless. "Should there be resentment? Why does the moon always wax and wane when we part?" He frowned. Humans experience joy and sorrow, reunion and separation, while the moon endures its phases, a truth difficult to fulfill since antiquity. "I only wish for enduring companionship, sharing the beauty of the moonlight across 1,000 miles. Chapter 56. Su, young friend, shall you offer an explanation? The gathering erupted in a clamor. All present were individuals of talent, with a profound appreciation for poetry and literature. Even those of lesser skill at the poetry gathering were remarkable talents across the 9 continents. They understood poetry well, and after a single recitation, they grasped the caliber of this work. If one were to claim this poem was authored by the poet sage, it would be readily believed. Yet, to discover it was penned by Su Fengqiu? How could this be? Such a masterpiece, crafted in a mere incense stick's time? Is this truly the work of Su Xiaozhu, who supposedly holds no affection for poetry and literature? Does he possess such talent? This could arguably be one of the most astonishing pieces of poetry in recent years. Lin Qingzhu, beneath her veil, slightly parted her lips. Such beautiful verses, such exquisite imagery, such grandiose scenes. Her enchanting eyes flickered as she cast a glance at Su Fengqiu in the distance. Young Master Su, what remarkable talent. She held a deep admiration for poetry and would particularly appreciate those endowed with talent. Su Fengqiu's composition left Lin Qingzhu in awe. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you increased by 5, current affection, 10. Li Mufeng's brow furrowed in concern. Su Fengqiu appeared quite prepared. His gaze sharpened slightly. It mattered not. This evening, he would eventually reveal his true self. Impossible. Gu Chongqing felt a chill in his heart. Su Fengqiu was merely someone who lacked understanding of poetry and literature. He could never produce such a masterpiece. This was undoubtedly plagiarized. How could he so convincingly mimic the grandeur of such an ancient work? Damn it. He wouldn't dare to steal the position of the poet sage's disciple, would he? That cannot be. He was determined to see Su Fengqiu humiliated. Something had to be done. This poem. Wei Yannian rose, gazing at Su Fengqiu in amazement. The depth of this piece is breathtaking, the quality unparalleled. I never expected to witness such a timeless masterpiece at a poetry gathering. It is simply unbelievable. Even more astonishing was that it was a spontaneous creation. This poem could easily be published, providing countless students with the opportunity to study it for generations to come. Meanwhile, the usually silent Elder Chao wore a grim expression. He harbored no fondness for Su Fengqiu. Firstly, he believed Su Fengqiu to be devoid of talent. All of this was merely stolen, masked under his own name. Secondly, Su Fengqiu's slaughter of the Medicine Emperor sect was intricately connected to him. He refrained from speaking out, not daring to confront Su Fengqiu. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Su, young friend, to witness such a poem at this gathering surpasses my expectations. Your talent may rival that of Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu softly remarked, with this poem, I am acutely aware of the gap between young Master Su and myself. Delightful. Truly delightful. Ha ha. The poet sage laughed heartily. Undoubtedly, it is either a copy or something prepared in advance. This was the consensus among the audience. To produce such a poem in the span of an incense stick was a feat only a select few, like the poet sage, could achieve. However, none dared to voice their thoughts. Gu Changxing quickly exchanged glances with Ji Buochang and Li Sheng beside him. They trembled at the prospect. They had thought their own matters were nearly settled, particularly with Li Mufeng's attempts to trouble Su Fengqiu. They did not anticipate that Gu Xiaozhu would summon him as well. Truth be told, they felt utterly daunted. Su Fengqiu, absent this poetry gathering, was a figure they could scarcely dream of approaching, let alone challenging. Now, they were expected to trouble Su Fengqiu? Even with Gu Changxing's assurances, the challenge felt daunting. It was a fear and insecurity that resonated deep within their souls. Just moments ago, compelling Su Fengqiu to read Ji Buochang's poem had required every ounce of their resolve. Yet, they had come this far. What could they do? They could only continue to steel themselves and push forward, lest their previous efforts be in vain. Li Sheng, determined to see it through, then stepped forward. Esteemed guests, I have something to say. All eyes turned to him. Li Sheng continued, it has been weighing on my heart for quite some time, and I have hesitated to voice it. Elder Chao interjected, speak freely. Indeed, it is also because of Her Majesty the Empress's statement today that regardless of status, we are all equals, simply gathering to share poetry and exchange talents, that I dare to stand forth to express my doubts. Elder Chao urged, proceed. Li Sheng asserted, the level of young Master Su's poem is astonishing, its beauty unparalleled, the realm it conjures unimaginable. To produce such a poem within the span of an incense stick. While it may seem normal for the poet sage, Her Majesty the Empress, and esteemed elders, I harbor some doubts. Young Master Su, could it truly be that you composed such a masterpiece spontaneously within an incense stick's time? Li Sheng did not dare to meet Su Fengqiu's gaze. Ji Buochang stepped forward, expressing his own doubts. Indeed, I do not deny the extraordinary talent of young Master Su, yet I am perplexed. It is known that young Master Su, at the tender age of 28, ascended to the realm of the Immortal Emperor, astonishing all. He dedicates all his energy to cultivation and has little fondness for poetry or literature, as many are aware. For he has never composed poetry nor frequented the circles of scholars. Hence, to produce such an extraordinary work seems rather implausible. Gu Changxing chuckled inwardly, reveling in the clarity of the situation. Su Fengqiu was undeniably in a precarious position now. Gu Changxing, a true genius, found delight in the unfolding drama. Li Mufeng glanced at Gu Changxing, his mind already comprehending the situation. Su Fengqiu, it seemed, was merely putting on a facade. Who indulges him? Young friend Su, do you wish to offer an explanation? Elder Chao inquired, directing his gaze towards Su Fengqiu. There were still individuals capable of discerning right from wrong. The crowd's eyes turned towards Su Fengqiu, eagerly awaiting his response. Truth be told, this was the consensus among them all, including those on the stage, such as Zhuge Chun, Wei Yannian, and even the Empress Xianxiao, the poet sage. They all shared a similar sentiment, at least acknowledging the possibility. With a calm demeanor, Su Fengqiu replied, there is no need for an explanation. My daily life and whereabouts are not common knowledge. Just as some cannot fathom how one can attain the status of an emperor in their 20s. Isn't that right, Brother Gu? Suddenly, Su Fengqiu pointed at Gu Changxing, causing him to shudder. Ah, indeed. Gu Changxing stood up, clearing his throat. Some individuals are but frogs at the bottom of a well. They believe the impossible for themselves and assume others cannot achieve it either. Such a mindset is simply not on the same level. Su Fengqiu smiled. Ji Buochang was taken aback, while Li Sheng appeared equally puzzled. Wait, what is going on here? You asked me to challenge Su Fengqiu, yet now you're defending him? Didn't you claim to despise him? Even if you have concerns, is it necessary to speak in his favor? Am I the fool here? Chapter 57. Xingzhu writes about Su Fengqiu. Gu Changxing felt a pang of discomfort. Su Fengqiu held leverage over him. He had been pointed out. What could he do but support Su Fengqiu? Nonetheless, it mattered little now. Ji Buochang and Li Sheng had already laid bare the truth concerning Su Fengqiu. Though they had yet to deliver the final blow, there would be ample opportunities ahead to expose Su Fengqiu's poetry as mere plagiarism. Once unveiled, he would be stripped of all dignity and become the laughingstock of the continent. Empress Xianxiao interjected. If this is a misunderstanding, let us move past it. Ji Buochang and Li Sheng bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. Nonetheless, witnessing young Master Su's remarkable verse today has made this poetry gathering worthwhile, Zhuge Chun remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Wei Yannian chuckled as well. This is merely the beginning. There are bound to be even more delightful surprises ahead. Indeed. Poet Sage. What shall the second theme be? The poet sage reluctantly tore his gaze from Su Fengqiu's poem. Pray, share your thoughts. Elder Chao, striving to quell his irritation, announced. I have a brilliant idea. Most of you present are young talents, likely unmarried or without immortal companions. The assembly shook their heads. Thus, you must harbor aspirations regarding love, yet have rarely ventured into it. Your poetry about the opposite sex must be quite limited. I propose we base this round on enchanting women and extraordinary men. Elder Huang chuckled. Elder Chao, what a clever suggestion. I vividly recall the time when poet Sage, inebriated, penned the tale of the fair one for a captivating beauty. What a display of charisma and audacity. Zhuge Chen agreed. Indeed, it is an excellent theme. In this gathering, men may write about beautiful women, while women may compose verses about handsome men, expressing admiration and affection. How delightful. The poet Sage let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, let us be even bolder and use the individuals present as inspirations for our poetry. What a splendid notion. He then raised his cup and took a hearty swig, wiping his mouth with a sudden flourish. Refreshing. Elder Chao concurred. This is splendid. Today as poetry gathering boasts an abundance of youthful talents. With young men like the Saint Son of Yaoshan Mountain and the scions of the Gu family, and ladies such as Qingzhu, Miss Zhao, and even Her Majesty the Empress. Men shall write about the women present, while women shall write about the men. Excellent. Upon concluding, Elder Chao smirked inwardly. For these young people, composing poetry about love and the opposite sex was likely not their forte. While the subject matter was not obscure, it was rather unconventional for such a grand and solemn poetry gathering. Fengqiu, having plagiarized or perhaps enlisted someone to compose a new poem for him to recite as his own, could never have anticipated that this theme would arise. Surely, he had not prepared for it. Await your true colors to be revealed. If all else fails, the ladies could certainly draw inspiration from an old man like me to write their verses, whether it pertains to love or not. If they utilize me for matters of affection, that would be amusing too. The poet Sage laughed heartily. Cough, cough. Poet Sage, perhaps you've had a bit too much to drink, remarked Empress Xianxiao. A bit out of line. The poet Sage chuckled as he took his seat. Such was the poet Sage, unrestrained and candid, embodying a carefree spirit, Zhuge Chen mused. Elder Chao continued. Once the poetry is crafted, please include the name of the subject in the signature. Understood. Fengqiu surveyed the assembly. Undoubtedly, the most adept writers were Lin Qingzhu and Empress Xianxiao. Lin Qingzhu glanced at the young men present. Many were capable writers. In fact, she could even compose about the poet Sage, capturing the essence of freedom and grandeur. It need not be solely about love. Yet, she inexplicably found her gaze drawn to Fengqiu, sensing a certain quality within him that she longed to articulate. Simultaneously, Fengqiu's eyes met Lin Qingzhu's, their gazes locking. Beneath her veil, her delicate face flushed slightly as she politely nodded at Fengqiu from a distance. Gu Chongqing felt a surge of joy. This theme was perfect, as it allowed him to write about Miss Lin. She was the object of his affection. Ranked 6th among the celestial maidens, he still pondered how to convey his feelings to her. This poem would serve as his expression. As for Fengqiu, he chuckled softly. He needn't concern himself. This theme, especially one requiring spontaneous poetry based on someone present, would surely expose Fengqiu's true capabilities. The previous poem, a timeless masterpiece, was claimed to be improvised by him. This poem, if it were to be utterly unremarkable, would certainly substantiate the claim of plagiarism against him. Conversely, Gu Chongqing believed that Fengqiu would struggle to compose even a mediocre verse. He simply lacked the understanding. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence as everyone fixated on a particular individual, contemplating how to proceed with their writing. So, they began to write. Gu Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at Fengqiu, a smile of derision forming within him. What a farce. Truly pretentious. The incense stick burned down swiftly, and soon, the participants completed their compositions. They then submitted their poems to the Empress, Xianxiao, and others. Wei Yinyang perused the submissions, remarking, indeed, your skills in description are somewhat lacking. However, worry not. A poem that stands out amidst such sentiments will shine even brighter, won't it? Young Gu, your poem is quite commendable, titled Qingzhu Yitu. Lin Qingzhu offered Gu Chongqing a polite bow. Gu Chongqing clasped his fists in return, saying, if Miss Lin is displeased, I beg your pardon. In truth, he believed that Lin Qingzhu was likely writing about him, or perhaps about the poet Sage. Yet, to pen a poem about a senior, even if it expressed admiration, was indeed rather inappropriate. You are too kind, young Master Gu, Lin Qingzhu replied softly. Elder Chao then read aloud Gu Chongqing's poem. A splendid poem. A marvelous piece. Even without knowing whom young Master Gu is written about, one could easily discern that it is dedicated to Miss Lin. It is so vividly depicted, encapsulating young Master Gu's deep admiration for Miss Lin. A remarkable work. Young Master Gu possesses extraordinary talent. The poet Sage nodded in satisfaction. It seems my disciple may indeed be worthy of recognition. Ha ha ha. Gu Changsheng was elated. Lin Qingzhu then bowed slightly. Thank you, young Master Gu. It's merely a trifle. I eagerly await your poem, Miss Lin. Gu Changsheng displayed a gentlemanly smile. Empress Xianxiao cast a glance, revealing a subtle, intriguing smile beneath her veil. Qingzhu's poem is commendable as well, the poet sage remarked. Oh, let me see if these two share a certain affinity, he mused. It was a pity that they did not seem to be in sync. Gu Changsheng furrowed his brow. Did it not mention him? Then who else could it be? Su Fengqiu? Do not jest. Lin Qingzhu surely harbored no fondness for Su Fengqiu. She must also suspect that Su Fengqiu's poem was either plagiarized or pre-prepared. Empress Xianxiao glanced at Su Fengqiu. It appears to indeed be about Su Fengqiu. Gu Changsheng. What? He has become the jester now? Chapter 58. Like the light clouds veiling the moon, floating gracefully like the wind-blown snow. Gu Changsheng seethed with rage. Su Fengqiu. Once again, it was Su Fengqiu. Everyone assumed that Lin Qingzhu's poem was undoubtedly about Gu Changsheng, and he believed so as well. For all believed they were a match made in heaven. Moreover, it was understood that Gu Changsheng harbored feelings for Lin Qingzhu. His expressions and gaze seemed to await the moment when it would be revealed that Lin Qingzhu had written about him. And now, it turned out not to be about him, but rather about Su Fengqiu. While Gu Changsheng appeared calm on the surface, his inner fury was uncontainable. Why? Why did you not write about me? Why? I, Gu Changsheng, and you, Lin Qingzhu, are a golden boy and jade maiden, a match made in heaven. There is no one more suited than us in this world. Why would you write about Su Fengqiu? I, Gu Changsheng, have known you for years, discussing poetry together countless times. You have clearly harbored some affection for me. Why then write about Su Fengqiu? Very well. Is this how you treat me? Everyone knows of our feelings. Yet you have cast my sincere emotions to the dogs, leaving me humiliated before all. He, Su Fengqiu, is merely a stranger to you. And yet you shift your affections so easily. Lin Qingzhu, you are nothing but a fickle woman. Just wait. Gu Changsheng raged internally. Su Fengqiu glanced at Lin Qingzhu, who politely bowed slightly. I do not know much about young Master Su. This poem is merely based on my first impression. If young Master Su is displeased, please forgive me. How about you recite it yourself, Miss Qingzhu? Empress Xianxiao flicked her delicate finger, sending the scroll flying toward Lin Qingzhu. Lin Qingzhu caught it, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It felt awkward to recite a poem written about Su Fengqiu. She gestured, and her poetic composition materialized in the air, infused with her spiritual energy. Gu Changsheng, maintaining a facade of tranquility, gritted his teeth as he looked on. Damn, it was truly well written. Ciao, Su Fengqiu, Lin Qingzhu. Ah, truly splendid. The language was both beautiful and bold, depicting Su like a living portrait. Alas, if I were a woman, upon chancing upon this poem, I would surely fall in love with the man described within. Li Mufeng exclaimed in admiration, intentionally stoking the tension between Su Fengqiu and Gu Changsheng. Gu Changsheng. You're a fool. What love do you have now? Ciao. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. What a splendid poem. Truly a masterpiece. Qingzhu's talent is indeed unparalleled in this generation. Ha ha ha. The poet sage would surely lament losing such a gifted disciple. However, Li Mufeng, your words are somewhat misguided. This poem is not entirely one of admiration, but rather one of appreciation. A genius, traversing uncharted territory, bold and fierce, yet possessing a tender side. Thank you, Miss Lin. Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. Lin Qingzhu performed a slight bow. Su Fengqiu continued, by coincidence. The poem I wrote is also dedicated to Miss Lin. This was rather normal. In a hall of 200 men, over 95% had written about Lin Qingzhu. No one dared to write about the Empress. Lin Qingzhu felt a flicker of anticipation. Meanwhile, Gu Changsheng, observing the glances exchanged between the two, felt his composure on the verge of shattering. Very well, let us see what Su Fengqiu has composed. Empress Xianxiao retrieved Su Fengqiu's poem. Upon glancing at it, her expression shifted in astonishment. It seemed that Su Fengqiu's poem was indeed extraordinary. The poet sage remarked, it appears Su Fengqiu's poetry is not to be underestimated. Elder Chao quipped sarcastically, of course, it is not simple, for he has likely plagiarized or had someone else compose it for him. Naturally, he only dared to voice this thought internally. Empress Xianxiao extended her right hand, gesturing in the air. A series of resonant words materialized before them. The crowd quickly lifted their heads to behold the spectacle, Lin Qingzhu watching with anticipation. Like the light clouds veiling the moon, floating gracefully like the wind-blown snow. A hush fell over the poetry gathering, punctuated by the sound of many gasps. The poet sage's murky gaze suddenly regained clarity. Like the light clouds veiling the moon, floating gracefully like the wind-blown snow, his body trembled slightly, stirred by an emotion restrained within, as if vivid images surged forth in his mind. It felt like an unfulfilled aspiration. In that moment, he seemed to discover what he had long sought. This way Yin Yang, Zhuge and others gazed at the poem, their expressions betraying disbelief as they instinctively rose to their feet. How beautiful! This is the most exquisite poetry I have ever encountered. The lines, like light clouds obscuring the moon, and like drifting snow carried by the wind, reflect an extraordinary talent capable of crafting such a masterpiece. How beautiful! Truly magnificent. Young Master Su, you are a remarkable genius. In this world, not only in this generation, but even a century ago, young Master Su's brilliance would surely rank among the elite, wouldn't it? At this moment, if someone were to claim that these verses were pre-prepared by young Master Su, composed with the assistance of others, I would find it hard to believe. Who in this world could pen such enchanting poetry? The crowd gazed in awe at Su Fengqiu, who stood there, hands clasped behind his back, as if in a realm of his own. Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she beheld Su Fengqiu's verses. How splendid! This might be the most beautiful poetry she has read in years. To her astonishment, it was written by young Master Su for her. In that instant, Lin Qingzhu's heart was profoundly stirred. Over the years, she had received countless confessions from exceptionally talented young men, yet none had ever moved her. She had not understood what it meant to feel a flutter in her heart. However, upon reading this poem, she seemed to grasp, if only slightly, the essence of such emotions. A single poem could resonate with the heartstrings, revealing its unparalleled beauty. Ding! Lin Qingzhu's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection, 15. Crack! Gu Changxing clenched his fists. How could this be? Li Mufeng furrowed his brow. He believed that even if it were prepared in advance, such a poem could not be crafted. Does Miss Lin still enjoy it? Su Fengqiu inquired, looking at Lin Qingzhu. She slightly inclined her body and replied, young Master Su is indeed a great talent. I, Qingzhu, certainly appreciate it, yet I feel a sense of inadequacy when faced with such exquisite verses. Su Fengqiu smiled and said, Miss Lin, you are too modest. Poetic sage. At this moment, the celestial empress looked towards the poetic sage. The crowd turned their gaze. The poetic sage gazed at the poem, motionless, as 2 lines of tears flowed gently down his cheeks. He raised his hand, seemingly reaching for something only he could perceive. It appeared he was caressing the cheek of a woman. The poetic sage's lips moved, deep in emotion. That is my lifelong beloved. She has returned with this poem. Can you see her? Silent tears streamed from the poetic sage's eyes, his gaze slightly dazed, and a hint of a blissful smile graced his lips. She is so beautiful. The crowd was hushed. After a long while, the poetic sage regained his composure. He turned his gaze upon Su Fengqiu. Chapter 59. This poem is the final work of my esteemed mentor, not composed by Su Fengqiu. The poetic sage's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Su Fengqiu. Poetic sage, senior, Su Fengqiu clasped his fist in salute. What a remarkable young man. What an extraordinary Su Fengqiu, a paragon of both martial and literary prowess. The poetic sage exclaimed. Gu Changxing trembled all over. No. Poetic sage, senior? You cannot truly believe he composed this himself, can you? Even if we entertain the notion that he did, do you genuinely believe he could create such verses on the spur of the moment? He is Su Fengqiu, not the poetic sage. A single poem had seemingly conjured the image of a long-lost beloved for the poetic sage, and in the narrow confines of his perception, it appeared that an extraordinary talent capable of achieving literary enlightenment had emerged. Wow! At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, gazing at Su Fengqiu with a mixture of envy and jealousy. But upon reflection, it made sense. The 2 poems Su Fengqiu had presented today, along with a couplet, were destined to be immortalized. They were simply breathtaking. Could this truly be an impromptu creation by Su Fengqiu? As a dignified immortal emperor with exceptional martial talent, he also possessed such literary prowess? The poetic sage, with a grave expression, turned to Su Fengqiu and asked, young friend Su Fengqiu, I sincerely wish to accept you as my disciple. What are your thoughts? The crowd? Gu Changxing. What? The poetic sage wishes to take young Master Su as a disciple? Shouldn't that honor belong to Gu Changxing? Hush! From the very beginning, the poetic sage had only favored Gu Changxing. Everyone had assumed that he would undoubtedly become the poetic sage's disciple today. This was because, prior to this, among the younger generation present at the poetry gathering, only Miss Lin's talent was comparable to that of young Master Gu. However, with young Master Su's 2 couplets and these 2 poems, was it not astonishing enough? Far surpassing young Master Gu. How enviable. What? Gu Changxing was utterly bewildered. His identity as the poetic sage's disciple was slipping away? No. Only he, Gu Changxing, should become the poetic sage's disciple today. How could young Master Su have intercepted that honor? Su Fengqiu. Su Fengqiu. Ah, you are despicable. Gu Changxing's face was filled with resentment. This is unacceptable. Poetic sage, senior. Gu Changxing could no longer contain himself and stood up. "Oh, Changsheng," the poetic sage responded. Gu Changxing pointed at Su Fengqiu and declared, "Poetic sage, senior. Perhaps you have been deceived by Su Fengqiu. He possesses no such talent. I am certain he has no interest in poetry or literature whatsoever. How could he possess such talent?" "Oh, Brother Gu, do you know me well?" Su Fengqiu smirked. "Whether I know you or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you, Su Fengqiu, lack this talent." Gu Changsheng, agitated, turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, young Master Su's couplets are nothing but pre-prepared works, lacking any persuasive power. The poem about the moon and the one written for Miss Lin must have either been commissioned by someone else, which he memorized, or he has plagiarized another's work. Surely, you all understand this." Gu Changxing's gaze fixed on Su Fengqiu. "Su Fengqiu, cease your charades. You have no talent, everyone knows it. People simply refrain from speaking out due to social status, but I am not afraid of you. Having endured for so long, I have witnessed you presenting others' compositions as your own, deceiving the poetic sage, and I must stand up to expose you. This poetry gathering, such a grand occasion, is not a place for someone like you, Su Fengqiu, to be present. Do not forget what heinous acts you have committed that have incited the wrath of both gods and men. How could someone like you compose such beautiful poetry? Ha ha. Utterly ridiculous." Gu Changxing could no longer hold back. If he did, he would lose his identity as the poetic sage's disciple. What leverage? Nothing mattered anymore. The crowd exchanged glances. Yes, they shared the same thoughts, but they could not voice them. "Young Master Gu, I mentioned this earlier, but you rebuffed me," Ji Buchang remarked. Gu Changxing replied, "That is because I have known Su Fengqiu for quite some time. I did not wish to be blunt and wanted to spare him some face. However, realizing he has become increasingly audacious, as an admirer of poetry with a literary spirit, my conscience compels me to no longer turn a blind eye." Li Mufeng stepped forward. "Indeed, I concur with what Brother Gu has said. I have never heard of young Master Su's fondness for poetry. Every time I have heard, he has been in seclusion, training, or undergoing trials. Let alone poetry, I have not even heard of him playing chess with others. Even if we entertain the notion that young Master Su does enjoy poetry, the quality of these two poems is simply beyond his capability to produce. Moreover, let us not forget, this was supposedly an impromptu creation. I refuse to believe anyone could produce such poetry on the spot." After speaking, Li Mufeng turned his gaze towards the poetry sage, saying, "Senior poetry sage, if it were you, I would indeed believe it." He then shifted his attention to Wei Yinyang, Zhuge Chun, and the Empress Sheng Yao, adding, "You esteemed seniors are all exceptionally talented individuals. Perhaps you harbor doubts as well." Wei Yinyang and the others remained silent. The world is vast, filled with wonders. Although skepticism lingered, what if? Who can say for certain? Li Mufeng then addressed Su Fengqiu, "Brother Su, in this gathering of poets, before Her Majesty the Empress and esteemed seniors, do you not feel a sense of shame in resorting to such despicable means to showcase yourself?" The crowd exchanged glances, acknowledging the truth in his words. In reality, they too doubted whether Su Fengqiu could truly compose such poetry, let alone do so spontaneously. Su Fengqiu chuckled softly. "Very well. Allow me to utter a few lines." He continued confidently, "In such a grand and refined assembly, to base one's assertions solely on conjecture, devoid of evidence. Is it truly a matter of high elegance? I concede that I did not compose these lines. Now, I ask you, who do you believe is the true author?" At this moment, Old Chow cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Allow me to say a few words," he announced. The crowd turned to him, and Old Chow regarded Su Fengqiu, inquiring, "Young friend Su, I have encountered the lines faintly appears like light clouds veiling the moon. Gracefully drifts like flowing wind in the returning snow. How curious." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the poetry sage, who had previously believed in Su Fengqiu's talent, furrowed his brow in disbelief. "What? These lines have been seen by Old Chow?" Lin Qingzhu's delicate brows knitted together as she gazed at Su Fengqiu. Could it be that young Master Su had indeed plagiarized? Gu Changxing and Li Mufeng felt a surge of joy, just as expected. What? Old Chow has seen these lines. This means Su Fengqiu had undoubtedly copied them. How despicable. How base. Such actions are a disgrace to the Grand Assembly and utterly disrespectful to the esteemed seniors present. It is infuriating. Old Chow scanned the crowd before continuing. "These lines, upon my first encounter at a mere age of 10, were left behind by my mentor, the literary sage of the former Shengyao Empire, Zhou Wenshu. These lines have never been circulated, and I have never disclosed them, as they are my mentor's final masterpiece. Out of respect for young friend Su's status, I refrained from speaking until I saw him claim these lines as his own. Therefore, young friend Su." Old Chow fixed his gaze on Su Fengqiu. "From where did you acquire these lines? And why do you assert they are your own spontaneous creation?" In truth, Old Chow's words were entirely fabricated. He had long desired to step forward, and now, with Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng having laid the groundwork, it was the perfect moment to stoke the flames. Although his claims were unfounded, in this current atmosphere, his words would carry weight, for he was certain that these lines were not penned by Su Fengqiu. With this declaration, everything was brought to light. Su Fengqiu, haha, how utterly ridiculous. A dignified immortal emperor, the young master of the Su family, resorting to such underhanded tactics is a disgrace to the imperial lineage. Gu Changsheng pointed at Su Fengqiu with a sardonic laugh. How delightful. Now, let us see how you handle this, Su Fengqiu. However, Su Fengqiu merely laughed heartily. Chapter 60. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens? The crowd frowned. Was Su Fengqiu masking his inner turmoil with laughter after being exposed? The others, filled with righteous indignation, had even begun to doubt the integrity of the emperor himself. Indeed, Su Fengqiu had plagiarized. A mere literary thief, it was not alarming. Yet, did this poem now belong to Old Chao's mentor as a final masterpiece? Oh, will you still attempt to argue? Gu Changsheng queried. Su Fengqiu disregarded him. Turning to Old Chao. Old Chao, you assert that faintly appears like light clouds veiling the moon, gracefully drifts like flowing wind in the returning snow was composed by your esteemed mentor? Indeed, Old Chao nodded affirmatively. Is it merely these two lines? Su Fengqiu teased with a smirk. Did your mentor only write these two lines, which you then exaggerated and distorted, claiming as your own? What is the issue with that? With a smile, Su Fengqiu strolled forward slowly, reciting. Faintly appears like light clouds veiling the moon, gracefully drifts like flowing wind in the returning snow. The crowd looked at him in confusion. Su Fengqiu continued, from afar. It shines like the sun rising in the morning clouds. Upon closer inspection, it dazzles like a lotus emerging from the clear waves. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The poetry sage's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Su Fengqiu proceeded to walk, his voice resonating. In perfect balance, slender yet ample, shoulders like a sculpted form, waist like a smooth thread, with a graceful neck and delicate countenance, pure and radiant, exuding fragrance without enhancement, untouched by artifice. Gasp. Old Chao's expression shifted slightly. Su Fengqiu approached Lin Qingzhu, gazing at her, with tender grace and charm, captivating in language. He continued his stroll, draped in splendid robes, adorned with jade and emerald. The crowd was taken aback. Old Chao's demeanor darkened. Even beneath her veil, the Empress Xianxiao was visibly astonished. Su Fengqiu continued, with the subtle fragrance of orchids. Stepping on the peppered path, moving gracefully, like a flying swan, ethereal as a spirit. Gliding lightly across the waves, silken stockings gathering dust. The crowd was left speechless. The poetry sage's eyes shimmered with shock. What a line, moving like a flying swan, ethereal as a spirit, gliding lightly across the waves. Silken stockings gathering dust. Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes even revealed a hint of admiration. Although some of Su Fengqiu's verses may not have been entirely fitting for her at this moment, they were undeniably beautiful. Gu Changsheng's expression darkened considerably, but Old Chao's was even more grim. Su Fengqiu turned his gaze toward Old Chao. When movement is uncertain, it is as precarious as it is secure. Entering and exiting is difficult to predict, as if coming or going. Glancing with fluid precision, the light reflects on a jade-like visage, holding back unspoken words, breathing like subtle orchids. Old Chao sat there, head bowed, his hands trembling slightly around his teacup. Su Fengqiu stepped in front of him, locking eyes, suddenly unaware of what has been given up, lost in thought, obscuring the light. Old Chao, could it be that your mentor conveyed the latter part to me, but not to you? At that time, I had yet to be born. How curious. Or do you contend that I have entirely distorted the latter part? Old Chao kept his head lowered, his face ashen, not daring to meet Su Fengqiu's gaze. Su Fengqiu then surveyed the crowd. They stood there, utterly astonished. What was this? Each step yielded a line of poetry. Each step corresponded to such exquisite verses. Could it be that Su Fengqiu, with every step, spontaneously conjured such beautiful lines? Was he even human? In summary, everyone seemed to realize that this could not have been penned by Old Chao's mentor. For in this moment, Su Fengqiu, with unwavering conviction, had proven that faintly appears like light clouds veiling the moon, gracefully drifts like flowing wind in the returning snow was not composed by Zhou Wenshu, as Old Chao had claimed. Su Fengqiu then turned to Lin Qingzhu, stating, Miss Lin, there is another poem that follows. Ah, Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Quickly flipping the paper over, Su Fengqiu then made a fist gesture towards the Empress Xianxiao. This one is dedicated to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress Xianxiao was momentarily stunned. Lin Qingzhu gently parted her crimson lips and recited, Clouds evoke garments. Flowers suggest beauty. Spring breezes brush the rail. Dew glistens with intensity. Her expression revealed a slight shock. Were it not for the sight atop the jade peaks, one would meet the moon beneath the Yao platform. The crowd once again displayed astonishment. He has managed to compose such two extraordinary verses in the span of a single incense stick? It is simply astonishing. Given young Master Su's previous poetic steps, this seems both reasonable and fitting. In all the world, such talent exists? They gazed at Su Fengqiu in disbelief. Li Mufeng and Gu Chongqing's faces turned ashen. How is this possible? How could it be? The holy Yao Empress appeared still immersed in the essence of that earlier poem. Regaining her composure, she turned to Su Fengqiu and said, "Young Master Su, your prodigious talent has opened my eyes. This poem is, for me, the most cherished of recent years. What a splendid couplet. Clouds evoke garments, flowers suggest beauty. Spring breezes brush the rail, dew glistens with intensity. Were it not for the sight atop the jade peaks, one would meet the moon beneath the Yao platform. I am in awe." The poet sage trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Su Fengqiu. This young man, he is utterly astonishing. Su Fengqiu offered a fist salute to the holy Yao Empress, and then turned his gaze towards Elder Chao. "Elder Chao, do you still assert that those two lines were the work of your esteemed master?" Elder Chao lowered his head, his eyes widening slightly, his body trembling. His lips moved, yet no words escaped. "Very well." Su Fengqiu extended his hand towards an unopened wine jug upon the stage, which flew into his grasp. He tilted his head back and took several hearty gulps. "Bring me a brush." Lin Qingzhu willingly handed him a brush. "Paper, please." A talented scholar provided the paper. "Not long enough. I have just the thing," the poet sage announced, waving his hand. A scroll, measuring dozens of meters in length and over a meter in width, unfurled. Hovering at a height of more than a meter, Su Fengqiu took another sip of wine and then boldly swept his brush across the floating scroll. "Do you not see? The yellow river's water descends from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return." Wow! The crowd surged forward. Su Fengqiu's opening line struck their hearts like a powerful blow. "Do you not see? The bright mirror in the grand hall laments white hair, morning like black silk, evening like snow." The poet sage stepped forward, astonished as he beheld the poem. The crowd swallowed hard. Elder Chao, seated nearby, instinctively looked up. One must seize joy in life's triumphs. Upon finishing, Su Fengqiu tilted his head back, draining the jug entirely before tossing it aside. "Do not let the golden cup face the moon empty." Thunder rumbled outside the grand hall. Amidst the dark clouds of night, a shadow of a divine dragon seemed to swirl. Su Fengqiu's hair and garments danced wildly. Immortal card, reciting poetry summons celestial phenomena, painting embodies reality, imparting teachings resonates deeply within hearts, etc. Upon use, the host will be in a transcendent state for the following day. Specifics are left to interpretation. System cost, 1 million. Usable twice in a lifetime. The crowd's eyes widened as they beheld the outside. Celestial phenomena, dragon and phoenix in auspicious display. Is this entering the path through poetry? Gulp. To witness such a breathtaking scene in my lifetime. Could it be false? This entirely affirms that all is indeed real. Outside, celestial phenomena unfolded. Dragons and phoenixes swirled in the clouds, shaking the entire holy Yao heavenly city. The night was illuminated within the city, while the dark void shimmered with the golden red light of dragons and phoenixes. All the citizens looked up at this astonishing spectacle. Wow! Grandfather, what is happening? Could it be that the sage poet has attained the supreme immortal emperor through his path? Such celestial phenomena, such auspicious display. How magnificent, how breathtaking. From the ethereal realm, Su Fengqiu's voice echoed. "I was born with talent for a purpose. Even if I scatter gold, I shall return." The entire holy Yao heavenly city was engulfed in shock upon hearing Su Fengqiu's poem. This is not the voice of the poet sage. Slaughtering sheep and butchering cattle for joy, one must drink 300 cups. During the poetry gathering, the poet sage gazed at Su Fengqiu, utterly astonished. Gu Chongqing and Li Mufeng swallowed hard. Su Fengqiu cast aside the brush and tossed a jug of wine to the poet sage. "Senior poet sage, Your Majesty the Empress." "Senior Zhuge, Senior Wei, Qingzhu." Su Fengqiu tossed wine to each of them, a grin spreading across his face as he laughed heartily. "Friends, let us drink. Do not let the cups pause." The poet sage caught the jug. "Ha! What a splendid sentiment." Su Fengqiu opened another jug of wine and drank deeply. "Let us sing a song together. I beseech you, lend me your attentive ear." Celestial phenomena. Dragon and phoenix in auspicious display. Su Fengqiu's voice resonated throughout the skies above the entire holy Yao heavenly city. Countless individuals, conditioned by the moment, instinctively raised their wine cups. The sounds of bells and drums, feasts of jade are not prized. I merely wish to remain drunk and never awaken. Since ancient times, sages have often been solitary. Only drinkers leave their names behind. In the past, King Chun held a banquet of merriment, reveling in wine worth 10,000. Each line trembled within the hearts of all present. Fengqiu continued, "Why speak of lacking funds, when one must simply procure wine to share with you?" Fengqiu finished the last sip of wine and smashed the jug, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Elder Chow. Elder Chow and Fengqiu exchanged glances, both trembling. Fengqiu approached Elder Chow, reciting, 5-flower steed, 1,000 gold fur, call for my son to exchange for fine wine. Bang! Fengqiu leaned forward on the table before Elder Chow, locking his eyes onto him as he enunciated each word, to dissolve with you, 10,000 sorrows. With the final word sorrow falling, thunderous lightning erupted. Thud! Elder Chow trembled and fell from his stool. Ha ha! Fengqiu laughed heartily. Chapter 61. Entering the Path Through Poetry. The entire poetry gathering fell into silence. It seemed that everyone could only hear the frantic beating of their own hearts. Fengqiu's poem Let Us Drink was so unrestrained, bold, and rich in imaginative essence. It struck at everyone's core. Most astonishingly, celestial phenomena occurred. Fengqiu's hair and long robe danced wildly. His realm surged, breaking through the confines of the second tier of the Immortal Emperor. And it did not stop there. That terrifying aura impacted each individual. The third tier of the Immortal Emperor. Is it truly entering the path through poetry? In a certain sense, perhaps. The Immortal card, once used, brings forth unimaginable celestial phenomena. As for what precisely will transpire, it remains unknown. Just now, Fengqiu's poem resulted in his celestial demeanor entering the path through poetry, elevating his realm within the Immortal Emperor domain by 2 tiers. This is beyond imagination, even for Fengqiu within the Su family. Ascending 2 tiers within the Immortal Emperor realm could take decades. For others, without fortune or possessing the utmost talent, ascending even 1 tier might take a millennium or more. Yet, the efficacy of this immortal card remains unpredictable. Should it be employed once more, it may yield no results. It necessitates the right moment, the appropriate circumstances, and the optimal state to manifest its desired effects. Within the celestial city of Xianxiao, the populace was awash with astonishment. A poem had served as a testament to the Tao. Who could the author be? Gu Changsheng, perhaps? It must be him, right? No. This poem could not have been crafted by him. The profound essence and the grandeur encapsulated within it are beyond his reach. At the poetry gathering, Zhuge Chun rose, his beard quivering with excitement. To enter the Tao through poetry. To enter the Tao through poetry. Esteemed guests, what has unfolded before your eyes is none other than the second individual in the 9 continents to attain the Tao through poetry, after the great poet sage himself, who ascended to the throne at the tender age of 28. I never anticipated that I would witness such a moment in my lifetime. Truly, it is enough. Wei Yinyang gazed at Fengqiu in astonishment. Astonishing and extraordinary. This poem stands as the most magnificent and carefree composition I have encountered to date. Young Master Su's exuberance at the moment of its creation signifies the birth of the second poet sage of the 9 continents. Nay, I shall refer to him as a poet immortal. Each line of this poem could be savored for years. The entirety of it is simply magnificent. One must revel in life's pleasures and not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Splendid. This is the Fengqiu who has been shaking the 9 continents recently. Zhuge Chun turned to Fengqiu. What further doubts can there be? To enter the Tao through poetry in front of all these witnesses is the most unassailable proof. I must apologize to young Master Su for my earlier skepticism. Li Mufeng and Gu Changsheng stood there like jesters, bewildered. How could this be? Fengqiu, young Master Su. Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed upon the figure before her. He is simply breathtaking. Lin Qingzhu, oh Lin Qingzhu, you should feel some shame. For there were indeed moments when you had doubted young Master Su. Ding, Lin Qingzhu's favor towards you has increased by 15, current favor, 30. Ding, Lin Qingzhu's favor towards you has reached 20, reward, heavenly reversal yin-yang technique, obtained. Fengqiu turned to the now risen Elder Chow and asked, Elder Chow, I shall inquire once more, were those 2 lines composed by your esteemed teacher? With a thud, Elder Chow knelt, trembling. No, young Master Su, no, poet immortal Su. I was mistaken. It was I who erred. And you too? Fengqiu inquired, looking at Gu Changsheng and Li Mufeng. The 2, with ashen faces, bowed. We have underestimated your greatness due to our narrow-mindedness. We beseech young Master Su's forgiveness. The Empress Xianxiao gazed at Fengqiu, her thoughts inscrutable. The shock of the day was truly extraordinary. It would surely reverberate throughout the 9 continents. Fengqiu flicked his sleeves, directing his gaze towards the poet sage. The poet sage stood there, gradually becoming ethereal. This spectacle captured the attention of the crowd. What is this? They widened their eyes, expressions filled with astonishment. With a grand smile, the poet sage recited, "Do you not see the waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning? Do you not see the bright mirror in high halls lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turning to snow, utterly magnificent?" With arms outstretched, he lifted his gaze skyward, as if relishing something. One must revel in life as pleasures and not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Ha! I was born with talents meant for use. Even if I squander a fortune, it shall return. Raise the wine, do not let the cup pause, and let us sing a tune. I implore you to lend me your ear. 5 flower steeds, garments worth 1,000 gold, summon my son to exchange for fine wine, and together we shall dispel eternal sorrows. And with that, the poet sage vanished from their sight. The crowd rushed forward. In the void above, the poet sage's figure lingered. Thunder roared above, pouring down upon the poet sage. Ha! After all these years, I have awaited this very poem. The poet sage's laughter echoed through the night. In the void, a pair of enormous eyes appeared, resembling the eyes of the heavenly Tao, observing the poet sage. The eye of the heavenly Tao, proof of the supreme immortal emperor. The crowd was astounded. The poet sage stood in the void, arms open, embracing the deluge of thunder. This scene, of course, was witnessed throughout the 9 continents. Many of the 9 continents' top-tier powerhouses stood atop mountains, gazing at the eye of the heavenly Tao in the distant sky. The Phoenix Lord stepped forward, accompanied by Luo Linglong. In the 8th heaven, another has attained the Tao of the supreme immortal emperor. Luo Lioli remarked, "Master, who in the 8th heaven could possibly reach the supreme immortal emperor?" The Phoenix Lord replied, "The strongest in the 8th heaven would be the 8th stage immortal emperor. They must have descended from the 9 heavens. As far as I know, at this time and place, it is the poet sage. In the 9 continents, there have indeed been numerous immortal emperors over the past several tens of thousands of years. However, compared to the countless billions of warriors, they are still few. Each advancement in the immortal emperor ranks does not merely have their numbers. The difference between ranks is akin to the chasm between the heavenly Tao realm and immortal emperor realm. A single rank difference signifies a vast disparity in realms. Upon reaching the 5th stage of immortal emperor, there would hardly be any left in the entire 8th heaven. The 8th stage immortal emperor represents the pinnacle of all top-tier forces in the 8th heaven. The same holds true in the 9 heavens. The 9th stage immortal emperor is exceedingly rare. As for the supreme immortal emperor, there are perhaps no more than a dozen across the 9 continents. Now, another supreme immortal emperor has emerged. Earlier, there seemed to be a celestial phenomenon. That was the entrance to the Tao, a position. Clearly, someone has entered the Tao through poetry. What transpired at this poetry gathering to so profoundly shake the 9 continents? Tomorrow, we shall surely learn the truth. Swish. The poet sage descended. His aura and demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Ha! Young Master Su. The poet sage laughed heartily as he approached, embracing Su Fengqiu. Your poem Raise the Wine has allowed me to attain the supreme immortal emperor. Ha! Chapter 62, Severing Gu Changxing's Fortune. The poet sage had always entered the Tao through poetry. His deeper understanding of poetry signified an elevation of his Tao and his state of mind. He had remained at the 9th stage of immortal emperor for countless years, unable to take that final step. The poet sage had also been seeking a breakthrough, yearning for an opportunity. This opportunity could arise in an instant, or it could take a century, a millennium, or perhaps an entire lifetime. Yet the poet sage never anticipated that amidst a poetry gathering with like-minded, talented individuals who cherished poetry and prose, a contemporary young prodigy would help him break through to the supreme immortal emperor with a single poem. The essence of Raise the Wine, with its carefree spirit and grandeur, was precisely what he had longed to express. If the poet sage could attain the supreme immortal emperor through this poem, what wonder is it that Su Fengqiu could enter the Tao through poetry? Su Fengqiu clasped his fist. Congratulations to the poet sage on attaining the supreme immortal emperor. Wei Yinyang and Zhuge Chen also clasped their fists. From this day forth, the 9 continents shall have an additional supreme immortal emperor. Congratulations, poet sage. Exhilarating, exhilarating. The poet sage laughed heartily. Wei Yinyang cast a glance at Su Fengqiu and then inquired of the poet sage, "Esteemed poet sage, tonight can truly be deemed a dual celebration. Young Su has entered the path through poetry, while you, sir, have attained the pinnacle of the celestial emperor's way. Yet there is a third joy in this world. There are only 2 individuals who have embraced the path through poetry. Could they not become master and disciple?" Gu Changxing clenched his fists. His countenance darkened as he bowed his head. Ahem. The poet sage could not help but cough lightly. That cannot be spoken, old Wei. You must not utter such words. Oh, Wei Yinan raised an eyebrow. The poet sage turned his gaze towards Fengqiu. It was young Su who assisted me in attaining the status of Celestial Emperor. You wish for me to take him as my disciple? I had originally considered it, but now, what qualifications do I possess to accept him as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Gu Changxing felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be? Though he had failed to humiliate Fengqiu and had become a laughingstock himself. As long as the poet sage could still accept him as a disciple, perhaps all was not lost. The poet sage patted Fengqiu on the shoulder. Young Su. At merely 28, you have achieved the status of Celestial Emperor. Moreover, you have entered the path through poetry. Your future accomplishments will surely surpass mine. Indeed, at the moment of your entry into the path, the profound mysteries of heaven and earth elevated you 2 ranks, making you a 3rd-tier Celestial Emperor at the age of 28. Li Mufeng's face twisted in fury. He too was a 1st-tier Celestial Emperor at 35, which was relatively close. Yet, even with his extraordinary talent, it might take him a decade to ascend to the 2nd tier without the right opportunity. Ascending to the 3rd tier would take 30 years. Though a decade may seem fleeting, Fengqiu had achieved the 3rd tier at the tender age of 28. Why? Damn it. The poet sage continued. In terms of talent, I truly cannot claim to surpass young Su. Therefore, you need not fear that my acceptance of him as a disciple would diminish my own reputation. Then does this 3rd joy no longer exist tonight? Zhuge Chen inquired. Gu Changxing's heart surged with indignation. It does. It indeed exists. That is the poet sage accepting me, Gu Changxing, as his disciple. The holy empress, Xianxiao, interjected. The 3rd joy lies in witnessing several such breathtakingly magnificent works tonight. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Gu Changxing tightened his fists. And what of the poet sage's acceptance of disciples this evening? Wei Yinan asked. The poet sage shook his head. I shall not accept disciples. Witnessing the talent of the girl Qingzhu has ignited within me the desire to take on disciples, yet I find myself powerless. And upon seeing young Su, who has entered the path through poetry, can I still entertain thoughts of accepting disciples after witnessing these 2? Gu Changxing's heart sank. Everyone else was as cunning as a 1,000-year-old fox. Since the poet sage had spoken thus, it signified that he had no intention of accepting Gu Changxing as a disciple, regardless of the reasons. Despite Gu Changxing's considerable talent, no one dared to bring up the matter again. Ding. The bond of master and disciple between Gu Changxing and the poet sage was severed, causing a reduction of 1 million in his destiny value, leaving him with 10 million. He did not even have a master-disciple relationship with the poet sage yet. Merely severing this possibility cost him 1 million in destiny value. If he had already been a disciple, how much would he have lost? Delightful. With a reduction of 1 million, his destiny value plummeted from 6,890,000 to 5,890,000, demoting him from a 6th-tier favored son of destiny to a 5th tier. Patience, for this is merely the beginning. And then there was Li Mufeng. Patience as well. Everyone, return to the Great Hall. The poetry gathering shall continue, declared the holy Empress Xianxiao. Inside the Grand Hall, old Chao's lifeless body lay sprawled over the table. It was evident that he had taken his own life. As for the reasons, firstly, as a man of letters, he had tarnished the reputation of his mentor by falsely accusing Fengqiu, leading to his own disgrace. If word of this spread, he would have nowhere to hide. Secondly, having falsely accused Fengqiu, if he did not take decisive action to atone for his sins through death, he feared for the safety of his family. Witnessing this scene, the talented scholars and talented women were all taken aback. Others, however, remained remarkably calm, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Bring him out, commanded the holy Empress Xianxiao. A warrior entered the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, take him away. Yes. Gulp. Li Sheng and Ji Buochao exchanged terrified glances at this sight. Even a figure as esteemed as old Chao had taken his own life within the Grand Hall. For them, it was the end. Though they had aided young Master Gu, they had ultimately failed. Instead, Gu Changxing had lost face. Would he still honor his promises? Would he silence them? However, Gu Changxing was a gentleman. Surely he would not resort to such measures? No. No matter how gentlemanly Gu Changxing was, he would not regard their lives with any importance. What to do? The two exchanged despairing glances. Fengqiu had been encircled by nearly all the talented scholars and women. Gu Changxing's eyes darkened with malice. It was over. Having failed to become the poet sage's disciple, he had instead, in a fit of shame and anger, stepped forward to falsely accuse Fengqiu, tarnishing his own reputation in the eyes of the poet sage. Fengqiu had not been humiliated either. He had irreparably severed ties with Fengqiu, and now his own vulnerabilities would be exposed. Ah, Li Mufeng approached. Fengqiu has thwarted your chance to become the poet sage's disciple, and Miss Lin seems to favor him as well. Can you simply let this go? Crack. Gu Changxing clenched his fists. What can I possibly do? In this vast world, what method cannot be devised? It all depends on the extent of one's resolve. The instigator, Li Mufeng, departed after speaking. How could Gu Chongqing be unaware of Li Mufeng's machinations? Yet he could not contain himself. He glanced at Ji Buoqiao and Li Sheng among the crowd. After the poetry gathering concluded, these two must be dealt with. In the dead of night, the poetry gathering came to a successful conclusion. During this time, Li Mufeng had concocted an excuse to leave early. Gu Chongqing, determined to eliminate Ji and Li, gritted his teeth and remained until the end. The Holy Empress Xianxiao addressed the assembly. This empress has prepared resting quarters for you all within the imperial palace. Thank you, your majesty, came the chorus of gratitude. The poet sage draped his arm around Su Fengqiu's shoulder. I shall take my leave, having enjoyed a pleasant conversation with young Su. Until we meet again. The Holy Empress Xianxiao smiled. Esteemed poet sage, Qingzhu would very much like to converse with Su Fengqiu. Lin Qingzhu was taken aback. While this was true, it should not interfere with the friendship between young Master Su and the poet sage. She understood that the Holy Empress had intended to keep her with Su Fengqiu for a day, as the Empress likely had matters to discuss with him. Lin Qingzhu offered a slight bow. The poet sage, discerning the underlying message from the Holy Empress, replied, Very well, young Su. In a few days, I shall visit your home for an in-depth discussion. Su Fengqiu clasped his fists. I eagerly await your esteemed visit. Excellent. Ha! The poet sage laughed heartily as he exited the grand hall. Su Fengqiu turned to Lin Qingzhu. Miss Qingzhu, I shall take a night's rest, and we can converse tomorrow. Thank you, young Master Su. Please allow me to escort you to your resting quarters. Chapter 63. What? Is the heavens reversing? Ji Buoqiao and Li Sheng found themselves unable to leave the imperial palace. They accompanied the others to the quarters arranged for them by the Holy Empress within the palace. As dawn approached, the two sat in the courtyard, their faces reflecting despair. Gu Chongqing had just been to see them, implying that at the break of day, he would take them back to the Gu family. Although their mission had not succeeded, they had indeed done their utmost. Gu Chongqing would surely grant them some promise. They feigned agreement, but deep down, they knew that with the first light of dawn, their fates were likely sealed. Escape? There was no escaping this fate. What existence does Gu Chongqing possess? Though they have some realms in this eighth heaven, they are akin to mere weeds. If they flee now, they will only meet an earlier demise. Brotherly, it seems our fate is sealed. Gu Chongqing has failed, and his reputation lies in tatters. Given our knowledge of his sordid tactics, he will undoubtedly seek to silence us, and Su Fengqiu will not allow us to live either. Ji Buoqiao lamented bitterly. No, there exists a way. Li Sheng interjected. What? Speak quickly. Li Sheng turned to Ji Buoqiao. We must ally ourselves with young Master Su. We have aided Gu Chongqing in tormenting him. If he spares us, it would be a stroke of fortune. To side with him would be akin to courting death. I would rather believe that young Master Gu is truly a man of his word, Ji Buoqiao protested. Li Sheng shook his head. Gu Chongqing has set us against Su Fengqiu. Does such conduct befit a gentleman? Thus, following him guarantees our demise. We might as well take a gamble. And how shall we gamble? Li Sheng replied. Let us expose Gu Chongqing's actions to the public, thereby demonstrating our sincerity to young Master Su. Ji Buoqiao frowned. Regardless, we face death either way. Let us take the chance, Li Sheng urged. With a determined bite of his lip, Ji Buoqiao declared, Very well. Let us gamble. As dawn broke, Li Sheng and Ji Buoqiao departed the palace and made their way to the main thoroughfare, bustling with pedestrians. The common folk, striving for a livelihood. Warriors traversing the realms in search of experience, and disciples of various sects descending from their mountains for training, filled the streets. The two were mentally preparing themselves. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Gu Chongqing was in a state of disarray. Where are those two? Was I not to have them wait for me? Sensing trouble, Gu Chongqing hastily exited the palace. Upon reaching the street, he discovered a large crowd gathered ahead. Frowning deeply, he hurried over, and before he could see anything, he heard a voice. Ladies and gentlemen, Ji Buoqiao shouted. I am Ji Buoqiao, and this is my brother Li Sheng. I trust many of you have heard of us. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they pointed and murmured. Ji Buoqiao continued. Last night's poetry gathering at the palace was a resounding success. We were fortunate to meet Her Imperial Majesty, the esteemed sage of poetry, and young Master Su Fengqiu. We had the privilege to witness the sage's attainment of the supreme Immortal Emperor, inspired by young Master Su's poem Let Us Drink. So bold and free-spirited. A true embodiment of poetry as a path to enlightenment. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. What? The celestial phenomena last night were caused by Su Fengqiu's poetic enlightenment? I had heard that the young master of the Su family, a prodigy who attained the Immortal Emperor status at just 28, was remarkable in martial arts, but I never imagined he possessed such literary talent. That poem Let Us Drink was indeed penned by Su Fengqiu? Good heavens! I thought it was composed by the sage last night as he attained his enlightenment. Ji Buchang proclaimed. The sage was moved by the essence of young Master Su's poem and, thus, achieved the status of supreme immortal emperor. The crowd was once more taken aback. And what message do you wish to convey? An onlooker, a passing warrior, inquired. Ji Buchang replied, though the poetry gathering was splendid, it was marred by unpleasantness, particularly for us, as we heeded malicious rumors and subjected young Master Su to undue doubt and torment. Gu Changxing was taken aback. What is happening with these two? Are you both turning against the heavens? Were you threatened by Su Fengqiu? Li Sheng shouted. Young Master Su's poetic enlightenment has awakened me from my stupor. In the spirit of literary integrity, I felt compelled to clarify matters today. Ji Buchang gritted his teeth and resolutely stated, Gu Changxing, the young master of the ancient Gu family, has a grudge against young Master Su. Before the poetry gathering, he lured us with promises of training at the Gu family to conspire against young Master Su. Gu Changxing was dumbfounded. Li Sheng continued. We were blinded by momentary gain and feared for our lives if we refused. Thus we harassed young Master Su, now regretting our actions. Gasps filled the air. What? Gu Changxing, the young master of the Gu family? Is he not a paragon of virtue? Known for his kindness, even to stray animals. How could he engage in such dark deeds? While Su Fengqiu's fierce reputation is well known, his actions have always been above board. He has never resorted to treachery. Such behavior is not uncommon, but for it to be attributed to Gu Changxing reveals him to be a hypocritical charlatan. Is this truly the case? Gu Changxing is such a person? Indeed, his reputation is too impeccable. Though such occurrences are common, his actions imply this is not the first time. It seems, after all, that no one is truly perfect. In this light, while Su Fengqiu may have a fearsome reputation, at least he is not a petty man. I have always suspected Gu Changxing of being a hypocrite. His perfection seems overly contrived, especially his act of caring for stray animals. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Changxing's expression soured significantly. Ji Buchang declared, You speak true. This shows that young Master Gu is far from the gentleman he appears to be. You, lacking status and background, dare to defame him without fear of retribution? Ji Buchang spoke with righteous indignation. Though I, Ji Buchang, have no background or talent, I possess the pride of a scholar. What is death to me? In this world where the strong prevail, I may perish tomorrow. But let it be known that if either of us goes missing or meets an untimely end, it will surely be at the hands of young Master Gu. Gu Changxing gritted his teeth. Very well. You wish to play this game, do you? Threatening me now? It seems he cannot kill them. Otherwise, many would suspect him. Why not Su Fengqiu? After all, you have tormented him. Surely he would seek vengeance, even to the point of killing in the first heaven. Gu Changxing nodded in secret agreement. Indeed, why not Su Fengqiu? Ji Buchang remarked. Though Su Fengqiu is vengeful, his poetic enlightenment last night was grand. I doubt he would resort to such means. Li Sheng added. Even if he were to take our lives, we would bear no ill will. For we were the ones who disrespected him first. I believe, should he choose to kill us, he would do so openly and acknowledge it. Thus, if we die, it would be evident that young Master Su is responsible. But if our deaths remain shrouded in mystery, it can only be attributed to Gu Changxing. Here, we extend our sincere apologies to young Master Su and hope for his magnanimity. Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu passed by, their gazes filled with anticipation as they looked towards Su Fengqiu, hoping he might say something to spare them. However, Su Fengqiu walked past without a glance, not even acknowledging them. Their hearts sank. Chapter 64. I am not to be considered a good person. Qingzhu, you must be cautious. Ding. Gu Changxing's reputation has suffered. Destiny value. 200,000. Your system value is 2 million. Typically, an individual's reputation does not significantly impact their destiny value. However, in recent years, Gu Changxing's reputation has been exceedingly favorable. Many, including several factions, have shown goodwill towards him and the Gu family due to Gu Changxing's graceful demeanor. His esteemed reputation has fostered a favorable impression among some powerful individuals, making it more likely for them to offer opportunities and assistance. This, too, is destiny. Thus, his reputation has been tarnished, and the repercussions on his fortune are indeed significant. Beneath her veil, Lin Qingzhu lightly pursed her crimson lips, softly murmuring to the medical sage. The two of them have indeed made efforts to atone, yet they may still find it difficult to escape death. Su Fengqiu casually remarked. Before embarking on any endeavor, one must contemplate the consequences. Their previous actions may allow this emperor to spare their lives. Otherwise, if Gu Changxing does not take their lives, this emperor shall not let them go. For reasons unknown, Lin Qingzhu did not feel any aversion to Su Fengqiu's words. Ordinarily, it would be unbecoming for an immortal emperor to stoop to contend with those who are nearly mortal, Yet Su Fengqiu unabashedly expressed his thoughts. Despite the potential damage to his imperial dignity, she found it to be a manifestation of genuine character. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you has increased by 1. Current affection, 31. Young Master Su possesses true character, which I greatly admire. Su Fengqiu strolled forward with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "What is there to admire?" Lin Qingzhu replied, "In all these years, I have seldom encountered someone as unrestrained and unafraid of worldly judgment as young Master Su. No wonder you could compose such a magnificent and bold piece as Let Us Drink Wine, which resonates so well with your temperament. And it is no surprise that you could attain enlightenment through such poetry. This emperor also wishes to be a dashing gentleman," Su Fengqiu chuckled. Lin Qingzhu candidly stated, "In my eyes, young Master Su is indeed a dashing gentleman." Oh, Su Fengqiu glanced at her. Lin Qingzhu continued, "It seems to me that it is not merely Gu Gongzi who embodies the gentlemanly spirit. Both the present young Master Su and the one who recited poetry last night are gentlemen." Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. This emperor has no desire to be a gentleman. Being a scoundrel has its merits, and being a villain is even better. There are no constraints. One can slay those who displease them and express admiration without hesitation, without the need to conceal oneself or consider reputation. Lin Qingzhu remarked, "I too did not expect Gu Gongzi to be of such a disposition, but upon reflection, how many true sages exist in this world? Do you think Gu Changsheng will kill those two?" Su Fengqiu inquired. Lin Qingzhu paused briefly, contemplating. If he is indeed a true gentleman, he should not kill. If he is a false gentleman, well, he should still refrain from killing, at least in the short term. Waiting for the storm to pass before acting. Su Fengqiu smiled. Lin Qingzhu, curious, glanced at him. "What brings you to smile, young Master Su?" Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind. Lin Qingzhu turned to look. Gu Changsheng walked into the crowd and executed the two in public. "Rascals! I have no acquaintance with either of you. So how can you accuse me of such despicable deeds? Such slander against me deserves death," Gu Changsheng declared angrily. He then surveyed the surroundings. "These two have defamed me. The heavens bear witness. I suspect their actions are instigated by others to tarnish my reputation. Humph. They deserve to die." Gu Changsheng found himself with no alternative. He could only brazenly kill them under the pretext of their slander. In truth, this was more advantageous. Otherwise, if they were to die later, the blame might be cast upon him. By acting now, he could justify his actions. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. She quickened her pace to keep up with Su Fengqiu. "How did you know Gu Gongzi would act now to kill them?" Su Fengqiu smiled. "To think as others think and to feel as others feel. This emperor is not a virtuous person, thus I can fathom his motivations. Miss Qingzhu, you must be cautious." Lin Qingzhu felt unperturbed. "That is well, ha ha ha." She led Su Fengqiu to the imperial island above the imperial palace, which is the place where the Holy Yao Empress usually resides, as well as where the royal stronghold is located. The imperial palace below merely serves as a venue for the civil and military officials to address various matters of state. This place boasts breathtaking scenery and abundant spiritual energy. There were not many people around, as Su Fengqiu discerned through his divine vision. The seemingly ordinary maids were, in fact, cultivators at the divine emperor and heavenly Tao realms. One can only step into this place after becoming a disciple of Her Majesty the Empress. "I usually cultivate here. Please, young Master Su," Lin Qingzhu stated as she led him to the edge of a lake. The maidservants brought fruits and brewed tea. Su Fengqiu took a sip of tea and asked, "What business does Her Majesty the Empress have with me?" Lin Qingzhu sat gracefully before him, shaking her head slightly. "I am uncertain, but I do wish to converse with young Master Su through poetry." She expressed her desire for Su Fengqiu to critique the poems she composed a few days prior. "I am not skilled in poetry critique," Su Fengqiu replied, fixing his gaze upon Lin Qingzhu. She was taken aback, but he added, "However, I am adept at copying poetry." Su Fengqiu smiled. Lin Qingzhu slightly protested. "Young Master Su is jesting. But indeed, there were moments last night when I doubted you. Yet." Su Fengqiu interjected. "No harm done. May I ask, Miss Qingzhu, if you could remove your veil?" Su Fengqiu inquired. Lin Qingzhu, slightly apologetic, responded, "It is indeed disrespectful of me." She then slowly removed her veil, unveiling an unparalleled beauty before Su Fengqiu. He marveled, a beauty that could topple nations, neither flower nor mist. Walking alone in the spring breeze, Lin Qingzhu was taken aback, her admiration for Su Fengqiu's talent overwhelming her. Such exquisite verses flowed effortlessly from him. "You flatter me. Young Master Su, your talent is truly remarkable." Lin Qingzhu elegantly picked up a brush and, unable to restrain her excitement, began to transcribe Su Fengqiu's poetic lines. "Ha ha. Let me see," she exclaimed. "Yes, thank you, young Master Su." Lin Qingzhu presented him with several of her poems, all of which were masterpieces. Su Fengqiu praised. These are indeed splendid works, though there are a few areas that could be improved. In the distance, the Holy Yao Empress observed Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu engaged in their poetic discourse, nodding slightly. She had intended to seek Su Fengqiu's assistance. And after last night's poetry gathering, she felt even more assured in her decision. The Holy Yao Empress turned to leave, deciding to grant them some privacy. An hour later, while perusing ancient texts, the Holy Yao Empress suddenly furrowed her brows. She gazed out the window. In the back garden by the lake, there appeared to be subtle celestial phenomena. The Holy Yao Empress squinted, observing the two seated by the lake. At that moment, a phantom phoenix slowly spread its wings above Lin Qingzhu, radiating brilliance, yet she remained blissfully unaware of it. What is this? The Holy Yao Empress gasped. Her disciple Lin Qingzhu had been discussing poetry with Su Fengqiu, and it seemed she was on the verge of attaining enlightenment through verse. Su Fengqiu was the one capable of perceiving this. It was not that Lin Qingzhu was oblivious, but rather she had entered a unique state of immersion. She was deeply engrossed in the poetry crafted by Su Fengqiu and the revised versions he had provided her. She remained unaware that her hair was subtly dancing. Why was it so effortless for her to approach enlightenment through poetry? The answer was simple. First, she was indeed an exceptionally rare prodigy. Second, the effects of Su Fengqiu's immortal card. The immortal card's effects last for a day and had not yet expired. The immortal card does not merely affect Su Fengqiu. It also influences those around him. Ultimately, its purpose is to render Su Fengqiu as ethereal as an immortal. In reciting poetry, celestial phenomena manifest. In painting, reality takes form. In imparting wisdom, all may transcend, advance, and gain enlightenment. Everything, indeed, serves to illustrate the extraordinary nature of Su Fengqiu, leading the world to perceive him as a transcendent being, an entity beyond comprehension. Why did the saint of poetry ascend? It was not merely the influence of toasts and wine on his poetic journey, but also the effect of the immortal card. One poem from Su Fengqiu summoned celestial phenomena, and after gaining profound insights, the saint of poetry successfully advanced to the rank of supreme immortal emperor. Is this not all to highlight the remarkable prowess of Su Fengqiu? This encapsulates the essence of the immortal card. Currently, the effects of the immortal card endure. Lin Qingzhu harbors no malice towards Su Fengqiu. Instead, she diligently studies his work. The immortal card aids her in embarking on her own path, thereby elevating Su Fengqiu's status in her heart and showcasing his extraordinary talents. In Chapter 65, the Empress Saint Yao observes Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu from a distance. As one of the continent's foremost powerhouses, she stands as a pinnacle figure of her generation, akin to the present-day Luo Liuli. Over the span of 3 centuries, she has witnessed an array of geniuses rise and fall, and Su Fengqiu is arguably the most extraordinary among them. Now, Lin Qingzhu engages him in a discussion of poetry, seemingly on the verge of entering her own path through verse. What does this imply? Across the vast expanse of the 9 continents, for hundreds of thousands of years, only 2 individuals have achieved enlightenment through poetry. One has ascended through the zither, becoming the contemporary zither emperor, while 3 others have found their paths through painting. The chess sage has entered his path through chess, and the fate sage through destiny. Altogether, those who attained enlightenment prior to becoming emperors number only in the dozens. A mere fraction over the span of millennia. It is astounding that she has witnessed Su Fengqiu's entry into the path, and now her own disciple is on the brink of doing so with his assistance. Lin Qingzhu, at the age of 26, is at the first level of the heavenly Tao. Should she succeed in her endeavor, she may directly enter the imperial realm today. What an awe-inspiring figure Su Fengqiu is. But wait, even more astonishingly, she feels an inexplicable sensation of impending breakthrough. Could it be? She, at the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor realm, has not advanced in many years, and the urgency is palpable. However, reaching the next tier in the Immortal Emperor realm is notoriously challenging. Her 300 years as a 7th level Immortal Emperor grants her a certain pride, for few can claim such status across the 9 continents. The abundance of youthful Immortal Emperors today is attributed to the celestial mechanism Pavilion's revelations that the 9 continents are on the brink of entering a second divine era, ushering in a golden age that commenced a decade ago, promising to revive the splendor of millennia past, when various divine clans vied for supremacy. Yet, why are she and Lu Yunyun so renowned? Primarily because they ascended to the Immortal Emperor realm in the fleeting years preceding this golden age. Talent can sometimes yield to the greater environment. Had she been born in the current era, surpassing Su Fengqiu would not be out of reach. Entering the imperial realm by 30 would be well within her grasp. Seated, the Empress Saint Yao gazes ahead, truly on the verge of a breakthrough. What sorcery is this? She is astounded. The reason for her impending breakthrough, in truth, lies with the immortal card. In a certain sense, Individuals of exceptional talent can merely glimpse the aura of those who exist beyond conventional understanding and, from that encounter, yield profound insights and even enlightenment. The Immortal card bestows upon Su Fengqiu this very ability. At this moment, Su Fengqiu has retracted the effects of the Immortal card from Lin Qingzhu. He cannot allow her to enter the path just yet. Should she fail, there will be more opportunities for them to interact and cultivate her favor. If she succeeds, their encounters would be rendered unnecessary. Suddenly, a formidable aura casts shadows upon the sky. Lin Qingzhu regains her focus and turns to Su Fengqiu. Sensing that the Empress may have ascended, her expression brightens with delight. Su Fengqiu muses that it is undoubtedly the Empress Saint Yao who has perceived their discourse and, under the influence of the Immortal card, has achieved her breakthrough. This Immortal card is indeed remarkable. With one last opportunity for its use remaining, he will defer its application for the time being. His journey from the first to the third level of Immortal Emperor has indeed been rewarding. After a prolonged moment, the celestial phenomena dissipate and the overwhelming aura subsides. The Empress Saint Yao exhales, having successfully ascended. She merely observed Su Fengqiu and Lin Qingzhu engaged in conversation. Ascended? What does that imply? Could it be that Su Fengqiu is a legendary figure? Otherwise, why would she, having looked upon him for just a moment while witnessing the scene of Lin Qingzhu's potential enlightenment, achieve her own breakthrough? A wave of astonishment washes over the Empress. If this is the case, what manner of identity does Su Fengqiu possess? A reincarnated deity from the annals of legend? The Empress furrows her brows. How long has it been since her ascension? Why is there no further movement from Lin Qingzhu? Could it be that she has successfully entered the path? The Empress approaches. No, aside from a noticeable enhancement in her innate abilities, there seems to be no significant change. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your successful ascension, Lin Qingzhu respectfully states. Su Fengqiu also offers a fist salute. The Empress nods thoughtfully, her hands clasped behind her back. It appears, Qingzhu, that you have failed to enter the path. What? Lin Qingzhu blinks in confusion, looking to the Empress. Enter the path? Qingzhu, are you not aware? The Empress inquires. Lin Qingzhu gazes quizzically at Su Fengqiu. He nods, affirming. Indeed, you were on the verge of entering the path just now. The Empress sits down, also nodding. Yes. I witnessed with my own eyes the celestial phenomena about to manifest, but during that moment, I ascended and thus could not observe further. Lin Qingzhu suddenly comprehends. It seems I truly entered a wondrous state of oblivion just now. Then, a thought strikes her. Was I on the cusp of enlightenment through poetry? Her beautiful eyes gleam with astonishment as she gazes at Su Fengqiu. She was merely discussing poetry with him, examining his latest verses, and nearly achieved enlightenment? Is the legendary path of enlightenment through the 3,000 methods truly so accessible? Su Gongzi, your poetic talent is utterly astounding, she marvels. Who would believe such a claim? The Empress casts her gaze upon the poetry laid out on the table, her heart brimming with shock. Is this the new poem Su Fengqiu composed just now? The setting sun and solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn waters blend with the vast sky. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of September, my flowers bloom, and the rest shall perish. A hall full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. One sword's frost chills 14 states, yearning to buy osmanthus flowers to share wine. Yet it is never like the youthful revelry. The Empress is utterly astounded. How could he craft such audacious verses? And after such fervor, how does he manage to compose a line so poignant? Yet it is never like the youthful revelry. He truly deserves the title of the immortal poet. And at the age of 28, he has entered the path through poetry. He has nearly guided Qingzhu to enlightenment. In this moment, the Empress, who has lived for 3 centuries, feels an inexplicable tremor within her heart. Is he truly just a 28-year-old youth of extraordinary talent? Su Fengqiu mused inwardly. It is not that my brother is unwilling to assist you, but rather that the time has not yet come. Ding. Lin Qingzhu's affection for you has increased by 4, current affection, 35. It is no wonder that one advises others in the art of romance to delve into their interests and hobbies. Lin Qingzhu exemplifies this principle to perfection. The pace at which her affection grows is indeed swift, primarily because Lin Qingzhu holds Su Fengqiu in high esteem, even to the point of admiration that surpasses her understanding. Tinted as it is by a rose-colored lens, Lin Qingzhu gazed at Su Fengqiu, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of reverence. It is but my own inadequacy. Empress Xianxiao took a sip of tea and spoke. I have had a sudden inspiration, though I wonder if young Master Su would be amenable. Your Majesty, please proceed. Su Fengqiu replied. The Empress cast a glance at Lin Qingzhu before addressing Su Fengqiu. Since Qingzhu nearly embarked on the path of enlightenment due to young Master Su, might it be possible for her to accompany you back to the Su family? I believe that such proximity may facilitate her journey towards enlightenment in the near future. Su Fengqiu exclaimed, "Indeed, you are quite perceptive, as if you possess a worm in my belly. You are quite keen to push your beloved disciple into the tiger's den, are you not? Splendid." Chapter 66. My Majesty's maidservant requires a warm bed. Empress Xianxiao's reasoning was straightforward. Firstly, her disciple Lin Xingzhu had nearly entered the path of enlightenment just moments ago. Accompanying Su Fengqiu back could indeed expedite her progress. Secondly, it would provide an opportunity for Lin Xingzhu to cultivate a relationship with Su Fengqiu. It was evident that her feelings for him were more than mere admiration. Even if it were slight, there was certainly potential for their bond to flourish. Su Fengqiu feigned contemplation. That may not be entirely appropriate, however. The Empress nodded. It is indeed somewhat abrupt, considering the many matters young Master Su must attend to. Yet even in your leisure, it could be feasible. Lin Xingzhu cast a look of slight anticipation towards Su Fengqiu. Did she wish to go? Undoubtedly. Firstly, the Empress had granted her approval. Secondly, she greatly admired Su Fengqiu and cherished his poetry. Thirdly, should she attain enlightenment, her advancement would be monumental. However, as the contemporary genius and heir of an ancient imperial lineage, Su Fengqiu had numerous pressing matters. It seemed a tad intrusive. Su Fengqiu stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. Sensing his contemplation, Lin Xingzhu gently remarked, "Young Master Su need not worry. I shall not be a hindrance. In the future, I can seek your guidance at a more opportune moment." "Very well, then let us defer this discussion until a later time." Su Fengqiu embarked on a subtle game of pursuit and retreat. Merely catering to the young lady would not do. "All right," Lin Xingzhu nodded slightly. Empress Xianxiao interjected. "In fact, Xingzhu could serve as young Master Su's maid for a while." Su Fengqiu exclaimed, No. This was precisely the effect of pursuit and retreat. The Empress continued. This arrangement would not only hone her mental fortitude, but also provide her the chance to study poetry and literature. Moreover, as a maid, her status would shift, alleviating the need for young Master Su to entertain her. During busy times, she could simply be set aside. Upon finishing her words, the Empress turned to Lin Xingzhu. "Do you feel this would be beneath you, Xingzhu?" Lin Xingzhu shook her head. "To engage in discourse with young Master Su is a stroke of fortune. I fear it is he who might find me bothersome." Su Fengqiu took a sip of tea and replied, "Given that both your Majesty and Xingzhu are so earnest, I find it difficult to refuse. Coincidentally, I have a maid named Xiaoli. During my leisure, Xingzhu may assist in guiding her." Lin Xingzhu will heed young Master's words. Ding. Lin Xingzhu's affection for you has increased by 1. Current affection, 36. Empress Xianxiao nodded in satisfaction. "If you two have no further matters, you may set forth." "Xingzhu, I shall send someone to inform your family." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Fengqiu also offered a fist salute. "Your Majesty, I take my leave. Travel safely. And I appreciate your assistance, young master." "It is my pleasure." Su Fengqiu then departed with Lin Xingzhu. Initially, Empress Xianxiao had summoned Su Fengqiu for a matter of importance. But now it seemed there was no rush. She hoped that Xingzhu would foster a good rapport with Su Fengqiu. If their relationship flourished, it would serve as a bridge between her and Su Fengqiu as well. As Su Fengqiu and Lin Xingzhu journeyed towards the Su residence, Lin Xingzhu quietly inquired, "Young master, will I trouble you?" She harbored some anxiety, having sensed earlier that Su Fengqiu was not entirely keen on her accompanying him to the Su family. For whatever reason, as the heir of the Su clan, he had numerous obligations. Regardless of the reason, it was quite understandable. Yet she still followed him. After all, having an additional maidservant could hardly be burdensome. Lin Xingzhu said gracefully, "I am unfamiliar with the duties of a maidservant, but I shall endeavor to perform my best. Indeed, it is not difficult. However, my Empress's maidservants must warm the bed." Su Fengqiu jested deliberately. "Ah," Lin Xingzhu gasped, startled. No wonder young master shows such kindness to Xiaoli. At first glance, her tone remained unchanged, yet Su Fengqiu discerned a hint of her disquiet. He halted and turned to her. "Does this surprise you?" Lin Xingzhu muttered softly. "It is somewhat unexpected. I am not well acquainted with the duties of a maidservant. Yet it seems reasonable. Is this not what Her Majesty intended? With your keen intellect, you ought to deduce this." The Empress likely sought to discuss an important matter with young Master Su, but instead, she proposed that you serve as his maid, hoping to establish a favorable connection with the Su family, akin to a potential union. Su Fengqiu was uncertain whether Empress Xianxiao harbored intentions for their relationship to blossom into something profound. The fundamental aim, however, was to ensure that Su Fengqiu and Lin Xingzhu maintained a good rapport, facilitating future assistance when required, and easing negotiations for collaboration. "There is still an opportunity to retract my words," Su Fengqiu remarked calmly. Lin Xingzhu did not doubt the veracity of his statement. She recognized that a maidservant status is indeed the lowest within a family. While not all maids serve in such a capacity, If the young master were to request it, could she truly resist? Hence, it was plausible that her brothers had acted inappropriately towards their beautiful maidservants as well. Lin Qingzhu felt conflicted. Su Fengqiu had been so sincere and forthright. She had never anticipated requiring such a role. She had imagined merely attending to daily needs and brewing tea. Thus, could she still retract her agreement? Yet she had already pledged to Empress Xianxiao and to Su Fengqiu. Lin Qingzhu was not one to act dishonorably. Such a betrayal would weigh heavily on her conscience. However, this concerned her purity. She could not treat it lightly. Although she held deep admiration and reverence for Su Fengqiu, that was an entirely different matter, and she had not yet reached a point where she could entertain such notions. The chastity of a young girl is undoubtedly meant to be reserved for her future husband. Su Fengqiu, observing her inner turmoil, sensed that she might truly be regretting her decision. To be honest, such feelings are quite normal. This is not the modern era. The young women here are exceedingly conservative. Moreover, Lin Qingzhu is not a person of lowly status. She ranks 6th on the fairy list and is a disciple of the Empress. Being the daughter of General Lin of the Xianxiao Empire, gifted and pure, she embodies grace and elegance. Su Fengqiu remarked, "Let us jest and be on our way." Lin Qingzhu followed in Su Fengqiu's footsteps. "Young Master Su," she called out, halting him. Su Fengqiu paused and turned to her. Lin Qingzhu inclined her head slightly. "I apologize for intruding, as I failed to consider this aspect beforehand. That was my oversight." She continued, "Whether it is my own selfishness or the desire to forge a connection between Her Majesty the Empress and the Su family, I fear I may have troubled you. If I have acted inappropriately, I hope you will not hesitate to express your displeasure. As for the matter of sharing a bed," Lin Qingzhu bit her red lip. "I assure you, I am not one to act untrustworthily. However, it is indeed challenging to fulfill such a request, and I kindly ask for your understanding." "No harm done. Let us proceed," Su Fengqiu replied. "Young Master Su," Lin Qingzhu called out once more, "I shall make every effort, but I cannot guarantee success." A smile flickered in Su Fengqiu's heart. "Very well." With that, he moved on. Yet Lin Qingzhu's earnest nature compelled her to take the matter seriously. Whether she could fulfill her promise remained uncertain, but she felt it necessary to communicate her intentions to Su Fengqiu. Chapter 67. The Beastly Heart of Gu Chongsheng. Meanwhile, Gu Chongsheng, having conducted his investigation, arrived at a small town. His wrath, fueled by resentment, remained unquenched even after eliminating Jibuchang. What manner of being was Gu Chongsheng? To be threatened by a mere insect? Su Fengqiu had yet to act, and yet his reputation had already been tarnished by such a wretch. Gu Chongsheng entered a courtyard in the town, where a woman, appearing to be around 40, was drying corn in preparation for lunch. The sounds of children playing echoed from within the house. Upon noticing Gu Chongsheng's arrival, the woman wiped her hands and inquired, "May I ask who you seek?" "Young sir." Gu Chongsheng regarded her, his gaze sharpening. "Are you Jibuchang's mother?" "Indeed, my son has gone to attend a poetry gathering and is not here," she replied. A flicker of sinister intent flashed in Gu Chongsheng's eyes. Jibuchang's mother possessed a certain allure, displaying a hint of charm. Upon hearing this, the woman revealed a look of terror, instinctively retreating into the house. With a swift motion, Gu Chongsheng seized her, and despite her struggles, she could not break free. He tightened his grip around her neck and dragged her into the house. Inside, a girl of about 14 and a toddler were playing. The sight rendered the girl speechless with shock. "Mother! Mother!" The child cried innocently, seemingly unaware of the unfolding horror. "Ah, and you have a little sister as well?" Gu Chongsheng sneered coldly. He extended his hand towards the child, who vanished into nothingness. "Silence," Gu Chongsheng declared icily. "No. However," the woman wailed in despair. With a swift motion, Gu Chongsheng struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground, immobilized by an unseen force. "Do you understand why I have come?" he demanded. As the girl and the woman wept in terror. "Jibuchang has shown disrespect towards me and has already paid the price. You can blame your son for his fate." "Chang'er, my Chang'er," the woman cried out in anguish. Gu Chongsheng smirked coldly. "Indeed, both of you display commendable appearances. Just what I needed to vent my pent-up fury. Simply killing you would not suffice." As he spoke, Gu Chongsheng advanced toward them, adjusting his trousers. "My dear, dear wife, look what I have brought back." A man, beaming with joy, entered the courtyard holding a large fish. Upon seeing the scattered corn kernels, his expression darkened. "Wife, daughter." He discarded the fish and rushed into the house. Inside, he found a woman, her body exposed and lifeless, slumped against the wall. "No, my wife," he screamed. Who? Grasping a knife, he charged outside, only to find Gu Chongsheng seated calmly in the courtyard. "I will kill you," he shouted in rage. Yet, he stood no chance against Gu Chongsheng. A scream pierced the air as Gu Chongsheng severed the man's arms and legs. Then, crouching before him, Gu Chongsheng thrust his hand into the man's mouth, grinning wickedly. This is the fate of those who provoke me. He then tore out the man's tongue, eliciting pitiful whimpers of pain. With a wave of his hand, the man's severed limbs healed instantly. Your wife and daughter are quite lovely. The more you struggle, the more I relish it. Gu Changsheng licked his lips. The man wept in despair. Your daughter has already had her tongue cut out and sent to a brothel. She will never escape that fate. Crawling before Gu Changsheng, the man repeatedly bowed his head, blood flowing from his mouth. As for you, from this day forth, you shall beg for a living near the brothel. Witnessing countless men entering and exiting, Gu Changsheng stood up. I shall have someone keep watch. Should you choose to end your own life in despair, your daughter will not live either. Do you enjoy this? Your son Ji Buochang has worked hard to secure this for you. With a sinister grin, Gu Changsheng departed. Once outside, he mingled with the crowd. Su Fengqiu. Gu Changsheng's eyes glinted with malice. I shall not let you escape. Never. Just then, he spotted a woman veiled in light silk. Recognizing her by the jade pendant at her waist, he identified her. Miss Luo. What a surprise to encounter you in this remote little town, Gu Changsheng proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a refined gentleman as he clasped his hands in greeting. Young Master Gu, what a pleasure. I merely passed through. What brings you here? Luo Liuli inquired. Gu Changsheng smiled slightly. I have just attended an auction and happened to pass through this place. Thus, I shall take my leave. Miss Luo, Gu Changsheng called out again. Do you require anything further, young Master Gu? Might I inquire if you have heard about the poetry gathering? Gu Changsheng asked. Indeed. It is said that the esteemed sage of poetry has attained enlightenment from the supreme Immortal Emperor, and young Master Su has dazzled the world with his poetic prowess. She replied. Alas, I have become a mere clown in contrast, Gu Changsheng sighed. Luo Liuli was certainly aware of the matter. Miss Luo, you are an astute individual. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Gu Changsheng's intent was clear. Even if they were given 1,000 chances, Ji Buochang and Li Cheng would not dare to slander him. Behind it all, Su Fengqiu orchestrated the scheme. The innocent will remain untainted. Time will reveal the truth. Luo Liuli stated. Indeed, Gu Changsheng smiled. At that moment, Ji Buochang's father, now missing arms and legs and covered in blood, crawled out, drawing the attention of the townsfolk. Luo Liuli turned her gaze toward him as well. Gu Changsheng sighed, lamenting the afflictions of the mortal realm. Ah, the tribulations of human existence. Such burdens are the endeavors we, as warriors, must strive to alleviate. May this world be graced with a reduction in suffering. Indeed, Master Gu speaks wisely, replied Miss Luo. Let us depart. Luo Liuli remarked. Qingfeng town is renowned for its natural Baijin tea. I wish to procure some to take back. You may return first, Master Gu. Very well, then I shall take my leave, he responded. Farewell, Master Gu, and travel safely. With that, Gu Changsheng departed. Luo Liuli continued on her path. As she passed by, she produced a pill and entrusted it to Ji Buochang, the father, before moving along. Upon her return, fortune led her near a brothel, where she chanced upon a familiar figure. What a tragedy! One wonders what sort of adversary he has provoked. Old Ji, a man of unwavering diligence, raised such an exceptional son only to see him meet his demise. Alas, do you think old Ji's plight could be connected to Gu? Hush, tread carefully. Words can bring misfortune. It's uncertain, difficult to ascertain. Let us pretend we do not know him. Luo Liuli furrowed her brows in contemplation. Ji Buochang? I seem to recall that it was he who troubled Su Fengqiu during the poetry gathering. It is also rumored that Ji Buochang acted under the directives of Gu Changsheng. I am unclear on the details, yet he is indeed the father of Ji Buochang. And curiously, Gu Changsheng has appeared in Qingfeng town. Could it be that he is somehow involved in this?